Chapter 3952 Frontier Region Development. The plan that Minister Sheddarin Pernis concocted in the last few weeks was actually quite brilliant. Even though it relied on a lot of assumptions that sounded dubious to Vase, its logic was sound and the chances of succeeding was quite good compared to many of the other suggestions that he heard as of late. If we rule out the wasteful and self-destructive act of giving our hard-won wealth, we need to look to ourselves if we want to find a better option to win over the parties that have come to dominate Davuti's political and economic landscape. Sheddarin patiently explained to Vase. Now, what is the greatest strength of the Larkinson clan? Our mechs. Vase immediately answered, my efforts and the contributions from the rest of the design department has allowed us to design a lot of strong and unique second-class mechs. We are known for our living mechs and we are able to exert greater combat power because of that. While our military might is not weak due to that, I believe that our advantage is best reflected in the mech market. Once we complete our next design round, I have no doubt that our latest wave of commercial mech models will take the regional markets in Krakatoa and Yena by storm. The earning potential of living mechs and other special mechs was just too strong. The LMC may be a complete newcomer in the Red Ocean, but it shouldn't be too difficult to rapidly build up its brand awareness. Vase just had to make sure that his mech company published at least one great mech model that successfully turned into a bestseller. From his previous experiences, just one bestseller was enough to support an entire mech company's rise. It didn't matter if the other models in the catalog did not achieve critical success or provided any profit. Vase could just treat the mech market like a giant lottery. He might lose money after buying 99 lottery tickets, but as long as he managed to hit the jackpot with the next one, he could recoup all of his investment and more. Of course, not every mech designer and mech company was qualified to adopt this lottery strategy. If their ability to develop good mechs was not up to par, then they would never be able to win a prize even if they bought 1,000,000 lottery tickets. Seeing Vase react with so much confidence in his mechs caused Minister Sheddarin to smile as well. Your mechs are valuable and so is your ability to design them on a continuous basis. What we need to do is to entice more parties into forming mutually beneficial relationships with us by attracting them with your products. Are you confident that you can win them over with your work? That was an intriguing question. I'm not sure, Vase honestly admitted. I don't know how other people and organizations will view my mechs. Many powerful pioneering organizations usually employ their own mech designers, so they are not short on quality mechs. Their core mech models are all internally developed, which not only ensures that they have total control over their military assets, but also allows them to design mechs that exactly fit their needs. Even if there were lots of external mech companies and mech designers that could offer superior products, these pioneers would not easily switch over to them. At most, only a part of a mech force's composition would be made up of third-party mechs. However, this was enough of an opening according to Minister Sheddarin. No organization can design the best possible mechs in every category. You of all should know that, Patriarch. There are also gaps in coverage that mech designers cannot easily fill. For example, several of your mech models provide unique glows that provide utility that cannot be found elsewhere. These mechs are the foundation of the LMC's rise, and they can also be leveraged to bind more powerful parties to our clan. Vase understood the logic of this argument, but it was not so easy to win over ambitious pioneers who already achieved a lot of success of their own. Their strength wasn't weak and it was difficult to convince them that they should invest in mechs designed by journeymen. That still isn't enough to overcome the inertia of the power blocks in control of Davut. He refuted, mechs designed by masters are the norm at this level. The performance, optimization, support and infrastructure of these mech models are all superior to ours in many ways. Even if their mechs are not alive, who cares when they can just crush our machines the old-fashioned way? Sheddarin nodded in agreement. The first steps are always the hardest. This is why we need to start small and win over a smaller party at first. Now, out of every possible type of organization in the Red Ocean, which ones rely more on good mechs than others? Which ones base their strength on the quality and features of their mechs the most? It did not take long for Vase to supply an answer. Plenty of pioneers have found a place in the new frontier by relying on their primary business activities. Our clan is supported by selling mechs, for example. Murphy and Sons are banking on your shipbuilding operations. The Aduk family, who we will soon be acquainted with, has a foothold in the terraforming industry. Each of these groups have achieved success in their respective business field, so their reliance on mechs is not that great. Their mech forces only need to be strong enough to protect their assets. They can call upon the services of other parties if they are faced with a threat that they cannot handle. Sheddarin smiled. And who exactly are these parties that primarily generate revenue by renting out their combat units? Mercenary organizations. Vase answered. Exactly. The security industry is unique among all of the other service industries. It is not based on a productive activity. The companies that are active in this field do not produce any goods. They provide a service, which happens to be protection. In order to do this job well enough to attract well-paying customers, the mercenaries must make certain that their combat strength is up to par. Employing good mech pilots and maintaining a strong esprit de corps are just a couple of requirements. Fielding a strong and balanced mech roster is also a necessity. This is where our clan can be of value. If we approach these mercenary organizations and allow them to commission customized mech models from us, I believe that it will not take long for them to fall in love with our solutions. This was one of the strong points of the living mechs designed by Vase. Almost every customer that experienced them turned into recurring customers. It was difficult for them to consider alternatives when living mechs were so useful and so comfortable to pilot. Vase briefly fell into thought. He had dealt with numerous different mercenary outfits and mercenary organizations over the years. Space was too big and order was relatively sparse in many areas. Protection was essential and many companies were not able to protect their assets on their own. This gave birth to an enormous security industry where many different companies earned their keep by meeting this essential demand. There was a huge variety of mercenary companies, and Vase had dealt with two of the extremes. Early on in his career, he had contracted a scumbag mercenary outfit that was weak and unreliable in combat. Later on, his financial means had grown, so he and his clan contracted the services of a powerful and reputable mercenary organization. Right now, Sheddarin was mainly referring to the latter. Providing security was risky business, so a lot of mercenary organizations tried their best to elevate their combat power by any means possible. No one appreciated good mechs more than those whose lives and livelihoods depended on them. Mercenary outfits were unlike shipbuilding companies or nutrient pack producers that supported their existence through peaceful means. Even if a company like Murphy & Sons only possessed garbage mechs that were over 3 generations out of date, so what? As long as the Murphys used their earnings to contract a reputable security company, they had no concerns about protecting their business assets. Mercenary organizations usually didn't enjoy this option. They were only good at fighting and deterrence and nothing else. While there were plenty of cases where they attempted to diversify their income streams by branching out to other sectors, it was too difficult for them to succeed without inherent advantages. All of this meant that good mechs were far more than a luxury to them. Good mechs were literally their lifelines. The more Vase thought about it, the more he felt that it might be useful for his clan to entice a few of them. Even if the mercenary organizations weren't strong enough to provide any political support, it didn't hurt to befriend them over time. This was far from securing political support, though. Vase frowned. I can see how we can establish tentative partnerships with a couple of marginal and struggling mercenary organizations, but how will that help us in the long run, Sheddarin? The power players that we truly need to win over are more than capable of addressing their own shortcomings. I don't think our goods and services are attractive enough to catch their attention. We can adopt several different strategies to solve this blockade. For example, we can win over a smaller party that is related to a larger party. If we earn the approval of the former, we will have an opportunity to earn the approval of the latter. That takes too long. I agree, sir. That is why I think we are better off by pursuing a riskier but more rewarding strategy. We should support the rise of a new power block. There are many struggling mercenary organizations that are in the same position as us. If we band together with them, we can strengthen their mech forces and help them gain their footing in Davuti's expanding security industry. We provide the mercenaries with living mechs while they provide us with greater access and acceptance. This is a win-win deal for both of us. As long as we are able to form a symbiotic relationship with several mercenary organizations and use our initial successes to attract stronger security groups, we can essentially form a rising new power block that can become a fixture in Davut. This was one of the more unreasonable steps of Sheddarin's plan. Vase did not believe that it would be that easy to build an entire coalition of mercenary organizations around his products. The Larkinson clan's foreign minister was not finished, though. You aren't thinking far enough, Vase. You need to view this situation in the context of the development of a frontier region. What do you think will happen in Krakatoa in the next couple of decades? Settlements will grow larger. Once the colonies have matured to the point where they are able to project their strength to other star systems, their owners will finally become strong enough to found their own states. Territorial struggles will break out as many rising states will attempt to grab as many star systems as possible. That is what I envision as well, Minister Sheddarin replied. Now, ask yourself this question. Which groups will be the ones who take the lead in fighting these frontier wars? If the states haven't organized their own military branches as of yet, then I guess the mercenaries will take charge. Is that what you are saying? It's more than that, Vase. What if I tell you that most of those mercenary organizations will eventually be absorbed by the states and turn into the first Mech armies, Mech Corps, Mech divisions and Mech regiments? Vase widened his eyes. He hadn't realized this yet. Although it sounded a bit dangerous to turn external groups into state-backed military forces, it actually made sense in a way. That isn't all, Sheddarin continued. When these mercenary organizations transition into formal military troops, their ties to the industries that have supported them will not fade. In fact, in light of all of the wars that will break out, it becomes even more important for these mercenaries-turned-soldiers to develop strong, long-term relationships with the suppliers of their arms. In my world, we call this the rise of a military-industrial complex. Chapter 3953 Professionalization. At first, Vase thought it sounded ridiculous for emerging states to convert third-party mercenary organizations into sanctioned military mech units. There was a huge gap between soldiers who fought for fortune and those who were willing to fight and die for a state. However, the rules of the Milky Way did not apply to a frontier region. States that were less than a decade old did not exist long enough to instill a strong sense of loyalty and patriotism among its people. Since states could not rely on duty to incentivize people to fight, then they could only resort to naked interests to obtain the necessary soldiers. The struggle for territory was harsh and pivotal to the future of many states. Vase knew quite well how dramatically a win or a loss could affect the fortunes and the power balance of entire regions for generations to come. Back when the Komodo star sector initially opened up, the founders of states like the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom used to be legitimate contenders in the struggle to form second-rate states. However, both of their groups got smashed so much by the competition that they had little choice but to settle in the periphery of the star sector. It was groups like the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric Hegemony that managed to win more battles than others and managed to retain their hold on all of the richer territories. Now, this pattern was about to take place again on a wider scale in the Red Ocean. Every zone in the new frontier was just begging to be divided by ambitious pioneers. The only requirement was that these pioneers were able to defeat their closest rivals on the battlefield. There was no way for the founders of these nascent states to capture more territories if they ran out of mech troops too soon. This was why the people in charge of places like Davut would soon extend olive branches to mercenaries. The need for soldiers was too great. In the face of the huge amount of power, wealth and resources that powerful states could obtain, the great cost and considerable risks of absorbing mercenaries were no big deal. Besides, the mercenaries who accepted these deals were more than willing to undergo a career change. While the private sector offered fewer restrictions to mech pilots, there was nothing honorable about being a mercenary. Soldiers possessed more pride, honor and acceptance. Combined with the rich incentives offered by rising states, the former mercenaries were more than willing to fight for the chance of founding their own military families and dynasties. In fact, this was exactly what happened to the original Larkinson family. Didn't the Larkinson ancestor offer his services to the founders of the Bright Republic and fight for greater rights and honor for his descendants? Although the Larkinsons and many other loose forces started off as soldiers for hire, once the Bright Republic integrated them in the Mech Corps, they turned into the first military cadre of a growing state. Vase already studied the history of his former family a long time ago, but he did not equate its circumstances to the conditions of the Red Ocean until recently. Now that Sheddarin enlightened him, Vase fully understood Davuti's greater trends and what would happen in the coming years. He also recognized that there were several ways in which the Larkinson clan could rise by taking advantage of several openings. Many of these opportunities sounded tempting to Vase, but as he recalled his priorities, he quickly tempered his desires. I don't want our clan to become too attached to any state. Vase reminded his foreign minister. Look, I get it. There is a rare and valuable chance for us to become one of the founding groups of a powerful second-rate state. However, all of this talk about becoming a part of a rising military-industrial complex sounds extremely dubious to me. I don't want our clan to become anchored to a state centered around Davut. The Red Ocean still has a lot more to offer to us, and the Krakatoa Middle Zone is only a part of its periphery. Minister Shedrin raised his hand. It doesn't have to go that far, sir. Following my plan doesn't mean that we will become completely dependent on Davut. It is hard to disentangle ourselves from the new state if we offer our services to it as mercenaries, but we will enjoy much greater leeway if we merely stick to our role as a provider of mechs. A mech manufacturer could be a useful addition to a state, but it was never an indispensable part of one. The larger ones tended to sell their products in many markets. While it was true that mech companies and mech designers could offer favorable services to the states they were more attached to, these relationships weren't necessarily permanent. It was normal for companies to rise and fall. The mech market was dynamic, and today's winners could turn into tomorrow's losers. Due to this, many states adopted a more utilitarian attitude towards mech companies, at least at the beginning. After Minister Shedrin explained this dynamic, Vase did not feel as opposed to the plan anymore. A military-industrial complex describes a deep and mutually beneficial entanglement between certain military organizations and friendly arms manufacturers. What you need to distinguish here is that only the former are permanently attached to states. If you want to get out, then you can do so without paying a ruinous price. Unlike professional military organizations, companies are expected to value their own interests over that of their states. As long as we make our intentions clear from the start, the outcomes that you fear will never come true. Vase fell silent for a moment as he thought about how the Larkinson clan could benefit if it participated in this game. The risks were still considerable, and he wasn't sure whether the Larkinson clan would be able to gain a solid footing in the regional economy in a single decade. I admit that I am attracted by the prospect of becoming one of the key suppliers of an established military unit, but there is a key variable that determines whether we can succeed or fail. What variable are you referring to, sir? The strength of the mercenary organizations that we are able to partner with. Vase answered, if we can only gain the cooperation of a few marginal mercenary outfits, then I don't see how we will be able to gain enough influence and benefits. We need to win over stronger mercenary organizations and security companies in order to gain a stronger voice in a rising state. Vase based these thoughts on what happened to the Larkinson family. The Larkinson ancestor and his dependents fought hard for the Bright Republic. In the end, while the Larkinson family earned a lot of honor and recognition from the state, none of this translated to actual power and prosperity. The founding families that were truly in control of the Bright Republic completely treated the Larkinsons as their hereditary cannon fodder. The ultimate reason why the Larkinson family failed to become a part of the upper echelon of the state was because it simply wasn't big and strong enough. While it was admirable that the Larkinson family was always able to supply a handful of expert pilots with every generation, the Mech Corps back then employed a lot more demigods, some of which came from even larger military families. Though Vase did not mind participating in this state-building game, he wanted to back a winning horse instead of another loser comparable to the dumb and gullible Larkinson family. We will take care of this problem, Shedrin reassured Vase. We have already examined hundreds of different mercenary organizations, and we are continuing to study the ones that will arrive in the future. Once we return to Davut, we can start to approach the groups that may be interested in what we have to offer. If we receive any positive responses, I will inform you of our progress so that you can decide how we should proceed. Vase shrugged. Well, I guess there's no harm in talking. You can do what you want as long as you don't make any serious commitments on my behalf. I want to meet with the leaders of these mercenary groups before I decide whether to get in bed with them. If we want to enter into a long-term partnership with any of them, then I want to make sure that they are trustworthy. The two talked a bit more about this plan before Minister Shedrin left. This was actually just one of several different plans to facilitate the rise of the Larkinson clan. Even if Minister Shedrin's diplomacy initiatives failed to yield the desired results, Vase could still bank on his other plans to gain a foothold in the region. Vase thought about his commercial ambitions and his shared research initiatives with the MTA. These were just a few of the activities that would surely boost his clan in a generation. His current goal was to turn the Larkinson clan into a city-state on the move. This was an ambitious goal, but an attainable one in his opinion. With the huge amount of MTA merits and resources he obtained, he possessed a powerful head start that he did not intend to waste. I need to start moving as soon as my fleet returns to the Davut system. Days went by as the expeditionary fleet continued on its journey. After briefly stopping at a high-traffic star system that was not too far away from Davut, the fleet finally embarked on its last leg of the journey. A lot of Larkinsons and other people were already looking forward to enjoying a long and well-deserved vacation. The stress and pressure they accrued during the Purgatory campaign needed to be released, and what better way to do so than to allow the clansmen to spend their huge bonuses in a booming colony. Even Vase looked forward to winding down for a week. He looked forward to bringing his daughter down to a planet where she could gain all kinds of new experiences. Vase smiled as he thought about organizing his first family vacation. However, when he approached his wife in order to discuss how they should spend their leisure time, she brought up a matter that he hadn't been paying attention to lately. Our students are close to graduating into mech designers. Gloriana said. Huh, so soon? They've completed all of the compulsory courses that we have specified. His wife continued. They also finished enough optional courses to start forming their own design philosophies. At this stage in their studies, it is no longer useful for them to stick to book learning. They are ready to design their first mechs. Let's assign them their graduation assignments. As long as they can independently design a functioning second-class mech from scratch, we can officially recognize them as novice mech designers. Novice mech designers. This was a trivial rank to Vase, but every new mech designer had to start somewhere. After several years of study, Michael Larkinson, Xanthar Larkinson, Maisie Ann Larkinson and Rennie Larkinson were finally ready to create their own mechs. A lot had changed since the start of their studies under Vase and Gloriana. As the Larkinson clan continued to prosper, the students prospered as well. They received better treatment and gained access to better learning resources. Vase and Gloriana continually raised their expectations of the 4 Larkinson seeds and the adolescents did not disappoint. Although Vase did not think that the 4 Trueblood Larkinsons were the most brilliant mech design students in existence, they were anything but average mech designers. Vase had taught a lot of knowledge and passed on a lot of unique ideas to Michael and Xanthar. Both of them were so heavily influenced by him that their chosen specialties had a lot of relations with his own design philosophy. As long as Michael and Xanthar managed to get their footing as mech designers, they could offer a lot of assistance to Vase in the coming years. Chapter 3954 Demonic Graduation Assignments. When Vase visited the design lab, he entered an office and sat down while studying the contents of a data pad. He hadn't paid much attention to Michael Larkinson and Xanthar Larkinson's recent academic progress. The Purgatory campaign and all of his other responsibilities took up too much of his time. He never worried about the two, though. Although the pair of Larkinson seeds acted a bit presumptuous at times, their grades were real and they never failed a course since they started their studies. The data pad not only contained a log of their academic progress, but also contained Gloriana's personal notes on their performance under her tutelage. Gloriana was effectively in charge of the design lab most of the time. Although Vase officially held more authority, his split responsibilities often caused him to be away for weeks at a time. Under these circumstances, Gloriana efficiently took over and made sure that every subordinate remained productive. She also took charge of Michael and Xanthar's studies during these times. Though her teaching style and philosophy was different, she was already passing on her teachings to Maisie Ann Larkinson and Rennie Larkinson, so it wasn't as if this was anything new and different. Your results have actually improved. That's impressive. Vase commenced as he looked at the list of grades. It looks like both of you have embraced your respective passions. Otherwise, you wouldn't have studied these final courses with such enthusiasm. Luminaire crystal technology is really difficult to get into. Xanthar helplessly said. I haven't changed my mind on specializing in this wonderful tech, but I don't think I can come close to designing the Luminaire crystal weapons that our mech pilots love. All in due time, Xanthar. You're not even a novice yet. Even if you are, you still need to take many more steps before you can independently design energy weapons at that caliber. However, once you become good enough to call yourself an apprentice, I might allow you to assist in the design of future ranged mechs such as the Bright Warrior Mark II or the Crystal Lord Mark III. The experiences you can gain from participating in these projects will provide a massive boost in your understanding of Luminaire crystal weapons. Xanthar looked a lot more enthused than before. Really, Patriarch, this is part of the reason why I have taught you. I expect the both of you to grow into mech designers that can specifically help our design department improve our products. We still have many holes in our mech designer roster. It is practically impossible to hire a Luminaire crystal weapon specialist from the job market, so I can only place my hopes on you to develop this tech in my stead. Neither Michael nor Xanthar were stupid. They both knew that Vase and the other Larkinsons had groomed them for a purpose. They didn't see a problem in this. Both of the young men had received far more attention and tutelage than students who attended actual mech design universities. While Vase and Gloriana could never come close to matching the orthodox teachings of those reputable institutions, the pair of eccentric but accomplished journeymen were able to provide a lot more personalized instruction. All of the individual treatment caused Michael and Xanthar to become a lot more prepared to work in the design department than others. Other mech design graduates may be smarter and more talented, but they still needed a lot of time to fit into the design department and understand their roles. In contrast, all 4 Larkinson seeds practically grew up in this place. The design labs were their campus and they had become exposed to the methods of their fellow Larkinson mech designers for several years. They even made friends with many of the assistant mech designers. As long as the foursome supplemented their knowledge and polished their skills a bit, they could seamlessly join a design team and begin to work shortly afterwards. To Vase, Michael and Xanthar were truly treasures in his eyes. No one should be better prepared to inherit parts of his mantle than these trueblood clansmen who completely absorbed the Larkinson style of designing mechs. Madame Gloriana told us that we are ready to begin our graduation assignments. Michael mentioned, "Can you give us the details, teacher? We are eager to become actual novices." "Impatient, aren't you?" Vase looked amused. "Well, I like your enthusiasm. Give me a moment. I need to compose suitable assignments based on the results of your studies. This will be the definite period where you prove your worth. The mech designs that you submit this time is not only about earning a passing grade from me. Your work must convince the others that you are good enough to become a productive member of the mech industry. If you only submit a perfunctory design, then what have you been doing all of these years? Any random graduate from a mech university can whip out a boring mech design. It takes true skill and passion to design a unique mech that is marked by your imprint." His words heaped up a lot of pressure on the shoulders of the Larkinson seeds. At the same time, Vase also raised the pair's expectations. They did not shy away from this challenge. Vase briefly studied the pair of students. Michael and Xanthar both possessed the typical black hair of their Larkinson lineage. Their faces and their bodies had grown less delicate and more masculine as they grew into their 20s. The various genetic treatments and other augments they received from the Larkinson clan had turned them into formidable engineers that were more than ready to begin their mech design careers. Whether it was their knowledge base, their career preparations, their cognitive functions and their appearances, the pair of Larkinson seeds were much better off than Vase at this stage of their lives. It should be impossible for Michael and Xanthar to stumble and fall. Once he was done with thinking how much his students had changed over the years, Vase knew what he needed to do to end this. Fruitful period. All right, the two of you have remained students long enough. I don't need to treat you as kids anymore. It is time for you to enter the real mech industry. Each of you will receive a different assignment that conforms to your respective specialties. Vase turned to one of the pair. Michael, you have developed a passion for living mechs and have completed a lot of courses related to ice and mech automation. With all of that effort, you need to create a solid result that vindicates your choices. How can I do that, teacher? By designing a fully automated battle bot that can defeat a regular second-class mech piloted by a trained mech pilot. What, sir? I don't think I can do that yet. Michael said while looking queasy. Can't you allow me to design a regular mech? Vase shook his head. That was too boring. If Michael thought that he could get a standard graduation assignment, then he severely underestimated his teacher. This is for your own good, Michael. Vase smirked. For mech designers like us, it is not enough to think about embracing a design philosophy. You need to practice it and prove that you can actually develop a specialty to the point where you can compete against your peers. If you can't design a fully automated battle bot that can defeat a conventional mech, then I would rather have you fail your graduation and study under me for another year. I don't want any timid mech designers under my name. If you can't achieve the same level of success as Keddies, then you are a disgrace of my teachings. Vase may have been a bit too harsh in his words, but he truly thought that Michael was strong enough to endure the pressure. It looked like he was right. Though Michael originally looked overwhelmed, the mech design student quickly fired himself up. He was confident in his skills. All right, sir, I will do it. Can you give me the details? Sure, Vase said and waved his hand to transfer an electronic document to Michael's comm. In short, I want you to design a battle bot that can defeat a bright warrior piloted by an average living sentinel mech pilot. Now, I don't expect the work of a novice to overcome one of my older but still good works. The synergy that a human mech pilot can add to a mech is a considerable force multiplier. You don't stand a chance if your battle bot has to be designed with an equivalent design budget to my bright warrior. I will give you double the budget in order to give you a fighting chance. Michael looked a lot more relieved when he heard this. If his rudimentary battle bot had to defeat a fully fledged bright warrior under equal circumstances, then his chances of succeeding was close to zero. The story was different if his work was twice as expensive. Although it was impossible for the technical performance of his battle bot to be double as much as the bright warrior, Michael would still be able to make a work with a decisive advantage in raw performance. This could be considered a handicap in an attempt to give him a fighting chance. If Michael was not able to make sufficient use of this advantage, then even he would agree that he was not ready to become an actual mech designer. I'll do it, teacher. Michael said in a serious tone. I will do my best to design a battle bot that can fight well enough to defeat an actual mech piloted by a real mech pilot. Will you test my work in a simulation or in an actual match? The latter, of course. Simulations are safer and less costly, but they're not convincing enough. I like real results produced by real machines, so you must make sure that your fabrication skills are up to par. Designing a good battle bot isn't enough. You have to produce an adequate copy in order to make sure it doesn't fall apart during the match. This was a comprehensive test that fully pushed Michael to his limits. Although Vase had doubled his student's design budget, that didn't mean this assignment was a cakewalk. If Vase accepted this challenge, he had no doubt that he could easily design a battle bot that could smash his bright warrior. His design skills had become so formidable that he could squeeze much greater performance out of every part and material than a novice mech designer. Michael was far from reaching this level, but Vase believed that the kid should be good enough to overcome this hurdle. Meanwhile, Xanthar looked increasingly more apprehensive. Vase did not make it easy for Michael at all. What kind of torture did Journeyman intend to inflict on his other student? Xanthar. Yes, teacher, your assignment is different. You have chosen to specialize in energy weapons and more specifically luminaire crystal weapons, so your final work as a student must showcase your strength and belief in this exotic technology. Luminaire crystal tech is extremely difficult to master at the higher levels. In fact, research on its fundamental principles is still ongoing and there is much that we don't understand. What do I need to do for my assignment? Vase paused for a few seconds as he settled on a suitable challenge for the firepower enthusiast. Xanthar, I'm worried whether you are innovative and creative enough to succeed in this difficult field. If you want to specialize in luminaire crystal technology, then you need to prove that you are good enough to advance humanity's understanding of this half-deciphered alien tech. Just like Michael, I want you to design a work that can compete against a regular mech. This time, you need to design a rifleman mech that can defeat an ordinary bright warrior. Both of them will be piloted by ordinary mech pilots of equivalent skill, so their differences shouldn't be a factor. Before you ask, you will receive the same handicap as Michael. You will have twice as much money at your disposal than what I was working with when I designed the Bright Warrior. I do have to impose a unique requirement on you though. I need you to pair your rifleman mech with an original luminaire crystal rifle that is able to fire an energy beam that is different from the 6 attack phases that our clan is already utilizing. In other words, you need to invent a 7th attack phase that is strong enough to compete against my existing solutions. What? Xanthar reacted almost identically to Michael at first. Chapter 3955. Undeserving. The graduation assignments that Vase handed over to his students were anything but normal. Their difficulty was hellish. Different schools and different teachers adopted different approaches towards graduation assignments. Some treated them as ordinary exams. Others approached them as previews of what mech designers needed to face in the real mech industry. Vase did not want this to be a forgettable test for his students. He held high expectations for the two kids, but that also meant he was considerably afraid that they would squander their opportunities once they started their careers. Obviously, Michael and Xanthar did not look as if they realized that this was for their own good. The difficulty of their assignments was so formidable that they had to put a lot of time and effort into their first independently designed mech designs. Even then, the chances of passing the actual tests were not that high. This was because their solo works had to be put to the test by dueling an actual combat mech. Having hung around the design labs a lot of times, the Larkinson Seeds learned a lot from the mech designers working over there. They heard many stories and gained many insights about the clan's existing mech designs. Since the Bright Warrior was pretty much the default mech model of the Larkinson clan, Michael and Xanthar possessed a good understanding of most of the properties of this versatile modular mech platform. Although the Bright Warrior Mark I version B was beginning to show its age, it was still a mech designed by the clan patriarch and his wife, the best and most synergistic pair of journeymen in the design department. The Bright Warrior might not possess any pronounced strengths, but it did not have any glaring weaknesses either. It was a hard mech for opponents to exploit because it was just so rounded and balanced. It was also an easy mech to get started with. Vase and Gloriana designed it with universal compatibility in mind, so even the weirdest mech pilots could achieve at least a basic degree of combat effectiveness after completing a few practice runs. Since the Bright Warrior was such a solid and reliable Larkinson mech, it could only be defeated through straightforward means. Vase already mentioned that the mech pilots assigned to the dueling mechs would both be ordinary living Sentinel mech pilots, so differences in skill, experience and handling could be ignored. The true key was to design a mech, or battle bot in the case of Michael, that performed well enough to achieve victory in the arena. Even if Michael and Xanthar received a generous handicap of having twice the design budget of the Bright Warrior at their disposal, their faces still remained ugly. Their design skills were still immature and their experience in developing mechs was woefully short. Aside from completing many different design exercises that mostly pertained to specific sections of a mech, they rarely designed a whole machine from beginning to end. The few times they did, the mechs that they completed performed well below the standards of works of apprentices, let alone journeymen. The gap in quality, performance, utilization, optimization and other factors was quite big at the lower ranks of mech design. While there were also gaps between journeymen, seniors, masters and so on, high-ranking mech designers already mastered their basics to a degree where the differences had become more nuanced. This was why having twice as much money was not necessarily enough for the mech design students. Both of them understood this situation, and so did Vase. "Are you dissatisfied?" Vase asked the pair as he exerted even more pressure. "Do you think that you are being treated unfairly?" The two knew better than to respond to these questions. Vase crossed his arms. "Welcome to the mech industry. When you finally get thrown into this sector, you will realize that the happy little world you have been living in for so long is a false reality. Out here in the real industry, no one will hold your hand anymore. No one will push you to improve your work and develop your design philosophies except yourselves." Once the Larkinson Seeds graduated from their studies, they became full-fledged professionals who needed to make their own decisions in life. Vase no longer assumed as much responsibility over them. Even if he wanted to guide Michael and Xanthar further, he knew that it was counterproductive to their development. All of the great mech designers earned their achievements by relying on their own passion and efforts. There were no shortcuts to becoming a celebrated mech designer. Good teachers and expert guidance could only get them so far. Michael and Xanthar needed to understand that they needed to push themselves in order to fulfill their own ambitions. The life of a mech designer is one that is characterized by work, lots of work. Before you succeed in designing mechs that are good enough to sell at least 1,000 copies, you can forget about maintaining a healthy work-life balance. Vase continued, "Every day, you need to make a choice between going out on a night of clubbing or putting in long hours of revising advanced textbooks. If you don't show up at the design lab and put in long hours often enough, then you can forget about advancing to the rank of journeyman mech designer before your 30th birthday. Compared to the hardships that I have just described, is it really a big deal to pass your difficult graduation assignments?" Michael grimaced. "Teacher, I am willing to accept any challenge in order to prove my worth, but isn't this going too far? How can I design a complete battle AI that is good enough to fight against an actual mech pilot that attended several mech academies for at least 15 years? I barely know anything about piloting mechs myself. Besides, you haven't specified which configuration the Bright Warrior that my battle bot is supposed to duel against." Vase snorted. "Do you expect me to tell you the configuration of the Bright Warrior that you are supposed to fight against in advance? Quote. Real encounters against enemy forces never go as you wish, Michael. People like us design mechs that might be good at defeating certain mech types, but there are times when our work is forced to fight against machines that can counter our efforts. Uncertainty is a factor that every mech designer and mech force has to manage. If I tell you that your battle bot has to fight against a Bright Warrior in a Space Knight configuration, then I am sure that you will design the most extreme Lancer mech driven by a narrow AI that can only defeat slower and heavier enemies in a monotonous fashion. That is too simple of a test. No, I will not tell you the exact opponent that your work needs to fight against, because the outside reality will never be nice enough to give you the same advantages. This meant that Michael needed to design a more balanced battle bot that was versatile enough to fight against several different mech types. The workload and design challenges were greater as a result because it was a lot harder to design an all-round battle machine with higher performance levels. "What about me, sir?" Xanthar asked. "The same applies to you. Did you think I would be nice enough to give you a guaranteed mirror match?" Vase maliciously chuckled. Rifleman mechs don't always get to stay in the back while they leisurely pick off distant opponents. Sometimes, light skirmishers sneak up on them and Lancer mechs charge straight at their positions. If you want to build a career out of designing ranged mechs armed with powerful energy weapons, then you need to show to everyone that your solutions are good enough to handle a wide variety of different opponents. Xanthar looked just as glum as Michael. It took different approaches to defeat different mech types. Needing to account for multiple of them meant that the aspiring Luminaire crystal specialist needed to make a lot of compromises to his rifleman mech design. It became a lot harder to reach higher performance levels as a consequence. "Teacher, how much time do we have to complete our assignments?" Michael asked another important question. "A year. That is plenty enough time for the two of you to study additional textbooks, learn from mech pilots, conduct your own research and iterate on your mech designs." The pair of mech design students finally eased up a bit. A year of time was not too crazy. Vase settled on this deadline in order to account for the relatively slow design pace of his students. They were lacking in experience and hadn't fully mastered their knowledge yet. It was unrealistic to expect Michael and Xanthar to work as fast and efficiently as real apprentices or journeymen. Second-class mech were also a lot more difficult and time-consuming to design than the third-class mechs that Vase started with. The assignments also prohibited variants and any instances of borrowing from existing mech designs, so the Larkinson seeds had to start from scratch. All in all, a year might not be enough for both of them to complete all of the steps they needed to take in order to design powerful enough machines. "Do you know why I am making you complete these difficult assignments?" Neither of the pair knew the answer. "It's because the two of you don't deserve the treatment that you have gotten," Vase stated, shocking them both. "Our clan invested a lot of funding, resources and time in raising you to this point. Think about all of the lessons you've received, the textbooks you were able to study and the insights you've gained from spending time in design labs and workshops. Compared to students who attend mech design universities, the treatment that we have granted you is almost as good as the direct disciples of master mech designers. The problem is that your starting qualifications are nowhere near as good as the likes of those talents." "What does that have to do with our graduation assignments, Patriarch?" Vase disappointedly shook his head. "The fact that you can't figure that out shows that you are still lacking in awareness. To me, the two of you are just lucky third-rate brats who happen to receive luxurious study opportunities because you happen to possess the right bloodline. If the two of you weren't members of the Larkinson family by the time I initially rose to success, you would have never been put under my wing." His original commitment to the Larkinson family was no longer valid. From the moment he split from the old family, he was no longer obliged to raise Michael and Xanthar into excellent mech designers. The only reasons why Vase continued to do so was because of his professionalism and his obligations as a teacher. Times have changed. Do you know what kind of talents have sent their resumes to me while begging me to teach my secrets to them? They're all second-raters who have either attended an elite university or graduated from them. A few even come from mech designer families where they learned the fundamentals of mech design in their early teens. Together with their formidable augments, their talent and their starting qualifications are at least thrice as good as yours. That means that if I invested the same amount of time and resources into raising them, they would have been novices or apprentices by now who are already proficient in designing original mechs." What the Patriarch said was all true. Before they studied under Vase, neither of them were heaven-blessed geniuses or elite students with top academic results. Their qualifications were just average in the greater scheme of things. Their self-worth took a substantial hit from Ves's incisive words. "Frankly speaking, our clan squandered way too much money and other resources into your study programs. The talents you have shown and the academic results you have achieved are not proportionate to the opportunities we have provided to you. Look at Ketty's, for example. Her circumstances are much different than yours, but compared to how much I invested into mentoring her, she has already become a talented journeyman with extremely bright prospects ahead of her. She is already showing signs that she is capable of earning back my investment many times over." The Monster Slayer model was already picking up momentum through the Wild Fighter Association's sales channels. Once Ketty's truly got going, her product catalog would probably earn enough money to cover the Larkinson clan's annual expenses in a few years. The question now was whether Michael and Xanthar were able to get close to this level. Vase didn't even know if the pair were capable of paying back their student debts. Chapter 3956 Finding Brilliance. There was a reason why Vase spoke those harsh words. It wasn't because he liked to bully his students or wanted them to fail. The design office fell into silence as Vase kept his mouth shut for a minute. He gave Michael and Xanthar a bit of time to reflect on themselves and how lucky they were for receiving the tutelage of one of the most accomplished journeymen in human space. Although Vase was not a master mech designer or star designer, his qualifications were vastly superior compared to most teachers. Whether it was his proven commercial success or his many masterwork certificates, his insights and understanding of mechs were extremely valuable. For years, the two young men had access to much of it without encountering too many barriers. They never questioned whether they actually deserved the treatment that they received. Vase feared that this would cause the brats to develop an inflated sense of entitlement. This was a development that needed to be strangled as early as possible. If Michael and Xanthar graduated from their studies with a conceited attitude, there was no way that they would be able to make substantive progress once they entered the actual mech industry. Do you understand the point of your graduating assignments? Vase asked his students. Since our qualifications aren't as good as other students, we need to prove even more that our treatment is justified. The best way we can do that is to perform extra well on our graduation assignments. Your answer is close, Michael. There are a couple of elements that you have missed. Xanthar, can you supplement your colleague's arguments? The other young man frowned as he quickly tried to grasp other angles. I think the tests you have given to us should be doable for the promising students that you have referred to. Since you haven't decreased the difficulties of our graduation assignments, you expect us to achieve the same results by compensating our lack of talent with diligence and hard work. Vase looked impressed. That's better. You've hit one of the keys here. You're right. Both of you want to advance to journeyman quickly and begin leading our clan's design projects, right? How can you possibly do that when you aren't as good as the likes of the Voikin siblings or the direct disciples of Master Delise Coronet? The 4 journeymen that we have recently brought on board our clan are carefully selected among hundreds of different applicants, many of whom possess their own impressive qualifications. Compared to the recent hires in the design department, Michael and Xanthar were truly inferior in almost every criteria. It is all well and good to hold high ambitions, but you need to possess the necessary ability to realize them. If your talents aren't good, then you need to rely even more on your other strengths. Diligence and persistence are just a couple of them. If you want to match or surpass the results of mech designers who have a realistic chance of advancing to master, then you need to work your butts off in the next 12 months. Part of the reason why Vase wanted to increase their workload was to emphasize that putting in so many hours was necessary to excel in this profession. He did not want them to think that they could take it easy once they no longer studied under strict supervision. While there were plenty of mech designers who treated their jobs as 9-to-5 gigs, these people simply didn't have what it took to become master, let alone a journeyman. Average mech designers that assumed a normal work ethic only climbed up to the rank of apprentice mech designer at most. Regardless of whether they possessed spiritual potential or not, anyone who wanted to climb higher needed to show brilliance in at least one aspect. What Vase was trying to do was to pressure his students into doing just that. A year sounded like a lot of time, but the difficulty of designing a high-performing original mech could not easily be overcome by working long hours alone. In fact, there was one more reason why he imposed harsh demands on the Larkinson seeds. According to his analysis of Michael and Xanthar's academic results and design submissions for different practical assignments, the two young men were highly likely to fail their final tests if they adopted a normal approach. If Michael and Xanthar did not recognize their own shortcomings and thought that working additional hours a day was enough for them to earn a passing grade, then they were in for a rude awakening. Since Vase expected the pair to fail their graduating assignments, why set the bar so high in the first place? The answer was that Vase wanted Michael and Xanthar to solve their problems by thinking outside the box. Neither of their chosen specialties were conventional or straightforward. Both of them were determined to tread new ground. This meant that they needed to be better at innovating and developing new solutions than other mech designers. Without exercising their creativity and without finding shortcuts, there was no way for them to make any meaningful progress towards designing more battle-ready living mechs or more damaging luminaire crystal weapon-equipped mechs. In short, Vase wanted the pair of mech design students to follow in his own footsteps as a mech designer. He wanted them to embrace the approach of a brave and smash through all of their obstacles by possessing more guts and taking more calculated risks than other mech designers. If they weren't talented enough, then they should be braver. If they weren't smart enough, then they should take more risks. If they weren't rich enough, then they needed to be more inventive. Every problem had a solution. If an easy solution wasn't available, then they shouldn't give up so soon. Harder solutions were always available. It all depended on whether his students had learned enough from Vase to realize that their only way to success was to adopt a radical approach towards mech design. They had to be crazier than other mech designers in order to have any hope of reaching master in their lifetimes. Vase wasn't generous enough to reveal this hint to his students openly. They needed to figure out this truth by themselves. If they weren't even bright enough to make this realization in the following year, then what had they been doing since they began their studies? Your graduation assignments are more difficult than the ones given to other mech design students, but have you ever thought about what you will gain if you succeed? Both Michael and Xanthar looked up to their patriarch. I am not simply giving you an exam. I'm also giving you an entry test to see whether you have what it takes to become a high-potential prospect of our design department. Are you saying that we will get better treatment if we succeed? Michael asked. You can think of it that way. Vase nodded. If you can show me that you have the potential to make real gains in the field of living mechs or luminaire crystal technology, then our clan will continue to channel more resources into your subsequent development. This will give you a better chance of advancing to journeyman quickly. The reason why we are doing this is because we urgently need mech designers with your respective specialties. This is not a gift. This is a trade. Prove to me that you are good enough to uphold your end of this lucrative deal, and we will not treat you poorly. If Michael and Xanthar failed to impress Vase, then the design department would not grant them special treatment. Their only way forward was to start at the bottom and work their way up like all of the other assistant mech designers. This was already a better start than what most mech designers could attain. The Larkinson clan still employed hundreds of low-ranking mech designers outside of the design department. They helped with producing mechs and servicing the existing ones fielded by the different mech legions. The Larkinson seeds didn't need to do that because it would be an even greater waste of their studies. They had already hung around the design department for so long that they could quickly start assisting with smaller assignments. Before Vase was ready to dismiss his students, he decided to throw them a bone. Each of you can ask me a single question. This is the only time I will directly provide assistance that is relevant to your graduation assignments. Xanthar went first. Sir, you have asked me to develop a completely new luminaire energy attack phase crystal. How can I possibly do that when I have only learned this tech relatively recently? It's not that difficult to synthesize luminaire crystals that can be combined with energy weapons to produce energy beams with different properties. Vase answered. If I spent more time on this, I would have been able to develop a 7th, 8th or 9th variety of attack phase crystals that are powerful enough to be utilized in combat. I only stopped at 6 because they are already sufficient to cover the majority of combat scenarios. Xanthar blinked. Can I really invent another attack phase crystal if I experiment for a time? Yes. Vase nodded and smiled. That does not mean that you are done, though. You need to overcome at least 2 challenges. First, your new attack phase crystal must be different from the existing ones that I have developed. I don't want to see another variation of a laser beam or positron beam from you. I want you to design a rifleman mech that can inflict damage through different means that I haven't seen before. The only way to do that is to experiment a lot. You need to combine theory as well as trial and error to invent a unique new attack phase crystal. This meant that Xanthar had to spend a lot of time in a laboratory or workshop. The young man frowned. I don't know how long it will take for me to succeed. That is the second challenge you must overcome. Mech designers in the mech industry work under time constraints all the time. They don't get the luxury of having 3 or 5 years to design a single mech. Their clients, bosses or the market expect people like us to deliver a workable product within a year or half a year. What you must do is manage your time and plan your schedule well enough to meet your requirements within the deadline. Do you understand? I understand. The outcome of Xanthar's graduation assignment heavily depended on his research effectiveness. He needed to do well in many different aspects, from time management, theoretical modeling, methodology, iteration, data analysis and so on. If he was lacking in any of these areas, then he didn't possess the qualifications to specialize in a technological swamp such as luminaire crystal technology. What about me? Michael prompted as Xanthar fell into thought. How can I possibly program an AI that can come close enough to matching or exceeding the control of a professional mech pilot? Vase snorted. By learning how mech pilots do their jobs, of course. Mech designers are never too far removed from mech pilots. The latter are our clients and the entire reason why our profession exists. If you don't know anything about how mech pilots control their machines, you will have a bad time when you embark on your specialty. You can't maintain your ignorance in this aspect. If I was you, I would start to interview and spend time with lots of different mech pilots. Learn their habits, study their battle footage, figure out their best practices. Once you learn all of this, use what you have absorbed to program the strongest possible battle AI that you can accomplish at this stage. In a year, less, actually, you still need to design the rest of your battle bot, remember? Vase devilishly grinned. Chapter 3957 ahead of schedule. As Michael and Xanthar scurried out of the design office in order to embark on their difficult graduation assignments right away, Vase reflected on what he had done. When Gloriana originally reminded him that his students were close to graduating, Vase did not immediately set out to make their final years so challenging. It was only after he met them and studied their results that he came up with this impulsive idea to push them into a corner. The two reminded Vase of himself. Although the pair of Trueblood Larkinsons did not possess an advantage as insane as the mech designer system, the Larkinson clan provided them with a lot of other forms of assistance. All of these boosts had given Michael and Xanthar a much higher starting point than many other mech designers. When Vase was put in this position, he did not grow complacent but worked extra hard to accelerate his progress and succeed where others failed. He clearly managed to thrive because of this approach. The biggest reason why Gloriana became so adamant about marrying Vase was because she saw a mech designer who possessed the strongest qualifications to become a master mech designer compared to all of her other peers. While the strategy she chose to hook up to him wasn't entirely proper, her vision wasn't wrong. Gloriana was smart when it came to mech design, and she rightly viewed Vase as a partner with much higher potential than the elite Hexer mech designers who also graduated from Kelma University. Right now, if Gloriana was looking at Michael and Xanthar, she would immediately pass them over without any hesitation. This was because the pair of Larkinson seeds had yet to show the brilliance that denoted any high potential. How could mediocre mech designers be worthy of her attention? Ordinary professionals who could only make ordinary accomplishments were worse than the dirt beneath her heels. They really need to step up if they want to satisfy me a year later. Vase softly sighed. Though Vase did not aim to pair them up with Gloriana-esque girlfriends, he did want them to get good enough to meet their standards. Becoming Gloriana worthy was the minimum standard to become a future lead designer in the design department. Well, now that I am done here, I better get back to my other responsibilities. Nothing of critical importance happened during the last leg of the return journey. One day later, the expeditionary fleet emerged at the edge of the thriving and booming Davut system. We've arrived. A lot of Larkinsons relaxed their shoulders and lost their tension as they finally made it back to a star system that offered a lot more safety than all of the other places in the Krakatoa Middle Zone. Although absolute safety didn't exist, the risks in Davut were so low that Vase did not particularly worry about getting ambushed. As the fleet slowly followed the instructions of traffic control and headed over to Davut 7, Vase spent many hours addressing a lot of different matters. From arranging a masterwork inspection of the Minerva to preparing for his first meeting with the Aduk family, Vase needed to make sure his clan was on the right track. He couldn't neglect his mech designer responsibilities either. He scheduled numerous meetings with his fellow journeymen in order to discuss their plans for their upcoming design round. Enough time had passed for every lead designer to come up with numerous good ideas about their next batch of commercial mech designs. It was important for the Living Mech Corporation to become more than an obscure mech company in the Red Ocean. The LMC and by extension the Larkinson clan had to build up a brand and earn much more revenue than the thousands of MTA credits it earned from selling its older products in the Yena Star Cluster. Dum, it's Papa, Vase corrected in an annoyed tone. Papa tilde. Aurelia cutely grinned as she lifted up her arms. Vase immediately leaned down and picked her up in his arms. She giggled as he kissed her cheek and rocked her body. Are you looking forward to our upcoming holiday down in Davut? Mew. Mana emerged from Aurelia's head and playfully circled around. The juvenile companion spirit acted as if she was a measure of how much the little girl looked forward to exploring a planet. Vase smiled proudly at his daughter. Even though she was still awfully young, She was a bright designer baby that demonstrated more cleverness than other babies at her age. He wasn't sure how much of it was a function of her designer genes and how much of it came from her boosted spiritual development. He believed that both of these factors enabled Aurelia to slowly stand out in terms of awareness and intelligence. These differences would definitely become more obvious and magnified in the coming years. Nya, the spontaneous appearance of Mana prompted the golden cat to emerge from the Larkinson mandate. The grand stateroom became filled with warmth and love as the spiritual embodiment of the Larkinson clan flew over to the tiny white kitten and licked the intangible furball silly. Mew, mew, moo, Gouty, stop, already clean, Aurelia complained. Nya tilde of course, Goldie didn't listen to the little girl's protests. She continued to shower Mana with licks until the ancestral spirit was satisfied with the results. Mew, as Goldie began to play around with Mana, the hatch to the grand stateroom slid open. Gloriana finally returned after she completed her shift at the design labs. She grinned as she moved close to nuzzle her daughter. Have you been a good girl today, Aurelia? Yai, good girls deserve a reward, don't they? Aurelia nodded. I'll give you 20 kisses instead of 10 kisses this time, does that sound good? The baby looked uncertain. Numbers were still beyond her grasp, but it probably wouldn't take long before she could count to 10. After Vase and Gloriana were done with cuddling their daughter, they threw the little rugrat to their cats before they talked about more serious subjects. I heard about the assignments you have given to Michael and Xanthar. You really didn't cut them any slack, Gloriana remarked. It's sink or swim, honey, Vase said as he sat down at a couch. You of all people should know how difficult it is to leave a legacy behind in the mech industry. Ordinary mech designers are a dime in a dozen. I only have to open up our doors and thousands of mech designers will apply to join us in a week. They're close to worthless as far as I'm concerned. The only ones that matter to me and the clan are the mech designers that can become our lead designers. If Michael and Xanthar can't reach this level, then I really have no qualms abandoning them. We have invested so much into them that there comes a point where we need to cut our losses. Gloriana slowly nodded. You're not wrong for maintaining this attitude. If we decide to raise another batch of mech design students, we need to be much more discerning in our selection. Our clan's technical schools haven't produced any notable geniuses yet, but it shouldn't be a challenge to attract external ones to receive our tutelage. I'm not in a hurry to teach another bunch of brats from the start again. The reconstruction and expansion of our clan comes first. Once that is done and once we have reorganized the design department, we will have a much better idea of which mech design specialists we are lacking in. There are certain specialists that we can pick up from the job market easily enough. There are also other specialists that we can't obtain unless we raise them ourselves. If Michael or Xanthar failed to live up to his expectations, then Vase would just try again with a better batch of mech design students. One way or another, he wanted to add a qualified living mech specialist and a luminaire crystal technology specialist to the design department. If he wasn't able to do this, then Vase would get swamped by too many design priorities. Gloriana understood what Vase was going for, so she did not object to his decisions. What about you, Gloriana? Did you provide Maisie Ann and Rennie with similar challenges? Unlike you, I don't want to drive my pupils crazy. Their graduation assignments are difficult, but mainly because I expect them to design mechs that meet much higher quality standards than the works of other beginner mech designers. I don't care what they do after they have graduated, but they better show me that they can design mechs that are much closer to perfection than the shabby rust buckets that other novices tend to design at the beginning of their careers. For some reason, Vase felt as if her remark was specifically targeted towards himself. He shrugged this detail aside and thought about his plans for the most crucial institution of the Larkinson clan. We need to expand the design department again, he told her. I know we expanded it shortly after we entered the Red Ocean, but 8 journeymen still isn't enough to keep up with our rate of expansion. I know we have already talked about hiring additional lead designers after a few design rounds, but this plan is already outdated as soon as we leave the Garamel system with over 200 million MTA merits and several hundred kilograms of phase water. We can speed up our growth and fill up the gaps in our coverage within a year instead of half a decade. This was new to Gloriana. She turned and stared deeply in his eyes. Are you sure, Vase? While I am happy with the progress we have made with integrating the Voikins and the mechanical strength specialists, adding 4 more journeymen in a short amount of time will cause our design department to become a lot less organized. I am aware of the risks, but all of this is worth it if we can pump out 4 or 8 more mech designs per design round. For a long time, we have focused on increasing the quality of our output. There is nothing wrong with that. Many of our completed works have gone on to rake in a lot of profit or save our lives during a crucial battle. I think we should shift our priorities on maximizing our current gains. As long as we expand the design department once more, we will not only be able to earn more money, but also save a lot of time. If we want to advance to senior quickly enough, then designing a huge quantity of mech designs is indispensable. As soon as Vase mentioned this last argument, Gloriana had no more objections to bringing the expansion of the design department forward. Fine, then, have it your way. If you think you can maintain control, then I am willing to let you try. How soon do you want to complete the recruitment and what specialties are you trying to obtain this time? I don't want to wait too long, so I am thinking about having this done within a month or two. Vase answered. As for the specialties, you should already have a good idea of what we are lacking at the moment. I do, but which roles do you want to fulfill most urgently this time? We should at least be able to recruit a neural interface specialist, a ranged mech or ranged weapon specialist and a light mech specialist. As long as we can fill up those holes, it shouldn't be a problem for us to design competitive mechs in most product categories. Do you want the new hires to start working right away? Vase shook his head. No. Nothing so exaggerated. I was thinking about giving them at least half a year to acclimatize to their new environment and familiarize themselves with our clan. They should be ready to contribute to our mech design projects after this crucial period. Chapter 3958 Compound Choices. The expeditionary fleet finally arrived in high orbit of Davut 7. This time, their arrival attracted a lot more attention. Though the details of the Purgatory campaign hadn't leaked to the public, rumors had already spread that the Golden Skull Alliance had returned with a massive haul of phase water. Though there were plenty of parties who did not find these stories credible, there were enough grifters and opportunists who eagerly tried to make contact with the Larkinson clan and its allies. Naturally, the overwhelming majority of strangers never managed to get past the automated ice that initially took their calls. Only a tiny proportion of spokespersons and representatives managed to get through and talk to actual humans. Vase did not have to spend any attention on this matter. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs already made adequate preparations to handle the wave of popularity that arose whenever pioneering organizations returned with enormous hauls of phase water in their reserves. There were already plenty of anecdotes circulating around the galactic net of lucky pioneers obtaining stashes of phase water only to lose it all due to various mistakes. There was no way the Larkinson clan would be gullible enough to fall for these scams. Right now, Vase wasn't in a hurry to go on an immediate spending spree. Though it was easy to start spending lots of money right away, his clan was not short on time at the moment. The Larkinsons chose to maintain a lower profile and only initiated routine resupply operations. Shuttles and transports moved in and out of the expeditionary fleet as they offloaded various minerals mined from the Garamal system. Though the revenue earned from selling these ordinary exotics was minuscule, the Larkinsons did not become profligate just because they had hundreds of kilograms of phase water in their vault. The demand of phase water was too high compared to its supply. It was a lot harder to regain this substance when they got rid of it. As a strategic material with many wondrous properties, the clan needed to make sure they obtained an even greater benefit from trading phase water. Using phase water to pay for ordinary supplies was a hugely wasteful transaction. Therefore, the clan did not despise the revenue generated from selling the mineral excavated from one of the moons of the Garamal system. The Purgatory campaign may have stolen all of the limelight of the last expedition, but the Andrenity had quietly fulfilled her mining duties and filled up a lot of cargo holds with valuable exotics. The Larkinson clan had no problem finding suitable buyers for all of the excavated ores. The resource shortage on the market was so great that growing colonies were desperate to buy any useful building material even if there was a lot of variety. The sales of these random materials generated enough money to help the clan make up for its material losses. The biggest priority was to make up for the shortages in energy cells, fuel cells, ammunition and other consumables. The Larkinson army hadn't fought a lot but already expended a lot of combat supplies in numerous battles against the fish whales. It couldn't be helped as the natives of the phase whale enclave were big and meaty creatures that had a lot of numbers on their side. The swarmer fish whales were especially costly to fight against because it took a lot of firepower to neutralize all of their cannon fodder. The next priority of the Larkinson clan should be to restore the strength of its mech legions. This was a more complicated issue as the Larkinsons had to decide whether to prioritize rebuilding older mechs or settle for producing the newer models. Although the Larkinson clan was able to restore a lot of damaged mechs, it still needed to fill a hole of around 500 or so mechs. Don't build any more bright warriors, ferocious piranhas, Valkyrie redeemers and so on. Vase told Chief Minister Raymond Billingsley Larkinson, who was usually in charge of the production side of the clan. All of these mech models are good, but they are showing their age. Aside from the latest variant of the ferocious piranha, all of our older models are RIM-level products based on old Galaxy materials and old Galaxy component designs. It's only a matter of time before they will be phased out and replaced by newer models. Raymond nodded in agreement. Good choice. Some of our mech pilots will miss the opportunity to pilot these older but reliable mechs, but what comes next is a time of renewal. Our demand for immediate combat solutions will not be as high in the coming years. Vase already decided not to go on another expedition for a time, so there was no great urgency in bringing the Larkinson army back to full capacity. The Larkinsons could take it slowly and slowly reform the mech legions so that they adopted the most modern and effective mix of mech models. That didn't mean that Vase intended for the spirit of Bentheim to remain idle all of this time. You can start producing a bunch of the new Larkinson exclusive models such as the Stinggripper, the Redax, the Rigid Wall, the Rigid Spine, the Transcendent Charger and those auxiliary mechs. He told the Chief Minister. We have plenty of time, so don't rush them off our production lines. Tell the production crews to take it slow and focus on quality. If nothing goes wrong, our mech pilots will depend on these new machines for many years. Understood, Vase. The production department will focus on quality over efficiency. Do you wish for us to bring our plans to overhaul the spirit of Bentheim's production facilities forward? If we invest in newer and more modern production lines right away, our crews will get a head start in learning how to operate the new machines. Better equipment will also allow us to produce mechs at faster speeds while reaching higher qualities. Let's not rush this important project. Vase shook his head. Besides, upgrading the production lines will massively increase the energy consumption of our factory ship. We will have to upgrade the power reactors along with a bunch of other systems as well. This is a massive transformation that can't be done in piecemeal. Let us wait until we have formed more comprehensive plans. For now, just focus on filling up our available mech capacity with the newer mech models. We still need to bring our military strength back to par in order to guard against the unexpected. Even though Vase intended to lay low for a few years, that didn't mean he wanted to get caught flat-footed if a crisis emerged at an unexpected time. The Davut system was never completely safe. If a massive alien retribution fleet suddenly arrived, it would be too late for his clan to raise its combat strength. After they decided on how to fill up the missing spots in the Larkinson clan's carrier vessels, Chief Minister Raymond brought up another important topic. One of your plans calls for constructing a large planet-based compound, is that correct? Vase nodded. We need to build a large and complete manufacturing complex in order to produce our own mechs. It's all well and good to license our mechs to external parties such as the Wild Fighter Association, but we will be foregoing a lot of profits if we continue to outsource our production. A real mech company took charge of every step of its value chain. The costs were higher but the profits were even more so due to cutting out all of the middlemen. What Vase valued even more than profits was control. He did not want the LMC to remain too dependent on the whims of business partners and vendors. The latter always prioritized their own interests over that of the Larkinson clan, and that meant that they could never be relied upon in the long run. There were no eternal allies in the business world. Vase had learned that lesson as soon as Marcella Bollinger, his first true business partner, stabbed him in the back. Raymond had no objections to this expansion plan. Space was incredibly scarce in the expeditionary fleet, so the clan experienced a lot of difficulties in realizing some of its ambitions. Now that the clan was about to buy a large plot of land, the lack of space would no longer be a pressing problem. We have numerous different options when it comes to buying land to construct our first terrestrial compound in the Red Ocean. Raymond explained as he activated a projection that showed a list of possible candidates. First, you need to decide whether you want us to settle in Davut or another star system. Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin as he studied the selected sites. He already considered this matter extensively, but he was not entirely certain of his choice. What do you think, Raymond? This is not a straightforward choice. There are advantages and disadvantages to every plot of land. Some are cheaper while others are more expensive. Some are located near a lot of industrial infrastructure while others are located in rural areas. It is easier for us to gain permission to build more extensive facilities on rural planets, but we will have to solve a lot of problems by ourselves. In contrast, a port system such as Davut offers much greater access to industrial infrastructure and other services. However, the laws are much more restrictive here and we will also be under much more scrutiny than normal. There was no wrong choice per se. No matter what the Larkinsons chose, they could always make it work as long as they put in enough effort. I can't make a decision by myself. Vase said, this matter is too important to be decided on a whim. Let's schedule a meeting where we can discuss this among our advisors. We need more input from different people in order to make the best and most rational decision. Once we build the compound, we will remain attached to our chosen planet for a long time. Very well. By the way, you haven't told me your preference yet, Raymond. Do you prefer to settle in Davut or a rural planet? Personally, I think we should consider a third option. And that is, colonizing our own planet. Raymond replied, it does not have to be a major investment. It can just be a private retreat where we can build up a modest community that is centered around producing mechs, performing research and other mundane activities. By opting to found our own colony rather than immigrating to an existing one, we can completely shape every aspect of its society, infrastructure and defense forces. I wouldn't have mentioned this option to you a few months ago, but our conditions have radically improved. With all of our newfound wealth, we can afford to invest in our colony without breaking the bank. Let's not make any quick decisions. Vase eventually said. He feared that Raymond was not the only Larkinson who developed the ambition to claim a star system and build a colony. The windfall of phase water and MTA merits had increased the appetite of his clansmen. It was not unusual to encounter Larkinsons with delusions of grandeur these days. Their behavior and ideas disturbed Vase and caused him to be a lot more careful on his spending plans. If you don't want to found your own colony, then I suggest you settle for buying a rural plot of territory in Davut. Raymond said, the port system's political environment may be a lot murkier than we would like, but gaining easy access to so many goods and services more than makes up for it. We can also provide a better living environment for the Larkinsons that temporarily or permanently reside on the planet. In fact, even if you decide to settle on a more remote planet, I suggest you invest in a more modest compound in Davut as well, just so you can address the living needs of our clansmen. That is actually a good idea. Chapter 3959. The Art District. After Vase handled all of the necessary affairs that required his personal input, he finally cleared his schedule for the time being. Sure, he still needed to approve a lot of plans and make all kinds of decisions, but none of them were particularly time-sensitive. The more people wanted to urge him to make decisions, the more Vase wanted to pull back and postpone the issue. The scariest part about obtaining a lot of wealth all of a sudden was the possibility of squandering it all on wasteful and ineffective initiatives. Vase would never be able to live with himself if he screwed up a fantastic opportunity to make the Larkinson clan rise all at once. He told everyone to slow down and research their options. He did not necessarily disapprove of big expenditures, but the clan should better get its money's worth. As many leaders in the Larkinson clan started to build a case for their own initiatives, Vase decided that there was nothing stopping him from taking a vacation this time. Gloriana, yes, husband, let's start our vacation. Now, yes, there's no better time to do so. Our last expedition was a wild ride. I've accumulated so much stress that I have a growing urge to spend a week on activities that aren't related to our work. Will you come? His wife hesitated for a moment. She looked back at her terminal where she was studying the records of different journeymen who had caught her eye. Each of them had the potential to enrich the design department. Can it wait, Vase? I would like to study these names first. While none of them have applied to join our clan, they are still available for hire. As long as we offer enough incentives, it shouldn't be too difficult to obtain their services. Vase shook his head. All of that can wait. Even if our competitors snap these talents up, there will be a different list of names within a week. A lot of people are constantly pouring into the red ocean. The job market isn't short of journeymen. That is only the case for mediocre or problematic mech designers. Real talents are still scarce. We need to put in a lot more effort to entice them into joining our clan. He grabbed her arm and dragged her away from the terminal. As I said, all of that can wait. It makes little difference if we start recruiting this week or the next. Now let's go grab our baby daughter and bring her along to see new sights. Upon his insistence, His wife eventually acquiesced and set her current priorities aside to make landfall. The descent of their transport was even more ostentatious as before. Vase knew quite well that possessing a lot of wealth meant that he attracted a lot more attention than before, and not always of the good kind. Davut 7 was a trading hub that attracted all kinds of different people and organizations, so the Larkinson clan did not want to take any risks. The security regime of the planet was still restrictive towards mechs, but the authorities gave a bit more leeway to the Larkinsons this time. Perhaps they heard that the clan returned with a lot of phase water. There were a lot of different companies and organizations in Davut that would love to get their hands on a couple of kilograms of this substance, so the locals treated the Larkinsons a lot differently this time. Vase smiled contemptuously when he heard how much easier it was to assign an adequate security detail to him and his family. "You're not a random low-level pioneer anymore, boss," Gavin Newman said as he rode alongside Vase and his family in the shuttle. "Several big names have issued personal invitations to you. It might be nice to accept a few of them. As long as you can befriend these local overlords, our subsequent business activities will go a lot smoother." "Don't do it, Vase," Gloriana advised as she tied her daughter's hair into cute little pigtails. "We are hot commodities right now, so we shouldn't sell ourselves too quickly. Scarcity makes us more valuable, so let all of these parties wait for a time." Gavin nodded in agreement. "She makes a good point. Other parties will not easily turn away from us as long as we retain a lot of phase water in our possession. However, we shouldn't play coy for too long. If it becomes clear that we are extremely miserly in our spending, we will make a lot of people impatient and frustrated towards us. If we want our clan to operate in Davut with fewer barriers, we should selectively conduct business deals with a couple of players just to show that we can be negotiated with. This is an excellent way to obtain more exclusive concessions such as starships, desirable plots of land and specialty goods." Vase briefly fell in thought. "You can open up discussions with these parties, but don't move too quickly with them. Let these people make their bids to us. Once I am done with my vacation, you can bring the more serious ones to me and I will consider them on an individual basis. Does this sound good, Benny? We can make this work." To be honest, Vase did not expect the local community to become a lot more welcoming to the Larkinson clan. As Vase met with a group of very friendly dignitaries at Kotor City's spaceport, it became increasingly clear that a lot of people were willing to accommodate the various needs of the triumphant Larkinsons. From obtaining the right to operate more mechs in a planetary environment to receiving permission to carry heavier armaments, a lot of rules no longer became as restrictive. "This is the power of wealth," Gloriana knowingly commented. "These people and organizations will all play nice with us as long as we have money and phase water to spend. However, from the moment we run out, all of our flatterers will immediately turn their faces." Vase already figured this out. That's natural. If there is one thing the Red Ocean isn't lacking, it is greed. Most people traveled to the new frontier in order to get ahead in life and build a better future for themselves. Now that we've made it, there will always be a lot of jealous people who want what we have earned through our own efforts. He maintained a relatively relaxed attitude towards these changes. He did not want to bother himself too much about managing all of these new social interactions. That was what the rest of his clan was for. He just wanted to forget about all of his burdens and relax for a time. Once they got all of the formalities out of the way, they boarded an armored shuttle that brought them to their first destination. Escorted by a squad of Larkinson mechs as well as 2 expert mechs in the form of the Riot and the Everchanger, Vase was not concerned about his vehicle getting blasted from the skies. Hardly any mechs were out at this time as only a few organizations possessed the right to field them in such a densely populated area. "There's been talk about tightening Davuti's security regime," Gavin noted. "There are those who are in favor of granting fewer exceptions and those who believe that this port system needs to attract more big spenders. For now, it isn't clear where the winds will blow." Vase crossed his arms. "I'm not going to spend time here anymore if I can't bring my own mechs anymore. I've exposed myself to way too much trouble without enough reliable protection on hand. I will keep paying attention to this discussion. You do that." "Have we arrived at the art district? We will touch down in a minute." When the shuttle settled down in the landing zone, a group of honor guards emerged from the vehicle first before Vase and his family stepped out into the open. As its name suggested, the art district was the place to be for any art enthusiasts. Even though construction was still ongoing, the initial colonists already set up lovely streets, magnificent art academies and many unique little workshops. As Vase and his group stepped onto one of the main avenues, they became acquainted with the emerging culture of Davut. Musicians were plying their trade on streets while a virtual artist set up a gallery at a nearby park. Flower beds featuring alien flower species covered the environment with a mixture of new and exotic scents. The maintenance bots that tended to the plants and kept the streets clean looked a lot better as well. The district government had commissioned individual artists to paint over their surfaces with all kinds of pleasing colors and objects. Look, it's pink, hee. Aurelia was so amazed with all of the new sights that she ran off to a nearby garden bot that was pruning one of the bushes that lined the main avenue. Meow. Clixie made sure to keep up with the energetic young lady. The garden bot's surface was originally white, but now it was overwhelmingly pink. The artist also added in several pretty flowers in order to make the bot even cuter. This caused the bot to attract a lot of kids. When Aurelia came close, the garden bot already paused its work and made a few cartoony sounds. Why hello there, young lady. Are you enjoying your stay in our art district? Aurelia grinned and reached out to the garden bot. Meow. Careful, Gloriana said as she arrived to pick up her daughter. Don't touch everything you see. Bots can be dangerous. I wanna touch. You can touch many other objects, and they're all cuter than this pink bot. Now leave it alone so that it can go back to work. Okay. Their daughter gained plenty of stimulation as Vase and Gloriana brought her to various different places. They entered a bakery where Vase tried out the local specialties. They stepped into a water park where Aurelia got soaked trying to chase after the floating water streams. They visited a small museum that was dedicated to a visual art movement that had reached its peak around 200 years ago. Its basic premise was to find beauty in the traces created by the movement of small exo-beasts on a canvas. Although Vase was still grasping for the overarching meanings of these artworks, the swirling patterns and organic traces fascinated him for reasons that he couldn't explain. Pretty, Aurelia said as she eagerly took in all of these new and interesting sights. An ordinary child of her age probably wouldn't have been able to understand anything, but Vase and Gloriana's daughter was no ordinary kid. Her intelligence became more apparent the more she became exposed to different attractions. Mama, what is it, sweetie, what is that? Those are reptilian exo-beasts, Aurelia. Their owners probably brought them over here because they resemble dinosaurs. So big. Vase and Gloriana both experienced a lot of joy as they continued to show Aurelia around. This was just the first of many happy family trips they wished to make in their lives. They would probably become a lot busier once Aurelia gained a bunch of younger brothers and sisters. Gloriana leaned against Vess's arm. You were right to take me along today. I love this so much. It's so nice to put down my responsibilities and spend more time as a family. A part of me doesn't want this day to end. I feel the same way. Vase smiled as he basked in all of the warmth and love. It's a shame we can't go to as many places as we want. He briefly turned his head to gaze at the mechs floating high above their heads. Their mech escorts maintained a higher altitude in order to avoid disturbing the locals. While that worked to an extent, the mechs weren't subtle at all and constantly attracted eyeballs from every direction. Chapter 3960 Cost of Land. So what do you think? It's pretty empty. That's the point, Gavin said as he waved his arm at the empty and hilly landscape. This is a remote plot of land that is located in one of Davut VII's more remote continents. While that makes it harder to reach Kotor City quickly, we will also avoid much of the hustle and bustle that goes on in the planet's capital city. I think a location like this makes for a good compromise between accessibility and remoteness. As Vase considered his assistant's words, their daughter was having the time of her life. Having spent much of her first year inside a starship, the vast, green and open environment of a planet completely fascinated her. Everything on Davut was a new wonder to her and she eagerly insisted on exploring all of the strange new things that she had never come across before. Right now, she used her little legs to run towards a small collection of trees. Hee, meow. As always, Clixie always accompanied Aurelia in order to prevent the little girl from hurting herself. The Rubarthan sentinel cat had been busy these last few days as the energetic baby simply couldn't sit still. As Vase studied the environment, he could see several signs that the local nature was not as authentic as it appeared. How could the planet possibly be so friendly towards human life when people only settled on it a few years ago? This was way too little time to turn a barren, alien planet into a lush environment that was highly compatible with Earth-based life forms. The answer turned out to be rapid terraforming. This was the brute force version of terraforming when colonists lacked the patience to go through the more traditional process. The normal mode of terraforming was to selectively manipulate the planetary environment to alter its parameters to be more friendly to human life step by step. Terraforming entire planets was expensive business, and many colonists had already invested in so many different assets that they could not afford to spend a huge fortune on transforming their new homes. This was why traditional terraforming plans sought to take advantage of modest changes to the natural cycles of a planet. Letting nature do most of the heavy lifting was a huge money saver, though the process might take decades to complete as a result. The initial wave of ambitious pioneers couldn't wait that long. Many of them wanted to develop their colonies and found their states as soon as possible in order to get ahead of the competition. If any colonists tried to take it slow, it was inevitable for them to lose the initiative in the competition to found new states. The powers that invested in a rich port system, like Davut, did not wish to get bogged down from the beginning. In order to speed up the transformation of a planet, they contracted a company to conduct rapid terraforming. This was a quick but extremely expensive process that started with removing whatever alien life or other disruptive factors. No matter what unique environmental features the untamed planet possessed before, all of it had to go as long as it posed a hindrance to the goal of making the environment more livable for humans. Once the terraformers cleaned up the planet's surface, they rapidly transplanted the factors that were essential to regulating the temperature or providing breathable air. Some of the steps involved transplanting huge tracts of forests and grasslands to dumping millions of animals in specially designed regions. The terraforming company had to make a huge amount of calculations in order to figure out the fastest and most direct measures they needed to make in order to complete the commission. Vase happened to know all of this because he had read a few articles about the Audiobook family recently. Since the transhumanists really wanted the Larkinsons to get along with the Audioboks, Vase felt it was prudent to learn more about the latter's business activities. He became quite impressed by what he learned. Terraforming planets and making sure that every continent and region was able to develop sustainable ecosystems were massive engineering projects. Their scope far exceeded that of mechs and starships. The work involved with turning Davut 7 into a planet that was already close to offering a perfect living environment to humans in a matter of years was probably worthy of a prize. It also scared Vase away from allowing his clan to colonize a planet. The costs of doing so were so great that it was not unusual for colonists to get saddled with so much debt that it could take centuries to pay off their obligations. While the potential payoffs were also huge, it was never his intention to build his own little kingdom. Compared to all of the risks and expenses involved with colonizing a planet, Vase vastly preferred to stick to his fleet as his primary power base. However, that did not stop him from forming numerous different outposts on different planets. Right now, Vase was seriously considering whether he should allow his clan to build a large compound at this particular site. There aren't many other groups and companies around here, so it's a lot easier for us to guard our territory. Vase determined, if you want, we could also buy the surrounding plots of land while they are still available. Gavin noted, the land prices of this planet are still fairly expensive due to its importance as a future commerce and industrial hub, but this continent is so remote and underdeveloped that the rates are relatively mild. The cost of buying land in this place was incomparable to the thousands of MTA credits that the Larkinson clan had spent on building the headquarters of the Open Consortium in one of Kotor City's most expensive districts. However, the prices for this remote area were still relatively high because the sellers took Davut VII's future development into account. Vase couldn't imagine how many MTA credits the founders were earning from selling so much land. This was one of the best ways for them to recoup a portion of the money spent on rapid terraforming. If not for the fact that Davut had to compete against other attractive port systems, the prices of different plots of land would have been even more expensive. How much do you think it would cost to get all of the land we need? Vase asked. I can't say, boss. It depends on how much you want to buy and how badly you want our neighbors to stay away from our compound. If I have to make a quick estimate, we'll probably have to spend thousands of MTA credits, maybe up to 10,000 MTA credits if you truly want to turn this area into your private resort. In the past, Vase would have felt queasy about spending that much money. Nowadays, this was just a trifling sum. It was so tempting for him to wave his hand and tell his assistant to buy this plot of land as well as the surrounding ones. Vase held back though as he reminded himself that he was too impaired to make any rational spending decisions. He along with many other Larkinsons were still drunk on wealth. Each of them risked spending money in instances where they previously would have felt disgusted by the wasteful acts. Vase closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. He successfully pushed back his profligate urges and regained his calm. Let's keep this option under consideration. He eventually said, I can see how we can build a large but remote outpost in this place. However, I don't want to go forward unless I am certain that this is the best choice out of all of the alternatives. Our people have been exploring several other sites on other planets, right? Correct, boss. Compared to buying a plot of land here in Davut, we can obtain far more hectares of land at prices that are 10 times or even 100 times cheaper. There are even instances where the colonists are willing to pay us money to settle in their territory. Huh, Gavin smirked. It's quite simple, really. As long as we invest hundreds of thousands of MTA credits in building facilities and infrastructure, we can directly and indirectly promote the development of a rural planet. It is quite natural for colonist organizations to offer us cash, subsidies and preferential treatment to pull us over. All of these incentives made it cheaper for the Larkinson clan to operate a large manufacturing complex and other facilities on remote planets. Of course, the clan would also make sacrifices in other areas such as missing out on Davuti's urban life or more limited access to other conveniences. To Vase, the biggest downside to setting up shop in a remote colony was how vulnerable it was to attacks and raids. This reason alone was enough for Vase to slowly lean away from this potentially disastrous option. Though Vase did not mind taking a few risks every now and then, a decision like this affected the lives and futures of so many Larkinsons. Naturally, Gloriana had her own opinion on this matter. Just buy it, Vase, she said as her sundress fluttered in the cool and pleasant wind. Davut isn't that bad of an environment. There are so many powerful forces here that we don't have to worry about attacks from alien fleets. The booming industries allows our manufacturing complex to easily obtain raw materials and also ship our finished mechs to different vendors and distribution channels. We can easily visit and exchange with lots of mech designers and entrepreneurs that have also settled on this planet. Finally, Davut offers by far the best growth environment for Aurelia and our other kids. She made a lot of good points, but Vase suspected that her last argument was probably the driving factor of her choice. Gloriana turned and stretched her arm towards their daughter. Aurelia made a cute noise as her body floated from the grass and quickly flew back to her mother's embrace. Mama, the little girl complained. Oh hush now, baby. What did I tell you about wandering too far away from me? Be a good girl and stay closer, okay? Gloriana briefly settled the cute girl before turning back to Vase. Don't you think it is better for Aurelia here to enjoy a childhood on a warm and sunny planet instead of a cold and lifeless starship? Our factory ship isn't as bad as you've described, honey. She has parks. She has a city on an entire deck. She even has her own schools. None of them are better than the facilities that can serve our children better. His wife shook his head. Look, I am not trying to discount our clan's schools, but Aurelia here deserves the best. There are private schools and elite academies in Davut where the descendants of Davuti's privileged class are being sent. The quality of teaching here is much better than what our clan can offer. More importantly, the networking opportunities are priceless. Don't you think it would be nice for our children to mingle with the region's future movers and shakers? Vase had mixed feelings about her arguments. Gloriana wanted to push for what was best for Aurelia, but her assumptions on what constituted the most beneficial choice differed from his own ideas on how to raise their kids. I don't think it is essential for our children to mingle with the locals. He responded. What is wrong with befriending other Larkinsons? We have 200,000 members right now and I plan to increase it 5-fold in the coming years. His wife looked at Vase as if he was being stupid again. Do you hear that, Aurelia? Dum here is trying to ruin your future. Never listen to what he says when he is contradicting me, okay? Now what do you call your papa when he is wrong? Dum, he. Chapter 3961 Gloriana the genius's Vase and his family continued to enjoy their week-long holiday. Many other parts of the Larkinson clan were moving as well. Not all of them went on vacation as they still had to take care of a lot of business. Meanwhile, inquiries kept pouring in as more and more parties wanted a piece of the phase water that the Larkinsons had obtained. From building superdrives to conducting new research on this miracle substance, many institutions based in Davut and beyond possessed an incredible hunger for phase water. Phase water. More phase water. A few grams aren't enough. We need at least 10 times as much phase water to produce a strong enough spatial reaction. Damn it, Why can't we obtain enough phase water? The properties of phase water in its purest form were relatively simple. The more phase water gathered together, the more it was able to shake the fabric of spacetime. While this had many implications, the most important one for most scientists and engineers was that more powerful and profound applications of phase water could only be achieved by gathering a sufficient quantity of this liquid exotic. A single gram of phase water barely made any disturbance, while 100 grams was enough to affect entire starships. The reactions produced by concentrating more than a kilogram of phase water were inconceivable, especially if the gathered material was actively stimulated. As for concentrating more than 100 kilograms of phase water, only the Big Two and other top organizations mastered the applications of such a powerful quantity. In the hands of the Larkinson clan, none of this was particularly significant. The Larkinsons had no background in FTL drive technology or warp drive technology. Their researchers possessed no foundation in superluminal travel methods or any other obvious applications of phase water. The clan pretty much treated their reserves of phase water like a massive mountain of money. At its current state, the Larkinson clan was unable to make effective use of phase water in any of its engineering activities. It made a lot more sense to trade it away to those who could utilize it better in exchange for other benefits. Whether it was money, favors, high-tech products or protection, the clan received so many different offers that it became hard to decide which ones to accept. While there were plenty of Larkinsons who were eager to accept these deals right away, Vase adamantly called for patience. Going on vacation was a nice excuse for him to let this frenzy play out long enough for the initial burst of excitement to die down a bit. Too many clansmen only had green in their eyes these days, and that caused Vase to grow more concerned. The more people want to buy my phase water, the more I feel the urge to hoard it for myself, he muttered as he looked out at the glistening expanse of water. He didn't know why, but when he woke up today, he felt the urge to depart from Kotor City and take a boat trip onto a lake. This prompted him to take his family out to a scenic waterfront and rent a luxury yacht called the Cimarosa so that they could all enjoy the wonders of one of Davut Vii's Great Lakes. Currently, the local star was shining down from above while a calm wind whipped up the water into different waves. The yacht that Vase had chosen to rent was an interesting one. While the Seaburn ship was equipped with all kinds of technological bells and whistles, he had turned all of that off so that he could try to propel the craft by manipulating the Cimarosa's old-fashioned sails. Naturally, Vase had no clue at all how to manipulate the various sails, but fortunately the vessel came with an AI that could either give hints or perform all of the necessary operations by itself. Vase may have wanted to seek out simplicity, but that did not mean he was willing to perform an excessive amount of manual labor. He was a clan patriarch, not a sailor. "What are you thinking about?" Gloriana asked as she approached the rails where Vase was leaning on. "You look troubled." "I just don't know what to do, honey. I'm glad that we have solved our poverty issue after concluding our last expedition, but I don't think anyone in our clan is prepared for this scenario. We have way too much money but not enough clues on how to spend it responsibly and in a sustainable fashion. Do you know how many proposals and requests are waiting for me once I get back to my office? Each of them can propel us all forward, but it could also cause us to squander our entire windfall while getting little to nothing in return." Gloriana snorted. "Look at you now, the victorious plunderer and fish whale slayer, all sad and burdened because he can't make up his mind on how to convert hundreds of kilograms of phase water into solid benefits. A lot of pioneers would kill you if they hear you struggling like this. You're being a melodramatic fool, Vase. You're suffering from success. That's a real problem, you know." Vase retorted. "A momentary success doesn't equate to permanent prosperity. Phase water itself is just a hugely valuable material. It doesn't generate any income by itself. I would rather have more enduring assets such as additional capital ships or access to high technology that can comprehensively strengthen our clan and enable us to harvest more phase water in a more sustainable fashion." "Then why don't you do that, Vase?" Vase sighed. "There are too many choices. When our financial strength was weak, everything was a lot simpler. We didn't have the money to invest in multiple initiatives, let alone a single expensive one. All we could do was spend our money as sparingly as possible on a couple of cheap and simple areas. Now, we have a million more choices. Which ones are the best? Which ones are a waste of money? Which ones will put us into danger? We can never truly say. I'm so afraid that I will screw up this fantastic opportunity and delay all of our growth as a consequence." His wife looked sympathetic as she came close to embrace his shoulder. "I didn't realize this was burdening you to this extent. I'm sorry, Vase. That said, I still think you are taking this far too seriously. Why don't you let others do all of the thinking? Many of the leaders in our clan are already forming plans of their own. I have already taken a look at some of them and they aren't half bad. Oh, Vase raised his eyebrow. What good plans have you heard about, then? Well, there's one plan that calls for investing a lot of money into upgrading the Diligent Ovenbird. How much money are we talking about? Vase asked. Somewhere to the tune of 500,000 MTA credits. What? He recalled that he had already held discussions with Chief Shipwright Vivian Sai about upgrading the capital fleet repair vessel. However, those upgrade plans were fairly modest compared to the sum that Gloriana had just mentioned. In fact, Vivian can't fully determine the total monetary cost because a part of the upgrades can't easily be bought for money. Gloriana continued, she wants to equip the Diligent Ovenbird with an extensive amount of advanced fabrication and construction facilities, not all of which can be bought on the open market. The only way to obtain all of the high technology we need to comprehensively improve the Diligent Ovenbird is to barter it from other companies with Fiswater or directly exchange what we need from the association with MTA merits. I see. This sounds like an ambitious upgrade plan. 500,000 MTA credits or the equivalent in phase water or MTA merits is not a small sum, Gloriana. What can we get out of spending that much money and resources? There are multiple upgrade paths. Vivian told me that we can go for two approaches. First, we can retain the Diligent Ovenbird's function as a frontier fleet repair vessel, but substantially upgrade her sub-capital ship production capabilities. Instead of fabricating those tiny light carriers that no one wants to use, the production crews can start fabricating modern Heartland-level combat carriers at much greater speeds and efficiency. Just think about it, we can fabricate a fully functional combat carrier every month, all while the Ovenbird is still on the move. Vase widened his eyes. That did sound like an attractive option. Even though spending 500,000 MTA credits at once sounded like a risky investment, if the Diligent Ovenbird's ship production capabilities could fully catch up to the smaller shipyards orbiting Davut, then the clan would become a lot less dependent on external shipbuilders. It wouldn't be like now where the Larkinson clan had to wait for Murphy and Sons to complete their order. This was nothing less than adding a small but fully mobile shipyard to the Larkinson fleet. What about capital ships? He asked. Spending 500,000 MTA credits on a shipyard that can only build smaller vessels doesn't entirely sound efficient. I feel like we are paying a huge premium just to maintain the mobility of the Diligent Ovenbird. You're right, Vase. This is why Vivian also proposed a second plan that is more geared towards capital ship production. For roughly the same amount of money, if you are willing to anchor the Diligent Ovenbird and keep it in orbit of a planet for long periods of time, then she can essentially function as a larger shipyard, one that is capable of building capital ships. Vase had already heard similar suggestions from Vivian, but this plan went to a completely different dimension when the budget was 10 times higher than before. A lot of limitations and other difficult problems no longer became as troublesome once the Larkinsons were willing to spend enough money. Powerful options such as adding industrial superfabs to the Diligent Ovenbird massively shortened the construction time while also enabling the clan to build much more powerful and sophisticated starships. Right now, Vase felt conflicted yet again. In the past, he never put too much of a priority on upgrading the Diligent Ovenbird because the clan simply didn't have the budget to achieve massive improvements. This time was different. The clan now had the resources to convert the Diligent Ovenbird into a powerful frontier vessel or a capital shipyard that just happened to possess the ability to relocate. The problem was deciding which one he should choose. On one hand, he could not deprive his core fleet of a vessel that was capable of performing essential repairs on other damaged vessels in the field. On the other hand, he had long grown frustrated at the Larkinson clan's inability to purchase or build capital ships of its own. Converting the Diligent Ovenbird into a semi-stationary capital shipyard could solve this difficult problem, but then again it might not, as the Larkinsons had no experience when it came to producing starships of this size. You idiot, Vase, Gloriana said, interrupting his thoughts. Why try to choose between one of the two options when you can just have both? Think about it. The Diligent Ovenbird is a vessel that can build other vessels. If we upgrade her into a capital shipyard, we gain the capability to construct other capital ships. Won't it be possible for us to build another capital fleet repair vessel to fill in the hole that the Diligent Ovenbird had left? This way, we can have it both ways. While this plan will cost us a large amount of money, we aren't short of it these days. Vess's eyes lit up. His wife was right. Why didn't he think of this? He was so locked in his previous thought patterns that he did not consider what richer people would do. He was too much of a cheapskate to think about bolder investments. You're a genius, you know that, Gloriana. When it comes to spending money, you are the number one in human space. Quote. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Chapter 3962 Shipbuilding Dreams. Vase felt a lot better after Gloriana made a useful suggestion. Despite all of his thinking, he still got caught up in a faulty loop of his old thinking. He always felt it was better for him to restrain his desire to spend a lot of money and focus more on cheaper and most cost-effective initiatives. However, the situation of the Larkinson clan had changed too much. Trying to save money at every possible opportunity wasn't necessarily the best approach anymore. Money was power. Money conveyed unlimited possibilities. Money could transform the future. Money was like phase water in this sense. A little bit of money could hardly change the future of the Larkinson clan. It took a huge amount of money in order to enact real and drastic change that could make his future and that of his fellow Larkinsons skyrocket. There was an ocean of difference between a pioneering organization that possessed a capital shipyard and one that didn't. The ability to independently construct capital-grade starships was one of the most essential measures of power and independence. An organization that was able to construct any large starship ranging from fleet carriers to mining ships was obviously able to take better advantage of the trends of the Red Ocean. In a dwarf galaxy where starships were of immense strategic value, the ability to produce them was truly an immensely useful capability. Although Vase harbored many doubts about getting into the shipbuilding industry without possessing an inherent advantage in this difficult sector, he was too attracted by the benefits to dismiss this option. Vase always sought to make the Larkinson clan as self-sufficient as possible. Being able to make its own starships and particularly capital ships would go a long way into turning his clan into a self-contained state. He wouldn't be like those other companies and pioneering organizations that had to beg shipbuilding companies to take their order at inflated prices. This is definitely worth 500,000 MTA credits. In fact, the total cost of the most ambitious shipyard plan cost even more than that. It took around 500,000 MTA credits to convert the Diligent Ovenbird into a modern capital shipyard, but that did not address the hole in the core fleet's lineup. If the Larkinsons wanted to construct a new capital fleet repair vessel that could take the place of the Ovenbird, then they would have to invest around 200,000 MTA credits to construct a modern capital fleet repair vessel. While it wasn't necessary to spend that much money on this particular vessel, it was highly advisable for the clan to do so. The standards of a more expensive repair vessel was much higher and could provide a lot more conveniences to an expeditionary fleet. If the clan decided to go cheap on this, then Vase and the others would probably regret their decision later on when they fell into another crisis in the future. So the total cost of this plan is 700,000 MTA credits. Perhaps. What do you mean by that, Vivian? Vase looked at the projection of the chief shipwright. After Gloriana had guided him on the right path, he had waited until night had fallen and Aurelia went to bed before following up on this matter. Though he had made a rule to himself that he shouldn't be thinking about work while he was supposed to enjoy his holiday, he was too much of a workaholic to wait until the end of the week. He needed to make an inquiry. Otherwise his mind would be filled with so much speculation that he wouldn't be able to relax anymore. The chief shipwright's projection smiled. I have formed many different plans for many different starships and eventualities, sir. The one you are referring to is just one of the many ones I have outlined. The Diligent Ovenbird is an aged and second-hand capital fleet repair vessel that is not all that great, to be honest. However, as long as we invest enough money, we can transform her into an entirely new construct. The more money we put into her upgrade program, the more drastic the improvement we can obtain. If you truly want to go cheap, then we can probably spend as little as 150,000 MTA credits or less to turn her into a capital-grade shipyard. However, if we spend 2 million MTA credits, Vase quickly raised his hand. Let me stop you there. There will be no talk about pumping in 2 million MTA credits in a single vessel. That is way too risky for us. I don't feel comfortable at all with increasing the value of the Ovenbird to this extent. What if someone else's starship randomly crashes into her side? What if a terrorist managed to sneak in and detonate a bomb that is powerful enough to destroy those extremely expensive superfabs? We can't handle a loss of this magnitude. You're right, sir. Vivian sighed. I hope you will revisit this matter in the future. Just because we invest 500,000 MTA credits into the diligent Ovenbird's refit does not mean we can no longer upgrade her a second time. Vase relaxed a bit when he heard that. That's good to hear. For now, I think our clan is large and strong enough to guard a shipyard that is worth around 500,000 MTA credits. If our clan grows a lot stronger in the future, then it won't be that big of a deal to invest another million MTA credits or so. The premise is that we have the strength, manpower and funding to protect such an insanely precious asset. I understand, sir. As for the diligent Ovenbird's replacement, you can freely decide how much money you are willing to spend on this shipbuilding project. Spending 200,000 MTA credits on this commission will get you a serviceable fleet repair vessel with all of the necessary bells and whistles. Spending less will decrease this new vessel's efficiency and weaken her defenses, so I do not recommend you go any cheaper. What about more? What will we get if we spend more, Vivian? It depends on what functions you wish to prioritize. If you purely treat the vessel as a tool to repair our damaged starships, then she can complete her jobs a lot faster and more efficiently. If you think time is of the essence, then you need to put in a substantial amount more money to produce a noticeable change. If you want to turn her into a part-time shipyard like the Ovenbird, then we need to invest even more. From her tone, Vivian probably felt that it was not necessarily efficient to splurge more money on this project. All of these options were incredibly expensive, so much so that Vase constantly had to repress the urge to shoot down all of this talk about spending hundreds of thousands of MTA credits at a time. There was no way that Vase could make any solid decisions on whether to invest this much money on these projects. The Larkinson clan didn't even possess the cash to pay for all of those expenditures as of yet. Much of the wealth was still locked in phase water and MTA merits. Still, this wasn't a big deal. Vase knew he could convert phase water into cold hard cash at any point of time. The market price for this rare and desirable substance was so high that he didn't need to worry about getting scammed either. Once Vase gained the information he wanted on the new shipyard plan, he grew curious at what else Vivian might have in store. You told me that you have formed more shipbuilding plans, right? I guess you and your department must have spent a lot of time designing starships. What else do you have in mind that you think we should consider? I think that we are still short on fleet carriers. The Gorgonean and the Wild Torch are both good at what they do, but if our clan wants to grow, then acquiring more is essential. Vivian stated. She was right. It was all well and good to consider arc ships, refinery ships, factory ships and so on. The root of any pioneering fleet's power was how many mechs it could deploy at any time. The Larkinson fleet's mech capacity was still woefully inadequate compared to when the clan was still roaming around in the old galaxy. Expanding the amount of mechs his fleet could deploy in space was an essential priority. There was never an instance where the Larkinson clan would have enough fleet carriers. Can you show me your designs? Certainly, though I should caution you that many of them are still drafts. The projection changed to display the wireframe models of several different capital ships. Though Vase was not an expert in starships, his technical background allowed him to understand and appreciate a lot of nuances. Vivian clearly expanded the budgets for these fleet carriers. They were larger and better equipped than many of the ship designs that he had seen before. Vase became impressed by the creativity of some of her designs. For example, there was one fleet carrier that was able to carry a full mech regiment's worth of mechs. It was no coincidence that this ship design also happened to be the largest and most extravagant one. Her sheer size turned her into an imposing presence in any fleet, though Vase was not as enthused about her price tag. Starships that were more than 4 kilometers long tended to become extremely unwieldy. One of the troublesome points about larger capital ships was that they required larger and more powerful FTL drives to keep up with a fleet. Ordinary capital-grade FTL drives no longer sufficed. While phase water made it a lot more convenient to power them up these days, it still cost a lot of money to obtain these powerful devices. Besides, massive and unwieldy capital ships also introduced many other issues and burdens. The latest expedition showcased the importance of keeping a fleet fast and mobile enough. If the MTA wasn't around when Moby Dick burst out of Garamal Eye, then Vase wouldn't be sure that his fleet would still be in one piece. Having survived many different destructive ordeals, Vase had learned that the ability to run away was a vital necessity. Losing a battle and getting chased by monsters were not that big of a deal as long as he was able to evade the worst consequences. With that in mind, Vase no longer paid much attention to the largest fleet carrier designs and directed his attention to the slightly more modest ones. Getting a fleet carrier that can carry 1,000 mechs sounds nice. Vase said, I noticed that this particular ship design is smaller than the fleet carriers that I am accustomed to seeing. That is because we deliberately designed to minimize her dimensions and profile, sir. We shaved as many layers and structural support elements as we could without compromising the design's defenses too much. In order to make sure that the fleet carrier does not collapse too easily, we have employed stronger alloys. This is why the budget for this fleet carrier is higher than normal. She's expensive, but she is smaller and faster than comparable capital ships. Interesting. There were so many different options for fleet carriers that Vase didn't even know where to begin. He faced the same problem as earlier, as there were simply too many options for him to choose from. If he wasn't satisfied with Vivian's work, he could even turn to Murphy & Sons or another shipbuilding company to obtain even more ship designs. Let's not think too far ahead. Vase eventually said, we can consider the matter of fleet carriers later once we have erected our own large-scale shipbuilding operation. For now, I want you to flesh out the earlier capital shipyard plan so that you can present it to the rest during our next leadership meeting. If your plan is good enough, then I have no qualms about approving it quickly. The sooner we get a large shipbuilding facility, the sooner we can pump out these fancy fleet carriers. Vivian Sai looked incredibly excited when she heard this. She already guessed that Vase pretty much approved of this initiative in his heart. He just needed to obtain a complete plan that detailed all of the steps the clan needed to take in order to make sure it spent its money well. Once the Larkinson clan successfully transformed the diligent Ovenbird, she could finally start with turning her most ambitious ship designs into reality. Chapter 3963 Isolated lives. A few days went by as Vase tried his best to set his various ideas aside in order to enjoy the remainder of his holidays. It became a lot easier for him to calm his restless heart now that he had resolved a portion of his inner confusion. He knew that he would be no good to the clan if he kept worrying about so many different matters during his vacation. Vase had a lot of work ahead of himself after he concluded this break. Aside from attending a lot of meetings in order to discuss how to spend the recent windfall, he also had to prepare for the next design round. He had a lot of commercial mech designs in mind. Each of them had the potential to earn more revenue than all of his previous commercial works. Even though the phase water and MTA merits he obtained represented far more wealth than he could earn in years' worth of sales, he never despised the potential of earning money by selling mechs. This was his core specialty and the reason for his existence. The reasons why he went on expeditions was to obtain more inspiration and to gather unique resources such as fish whale organs. The ultimate purpose of doing so was to enhance his mech design capabilities and bring him closer to realizing his design philosophy. After spending a long time on many other priorities, Vase felt more and more hungry to get back to his roots. It was never a good idea for him to stay away from mech design for too long. As Vase reached the final day of his vacation, he felt more relaxed and ready to face his many responsibilities in the future. He felt a lot more refreshed in mind and spirit than before. Not only did he partially reset his mentality, he also found a lot more joy in spending time with his family. Papa, Mama, look, so many toys. Aurelia toddled over a display of fluffy teddy bears. Each of them turned their heads in sync and raised their puffy arms in greeting at her arrival. You don't need these toys, Gloriana said as she came close and picked her daughter up. I can make much better ones for you at home. I want this one, Mama. While Aurelia was whining at the toy shop, Vase had entered a nearby store that displayed a bunch of different mech figurines. As someone who made a couple of them by hand, he possessed a great appreciation for these miniature models. Not all of them had been crafted completely by hand, but Vase could clearly see how exquisite their makers had been to design and piece them together. A handful of them even stood far above the rest. His inner Vulcan became excited as he stood in front of a transparent cage that contained a figurine of a powerful second-class heavy artillery mech. The tiny machine conveyed a hint of the power and majesty of this model. Made out of high-quality materials that had been machined by a craftsman who clearly possessed a background in mech design, the tiny parts each gave Vase an impression of supreme firepower. This was quite impressive. The artisan may have been unable to turn this figurine in a totem, but he or she conveyed so much love and passion in this miniature reproduction that it actually possessed a good degree of X factor. Vase was just about to raise his comm in order to transfer the funds needed to purchase this impressive work of craftsmanship when his eyes finally gazed at the price tag. 339 MTA credits. What the hell, I can buy 240 Monster Slayer mechs with that much money. Those were actual combat mechs that could fight as well as other second-class mechs in the arena or a planetary environment. The excessive price tag for what was essentially a toy for rich people instantly turned him off. Though he really wanted to buy the little figurine and add it to his collection to admire and study someone else's unique craftsmanship, he could not justify spending twice as much money as Gloriana's infernal handbag. He would be just as bad as his wife if he gave in to this impulse. Just because my clan is rich these days doesn't mean I can let myself go and spend money willy-nilly. Vase had to close his eyes and forcefully calm down his racing heart in order to suppress the stupid impulse to buy the lovely little mech figurine. When he took the time to glance at the other figurines that caught his eye, his mood dropped even more when he saw how quickly he could drain his cash reserves if he spent money like a kid without restraint. 39 MTA credits, 49 MTA credits, 79 MTA credits, 139 MTA credits. Wait, this gold edition toy is actually priced at 999 MTA credits. Vase felt sick to his stomach. 5 of these expensive toys was enough to buy a large plot of land on Davut 7. What a buyer could actually gain from the latter far surpassed the former. He developed a whole new cognition on the sheer amount of wasteful toys that rich people were willing to spend their money on. They had way too much money than sense. Ordinary mechers and fleeters only earn a couple of hundred MTA or CFA credits a month. They can't even afford some of these toys. Of course, the mechers and fleeters gained access to a lot of benefits that were worth far more money. Their salaries weren't all that important as the MTA and CFA pretty much took care of much of their lives. Vase found it difficult to accept that a shop like this had a place in Davut. It made more sense after he thought about it more. The shopping mall he was in right now was hailed as the most luxurious and expensive destination for visitors in Davut. There were products for sale in Trinity Mall that could easily boggle his mind. In order to maintain its exclusivity and keep the paupers out, the mall conducted an income check for every visitor. No one got in unless they had the money to spend on these kinds of products. This also caused the shopping mall to be rather quiet and peaceful. Only the most privileged class shopped at places like these, but Davut in its current form was not populated enough to turn this into a more bustling place. The company responsible for all of this built Trinity Hall early and tried to cement its brand as the most exclusive shopping mall of Davut as early as possible. This way, any competitors who came later would have already lost at the starting line. This was a typical pattern of behavior from the many pioneers and profiteers that had entered the Red Ocean. Vase eventually left the mech figurine shop. He wanted to get away from all of the interesting products before he changed his mind and made an unjustifiable purchase. He returned to his wife and daughter who had just left the toy shop. The difference this time was that Gloriana held a wrapped box in her hand. "What's that, honey?" "A present," Gloriana nonchalantly replied. "My present," Aurelia happily chirped. Vase narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "Didn't we make a bunch of toys for our daughter already? There's no need for us to buy these commercialized products." "You don't understand, Vase. Little girls have needs. What does that have to do with buying a toy we could easily make ourselves? By the way, how much did you spend on this product?" "That's not important. Didn't you want to visit the rooftop plaza in order to enjoy lunch? Let's go up right away." Upon Gloriana's prompting, they all moved up a few floors and stepped foot onto a delightful rooftop that was styled after a classical garden. Meow, meow. While Lucky and Clixie raced off and climbed a few weird alien trees, Vase and his family sat down at a round table and ordered a few dishes. "That's interesting," Vase noted. "This restaurant even offers food that is custom synthesized to meet the dietary needs of designer babies." "That is natural. The type of clientele that dines in these kinds of establishments are often more than human. At least half of the children ought to be designer babies." They ordered a few dishes and didn't have to wait long before a couple of bots delivered the first ones to their table. Soon, they enjoyed their meals in comfort and relative quiet. Aurelia was a bundle of energy as her mother tried to settle her down by feeding her a fruity gel substance. "This is the last day, correct?" Gloriana when she was finally done with tending to her daughter. "That's right, it's back to making decisions again once we return. Have you thought about the decision to settle in Davut?" Vase frowned. "I haven't. This is supposed to be a vacation, honey. The point is to reduce my stress. Just figuring all of this out makes me feel burdened. No matter what choice I make, I will be giving something up. It's not a pleasant feeling. We visited so many places this week. Surely you must have developed an impression of this planet. Tell me honestly, Do you like the living environment of this colony? He recalled all of the destinations he visited. He had to admit that he found a lot of enjoyment in visiting the zoos, theaters, shopping districts and other leisure destinations. Even though Davut hadn't been colonized for long, it already offered a fairly complete and rounded place to live. This shouldn't be a surprise considering that the founders of this colony wanted to dominate the region. The port system had to be as appealing as possible in order to attract a large population. In comparison to Davut, the living environment of his fleet was far inferior. They weren't even in the same league. One of the biggest shortcomings of living in a fleet is the lack of outsiders. Gloriana said, spending day in and day out in ships such as the Spirit of Bentime will only expose us to Larkinsons and little else. Perhaps occasionally we will be able to meet with a couple of glory seekers or crossers, but they are not that different from us. I truly miss the times where I could visit friends. There are so many different people in Davut that there should be plenty that are worth befriending. Vase sighed. We don't have to make so much personal contact with outsiders. Don't we have the galactic net for that, honey? You know quite well that virtual contacts are no substitute for real contacts. Living on the same ships together with the same people for years on end will not lead to a healthy social life, Vase. It's the singular reason why the fleeters have become more isolated towards the rest of humanity. Do you really want to lead your Larkinsons in this direction? Are you willing to distort Aurelia's childhood and make her unable to socialize with outsiders? That was a low blow. Vase frowned as he gazed towards his lovely little daughter. Aurelia didn't understand anything that her parents were talking about. Instead, she was shakily trying to put a spoonful of gel into her mouth. Vase considered what was best for Aurelia and his future children. Was it truly fine to let them grow up in the Larkinson fleet? He didn't think it was as bad as Gloriana claimed. They had an entire arc ship that possessed not one but two whole cities that offered an environment that was not too inferior compared to actual cities. Of course, there were still a lot of limitations, the most egregious of which was the lack of outsiders. The only people that Larkinsons got to meet in their daily lives was other Larkinsons. Perhaps his wife had a point. Chapter 3964 Start of the Grand Planning Session. Vase finally ended his holiday. He gained a lot of perspective and also acquainted himself more with the planet that formed a key component in the short to medium-term plans of the Larkinson clan. No matter whether he intended to treat Davut 7 as an extended pitstop or a permanent base, there was no way for him to get around the fact his clan needed to integrate into a local economy. This was a necessity when he wanted to expand his clan. Relying on natural childbirth to grow the population was too slow. If he wanted to meet his ambitious growth target, his clan needed to recruit outsiders on a massive scale. Ordinary organizations were quite conservative when it came to recruitment, but the Larkinson clan was different. With the Larkinson network binding both new and old clansmen together, Vase had little scruples about picking up strays with mixed backgrounds. No matter whether they were spies, criminals or malcontents, the Golden Cat was a barrier that no troublemaker could overcome. Vase was not worried about assimilating any newcomers, but he worried whether his clan's movements would be too big. Even though millions if not billions of humans passed through the Greater Beander Gate every day, the pool of available and highly qualified manpower was still limited. A massive recruitment spree that targeted the middle and upper layers of the manpower pool would inevitably make a lot of other competitors frustrated. After all, there were certain rare professions such as chief engineers and implantation surgeons that were in critical short supply. It would take a long time for newly founded schools, academies and universities to raise these professionals from the humans born or raised in the Red Ocean. Until then, the only way for every organization to keep up their expansion was to recruit from the passengers that continually arrived. There is a faster way for us to expand and grow our numbers. Chief Minister Novalon Pernus suggested. Oh, let's hear it, Novalon. Vase and his family had returned to the fleet in orbit by now. After enjoying a night of rest, he wore his usual patriarch uniform and entered the largest and elegant conference room on the Spirit of Bentime. Over 100 other Larkinsons had gathered in the massive compartment. Top leaders such as the chief ministers, General Quinlist Verl, Director Calabast Arnlist, Director Rania Woden, Director Rayla Larkinson, Commander Casella Ingvar, the other Legion commanders and Chief Shipwright Vivian Sai had all taken a seat at the large and dynamically adjusted oval table. Members of attached organizations such as Chairwoman Kelsey Dornbos of the Open Consortium and Director Samindra Avakan of the Creation Association also received invitations to attend the meeting. Furthermore, A number of Larkinson assemblymen such as Overin Larkinson and Karadin Larkinson also gained an opportunity to provide their input. Naturally, the lead designers of the Larkinson clan couldn't remain absent either. They happened to be seated closest to the head of the oval table, reflecting their high status and importance in a clan that had always placed a lot of importance on mech design and production. As Vase swept his gaze across the long table, he felt proud of how far his clan had come. In less than a decade, it had grown to a scale that was unimaginable to him when he just started off his career. The Larkinson clan possessed a strong fleet, a large and motivated population and plenty of talented and skilled professionals. Now that it had solved its lack of capital, which used to be its biggest and most restrictive shortcoming, the rise of his clan was just around the corner. Hence why so many important clansmen had gathered in the conference room today. This was the first of several grand planning sessions that Vase had scheduled. Vase alone could not possibly decide how to invest all of the extra wealth gained from the Purgatory campaign. He was primarily a mech designer and only possessed a limited perspective on what the clan needed. His recent talks with Gloriana, Gavin and Vivian only reinforced his own ignorance. This was why he looked forward to hearing what creative plans his other clansmen had come up with. They already had several weeks of time to do their research and formulate their proposed budgets. Now it was time for everyone to share and discuss all of the good ideas they cooked up. Right now, everyone directed their undivided attention to Chief Minister Novalon. Almost every part of the Larkinson clan was short on manpower. This problem would likely exacerbate when the clan rapidly expanded as a whole. There is a limit to the talents and professionals we can hire from the regional job markets. The son of Sheddarin Pernus calmly explained. Other pioneering organizations aren't fools. Their scouts and recruiters are everywhere. The most desirable recruits have already received dozens if not hundreds of offers from the moment they arrive at Vullet. Few of them are able to resist the generous compensation packages and the opportunity to join larger and much more established pioneering organizations than our clan. If any of this free manpower moves on to Davut, then they likely have serious marks on their records that make them problematic. If that's the case, shouldn't we be doing the same? Commander Melkor Larkinson suggested. I mean, if you can't beat them, join them. Vullet is the gateway to the Red Ocean for every second raider. While our clan isn't as big or renowned as other pioneering organizations, we can make up for it by providing more incentive than others. Novalon shook his head. This is not a cost-effective solution. We must pay a substantial amount of MTA merits to keep even a single recruiter in a central star node. Can't we contract a local recruitment agency instead? We can, but do you know how many clients they have? I am afraid that every agent is already juggling the needs of at least dozens of different pioneers. We must pay a fortune to the agent in order to get priority. Then we need to make sure we can attract highly qualified talents by luring them over with record salaries. This might not be an issue for us if we only recruit a limited number of people, but what if we are seeking to hire tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of professionals? Our payroll expenses will skyrocket, especially when we have to raise the compensation to our current personnel in order to prevent them from getting disaffected. The Larkinson clan may have gained a huge windfall, but that had yet to be converted into sustainable income. Vase did not want to weigh everything down by raising the salaries of all of his clansmen too soon. What is your proposed alternative solution, then? He asked. Instead of hiring loose personnel, we can acquire them en masse by buying out existing companies and institutions. A lot of people grew intrigued by this suggestion. It can work. Chief Minister Raymond Billingsley Larkinson supported his colleague's idea. The Red Ocean is a harsh frontier, as we all know. Aside from contending against attacks launched by remnant alien fleets or opportunistic rival pioneers, the new entrants must also cope with the difficulty of setting up a profitable business under extreme market conditions. Not all of them are as capable or fortunate as our clan. These distressed pioneering organizations are desperate for a lifeline. While our competition is also making efforts to buy them out, I believe that our clan can also convince them to join our ranks. This was an interesting suggestion. For months, Vase had long considered his clan to be among the pool of lower-tiered pioneering organizations that were largely regarded as prey for the larger players in the Red Ocean. Now, this situation had changed. The Larkinsons were no longer vulnerable targets anymore. Instead, they had joined the ranks of predators that possessed the means to take over weaker pioneers. Seeing that many Larkinsons thought favorably of his suggestion, Chief Minister Novalon smiled as he expanded his argument. Our clan is no newcomer when it comes to acquisition. We absorbed many different existing groups such as the Battle Criers, the Ilvanans, the Sword Maidens, the Penitent Sisters, the Heavenswarders, the Lifers and even my very own Pernus family. Each of them have successfully merged with the clan while contributing their unique strengths and culture to our common cause. Diversity is one of our greatest strengths and increasing it is a great way to improve our comprehensive strength and adaptability. This was a strong argument and one that already won Vase over. Naturally, someone like Vase was not blind to the fact that Chief Minister Novolon purposefully courted his approval by flattering him with well-crafted praise for the decisions that he had made. It was a cheap political trick that Vase was wise enough to detect. Regardless of the manipulative elements, Novolon truly made a good point. The Larkinson clan wasn't afraid of recruiting loners. It was even less afraid of absorbing entire groups. If even the Sword Maidens and Penitent Sisters turned into obedient Larkinsons, there was no way that other eccentric cultures could break the mold. There was only one tiny issue. Will it be expensive to buy out other pioneering organizations? Vase carefully asked. It will not be cheap. Novolon admitted. This is why we should reserve this treatment for organizations that possess large amounts of personnel and expertise that we sorely need. For example, the plan to convert the Diligent Ovenbird into a capital-grade mobile shipyard will require us to hire a large quantity of engineers and shipbuilding technicians. Instead of hiring these vital people in piecemeal, it is much more convenient to buy an entire shipbuilding company at once. We've already developed a relationship with one decent shipbuilding company. Gloriana spoke up. Is it possible for our clan to absorb Murphy & Sons? Vase shook his head. That won't happen. Murphy & Sons is not in a distressed state. The shipbuilding company's business is booming now that it has fixed its dry dock. The Murphy family is also ambitious and is not willing to lose its independence. That is regrettable. There are more shipbuilding companies that have fallen afoul of the dangers of the Red Ocean. It should not be difficult for us to acquire small to medium-sized shipbuilding companies, especially when it doesn't matter too much whether they bring their own shipbuilding facilities. We are only aiming to absorb their skilled and experienced personnel. Novolon said. It did not take long for the Larkinson leaders approved of this initiative. They agreed on a tentative budget so that Chief Minister Novolon Pernus and Foreign Minister Xianxia Pernus could pursue this initiative. Try and achieve a quick result. The sooner our clan can expand, the better. Vase demanded. Will do, sir. All right, then, let's move on to other ideas. Who is next? Chief Minister Magdalena Larkinson stood up. Different from the other two chief ministers, the former commander of the Living Sentinels mostly worked on military affairs. It was no surprise that her proposal was related to the Larkinson clan's military arm. I propose to expand the number of Mech legions under the Larkinson army. General Verl and many military officers did not show any strong reactions, but the rest exhibited varying degrees of surprise. Don't we have enough, already? The Mech legions that we currently have already cover all of our needs. You are not wrong, but once our clan grows larger, the faults we have in our military preparedness will become magnified. Instead of plugging these gaps when it is too late, we should take the initiative and proactively address these latent shortcomings so that they will not lead to a disastrous defeat when we finally go on another expedition. Vase looked concerned, though he was also of the opinion that the Larkinson army already possessed a sufficient number and variety of Mech legions. It might be worthwhile consider whether the clan needed more to meet its future needs. Chapter 3965 Expanding the Army. Chief Minister Magdalena Larkinson unveiled a controversial proposal. For a long time, the Larkinson army was split into 7 unique and distinct Mech legions. The Avatars of Myth, the Living Sentinels, the Battle Criers, the Flagrant Vandals, the Sword Maidens, the Penitent Sisters and the Eye of Ilvain covered the majority of roles of a comprehensive Mech force. In fact, there was a lot of overlap as well. There was no pressing need to add yet another Mech legion that excelled at assaults or reconnaissance. Even so, Vase knew that an older woman and former military officer like Magdalena would not speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel out on impulse. She must have been convinced that there was a serious problem in the Larkinson army to make such a drastic proposal. The reactions from other military leaders such as General Verl and Commander Casella suggested that Magdalena already discussed the issue with them in advance. As my fellow chief minister already stated, diversity is one of our main advantages. Why should we confine ourselves to just 7 Mech legions when we can accommodate more? She explained. The current state of our clan and fleet does not offer any room for additional Mech legions, but that will change once we expand our fleet and our outposts. With additional capacity for mechs, we should seriously think whether it is better to add a new mech legion than to expand one of our existing ones. If you have come up with this proposal, then you must have already come up with concrete suggestions. Vase stated as he paid close attention to the chief minister. Magdalena nodded. That is correct. One of the main flaws of our Larkinson army is that we currently host thousands of mech pilots and even more dependents from the Heavensward Association who are not at home in any of the existing mech legions. The Sword Maidens are the closest to this group, but their martial traditions are too far apart despite possessing a common love for swordsmanship. Vase grimaced. She was right. The inability to adequately accommodate the Heavenswarders, especially the male ones, was a significant oversight. Plenty of them had joined other mech legions that had room for swordsman mechs, but mech legions such as the avatars of myth adopted mech doctrines and martial customs that did not entirely align with the Heavenswarders. Since they weren't able to fit into the existing mech legions, it made sense for them to form their own military troop. Isn't it redundant to field two separate mech legions centered around swordsman mechs? Director Rania Woden questioned. The Sword Maidens and the Heavenswarders fight in nearly the same way. Keeping them separate will lead to a lot of duplication, which is inefficient and wasteful. Why not merge them together into a single sword-oriented mech legion that accepts every gender? Impossible. Ketty stood up from her seat. With respect, you don't know what you are talking about, Rania. All of their swords might look the same to you, but in the eyes of an expert, there is an incredible diversity of sword styles and philosophies. The Heavenswarders may be able to get along with each other, but the Sword Maiden Mech Legion is a unique institution that should be kept as pure as possible in order to preserve its existing advantages. I won't approve of any initiative that causes us to lose our identity. This is not why we have joined the Larkinson clan. The only swordmaster in the grand planning session issued a predictable response. She may have gained a lot of prominence as a Larkinson, but she always identified herself as a Sword Maiden first. I agree with Ketties. We all respect the Heavenswarders and challenge them to sword fights in our free time, but that doesn't mean we accept all of their ways and vice versa. Commander Sendra of the Sword Maidens concurred. Venerable Dice also supported her fellow Sword Maidens. Keep us separate. Okay, that is a pretty clear answer. Vase said as he wanted to put an end to any talk of merging the Sword Maidens with another Mech Legion. While the justifications to form a separate Heavensward Mech Legion aren't the strongest, I think we should do right by the members in our clan. We already accepted them in our ranks, so it is also our responsibility to see that they are happy and respected. No one issued any strong objections anymore to this specific initiative now that the Patriarch had spoken. That still left the question of what else Magdalena wanted to add to the Larkinson army. We will have a need for mech units that are specialized in both landbound and aquatic combat. She said, perhaps our clan will not frequently meddle into conflicts where fights take place on land or underwater, but it is better to have the necessary expertise, training and experience on hand than not. The sooner we start with organizing mech legions that excel in those environments, the more we are able to contend in campaigns that take place on different planets. This was a bold and far-sighted suggestion, though not everyone saw the need to expand the Larkinson army in this fashion. We are primarily a spaceborne clan that fights in space. An assembly member retorted, this is where we should invest most of our resources. Our mech legions are also versatile enough to fight on land if necessary. The only serious gap we have are mechs that can fight in aquatic battlefields, but how often do we need to do so? We can easily do without aquatic mechs if we avoid any campaigns that involve water-based environments. We don't have the room for an aquatic mech legion right now, but what about 10 or 20 years from now? We lucked out during the Purgatory campaign because the Phase Whale Enclave was close enough to a spaceborne environment for our mechs to remain useful. What if we stumble upon another motherlode of phase water that is buried underneath a deep ocean? I don't know much about mechs, but even I know that most machines will malfunction and drown when submerged in water. The opinions on this matter were a little more divided. A mech legion was a substantial burden to the clan. No one wanted to host a new mech legion that took up a lot of precious mech capacity but hardly got put to use in any expeditions or campaigns. It was better to hire a specialized mercenary troop if that was the case. Vase thought about it for a moment. Though the cheapskate within him felt that it was not necessary to expand the Larkinson army with these mech legions, Magdalena's proposal made a lot more sense in the long term. I think there is merit in founding these mech legions. Vase stated his opinion. Better yet, maybe we can combine this suggestion with the previous proposal and acquire existing mech troops with the specialties we need. Just like with half of the mech legions that were currently in the clan, adding new ones by absorbing entire outfits brought many advantages. We will do our best to find opportunities to take over mercenary companies that excel in landbound and aquatic combat. Magdalena affirmed, it shouldn't be too difficult to find decent landbound troops, but those with the capability to fight well underwater are much rarer. Take your time, there is no hurry to expand. We don't have the carrier capacity to accommodate so many new mechs anyway. Vase casually said, thank you, sir. We will remain on the lookout for good opportunities. Chief Minister Magdalena replied, aside from this, our clan should also diversify in other areas. A good example of that would be to add a biomech legion to the Larkinson army. Biotechnology has become an increasingly more prominent specialty of our clan, and we have already harvested a wealth of information and biotissue of different alien life forms. It would be a waste if we fail to take advantage of our growing competence in this area. We don't need biomechs. Conventional mechs can already cover all of our needs. Working with biomechs will only bog us down with greater logistical burdens and other problems. That's not necessarily the case. If we have plans to hire biomech designers, and if we keep all of the biomechs into a self-contained mech troop, we can handle the additional burdens. It depends on whether we intend to design biomechs in the first place. If we don't, then it is hard to justify this addition. The Larkinson clan almost exclusively fielded mechs designed in-house. This was not only a strategic decision but also a point of pride. It would be a break in the pattern to field biomechs designed by third-party mech designers. Many gazes shifted to the mech designers seated at the table. I have already made a decision to add a biomech designer to our design department. Vase announced, I don't intend for our clan to switch over to biomechs entirely, but we will definitely explore organic mechs and cybernetic mechs in the future. If this is the case, then fielding a biomech legion makes even more sense. Magdalena said, one of the purposes of our mech legions is to demonstrate the performance and use of our living mechs. We can inspire more sales if we are able to show that we can achieve impressive victories with our style of products. That was another important argument. Vase had read plenty of reports that confirmed that there was a correlation between victories and boost in sales. The public admired strong mechs and concrete battle results. A lot more buyers would feel at ease with the decision to order living mechs if they had vividly demonstrated their advantages in combat. Vase knew that the biomech industry was a difficult market to get into, especially for a brand that had no history with biomechs. Having a strong biomech legion and leading it to victory a few times could do wonders in raising the profile of several excellent biomech models. Let us start small at first. Chief Minister Magdalena said after Vase had given his response. It takes time to design the biomechs after we have hired the right specialists. If we start too soon, we will have to field commercial biomech models developed by other parties. Okay, all of these proposals sound good so far. Do you have any suggestions for additional mech legions? There are more, but their priorities are not as high. The Chief Minister answered, in the future, we may look into creating a tunneling mech legion, an independent expedition mech legion, an elite defensive mech legion, a law enforcement mech legion and a propaganda mech legion, among others. Vase was in no hurry to explore these additional options at this time. A mech troop dedicated to tunneling actions sounded a lot more niche than one that simply fought on land. Aside from that, Vase saw little need to field a law enforcement mech legion if the Larkinson clan did not set up its own colony. The other mech legions could already cover a lot of security needs even if they could only resort to lethal armaments when fighting against criminals. As for a propaganda mech legion, Vase didn't even know what Magdalena meant by that. Was this just a troop of mechs that solely existed to put on a good show or something? That sounded completely redundant to his ears. I think we will already have our hands full with adding 4 new mech legions to our army in the coming years. We shouldn't bite more than we can chew, General Verl concluded. Let us form the new units for the Heavenswarders and other specialties first before we consider additional options. Our situation will change drastically a decade later. We will have a better idea of what we need to fill up our gaps. Very well, then, 4 mech legions it is. We will discuss the budgets for this momentous expansion in a subsequent planning session. Vase kind of looked forward to taking an active part in the shaping of these new mech units. There weren't many opportunities for him to create a new troop. According to his own ideas. Chapter 3966 Branch System. So far, the various Larkinson leaders brought up excellent proposals that swayed a lot of people. None of the people who introduced initiatives had done so with no clue of how much support they expected to gain. With enough preparation time, they obtained feedback from many corners of the clan and used that to refine the details further. Even so, there were numerous ambitious proposals that painted a bright future but demanded a lot of investment. As someone who was reluctant to spend too much time, money and resources on wasteful initiatives, Vase had to weigh the risks and decide whether the skeptics and naysayers were right. This was why he had to say no to numerous proposals. He did not reject them because they were bad, but because the risks were too great while the rewards were highly uncertain. I don't agree with this point, Vase told Chief Minister Raymond Billingsley Larkinson. Setting up all of these outposts on different planets will scatter our focus and cause us to become even more entangled in the region. It is already enough to pick 1 or 2 star systems for us to establish a manufacturing complex in order to produce our mechs. Any more than that and we will open ourselves up to enemy attacks that we cannot easily defend against. He would have made a different decision if the Larkinson clan was operating back in the old galaxy. Most star sectors were rather stable and wars did not break out that often. Even if they did, they were fairly predictable, so every company could make preparations in advance. This was different. The Red Ocean was a giant shark tank where a bunch of new predators had just been dumped into a pool filled with native threats. Aliens, pirates, hostile pioneers and astral beasts posed constant threats to anyone who wanted to do business in this chaotic frontier. Vase ideally wanted to keep his entire clan in a single fleet, but as their circumstances kept changing, he accepted the need to compromise to an extent. This was why he raised the next proposal himself. Your proposal goes too far, Raymond, but you did raise a matter that is related to one of the changes I have in mind. Vase stated, as you all know, our clan will build at least one large compound on a planet in order to alleviate some of our shortcomings. From producing large quantities of commercial mechs to storing large quantities of retired mechs and stockpiled materials, we need lots of space that only a planetary environment can provide. While I haven't decided where we should place our main compound, I do know that there are many of you who wish to depart our fleet and settle down on the surface. A few of gathered Larkinsons showed yearning expressions. Vase observed that most of the people who reacted this way belonged to the older generations of the clan. Geezers who grew up alongside his grandfather such as Chief Minister Raymond Billingsley Larkinson and Assembly Speaker Owen Larkinson both held important responsibilities in the clan. Despite wielding more power and influence in their lives than ever before, their remaining lifespans weren't all that great. They mainly performed their duties because of their love for the Larkinson lineage and their sense of duty. Vase truly needed stable and reassuring leaders in the past. These trueblood Larkinsons used to be mainstays of the old family, and they had played a critical role in transplanting the best of their former culture into a brand new clan. FREEWEBNVEL, CM. By now, they had already done their jobs. The Larkinson clan's hierarchy and leadership had matured to the point where there was no need for any true bloods to maintain its current culture. There were far more qualified leaders who could do a better job in their positions. Elite second-raters such as the Pernicers possessed the education, experience and ambition to take the Larkinson clan to greater heights. In that sense, it might be a good idea for the Larkinson clan to open up a retirement home at a placid estate on Davut 7 or elsewhere. Even if a monstrous alien fleet invaded the port system, overwhelmed the local defense forces and bombed the planet to hell, Vase and the Larkinson clan wouldn't actually lose that much. The old geezers were too old to contribute to the Larkinson clan. Their deaths, whether natural or otherwise, did not represent a meaningful loss in manpower or expertise. Vase had absolutely no qualms about letting the older Larkinsons spend their remaining years on a planet just like how his older family members used to gather around and swap stories all day at the old Larkinson compound. Just thinking about it already brought back memories to him. He consciously had to push them aside in order to remain on track. Any comments? Who will be eligible to be stationed at these planet-bound compounds? Raymond asked. Vase smiled back. It depends. At a minimum, we need managers, mech technicians and other personnel to run the mech factories. We can draw them from our existing manpower pool or we can just hire them from the job market. Other than that, we also need different executives and specialists in other areas depending on the other facilities we build at a compound. For example, we might choose to build a regional branch office for the LMC. This will require us to place a lot of business professionals and service personnel to the new office or headquarters. Many Larkinsons nodded. All of this made sense. We need to provide security as well. General Verl added, no matter the location, we should never surrender our security needs to third parties. We will have to station hundreds of mechs at a compound that includes a manufacturing complex in order to deter anyone from raiding or destroying such a valuable facility. Calabast also chimed in on behalf of the Black Cats. We will have to set up an intelligence post on the planet in question. There have been times where our clan has been attacked by enemies that we never anticipated. We cannot repeat those mistakes, so we must proactively study the local and regional landscape for any threats that we can foresee. I think these answers should be clear to you, Raymond. We will station whatever people are needed to fulfill the jobs that need to be done. What about other people, sir? In what way? Those who are tired or unable to work anymore. The chief minister said before his tone softened up. You know how old I am, Vase. Even if I can prolong my life, I already experienced enough excitement in my life. The clan belongs to the younger generation such as yourself. His emotional tone caused a lot of Larkinsons to empathize with Raymond. His former duties as the COO of the LMC and then the chief minister of the Larkinson clan had kept him busy in a time where he should have assumed lighter duties. Grandfather, Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson looked conflicted. We already talked about this, Tusa. There is little value in keeping me around for another century. I do not want to squander valuable resources that can be better spent on you. Many other Larkinsons of my generation feel the same way. We don't need to stand in your way anymore. Allowing us to step back and see our children and grandchildren prosper by themselves will give us the greatest joy in the twilight of our years. Raymond spoke for all elderly Larkinsons at this time. The man chose not to invest any resources into prolonging his life due to his sense of duty to the clan. As a former third raider, Raymond could not provide as much value and expertise to the current clan. It had already grown far beyond his scope. Even if he could supplement his knowledge and gain more experience, there were other executives who could do a better job. Working alongside amazing new clansmen such as the Pernissers made the gap in qualifications even clearer. There may be a good argument for prolonging the life of a competent and valuable diplomat like Sheddarin Perniss. Vase would not mind spending a portion of his MTA merits so that he could continue to receive the advice of a wily old fox with a wider vision than most people. He could not justify doing the same for people like Raymond. While a part of Vase wanted to preserve the authentic relics from the old family, his rational side told him that it would just be a waste of valuable MTA merits. The losses outweighed the gains. Even Raymond knew that, or else he wouldn't have been so vocal about refusing life-prolonging treatment. What a noble spirit, what a self-sacrificing attitude. They still possessed enough of the old family in their aging bones to make the best and most rational decision to get out of the way when their use had come to an end. It saved Vase the trouble of convincing these oldsters to stop monopolizing the resources that could have been used to accelerate the Larkinson clan's growth. I suppose we can agree to set up a retirement home for veterans and aged clansmen who do not mind separating from the fleet. Vase announced. It would be like the old Larkinson compound back on Rittersburg. You can spend your years in peace while looking after the other Larkinsons stationed on the planet. Many true-blood Larkinsons smiled. They possessed the clearest idea of how good it was to recreate the original Larkinson compound. What about those who are not of retirement age but want to step back from the excitement of the fleet? Chief Minister Novalon asked. There are clansmen among us who have developed a strong yearning to relocate to a planet. They never dared to bring their requests to your attention, but that does not mean that they have lost this desire. Not everyone can cope with all of the risks and dangers of frontier life. Vase sighed. I am aware of that. This is why I have been developing another idea that can give these clansmen a way out. After a lot of thought, I have decided to implement a branch system for our clan. Many Larkinsons directed knowing looks at Vase, but there were also other people such as Venerable Joshua who looked completely confused. We have encountered many clans and dynasties over the years. One of the elements they have in common is that they are usually divided in a main branch and several side branches. There are good reasons why they do so. My intended plan for this is a little different. To me, bloodline and parentage shouldn't determine the future of a Larkinson descendant. We should mainly look towards competence. In addition, I don't want to impose too much division within our clan. For this reason, only those that agree to be permanently stationed in one of our landbound outposts will belong to that particular branch. This was a massive change to how the Larkinson clan organized its members. The introduction of branches was a way for Vase to separate the less important clansmen from his core personnel. Those that stuck to his fleet and only left to complete a mission or something were still full-fledged Larkinsons in his opinion. The others who were no longer willing to fight or work as hard were not important anymore, so Vase might as well demote them to the status of side branch members. The Larkinsons at the table were all clever people for the most part. Enough of them had picked up the unspoken implications. What are the differences between main branch and side branch members? We can discuss that right now. Vase responded with a smile. A branch system may be familiar to other organizations such as the Woden dynasty, but we must start from scratch. This also gives us the opportunity to shape it according to our needs. I have already formed a few ideas, but your input will surely be useful. Let's start. This was another clever political trick that Vase had learned from others. He knew that setting up a branch system was a controversial proposal. Instead of bearing all of the responsibility by himself, why not spread it out? If the entire leadership provided their input on this idea, then they would bear the majority of the blame. Chapter 3967 Reserve Larkinsons. The Larkinsons provided plenty of input on the branch system that Vase wanted to implement. The premise of it was simple. The main branch of Larkinsons consisted of those who were permanently stationed in the fleet. These were the most authentic members of the clan and received the most rights and privileges. Of course, their attachment to a fleet that sometimes went on dangerous expeditions also meant they had to bear the corresponding risks and other costs. Life aboard starships could be harsh, monotonous and isolating. Few people believed that living in space all the time was better than living on a planet like Davut. This was why Vase wanted to make sure that the clansmen who were willing to live at least a significant part of their lives in space received the best treatment in the Larkinson clan. Overall, the treatment of the clansmen in the main branch did not change in any meaningful way. The clan already provided the Larkinsons with generous treatment, so Vase and the others saw no need to change this in any way aside from a modest increase in salaries and other minor benefits. What really mattered was how the clan would treat its side branch members. It was unrealistic to value them as much as the main branch members. If the Larkinson clan ever grew to the point where it had established hundreds if not thousands of branches across many star systems, then it was impossible to protect and provide for the people living in these far-flung locations. We should treat them as reserve members. General Verl explained his own views on the matter. One of the persistent problems we have is that we rely too much on external recruitment to address our manpower needs. While this sounds like a convenient solution, it is not the most reliable one over the long term. Instead of supplementing any losses or vacancies with outsiders, why not draw them from our branches? That is a good approach. Calabast looked thoughtful. The side branch members may not be as good as the main branch members, but they are already Larkinsons for the most part. Compared to the months and years it takes to train and indoctrinate outsiders, our clan can easily assimilate the side branch members into our main body in a fraction of the time. Calabast possessed a strong opinion on this topic due to her personal experiences. She started off as a side branch member of the Vraken matriarchal dynasty. She bore all of the expectations and demands of this powerful Hexer family organization but could never match the importance of the main branch members. In the Vraken matriarchal dynasty and most family organizations, bloodline and parentage defined one's status from birth. The main branch was the equivalent of the royal family of a state, while the side branches were akin to lower aristocrats who did most of the more mundane work. Such an approach was incompatible to the Larkinson clan. From the beginning, Vase had set it up as a meritocracy, and the clansmen who followed him mostly inherited the same mentality. While Vase had no illusions that his clan could be completely impartial towards the worth of different clansmen, he at least wished to avoid the excesses and inefficiencies of other family organizations. To be fair, the Vrakens, Evans and even the Crossers had good reasons to pay so much attention to lineage. It was hard to guarantee the loyalty and interests of every member. Those who were born in the periphery of a family would not necessarily be loyal enough to serve in its best interests. Members of the main branch often received a much more focused and privileged upbringing. They became deeply entangled and invested in the current power structure. Their loyalty was much more guaranteed as the main branch members were much less likely to screw over the organization that brought them the most benefits. The Larkinson clan did not have to do all of this because of the existence of the Larkinson network. Every leader and high-ranking official seated at this table implicitly knew about the Larkinson network. Some had even met and interacted with the Golden Cat in person. With such a powerful and effective loyalty monitor at work, the clansmen did not have to regard each other with so much suspicion. Vase did not wish to provoke too many internal contradictions within his clan. He wanted it to be like the original Larkinson family, where every member showed at least a measure of respect and goodwill towards their fellow Larkinsons. This was why many of the Larkinsons did not wish to lower the status of the side branch members too much. The reserve members of our clan should always have access to a promotion channel. Calabast insisted. In order to preserve the long-term health and vitality of the clan, we should give excellent side branch members the opportunity to promote to the main branch. Vase already held the same thoughts. Agreed. The requirements for a side brancher to become a main brancher should not be too low. As long as the side brancher has earned enough Larkinson merits or possesses skills and expertise that our clan sorely needs, he or she is eligible to be promoted to the main branch. Of course, that also means that this individual must accept the corresponding duties and obligations of a full member of our clan. In this way, every Larkinson had the option to transition from the main branch to the side branch and vice versa. No one was forced to remain stuck on a starship or a boring rural branch for the rest of their lives. Even Gloriana, who used to be a main branch member of the Woden dynasty, could get behind this sort of system. This is also a good way to ensure that the core of our clan will remain the best. She opined. Those who work in the fleet who are unable or unwilling to keep up with the demands of the fleet can be pushed to our branches. Those who work at one of the planetary branches and have performed well can be transferred to the main branch in order to enhance its strength. It was a logical and well-balanced system as long as there was enough upwards and downwards mobility. It could not be too low, or else a lot of clansmen would never be able to maximize their potential. It could not be too high either, or else there would be too much chaos and disruption. After the Larkinsons who attended this planning session agreed on this essential framework, it did not take long to fill out the remaining details. Compared to a main branch member, a side branch member received lower salaries, fewer benefits, more limited access to the Larkinson exchange, and less protection from the clan as a whole. A side brancher also possessed a weaker connection to the Larkinson network. Nobody aside from Vase understood what this meant. Just think of it as a lower bandwidth connection to the Larkinson network. He said, the basics are still there, but there is less exchange of data. One of the consequences to this is that a side branch member is a lot more free to think and act as he likes. This was an important difference. Essentially, the Larkinson clan would have less of a hold of a side branch member. Whether this was beneficial or the opposite depended on the individual. In any case, a side branch member may receive much less generous treatment from the clan, but their rights and obligations weren't as strict either. The clan did not care as much about them. They were not obliged to defend the clan to the death or anything exaggerated like that. Neither were they expected to tackle dangerous or difficult challenges in order to maintain sufficient progress. The side branches could choose to live a more leisurely life. This was perfect for the older generation of the clan, such as Raymond Billingsley Larkinson, who were looking forward to stepping down and enjoying their well-deserved retirement. Vase finally concluded this discussion by clapping his hand. All right, it's settled then. We have come to an agreement on implementing a branch system that operates according to what we have agreed. For now, I am only certain about setting up a single branch on Davut 7 and maybe another planet in the Krakatoa Middle Zone, but I have no doubt that we will set up many more branches in the future. That will be the time when our branches shall bloom throughout the Red Ocean. The clan had to fill up many more details about the branch system before it could properly implement it, but the Larkinson Assembly could take care of it. Vase and the others in the conference room still had to go through many other subjects. General Verl stood up at this time. We have come to a point in time where our clansmen do not have to remain shackled to our fleet on a long-term basis. The branch system is a good idea, but I want to offer a solution that is specific to the soldiers of the Larkinson army. I propose to implement a mechanism where adventurous groups of Larkinsons can detach from our fleet and accept mercenary contracts. Setting up a mercenary hall has many benefits. Not only will our mech pilots and other servicemen be able to seek out battles when our clan is at peace, the mercenary work will also expand their horizons and turn them into more rounded individuals. A lot of members of the Larkinson army already knew about this proposal in advance. Vase was in on it as well. However, the news still surprised the civilian half of the Larkinson clan. Won't we compromise the defense of our fleet if we send out too many mech units to perform mercenary work? It won't be a problem as long as we maintain a deeper reserve of mechs and mech pilots. Verl answered, we can also impose limits on how many of our soldiers are able to go out at once. Won't this expose our soldiers to dangers that can wipe them all out at once? Part of our strength comes from our unity. If a promising group of soldiers are confronted by a fleet of angry nuncers, we will suffer a deep loss. This was a grave concern. Mercenary life in the Red Ocean was far more dangerous than in the Milky Way. At the very least, mercenary outfits in the old galaxy could always retreat when fighting against other mech forces. The same could not be said when powerful alien fleets or beasts attacked the mercenaries. The strength and numbers of these threats varied wildly. Some alien forces were weak or solitary while others were stronger or came in great numbers. Even the expeditionary fleet in its current form risked annihilation whenever it traveled around. Although there were relatively few alien forces roaming around the hinterland of human-occupied space that could threaten the entire Golden Skull Alliance, there was no question that they existed. The chances of bumping into them were very low, fortunately. The chances of bumping into weaker alien forces was higher. This might not be a concern for the expeditionary fleet, but smaller detachments were in much greater danger. We all understand the risks, but if we want our soldiers to temper themselves in battle, we have to give them the opportunity to do so. General Verl stated, each of them must accept the risks that come with accepting mercenary contracts in the new frontier. They will need to rely on their luck and judgment to return with their lives and mechs intact. There was no doubt to many Larkinsons that the establishment of this mercenary hall would lead to substantial attrition among the mech legions. Valuable soldiers could die at any point and expensive Larkinson mechs might get trashed or lost along the way. The costs were great, but Vase and General Verl still felt it was necessary to give the members of the Larkinson army access to this outlet. Peace could never produce the best soldiers. Only serious battles could prepare them for the future conflicts that mattered to the clan. Chapter 3968. Too valuable to lose. The mercenary hall was a major addition to the military side of the Larkinson clan. For the first time since the founding of the clan, individual groups of Larkinson soldiers could voluntarily go out to fulfill a mercenary contract. This did not mean that the Larkinson clan transitioned into a mercenary organization and that its powerful mech units suddenly turned into income sources. To Vase, this was simply a side activity. He did not particularly care about the profits that the mercenary Larkinsons earned while they were working on behalf of other groups and companies. He valued the growth and tempering that his troops could gain from these risky ventures. He was willing to accept the fact that his clan would suffer losses just like any force that entered the mercenary industry. He even saw it as a good opportunity to purify the Larkinson army of weaker soldiers. Those that managed to survive and thrive in these ordeals were the true elites of his clan. They could be entrusted with stronger mechs and greater responsibilities. In any case, the existence of this institution meant that Vase no longer had to worry about his troops growing soft when the Larkinson fleet wasn't doing anything special. Those with the drive and ambition to improve could volunteer for any available mission that met the mercenary hall's requirements. Access to mercenary missions was not a problem. The clan merely had to sign a small agreement with the Transgalactic Mercenary Association to gain access to its vast network of missions and contacts. While the civilian half of the Larkinson clan was not particularly enthused about exposing a portion of their clansmen to the unpredictable dangers of the new frontiers, the military leaders all supported this initiative. They all believed in the Rubarthan societal revival theory in one way or another. All of the struggles the clan had gone through had made them stronger and more resilient. Many more people were able to draw out their full potential under the stimulation of battle. Even if Vase had recently discovered the proper way to utilize the Transcendence Glow, he was far from reaching the point where he could produce expert candidates and expert pilots on demand. The Transcendence Glow only provided the mech pilots with an extra push. They still needed to develop their willpower and temper their mentalities in order to get close to the extraordinary threshold in the first place, and that was a much more difficult journey. Vase figured that the mercenary hall was the best and most sustainable way for the Larkinson clan to produce high-ranking mech pilots over time. While he had big plans for the clan's competitive circuit, he did not believe that non-lethal matches could stimulate mech pilots as well as actual battles. For this reason, the mercenary hall would become an invaluable institution to the Larkinson clan. This was especially the case in the far future when the main fleet became less vulnerable to external threats. What about us? Venerable Rosa Orphan asked. Can expert pilots such as me go on mercenary contracts as well? A lot of expressions changed. It was one thing for a group of faceless grunts to go out on an adventure. It was another thing for a rare and precious expert pilot to leave and never return. Commander Casella Ingvar shook her head. The ratio between risk and reward is not as favorable. Expert pilots such as ourselves may grow faster in battle, but our loss and the loss of our expensive expert mechs will inflict great damage to our clan. If you go on a mercenary mission, you won't do our clan and the clansmen any favors, orphan. Calabast chimed in. The Larkinson clan will always have enemies. They cannot do anything as long as we stay in our well-defended fleet and outposts, but we cannot extend the same degree of protection to any smaller detachments on a mission. The chances that our enemies will specifically seek out a detachment in order to crush it with overwhelming force become much higher if one of our expert pilots has come along. This was not the answer that Venerable Orphan wanted to hear. She was a woman who thrived on the battlefield and found meaning in combat. Her rate of improvement was not high during long periods of peace. Though there were definite benefits to allowing expert pilots to develop their strength further in different situations, Vase firmly shook his head. From the moment you have advanced to the rank of expert pilot, your relationship to our clan has changed. He stated to Venerable Orphan and all of her peers. You are the guardians and protectors of our core fleet. You are our strategic weapons against the most difficult enemy units that we may face on the battlefield. Your strength and potential makes it worthwhile for our clan to invest a large amount of funding and resources into you. We facilitate your training and we pair you up with precious, high-quality expert mechs. We do not go through all of this trouble only for you to recklessly endanger your life and your expert mech on a trivial mercenary job. General Verl nodded in agreement. As long as the loss of a single expert pilot or expert mech significantly weakens the defenses of our main fleet, we cannot risk any of them in non-essential missions. Perhaps we can reconsider this policy in the future when we have thousands of expert pilots in our ranks. This future was extremely far away. At this time, every Larkinson expert pilot and expert mech was a valuable strategic asset. The loss of even a single one of them could mean the difference between victory and defeat. Vase and General Verl would rather keep the expert pilots bored and safe than the opposite. The discussion on the mercenary hall continued. A fair amount of people were surprised by how soon it would begin operations. We have already started with laying the groundwork on the mercenary hall. General Verl revealed. We have received enough consultation from the veterans of the mercenary business to understand what we need to do. We have hired the right people, formulated a good set of rules and held talks with the Mercenary Association. We only need to gain a better understanding of the local mercenary sector and the risk factors of Krakatoa before we are ready to allow our clansmen to go on missions. Naturally, only small detachments of Larkinson troops were allowed to go out at any time. The clan could not afford to lose the majority of its defenders at any time. They also faced many restrictions in the missions they were allowed to accept. These included tasks that took years to complete or required the mercenaries to travel far away. These were relatively common-sense rules that everyone could agree on. The mercenary missions were only made available for the Larkinson troops to gain experience. Earning money, building a reputation and expanding the Larkinson clan's influence were merely secondary concerns. Once everyone came to a consensus on this issue, Vase moved on to the next item on the agenda. Facewater is an important resource to humanity. He began. It can boost existing forms of superluminal travel and enable new ones that we previously did not have access to. Its price is high, but its value may be even greater than that. As the defining exotic of the Red Ocean, we must learn to harness it in our own way. If not, we will always pass on the greatest benefit of obtaining this resource to other parties. Many Larkinsons agreed with this view. Facewater had many valuable applications, but the problem was that the clan did not master any of them at this point. This was a shortcoming that needed to be addressed. Vase felt that this was the right time to expand the Larkinson clan's involvement with Facewater. His grin became more ambitious. We are in a rare position where we can invest in research and business activities that can transform Facewater into a more valuable application. Although we don't possess any inherent advantages in any field, that also means we are completely free to choose our direction. Anything is possible as long as we can acquire or develop the right expertise. Though many people wanted the clan to profit from its enormous reserves of Facewater, the difficulty of doing so was not low. Facewater was not only new to most of humanity, it was also a notoriously dangerous and volatile substance to work with. Only advanced researchers with backgrounds in spatial theory and other highly abstract fields were qualified to perform proper studies on this liquid exotic. I am aware that getting started in Facewater is difficult. Vase continued. However, we have the wealth and resources to invest as much as we need to in order to develop a Facewater specialty. We even possess an existing advantage in the form of the phaser fish whale organs that we have obtained from the Purgatory campaign. I believe Director Rania Woden of the Larkinson Biotech Institute can explain more. The woman nodded and explained what was possible according to her opinion. Many companies and research institutions do not have the capital or channels to obtain significant quantities of phase water. As the patriarch has said, we are different. We have already solved the biggest problem before us. All we need to do is meet the remaining requirements. A lot of Larkinsons felt good about that. They fought hard to obtain this immense advantage. The biggest problem we have is that we lack the right people and expertise. Rania seriously said, we need specialists in fields such as biotechnology, warp drive engineering and miniaturization. As long as we form the right research teams, we have a good shot at reverse engineering the phase water-rich fish whale organs. Even if we cannot understand all of their principles, as long as we can reproduce them, we can potentially harness them in mechs, though that will require us to complete a separate research project. It may take several years or even decades before we can start producing our own phase water products. We can speed up this process if we collaborate with a powerful research institution, but this isn't necessary. Vase did not reject this possibility out of hand. If the Larkinson Biotech Institute truly struggled with figuring out the phaser fish whale organs, then it was better to partner up with another group than to waste many decades to achieve glacial progress. We should look to acquire research or development companies that specialize in organic drive technology. Chief Minister Novalan Pernis suggested. If they are not available, then we should seek the closest alternatives. Taking over these institutions will not only give us access to cohesive R&D teams, but also enables us to take over their accumulation. That is a good idea, but I doubt that companies like these are easily available. You may be right, sir, but we should still be on the lookout. Chief Minister Novalan was right. It didn't hurt to try. Vase did not fixate his attention on the fish whale organs alone, though. Biotechnology was never the primary pursuit of the Larkinson clan. He wanted to do more with phase water. Aside from playing with the phaser fish whale organs, our clan should also attempt to master other applications of phase water. He said, one of the fastest if costliest measures we can take is to exchange a substantial amount of MTA merits for direct access to different applications of high technology. He waved his hand, causing a projection to appear that displayed a handful of the promising uses that the Mech Trade Association had developed over the years. The Mechers have already developed different uses of phase water that may be of interest to us. Here you can see a mech that is armored with an alloy that actually integrates a small amount of phase water. As you can see, its surface layer has gained special properties that allow it to block a lot more damage than normal. The sight was pretty impressive. It showed a first-class multi-purpose mech getting bombarded by the ranged armaments of a dozen comparable mechs. Chapter 3969 Phasewater Technology. Phasewater was an exotic material with remarkably special and powerful properties. It was also versatile and malleable. When researchers combined phase water with other exotics, they created experimental products that often came with strange and abnormal properties. The vast majority of these combinations ended up in disappointment. The phase water either didn't do anything important or reacted violently when coming into contact with incompatible materials. Either way, getting phase water to combine with other materials and get an amazing result out of it was difficult. Just throwing random materials together with phase water was not enough. The researchers needed to possess an extensive understanding of how phase water behaved while also understanding the properties of other materials. This was materials science on another level. Fortunately, people like Vase who were interested in phase water didn't have to reinvent the wheel. The Big Two had entered the Red Ocean much sooner than everyone else. Not only did the MTA and CFA gain access to large quantities of phase water a long time ago, their research teams had already conducted a lot of useful studies on this exotic. Mech designers such as Vase could easily get their hands on basic and fundamental knowledge on phase water. However, if they wanted to do something useful with phase water, learning the basics was far from sufficient. What Vase needed was access to more advanced knowledge that organizations such as the MTA hoarded over the years. Since the MTA took great effort to figure out ways to apply phase water in different situations, it was only natural for the greedy organization to charge a high price for its precious knowledge and research data. In fact, it was in the association's best interest to allow many mech designers and researchers to tinker with phase water. The more people who worked with it, the more applications humanity developed over time. Whatever people managed to discover or invent, it would all end up in the hands of the MTA sooner or later. The Mechers definitely earned the greatest profit out of this arrangement. However, the time to spread phase water-based technology on a widespread basis had not arrived as of yet. The Red Ocean had only opened up for a few years and the supply of phase water was still too limited. It was useless to give too many people and organizations access to phase water technology. This was why the MTA put up a lot of barriers and charged extremely high prices to anyone that wanted access to its phase water tech. Vase knew that if he waited a decade or two, the MTA would probably lower the amount of MTA merits needed to exchange for knowledge on phase water tech. However, starting out late meant that Vase would always be far behind the pioneers who mastered this field earlier. There was great value in being able to work with phase water tech as soon as possible. With so many barriers to get started with phase water tech, the few exceptional individuals who were able to meet all of the requirements at this early period would enjoy an unprecedented advantage. Few mech designers and companies knew how to make products that took advantage of phase water. If the Larkinsons became one of the few who did, then there was no stopping their rise. Even a rudimentary product that barely leveraged the special strengths of phase water was already a hugely useful addition to the market. There was so much hype surrounding phase water that even a nutrient pack that was laced with this substance could become a bestseller. It didn't matter if eating the nutrient packs subsequently tore the stomachs of their consumers. Just the bragging rights of eating phase water was enough to make the fanatics excited. The Larkinsons in the conference room all stared at the projected footage of a field test of a mech clad with an experimental armor system that was laced with phase water. Vase had no clue how a mech designer managed to integrate a water-based substance into a metallic alloy to such a degree that they got along with each other, but it was no doubt an impressive engineering feat. What was even more significant about this advancement was that it was clearly an early generation product. If the Mark I version of this phase water armor system was so good, what about the Mark III version? What about the Mark VII version? Vase anticipated much more drastic improvements in defensive specs once specialists performed follow-up research on this successful application. How does this even work? Venerable Vincent Rickelin asked. In order to understand the answer, you need to know more about science than me. Vase replied, no one in the clan can give you a clear answer. The only person who can come close is Miss Sarah Voikin. The female journeyman mech designer did not expect to be mentioned during this meeting. After all, even though her profession was honored in the Larkinson clan, she was still a newcomer whose contributions were still limited. There were many Larkinsons who played much greater roles in the rise of the clan. Nonetheless, her mech design capabilities were real and her expertise in armor systems was unsurpassed in the clan. Vase wasn't wrong in claiming that she understood more about the test product in the footage than the others. I do not clearly understand how it is put together, but I think I can make a few guesses on how this experimental new armor system is able to withstand more damage. Sarah stated in a calm but confident voice. As you know, phase water has a destabilizing effect on space. This means that it can disrupt anything that occupies it. If there is a method that can allow you to integrate phase water in an armor plate while tweaking its original properties in various ways, you essentially gain a piece of protection that can weaken any attack just before it strikes the armor. This simple explanation was enough to give people a greater understanding of what was happening. Now that they observed the footage a little closer, they observed a faint fluctuation emanating from the experimental mech. It was as if it was surrounded by an invisible energy field. Although the fluctuations of this field were almost imperceptible, any projectile or energy beam that passed through this space began to look a little shakier. That was not all, though. Sarah's eyes grew brighter. There is something more going on with this revolutionary new armor system. The destabilizing energy field is only the first line of defense. The second one is the actual surface of the armor itself. I cannot describe what phase water has done to it, but the result is a metal that can absorb or divert damaging impacts and energy at significantly greater degrees than conventional materials. This two-stage defensive system is absurdly effective at protecting this mech, though I have heard that the most advanced native alien species have developed comparable tech. In any case, I would love to study the actual data and theory behind this implementation. You may get your chance. Vase smiled at her. As long as you think you can handle this high technology and find a way to convert what you have learned into concrete gains for our clan, I will redeem it for you with some of my MTA merits. Sarah looked happy with this announcement, but her expression quickly grew concerned. This is high technology in a new and exotic field. How many MTA merits do we have to exchange in order to gain access to this tech, sir? Vase grimaced a bit. I've already looked it up. It depends on how deep you want to go and whether we want to acquire knowledge in related and connected fields as well. If you want the full package where you get access to some of the most cutting-edge results, I do not know whether the MTA merits I have is enough. Several people widened their eyes. They knew how many MTA merits Vase had access to right now. The fact that even he couldn't obtain everything available on Phase Water Armor Tech said much about its exclusivity. It also said much about the association's unending greed. Sarah Voikin shook her head. Too much knowledge isn't useful. My expertise on armor systems only goes so far. Only masters and star designers can work at that level of armor development. I think it is best if I gain access to the more basic data and articles on this tech. She was right. Just like Vase, she was still a young journeyman who had only recently achieved notable results. She spent much of her life learning the basics of science and engineering. The time she spent researching more advanced subjects was still limited. Vase quickly references the MTA's internal database. The price is much lower if you only want access to the basics. The price should be around 20 million MTA merits, which is a lot but not out of our budget. He still winced at this sum, though. 20 million MTA merits was equivalent to a fifth of a second-class Fleet Beander ticket. Perhaps he could justify this kind of expenditure a few times, but it would be excessive to do it too many times. My fellow lead designers and I will discuss our exact choices on how to spend our MTA merits on access to different categories of high technology later. Vase declared to everyone, I have decided to free up a budget of 60 million MTA merits on phase water-related high technology. I am aware that this is a substantial sum of knowledge that we may not be able to convert into anything of value, but I believe it is worth it for us to try. We must seize the advantage early or resign ourselves to losing it if we act too conservatively. Few people were comfortable with spending that much on MTA merits, but this was a decision that Vase strongly believed in. It was an investment in himself and his fellow mech designers. The more they could do with phase water, the better their output. Any of their mech designs that leveraged phase water in some way would be vastly stronger than comparable mechs. Can you give us an idea on the kind of phase water tech that you are thinking about acquiring for our clan? Venerable Janzi asked. She looked quite intrigued by the example that Vase had shown. Which defensive mech pilot wouldn't like to pilot a mech that could better resist attacks? If one application of phase water could do this, what about other applications? Vase grinned at everyone. The potential of phase water is great and diverse. We have plenty of choices in that regard, but not all of them are right for us. For now, I am looking at obtaining more basic applications of phase water. I have already set my sights on miniature warp drive technology. Making stuff go faster is the defining use of this exotic. We cannot miss out on it. Juliet, are you confident that you can get started in this field? The penitent sister mech designer looked as if she was enduring great pressure. It will be difficult. Warp drives are already advanced enough to me. The science and engineering around their miniaturized forms is multiple times more complex. I cannot guarantee that I will be able to produce anything useful with phase water in the first decade. What if you have access to tutoring or gain a chance to collaborate with mini-drive experts? Vase asked. I believe that I can develop an effective and useful application much faster. Juliet regained a bit of her confidence. I will still be lacking in many of the fundamentals, however. That was good enough for Vase. He was willing to wait a number of years in order to allow the Larkinson clan to develop genuine phase water specialties. As long as everyone studied hard enough, the clan would be able to build its own mini-drives, thereby ridding itself of its dependency on third-party vendors, who always charged excessive prices for their products. Perhaps the Larkinson clan could enter this lucrative business sector as well. Chapter 3970, Outpost Choices. Spending 60 million MTA merits on the opportunity to learn different bits of high technology sounded excessive. This was especially the case since only a handful of Larkinsons could master this abstruse knowledge. Vase didn't mind, though. The Larkinson clan was first and foremost propped up by its mech designers, not its politicians or mech pilots. It made complete sense to channel a large amount of resources to expand and improve the capabilities of its existing mech designers. However, absorbing any form of high technology was easier said than done. People did not randomly place the word high before technology without a good reason. The combined phrase was a formal acknowledgement that a specific field of technology was both powerful and extremely advanced. The tech involved theories and laws of nature that were far beyond the scope of the science taught to scientists and engineers in universities. Only the most brilliant among them who had spent decades advancing their accumulation in the relevant fields had a chance of mastering these forms of high technology. Mech designers comparable to Vase and the other young journeymen in the clan may be smarter and more talented compared to their peers, but their qualifications fell far short of this level. While it was possible for people like Sarah Voikin and Juliet Stamaros to study high technology in advance, the time and effort they need to put into this difficult task would definitely dominate their lives for the next decade. Only more established senior mech designers or master mech designers were capable of harnessing high technology. They possessed the intellect, the knowledge base and the wealth of experience to not only get started on difficult tech, but also go further and make subsequent advancements. All of this meant that the Larkinson mech designers lacked the ability to make good use of this expensive investment. Spending tens of millions of MTA merits would definitely provide a massive boost to Professor Benedict Cortez of the Cross clan in the short term. His ability to absorb and understand high technology was at least several times better than any of the journeymen of the Larkinson clan. In contrast, Gloriana would still be struggling to master the basics of a single category of high technology after several years. This was why not everyone thought it was wise to spend a whopping sum of 60 million MTA merits in this fashion. Director Rania Woden of the Larkanon Biotech Institute was more cognizant of the difficulty of learning high technology than many others. Patriarch, are you sure that this is the right time to invest in such an endeavor? The price of phase water technology is inflated in this early period. I can understand the rationale of paying a premium to learn advanced early, but with the knowledge accumulation of you and your fellow mech designers, I am afraid it will take a long time before you can do anything worthwhile with what you have learned. You might as well spend the MTA merits on more immediate advantages and wait until you have advanced to senior before making a serious attempt at mastering high technology. Your learning efficiency will be much higher at that point. She made a valid point. Rania knew what she was talking about, as biotechnology also encompassed many weird or powerful pieces of high technology. Vase listened to what she said but did not change his mind. I understand your argument, but we aren't regular journeymen. We are not underestimating the challenges of learning high technology. If it comes down to it, I am prepared to invest in powerful augmentations that can help us absorb all of the knowledge faster. He did not elaborate any further on this topic. He planned to go into further detail on these matters when he talked to his fellow journeymen in a future meeting. For now, he just wanted to let everyone know that the mech designers of the Larkinson clan would soon begin to study the more profound uses of phase water. The goal that Vase had in mind was nothing less than allowing the clan to make effective use of phase water. Exchanging it for MTA merits or selling it to other companies was a waste in his eyes. Only when the Larkinsons harnessed the powerful properties of this wonder exotic for themselves would the clan truly be able to rise in the Red Ocean. The planning session moved on to other topics. Vase and many of the gathered Larkinsons began to discuss important decisions such as expanding the fleet, upgrading their capital ships, fleshing out the Larkinson merit system and improving the quality of life for the clansmen stationed on smaller vessels. After multiple rounds of discussion, the representatives of the Larkinson clan finally initiated a debate on arguably the most important item on the agenda. Vase stood up and introduced the topic. All of you know by now that I have changed my policy about containing our entire clan to our main fleet. The establishment of the branch system is already a clear indicator that I am willing to relax my original decision. I am open to allowing a portion of our clansmen to live and work at branches located on the surfaces of different moons and planets. All we need to decide now is where we should settle first. He majestically waved his hand, causing the large center projection to display a three-dimensional map of the Red Ocean. He pinched his fingers, causing the map to zoom in on the Krakatoa middle zone. If the Red Ocean was equivalent to a pie, then Krakatoa was situated close to one of its edges. All of the territories that the Big Two had managed to conquer was equivalent to just a big bite out of a single slice of the pie. There were still a lot of territories that the MTA and CFA still needed to overrun in order to control the dwarf galaxy in its entirety. Even without the various setbacks suffered by the Big Two, conquering these vast territories would still take many decades to complete. This meant that Krakatoa would keep playing an important role for at least half a century. It was difficult to ensure it would remain relevant, as humanity must have pushed further towards the galactic center by then, but a lot of trade and traffic would definitely continue to flow through the middle zone for a long time due to its strategic location. The clansmen had to choose carefully where to settle their first and most important outposts. Their choices affected how the clan conducted its business and interacted with other players. The wrong decision could easily cause the Larkinsons to fall behind because they made too many enemies or something. Vase therefore took this issue extremely seriously. Right now, there are 3 general directions we can choose from. Let me start with the most expensive option. He pointed at an empty star system, causing the projection to zoom in until it showed a lifeless terrestrial planet. We could settle on an unclaimed planet like this one. Although it is expensive, the benefit of founding our own colony is that we can control every aspect of what goes on in our own territory. We don't need to build an entire state. Developing a single star system is more than enough for our clan. The downside of doing this is that we have to invest much of our windfall while taking responsibility for everything, from construction to security. A few ambitious Larkinsons looked hopeful when they studied the projected planet. However, many other clansmen were sober enough to realize that a colonization project was way too big for the Larkinson clan. Our fleet is our home. Chief Shipwright Vivian Sai reminded everyone. We can either invest our resources into building a fixed colony or we can spend most of it on upgrading our fleet. We don't have the capital to do both. General Verl added his own opinion as well. Even if we build a colony, it is still questionable whether we can defend it. We can fend off ordinary incursions such as the arrival of lone astral beasts or damaged alien vessels, but we cannot contend against the main threats that even the big 2 are struggling against. If we have the misfortune of receiving a visit from a Nunzer or Puelmer fleet, then we can write off all of the funds and resources invested into our colony. This was the great game of colonization in a hostile galaxy. The Red Ocean wasn't virgin territory where there were no competitors aside from other humans. Different native alien races had already dominated the region for many eons. Displacing the existing inhabitants by force did not mean the danger had passed. On the contrary, the news frequently mentioned incidents where alien revenge fleets showed up out of nowhere and proceeded to bombard nascent colonies into pieces. Some people believed that this was spontaneous behavior by scattered aliens in charge of isolated fleets. Others were convinced that the natives were systematically sabotaging the colonization effort to slow down humanity's conquest even further. Whatever the case, any human pioneer who decided to invest in a colony essentially made a huge gamble. When Vase thought about the huge losses the Larkinsons would occur if they bet wrong, his expression grew grim. I agree with Chief Shipwright Vivian and General Verl. He said, our clan hasn't made any prior preparations to colonize a planet. We have come to the Red Ocean with a different development strategy in mind. Switching to the opposite approach will cost us far too much while not necessarily gaining us anything. The risks of enemies coming to destroy what we have built is too great. I will not agree to this course of action without additional forms of protection. His words put an end to any further discussion on colonization. Compared to colonization, the other 2 possibilities are much less risky. We can either build a major outpost on a rural planet colonized by another pioneer or simply focus on erecting our main manufacturing complex on Davut 7, which we are orbiting right now. Whatever we choose, we will have to build new relationships with our hosts. Many Larkinsons had already thought about the pros and cons of establishing branches at different locations. General Verl spoke up first. There are too many rules and restrictions in a busy port system like Davut. There are also many competitors and threats among the large number of organizations that are trying to expand their presence here as well. We will have to rely entirely on the defense forces of other organizations to defend our own property in this busy star system. This was a major stumbling block for Vase. His trust in official institutions was low as he had been betrayed by them too many times. However, the advantages of settling in a center of trade and commerce were too attractive to dismiss. We can't assume the worst of everyone. Gloriana spoke to everyone. Davut is one of the most civilized star systems in the new frontier. Every other colony is a rural backwater where development has fallen far behind. In comparison, Davut already offers a high standard of living as well as access to all of the goods and services that we want. While it is true that we have to play by the rules of others, they apply to everyone, so we are not at a disadvantage. In fact, if we are able to befriend some of the powers in charge of this prototypical state, we can gain immense advantages in the future. We'll just get caught up in messy politics and power struggles again. Commander Cinnabar of the Battle Crier's side. There is no reason for us to fight for power and territory. Settling in the outskirts of all of these regional power centers will allow us to walk around all of these escalating rivalries. Let the other pioneers war among themselves. We can sit back and enjoy the show while selling our mechs to every side of a conflict. The Kinner Legion commander made a good point. His suggestion fell much more in line with Vess's original plans. Chapter 3971, Pivotal Debate. The current topic provoked a lot of discussion among the Larkinsons in the conference room. Everyone had an opinion on the important decision of where the Larkinson clan should establish its first significant branch. Vase heard a lot of familiar arguments as the proponents of different choices tried to sway the idea that the Larkinson clan should place its first planetary compound in either the center or the periphery of Krakatoa. While there was nothing preventing the Larkinson clan from building its branches in both locations and more, the clansmen still had to choose carefully. The current state of the clan only allowed for the construction of one major branch. This entailed building a complete manufacturing complex that was capable of producing thousands of mechs a day when operating at full capacity. This was an essential step to developing the living mech corporation on this side of the Greater Beander Gate. Due to the value and importance of such a massive industrial site, the Larkinson clan had to make a major commitment and invest a lot of manpower and resources into the compound. Abandoning a major outpost was not as costly as abandoning an entire colony, but it was still an outcome that the Larkinson clan should prevent. This meant that it was extremely important for the Larkinsons to get along with its neighbors and integrate in the local region. Therefore, the choice of where to build their first outpost was of great significance and largely influenced the friends and rivals the clan would make in the future. Our clan is primarily engaged in the business of selling mechs, Minister Sheddarin Purnis stated. Building up relationships with different actors and stakeholders is an essential component to running a competitive business. We should not distance ourselves from the powers that control the markets that we depend upon to earn most of our revenue. Turning Davut into our focal point is the most effective decision we can make to expand our market reach. This port system not only possesses a large customer base, but is also a nexus of many shipping channels that help our mechs get sold in far-flung locations. We don't necessarily need to build a massive factory on an overcrowded and expensive planet. Commander Casella Ingvar retorted, "It is enough for us to build a branch office over there that can handle the sales, distribution and support functions of our mech company. Just like the LMC in the past, we can settle on a smaller planet where we can exert more control and deal with fewer rivalries. The fees and taxes in a rural star system are much lower as well. We won't actually save that much money because it is much more cumbersome to ship in raw materials while shipping out finished mechs. Just protecting the shipping convoys carrying trade goods worth thousands of MTA credits is a large and costly burden. If we center our production in Davut, we can skip all of these unnecessary steps and complete every shipment within hours instead of days or weeks." Commander Melkor of the Avatars of Myth shook his head. "The price for all of that convenience will be higher than you think. I've visited enough unstable states to see where Krakatoa is going. All of these major colonies have already begun their struggle for regional hegemony. Once they have built up their settlements and infrastructure a bit more, it won't take long before they will start rubbing against each other. It will start with border skirmishes and it will end with total conflicts on the scale of the Komodo War back in our former home. It is much easier for us to pull out of this messy and dangerous power struggle if we are only sitting in the periphery of the zone." As the Larkinsons continued to voice different arguments, Vase grew increasingly more conflicted. While he had made a preliminary decision, that did not mean he discounted the arguments in favor of the opposite choice. Both sides raised valid points. As Vase continued to weigh their options, an elbow struck his side. He turned to face his angry-looking wife. "Why aren't you settling for Davut yet?" Gloriana hissed. "It's clearly our best choice. Not only will it be easier for us to produce mechs and befriend other mech designers, we can stay in touch and enjoy all of the advantages of living on a developed planet. Think about what we talked about yesterday. Do you want our clansmen to get cut off from humanity, or do you want to make sure that we stay in touch with society?" The dichotomy presented by Gloriana reminded Vase of the split between the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance. Both of them adopted different approaches towards human society. The MTA chose to establish more channels to it and maintained a more visible presence in the lives of ordinary humans. It was no surprise that the space peasants showed a lot more support to the mechers, but they also depended more heavily on them as well for many problems. The CFA isolated itself from much of humanity and created their own parallel society. This allowed them to remain unaffected by much of the petty squabbles and other forms of dirty business that went on in human space. However, The downside to that was that fleeters received less support from indigenous humans, which meant that they had to solve all of their problems by themselves. It was difficult to say whether the MTA or CFA had adopted the better strategy. Both of them were led by extremely smart, wise and competent leaders, so they definitely had their own considerations for what was best for their respective super-organizations. The Larkinson clan was nowhere comparable to the MTA or CFA, but if Vase had to make a choice, he would rather move closer to the former than the latter. Still, if he did so, then that meant that he would be moving further away from his original ideal of keeping his clan out of the dirty power struggles that constantly took place in human space. He sighed as he swept his gaze around the conference room. There was no clear majority for either of the options. Support was split down the middle. Vase noticed that many of the civilians were in favor of settling in Davut while the more militant Larkinsons chose to settle in a rural star system. It didn't take long for him to understand the division. Davut was much more conducive to business. It was a commercial and industrial hub where all of the biggest and most ambitious companies chose to settle. While the competition on this planet was great, as long as the Larkinson clan overcame all of the challenges, it could become a major power in the region. People like Minister Sheddarin Pernis and Director Rania Woden would definitely thrive in such a bustling location. In contrast, people such as General Verl and Commander Melkor were much more wary towards the authorities and rivals that could pose a great threat towards the Larkinson clan. By keeping to the periphery of a zone, the Larkinson clan could avoid a lot of unfriendly attention and take on the role as bystanders to these regional conflicts. As long as the Larkinsons kept a low profile, few if any of the powers based in Davut would bother to cast their gaze in the direction of the clan. However, that would also mean that the Larkinson clan would miss out on a lot of connections and access to more exclusive goods and services. I think the issue we are arguing about is a question of ambition. Kedis suddenly stood up, attracting everyone's attention towards the Swordmaster. I think we can all agree that Davut is a more complex and dangerous environment, but it also provides a lot more opportunities for us. Moving far away from this port system will be safer for us, but it will be a lot more difficult for us to build our advantages over time. To me, the matter is simple. Do we want to hide in the corner like a coward, or are we brave enough to occupy the center of attention? Vase almost snorted. Kedis made a pretty clear and impartial argument at first. Her last sentence revealed her bias, though. She was clearly in a fighting mood and viewed Davut as a massive arena. Her clever argument caused a lot of Larkinsons to think back on the values and the motto of the Larkinson clan. Gloriana pounced on the opportunity. We entered the Red Ocean because we want to fight for a better life for ourselves. She declared, ever since our fleet arrived at the new frontier, we did just that. We exposed our strength in order to defeat rival pioneering organizations in the Mech arenas of Chance Bay. We explored the Garamal system and boldly chose to invade an alien-occupied Phase Whale enclave in order to plunder their riches. Does that sound as if we are timid? We are not. We are Larkinsons. Our ambition has no limits. Davut is the perfect springboard to greatness in my eyes. We would be fools to choose an alternative. What a devious woman. Gloriana could be quite astute when she needed to be. She not only tied her stance to the values of the Larkinson clan, but also framed the issue as a test of pride and courage. It was clear which choice was correct for those that prided themselves on their strength and bravery. Let's go for Davut, Venerable Vincent Rickelin shouted. There's a lot more we can do in this star system. Dulo Voikin also threw in his support. It is easier to exchange with our peers in the mech industry if we live next door to them. We can take our family and children on regular excursions to Kotor City. There are a lot more sparring partners that we can practice against. Sparring against the same Larkinsons over and over gets boring after a time. The trend of the discussion quickly shifted in favor of Davut. Many of the doubters finally became swayed by the arguments in favor of putting the focus of the Larkinson clan in the port system and its complicated environment. Those that wanted the Larkinson clan to settle in a more quiet star system were unable to present any convincing counter-arguments. Any arguments that were based on safety, neutrality or control sounded like cowardly excuses. In the end, over two-thirds of the leaders in the conference room favored the decision to build a major outpost in Davut. It offered a lot of conveniences and also allowed the clan to stay in touch with many regional powers. Though Vase could choose to disregard popular opinion and settle for a different choice, he did not wish to do so for this matter. He was already leaning towards Davut in the first place and did not have any strong feelings for the alternative choice. Besides, the Larkinson clan was bound to become significantly stronger in the future. Vase did not believe that he and his fellow Larkinsons weren't competent enough to succeed in Davut. Vase stood up in order to put an end to this debate. All right, everyone, our choice is clear. As Larkinsons, our ambitions are not limited to Krakatoa. This is only a small corner of the Red Ocean. Our greater goal is to turn our clan into a first-class organization and gain entry into the highest level of human civilization. Our journey will be long and difficult. As my wife has already stated, Davut can be a springboard that we can use to reach our destination faster. Since that is the case, let us turn this port system into our second home and do our best to turn our clan into a household name in this region. Our clan shall rise. Davut will be ours. For the Larkinson clan. For the Golden Cat. Chapter 3972. The burden of advanced technology. As Vase sat back down, he felt that he had changed the course of the Larkinson clan forever. The decision to build a major compound and manufacturing complex in Davut locked the Larkinsons into a course that undoubtedly led to collisions against other people in the future. Vase did not look forward to getting dragged in different fights. However, he was cognizant enough to recognize that most of those fights revolved around profit and power. The more the Larkinson clan fought against others, the more it profited from defeating others. Of course, the premise to succeeding in all of this was that the Larkinsons became strong enough to get ahead in every conflict. Vase, along with many Larkinsons, did not believe that their clan was weak. The last expedition only lasted for a couple of months, but it had successfully bonded the Larkinsons together while boosting their esteem. In short, expanding the clan's presence in Davut was not a suicidal choice. The Larkinsons possessed sufficient wealth and business potential to find a place in the booming port system. His other clansmen evidently agreed. After Vase announced his final decision, none of them voiced any strong objections. It appeared that those who preferred to settle in a more quiet star system were not adamantly opposed to the other choice. This made it easier for Vase to feel as if he made the right decision. The topics that followed after this issue were not as impactful or exciting. The conference room quickly calmed down as the leaders of the clan argued about other matters. Once they settled the last few points on the agenda, the outline of the Larkinson clan's course became clear. Vase picked up the Larkinson mandate and held it close to his body as he stood up once again. After many hours of debate, the leaders and administrators of the Larkinson clan had all grown tired. Fellow clansmen, today, we have set our targets and clarified our future. We have chosen to take a bolder course, one that puts us right in the middle of the Davut system. Since we are about to establish a substantial presence in a port system, it is inevitable that our interests will be anchored in its rise and fall. With our choices, we have chosen to become active participants of the trends sweeping through Krakatoa and beyond. We shall either be able to rise faster than anyone else or get driven out just as quickly. If we do get booted out, then good riddance. We don't need them anyway. Venerable Vincent claimed. That provoked laughter from other clansmen. It's better to try and fail than to not make the attempt at all. We didn't travel to the Red Ocean just to bury our heads in the sand. The mood among the Larkinson leaders was good. No one showed any regret for the course that their clan had charted. Vase raised his hand. The noise quickly subsided as everyone directed their attention back to the patriarch of their clan. Since the founding of our clan, we have experienced many changes. Our growth can be described as rapid and meteoric. An entire generation hasn't even passed and we have already beat up several alien forces, stolen several tons of phase water and earned the respect of the MTA. We don't need to match the same pace as now. As long as we continue to remain proactive, we will surely surpass our previous results. A strong wave of confidence and optimism sprung from the minds of all of the Larkinsons. They had all become inspired by his words in the earlier discussions. While it remained to be seen whether the Larkinsons could back up their confidence with actual results, Vase was happy to see that his subordinates showed plenty of fighting spirit. Having a bunch of eager and motivated minions at his beck and call was much more preferable to leading a bunch of timid cowards. The only problem was that he feared that they were being way too optimistic about the future. There were many undercurrents in the Red Ocean and the clan could easily get affected by events beyond their control. Once Vase wrapped up his speech, the first planning session had finally come to an end. Many Larkinsons left the conference room in order to get back to their own offices and work out all of the changes they needed to make. Vase and his fellow mech designers were no exception. They all moved down to the design labs before entering a smaller meeting room in order to hold a more intimate discussion. When everyone took their seats, Vase glanced at everyone's expressions. You have all heard what we have decided. Our clan will get involved in numerous different affairs in the future, so we must make sure that we are capable of helping our fellow Larkinsons succeed. Designing stronger mechs and offering more value to our customers are both necessary. The easiest way we can boost our mechs is to master at least one form of phase water technology. You're asking a lot from us, Vase. Gloriana spoke up. I don't think you have made the wrong decision, but you placed a great burden on Sarah and Juliet's shoulders. Both of them are competent mech designers, but they are still a generation too young to effectively develop new phase water enhanced armor systems or mini drives. He sighed. You may be right, but I don't want us to remain helpless whenever we obtain a batch of phase water. We need to get started on this sooner or later. I would rather start too soon than too late. What about the difficulty of learning all of this high technology? If we bite more than we can chew, then we will delay our progress. That is not acceptable. We all improved quickly with each passing design round. It is vital that we continue to grow our competences, but that will be much harder to achieve if we are forced to study tech that exceeds our level. Vase waved his hand. Calm down, Gloriana. Your worries are valid, but it is still worthwhile to make this attempt. Sarah, Juliet, tell me what you think. Are you confident you can master the use of phase water in the next few years? The two women looked at each other. Neither of them exuded a lot of confidence. If I am being honest, then I don't think I can design or build a miniature warp drive within a decade. Juliet explained. I might be able to do it after another decade, but we will all be in our 50s at that time. Vase did not want to wait that long before the design department was able to develop its own warp-capable mechs. Even though these kinds of mechs were extremely rare on the battlefield at the moment, he was convinced that they would become a lot more ubiquitous in the future. Once phase water became more abundant and once the mech industry made numerous technical breakthroughs in the development of mini drives, the cost of equipping mechs with mini drives would surely drop, making this addition more accessible over time. As mech designers, Vase and his fellow peers would lose too much if they missed out on this future trend. This was why Vase did not intend to change his stance despite the points that Gloriana raised. Sarah, I'm sure you have already spent a bit of time investigating the use of phase water in defensive systems. How confident are you in mastering this specific form of high technology? I am sorry to disappoint you, but I do not think I can achieve any results that are game-changing enough to empower mechs within 15 years. That is how much time I need to familiarize myself with this tech to a degree where I can design new and alternative phase water armor systems. Vase did not look happy even though he already anticipated these responses. The more people familiarize themselves with phase water technology, the more they realize their inadequacies. That said, the disappointing answer was not an excuse for Vase to give up on this initiative. Sarah, Juliet, if the both of you are struggling in your studies, I am more than willing to give you additional help to master the new tech faster. I already mentioned that I would not hesitate to hire tutors and pay for additional augmentations. I already have a cranial implant. It is hard to improve my learning speed further. Improving our memory and speeding up our learning speed still won't solve our fundamental problem that much. Sarah Voikin shook her head. What we need is time. Lots of time. If you can be patient enough to wait for me to complete my studies and combine them with my specialty, I can design a defensive mech that can withstand several times the damage of a normal mech. She wasn't confident enough to claim she could match the amplification achieved by the MTA. Even after spending so many years on absorbing all of the new knowledge, she could only hope to double or triple the defensive performance of her mechs. Will it be worthwhile for us to invest that much MTA merits and time on these studies? Gloriana frowned. Think about it, Vase. Sure, Sarah may be able to design much tougher mechs than before, but have you ever considered how many mechs like these we can actually build? I don't know how much phase water it takes to construct a single strong mech, but I doubt it is less than 100 grams of phase water. His wife was right once again. Vase knew that it took substantial amounts of phase water to impart remarkable phasing properties to armor. The two originally didn't get along with each other, so it took a lot of precious materials as well as ingenious design solutions in order to produce an effective combination. It's not useless to learn this advanced knowledge. Kedis spoke up. The price of phase water will always remain too high for us to use it on mass production models, but it is a different story for our elites. We don't have enough unending alloy to empower our future expert mechs with superior armor, but so what? Once Sarah is ready to develop phase water armor systems, All of our expert mechs and maybe ace mechs will be invincible against their regular counterparts. Even powerful alien threats can't threaten us as much as before. Facewater armor is not only tougher than normal armor, they are also more resistant against spatial attacks. This was the biggest reason why Vase wanted Sarah to master this tech. The native alien races learned to harness phase water in many different ways. This was why Vase felt it was essential to provide his mechs with effective protection. Native threats such as the phase whales were known to rely heavily on spatial manipulation. The Larkinsons already got a taste of how damaging they could be, but the fish whales were practically children in front of their real phase whale ancestors. Other powerful alien forces also made use of phase water in other offensive uses. In time, human forces would begin to follow suit as well as their own weapon developers and mech designers made their own advances. I agree with Kedis, Vase said as he sided against his wife. Facewater armor systems can directly enhance the combat effectiveness of our strongest assets. We have many powerful expert pilots in our ranks. Many of them are fairly young and are bound to grow quickly due to being paired with masterwork expert mechs. We cannot afford to lose any of them, but the piloting profession is never safe. Equipping them with mechs that are a lot more resilient than before will do much to preserve their lives, thereby increasing the chances of obtaining an ace pilot. So you still insist on going through with this? Gloriana flatly said, yes, but not everyone will be tasked with mastering a form of phase water technology. 60 million MTA merits is only enough to grant us basic access to 3 different forms of phase water technology. I have already assigned one of them to Sarah and another to Juliet. That covers our defensive and mobility needs. We need one more journeyman to empower our offensive solutions. Who of you is willing to take on this responsibility? Chapter 3973. The final allocation. 8 journeyman mech designers fell into thought after Vase had spoken. Many of them grew tempted at the prospect of gaining access to high technology. The opportunity to study and master a small but powerful component of advanced human technology was precious. While they were more accessible to first-raters, the secrets of high technology were still out of reach to the vast majority of the citizens of second-rate states. There were 3 major barriers why this was the case. First, high technology took far too much time to learn. They were often derived from the signature technological accumulation of powerful alien civilizations. After humanity's researchers spent an untold amount of effort to reverse engineer all of the weird and powerful alien technologies, humanity was able to convert them into its own use, if only reluctantly. Second, those that wished to harness high technology needed to meet extremely high requirements. Unaugmented scientists and engineers could forget about ever getting started on it. They could study one course or another for 50 or 100 years and still fall short of understanding the essence of how advanced technologies such as teleportation or portal generation could be achieved. Third, the cost of producing anything based on high technology was probably high. Practically all of them were either based on powerful exotics and components that were extremely difficult to reproduce. While it was not impossible to achieve powerful results using more mundane materials and production methods, the truth of the cosmos was that a more powerful foundation made it a lot easier to achieve more impressive results. It was practically impossible for Vase to design a mech based on Briar alloy that could defeat an equivalent mech built with unending alloy. The huge gap in material properties gave the latter such a crushing advantage that the contest was doomed from the start. The only flaw was that the most special and powerful materials also happened to be the most scarce. The reason why first-raters were able to monopolize the key materials needed to reproduce high-tech products was because they were able to price out everyone else from the market. As long as the Terrans, Rubarthans and other rich parties were able to throw around 1,000 times more money than second-raters, there was no way that someone like Vase could get a turn. All of these limitations and more meant that the decision to harness high technology might not be a good development for the Larkinson clan. However, that didn't mean the gathered journeymen grew discouraged. The prospect of obtaining early access to the most advanced form of first-class technology was irresistible to any enthusiastic engineer or designer. It didn't matter if they were unable to master the tech as well as one of the top researchers of the MTA. It was not always necessary for them to understand the core principles or the entire theoretical fundamentals surrounding advanced tech. FTL drive technology was a good example of this. There were many naval engineers who studied hard to work in the engineering departments of many starships. None of them actually knew how to design and build an FTL drive from scratch. The knowledge they mastered with great effort was only enough for them to operate the devices and perform basic repairs on them. Perhaps the more brilliant among them were capable of performing more extensive repairs, but it was a dream if they wished to develop newer ones without help. This was why Sarah Voikin and Juliet Stamaros did not say no when Vase assigned them the responsibility of familiarizing themselves with two pieces of high technology. They only needed to gain surface proficiency in whatever high technology they could get their hands upon. While they still needed to spend a lot of time on studying, as long as they optimized their courses and prioritized using the new tech instead of understanding the fundamentals, they could probably incorporate existing applications of high technology into their mech designs a lot sooner. Vase was not impatient regarding this. The mech designers here were all journeymen who still needed time to develop their competences further. They could wait until they became seniors or masters before they could truly begin to master the pieces of high technology they had access to. That would be the time where they could not only catch up to existing progress, but move beyond this point and develop more powerful innovative solutions. However, this was a scenario that would only take place in the far future. Vase had no patience to wait that long. He wanted to gain more immediate benefits. He did not set his standards too high. As long as the mech designers found a way to make effective use of the phase water collected by the Larkinson clan, he would already be happy. This made the current consideration important in many ways. The Larkinson clan needed a mech designer that could master a way to amplify the attack power of mechs through phase water. Any of the mech designers aside from Sarah Voikin and Juliet Stamaros could assume this important but time-consuming responsibility. Well, Vase asked as none of his peers immediately rose up to volunteer for this duty. Are none of you eager and confident enough in your own ability to push your work to the next level by incorporating phase water? His wife let out a tired breath. We all have our own pursuits, Vase. We formulated our design philosophies and developed our skills without knowing about the existence of phase water. I think we are all attracted by this opportunity, but if we choose to accept it, we need to realign our approach and shift the focus of our work. We don't know whether our gains will outweigh our losses. This was not an unknown phenomenon in the mech industry or any other industries. New technologies came out all the time, and some of them were so significant that existing developers had to make hard choices on how to go forward. They could either stick to their original plans and risk becoming irrelevant, or they could choose to embrace the new advancements only to lose all of their advantages and fall behind. Right now, phase water happened to be the shiny new toy in the tech circles of this generation. The vast majority of developers simply had no practical way to get in touch with phase water, so they had no reason to struggle. It was people like the Larkinsons who were in a much more difficult position. They had the potential to strengthen their work with phase water, but only after making significant sacrifices. Vase glanced towards his wife. I thought an enthusiastic mech designer such as you would pounce on the opportunity to incorporate phase water technology in your perfect designs. She crossed her arms. Despite what you might think about me, I am a humble mech designer. I know what I am capable of. I have already planned out my progression over many years. There is no room for a subject as advanced as phase water technology. Besides, even if I attempt to learn it, the applications that I develop may be different from the needs of our clan. I don't specialize in weapon systems. Though Gloriana could be conceited and overconfident at times, she wasn't stupid enough to claim that she could design better swordsman mechs than Keddies. Vase nodded. I understand. Who else, then? Tiffy and I probably aren't suitable either. Janissa Pellier spoke up. Our specialties are geared towards designing mechs that can hit harder and leverage more strength out of their frames, but I don't see how phase water could add to that. I don't deny that phase water may be able to help us develop more powerful systems that could be relevant to our specialty, but this is so tenuous that you are probably better off passing this on to others. You're right, maybe the situation will be different after a couple of generations, but for now humanity is only scratching the surface of what is possible with phase water. Vase turned his attention to the remaining mech designers. Keddies and Dulo Voikin were the two remaining candidates aside from himself. All three of them were able to design mechs that excelled in different offensive aspects. Before he could speak, Keddies interrupted his routine by pointing her finger at his chest. Why don't you assume this responsibility yourself? She asked with a frown on her face. You're the main developer of luminaire crystal weapons in our clan. Since ranged weapons play such a big role in space combat and fights against larger opponents, it makes sense for you to find a way to enhance the firepower of our machines. I'm already busy, Keddies. I have already accepted an offer from the MTA to study and master luminaire crystal technology. This is already a huge commitment. While I don't specialize in ranged weapons, the only reason why I have made accomplishments in luminaire crystal technology is because my specialization enables me to harness it better. I am not arrogant enough to think I can immediately blend alien technology with high technology at my current level. Vase would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. Facewater technology was the future and it would certainly become a powerful improvement factor to many top-level mechs. However, he wasn't in a hurry to gain access to it right away. He could wait until he digested a sufficient degree of luminaire crystal technology before shifting his focus elsewhere. Perhaps the system could give him a hand once it finished its lengthy upgrade cycle and came online again. If Vase had the opportunity to master a specific application of Facewater technology through the skill tree, then he was not in a hurry to learn it the old-fashioned way. There was also another reason why he wanted to pass on this opportunity for the time being. If we want to augment our ranged arsenal with Facewater technology, then we should wait until we have recruited a competent and loyal ranged specialist. He said, "We have already started to cast our net. I hope that we will be able to welcome a new journeyman to our ranks that excels at designing ranged mechs. We can consider whether it is a good idea to task the newcomer with learning how to work with Facewater." Gloriana and several other mech designers reluctantly nodded. With Vase out of the picture, no one in the clan was particularly suited to find ways to empower ranged weapons with Facewater. Perhaps Xanthar Larkinson may be able to explore this field in the future, but it would take way too much time for him to become a journeyman. That said, we shouldn't limit the offensive uses of Facewater to ranged solutions. Vase stated, "Our melee mechs also deserve a bit of love. Kedis, Dulo, only the two of you are left. Who of you is willing to embrace Facewater first?" Both of them excelled in designing offensive mechs, so they were the best choice out of the 8 journeymen gathered in the meeting room. They exchanged glances with each other. "I will take a pass on this," Kedis eventually said while shaking her head. "Are you sure? I thought you would be a lot more enthusiastic about embracing this tech." "I already have my own way of making my swords sharper, Vase. I can also make my swordsman mechs stronger and more useful by leveraging my swordmaster abilities. I need to conduct so much original research that I don't have the time to study Facewater technology as well." "I see. That left only a single mech designer. Out of everyone else in the room, Dulo Voikin was perhaps the most unexceptional mech designer among them. With a dazzling swordsman mech specialist like Kedis in the design department, every other melee mech specialist inevitably became overshadowed. However, as everyone turned their attention to the man, Dulo showed increasingly more determination. "I am aware that my spearman mechs aren't as strong as the works designed by Kedis," he frankly admitted. "If this goes on, my spearman mechs and lancer mechs will never be as popular. Facewater technology can change that. Compared to swords, spears are obviously more suitable. It is much more economical to improve its penetrating power because only the tip needs to be laced with Facewater." Dulo was right. If Kedis tried to make use of Facewater technology, then she would probably have to apply Facewater across the length of any blade. Since the swordmaster favored the use of great swords, this could easily add up to a lot of Facewater. In contrast, Dulo had it much easier. The body of a polearm did not need to be anything special. As long as he incorporated a bit of Facewater in the tip of the weapon, then that would be enough to elevate its battle performance. Vase smiled. "All right, it's decided then. Dulo, you will be the third mech designer who will undertake the responsibility of mastering an offensive use of Facewater. I hope to see you design mechs that can impale the strongest expert mechs with their spears one day. I hope that day will come as well, sir." Dulo Voikin grasped his fist. With this opportunity, he could finally earn a proper place in the design department. Chapter 3974 Upgraded Design Facilities. Vase immediately acted once he and his fellow journeymen came to an agreement on how to allocate the new responsibilities. He activated his comm and logged onto the MTA's internal portal. He accessed their restricted library and picked out the relevant items on the list. With the cooperation of all of the mech designers, Vase configured each knowledge package to contain the most relevant and useful data and learning resources. Depending on what Vase wanted to redeem from the MTA, he could spend as little as 7 or 8 million MTA merits. That would only grant the Larkinsons the core knowledge of a specific aspect of Facewater technology. Journeymen such as Sarah and Dulo wouldn't be able to figure it out because they needed to understand a lot of prerequisite subjects first. This was why Vase threw in enough additional textbooks, articles, tutorials, recorded lectures, experimental logs and so on to reach a target sum of roughly 20 million MTA merits for each knowledge package. After confirming the composition of packages multiple times, Vase pressed a single projected button, thereby confirming the exchange of MTA merits. "It's done," Vase declared in a heavy tone. "That is 58,346,713 MTA merits down the drain. I hope you guys don't waste this chance. The sooner you are able to incorporate phase water technology into your designs, the sooner we can strengthen our expert mechs and elite mechs." This was an important priority to him. He and his clan depended on the fighting forces of the Larkinson clan so many times that they would never feel safe unless the Larkinson army was equipped with the powerful mechs. Though Vase also harbored ambitions to fulfill commissions centered around designing highly desirable phase water-empowered mechs, this was secondary to increasing his own security. He already looked forward to upgrading the latest iterations of mechs such as the Everchanger with phase water technology. The Masterwork Expert mech was already powerful in many ways, but it could not outperform other comparable machines in any area. The story would be a lot different if the Everchanger was equipped with a combat drive and a sword that could pierce through the chest armor of any opposing expert mech. It would become such a terror on the battlefield that only other phase water-empowered expert mechs were able to contend with the new and improved Everchanger. This example also illustrated one of Ves's greatest concerns. The Larkinsons weren't the only people with the opportunity to learn phase water technology. There were a lot of first-raters and a fair number of second-raters who were also trying to leverage phase water in their own work. Sooner or later, a number of these hard-working researchers would begin to release their own improved products. More and more forces would get their hands on phase water mechs, thereby making life a lot more difficult for rivals that weren't able to acquire these precious machines. This was why Vase did not regret the decision to spend so much MTA merits so soon. He believed in his fellow mech designers. Each of them were among the more talented and competent cohort of journeymen in their generation. Even Dulo Voikin wasn't that bad of a mech designer. The only reason why he had to lower his head in the Larkinson clan was because he was overshadowed by Kedis. Without her dazzling presence, he would have been able to earn more recognition for his work. Now that we're done with this, can we move on to discussing other necessary investments? Gloriana impatiently asked. Just because she declined to study phase water technology didn't mean she had become frugal all of a sudden. She already set her eyes on other ways to spend the clan's hard-won MTA merits. "We might as well," Vase slowly nodded. "We still have to reserve a lot of MTA merits to strengthen our core starships. Our fleet is the home and the foundation of our clan. We cannot neglect it. I think I will allow up to 60 million MTA merits to be spent on design-related upgrades." Gloriana grinned. "That's great. I already formulated a list. Take a look and tell me your thoughts." She shared a document to every mech designer. It turned out that Gloriana already put a lot of thought on this. Although Vase initially became a bit overwhelmed by the sheer amount of details in her wish list, he quickly recognized that she did not make any thoughtless purchase decisions. When it came to her work, Gloriana was utterly serious. Her greatest obsession was designing good mechs. She would never squander this precious opportunity to upgrade the equipment and facilities that she relied upon to develop her various works. Her wish list was separated into several different categories. Vase focused on the first and arguably most significant purchase the Larkinson clan could make. "You want to upgrade the Spirit of Bentime's data processing capabilities?" Vase asked. "Yes. Out of all of the improvements we can obtain, none can make a greater difference than speeding up the calculations we can perform. The ASTERAI core that you obtained years ago was good at the time, but aside from its deep learning capabilities, its raw processing power has fallen far behind. This is especially the case now that we are joined by more lead designers and work on more design projects per round." Vase grimaced a bit. Gloriana raised an excellent point. Every serious design project relied on a lot of math and simulations to optimize many different design solutions. While it was theoretically possible to perform the most essential calculations with the tiny processors that came with every COM, the difference in speed and processing power was so enormous that a mech designer who relied on such a pathetic device would take forever to complete a design that was up to market standard. The competition at the middle and upper levels of the mech market was extremely fierce. Any products that weren't optimized to a sufficient degree would essentially lose at the starting line. Even if Vase didn't plan to commercialize a new mech design, he still wanted to provide the best to his soldiers. This became a lot more difficult during the last design round. The amount of processing power available in the fleet remained the same, but the number of active mech design projects had practically doubled. All of this meant that Vase, Gloriana and many other lead designers had to wait twice as long to obtain processed data and results. If Vase could spend MTA merits that could bring the wait time back to its original level, then he could get back to his old schedule. However, this would only last a short time. Once the design department completed another round of recruitment, the addition of multiple lead designers would strain the fleet's processing capabilities once again. Gloriana obviously wasn't in the mood to endure all of these hardships. She wanted to make a big investment right away so that the spirit of Bentime could satisfy her data processing needs for a long time. 30 million MTA merits. Vase uttered the astonishing sum. You want to spend half of the budget that I have set on upgrading the primary data vault. Your appetite is quite big. Why are you using that tone on me? You should know very well that increasing our data processing speeds by several orders of magnitude will allow us to complete design projects faster. Not only that, we can perform additional calculations without delaying their completion. I understand that, but we can spend a lot of MTA merits on other improvements. Allocating half of our budget on this item alone means that we will have to forego many other useful gadgets. We don't need them, Gloriana contemptuously said. We should prioritize the foundation of our work. The quality and soundness of our designs must be as high as possible. We also need the improved processors to handle the more complex analysis and simulation of phase water technology. We can speed up our mastery of phase water technology if we have access to faster processors. Juliet added her voice. We can iterate our design solutions and facilitate our research to a greater degree with greater processing power at our disposal. There were strong arguments in favor of investing so much on data processing alone. The main reason why Vase was reluctant was because he grew increasingly less comfortable about spending huge sums of MTA merits at once. 30 million MTA merits was almost a third of the price of a second-class fleet Beander ticket. Though he had just decided to spend almost 60 million MTA merits on different forms of phase water technology, he fully believed in the usefulness of these acquisitions. Additional processing power was also useful, but Vase wasn't sure about spending so much at once. Just like every other expensive product, the law of diminishing returns made it increasingly more expensive to obtain a small amount of improvement. Reducing the spending sum to 20 million MTA merits would still provide a powerful boost in processing power. The difference was not that big. Vase was certain that he and his fellow mech designers would not be in a hurry to upgrade their data processing capabilities again within a couple of decades. If you look closer at the specific equipment I have selected, you will see that my list encompasses more than processors. Gloriana said, I've also added modules that can improve the realism of our simulations and enhance the adaptivity of our software. We don't need to solve as many tedious problems anymore as the upgrades to our data network will allow us to take care of them in advance. When Vase looked up the modules that Gloriana was referring to, he figured out the setup she had in mind. I'm surprised you don't want to replace our original ASTERA. Artificial Intelligence Core, he remarked. The CFA has good reasons to farm the Sandman for their Admiral cores. I have compared its performance to the other adaptive AI cores on the market and learned that the alternatives weren't necessarily superior. We have already worked with the ASTERA core for a number of years. It has learned so much from our work methods that it is already increasing our productivity by as much as 20%. If we switch to another AI core, we not only have to spend additional MTA merits, but also reset the deep learning process. The ASTERA core was based on the body of a dead Sandman Admiral. Its systems were completely different from conventional AI cores that were based on conventional human technology. The two weren't compatible for this reason. Though Vase did not mind switching over to a conventional AI core, he felt it would be a shame to ditch their current one. The ASTERA core was not only one of the most responsible and adaptable data processing tools at his disposal, there was still a lot of room for scaling. Even if the AI core only possessed limited processing power, he just needed to hook it up to additional processor banks in order to speed up its calculations. After a bit more discussion, Vase eventually agreed with this investment. Not just Gloriana, but also other mech designers such as Juliet and Sarah supported her plan. Vase looked at the other items on the list. He did not comment on all of the high-quality lab machines that Gloriana wanted to acquire. While they were rather luxurious for journeymen, research was essential to them. Anything that could help them obtain more detailed and more hidden research data were vital additions to the design labs. It was only when he shifted his attention to the expenditures related to mech fabrication that he was taken aback for a moment. You only plan to upgrade a single personal workshop? Correct, Gloriana said. Our workshops remain unused for the majority of time. We can make do with only a single upgraded facility. Rather than splitting the remaining budget in order to obtain duplicate amounts of mediocre workshop equipment, it is better to obtain a single copy of every essential workshop machine. He couldn't argue with her logic. Even he would have made the same choice if he was in her position. His wife wasn't done. By the way, my personal workshop needs to be upgraded first. After all, I am the one who is responsible for developing our expert mechs and custom mechs. I need access to the best equipment at our disposal in order to fabricate the highest quality of machines. Vase dismissively waved his hand. That's fine as long as every other lead designer can borrow your workshop when they need to fabricate their own mechs. Chapter 3975 AP Vex. Vase couldn't resist the upgrades. As a mech designer, he wanted nothing more than to work with superior equipment. He still hesitated for several more minutes as he tried to convince himself that he was spending his MTA merits in a responsible manner. We can upgrade our design and workshop facilities with money instead of MTA merits. Vase remarked. Our MTA merits are scarcer and more valuable. Once we spend what we have, it is not so easy to replenish what we have lost. We also forego the opportunity to exchange for items that are not available on the open market. What if we need access to life-prolonging treatment? Gloriana shook her head in disapproval. None of us need any of that. It will take at least a century before we have to resort to this solution. We have plenty of time to earn more MTA merits in the meantime. It is much more logical to spend our MTA merits on more immediate improvements to our design environment. Why insist on spending MTA merits when we can just wait until we have earned more money? Vase asked. In fact, we can pay for many comparable products by trading for them with phase water. That's not a good choice. We can't squander our phase water, Vase. It's much more precious than these products. There are real differences between the exclusive equipment that we can only obtain for MTA merits and the more regular versions that are sold for regular money. Don't you realize that the former are first-class lab and workshop machines that even the MTA doesn't look upon? Many of the models are actually co-developed by the mechers. Though Vase often complained about the profiteering behavior of the MTA, he never questioned the organization's credibility. The MTA spent a lot of effort into making its merits as valuable and desirable as possible. The goods and services that it offered through its expansive and renowned exchange were all precious and useful without doubt. The only question was whether the products were relevant enough. When Vase applied this test to Gloriana's shopping list, he reluctantly admitted that she chose well. Practically every item on the list was a first-class product. The cheapest items easily cost hundreds if not thousands of MTA credits if the Larkinsons had to buy them on the open market. The most extravagant workshop addition was the Handogan AP Vex high-precision superfab. This single device was worth 5 million MTA merits. When Vase curiously looked up the specs of this superfab, his mouth already started to salivate. Every single technical specification was vastly superior to what Vase had worked with before. The AP Vex superfab practically beat the ELKINE 3D printers that Vase and Gloriana had worked with for several years in the dirt. The AP Vex superfab is a first-class production machine, Gloriana introduced. It isn't a top-of-the-line model, but it is more than adequate for our current needs. It is designed to work with extremely tough or volatile first-class materials, so we don't have to exceed the limits of our ELKINE production line anymore whenever we want to add superior components to our work. The power requirements of this superfab must be insane. Vase frowned. That is why I added a first-class power reactor to the list. However, the AP Vex's energy needs aren't as great as long as we use it to process second-class materials. It can also produce second-class components at much faster speeds. This will allow us to shorten our fabrication runs by several days. The Minerva took around a week for us to make. The AP Vex along with the other first-class production machines on the list will allow us to finish the job in 3 days or less. Not only that, but we can exert much more precise control over the parts that we can make that it is much easier for us to attain higher quality levels. Gloriana wasn't boasting. While Vase was only able to work with ordinary tournament superfabs a couple of times, he had thoroughly studied the devices and learned what the more expensive versions were capable of. Even the cheapest first-class superfabs were a treasure to any competent mech designer. Of course, it wasn't easy to make full use of them. While they ordinarily featured a lot of automation, and demanding operator had to become a lot more involved in order to obtain the best results. The AP Vex granted its users a huge amount of control over different variables. The problem was that all of its additional settings inflated its learning curve. Vase and everyone else had to spend a significant amount of time to master the new production machines. Each of them were designed with first-class mech designers and production personnel in mind. These people usually learned how to operate these difficult devices back when they were students. The Larkinson mech designers did not enjoy this advantage. They had to allocate additional time in order to gain proficiency in operating all of the new machines. No one issued any complaints. The AP Vex Superfab provided such a powerful production boost that Vase would be a fool to turn to any cheaper alternatives. There is also another reason why we should acquire this superfab. Gloriana mentioned, the AP Vex is capable of working with small quantities of phase water. We will need to make use of more specialized production machines if we want to work with larger quantities of phase water, but the AP Vex such be good enough for most applications. Ves's eyes lit up when he heard that. This was another useful feature. Alright, then, I can agree with this selection. I don't see any clear problems with your selection. The first-class power reactor is also a nice addition. It can supply additional power to our factory ship whenever we are not making active use of the superfab or any of the other power-hungry equipment. This would definitely be helpful in case the fleet ended up in another battle. The Spirit of Bentime's shield generators gained a lot more staying power. Once the journeymen completed their examination of all of the advanced items, Vase tentatively agreed to exchange for all of the items. Let us wait before we acquire all of this new gear. What? Why, I have a lot more upgrades in store for our factory ship. Vase revealed as he waved his hand in a circle. The Spirit of Bentime is seriously undergeared for the challenges of the Red Ocean. We don't need to upgrade all of her systems to first-class standards, but she needs to be a lot tougher and more productive in order to keep up with our growing demands. Vase was also concerned about the vulnerability of his factory ship. Installing a superfab and other advanced equipment worth tens of millions of MTA merits instantly turned the Spirit of Bentime into a highly lucrative loot piñata. This was why Vase had already tasked Vivian to work on a comprehensive refit plan for his factory ship. He wanted the Spirit of Bentime to become tougher, faster and more productive. Though Gloriana quickly wanted to get her hands on all of the juicy new equipment, she knew that Vase was right. The fleet wasn't ready yet. It would take months if not years to complete all of the necessary adjustments. Can we at least upgrade the primary data vault first? She asked. Our next design round is just around the corner. We can get much more work done if we have access to much more processor power. Vase reluctantly nodded. I suppose that is doable. I will look into it later. Now that they were done with discussing how to invest their MTA merits, the journeymen moved on to discussing an occasion that everyone had been waiting for. They had prepared so long for this occasion. You all know what comes next. While our clan is about to undergo a lot of changes, that doesn't mean we should set aside our work. Now that our fleet has returned to Davut, we can finally start a new round of mech design projects. A new round. Every mech designer stood up straighter in their seats. They looked as if they couldn't wait to introduce their proposed mech designs. Vase smiled at everyone. I have already informed you that we will be recruiting an additional batch of journeymen in the next few months. That won't affect our design round as it will take several months for the newcomers to familiarize and integrate into our clan. Given our current numbers, I think we should tackle up to 14 mech design projects. Also, don't forget that we have agreed to collaborate with Professor Benedict to design the Mars project. The Mars project was the most ambitious expert mech design project of the Golden Skull Alliance. Vase and Gloriana would definitely spend a lot of hours on this massive project. It would probably be the closest thing to a ace mech that they would get in touch with for the time being. Will you have enough time to lead 2 expert mech design projects? Gloriana snorted. You should have more faith in me, Vase. As long as the upgrades to our primary data vault go through, I can get so much more work done that I can promise you that neither of the projects that you are talking about will fall behind schedule. I will make sure we can hurry up with those upgrades, then. He activated a projection and instructed it to display 2 different sketches of different mech designs. One of them depicted the C-Man project, the extensive effort to upgrade the B-Man into an expert mech. One of them depicted the Firestarter project, a fairly normal effort to design a completely new expert rifleman mech. The Seaman project is significantly more intensive than the Firestarter project. Gloriana explained. A brawler mech at the expert mech level is much more complicated than it looks. It needs to endure stresses and resist forces in many more ways than other melee mechs. We also need to realize this design by upgrading an existing mech. The advantage of the Seaman project is that it doesn't involve a lot of different fields. Vase remarked. It is all about its mechanical structure. Sarah, Tiffy, we will be counting on the two of you to do the bulk of the work. Sarah Voikin and Tiffy Kozlone would be responsible for designing much of the exterior and interior of this physical mech. Their work directly affected how well the Seaman would be able to dominate the battlefield in the future. In comparison, Gloriana and Vase did not have to contribute as much. Vase merely planned to take care of the spiritual design of the expert mech. Gloriana would mostly play a coordinating and facilitating role while designing more miscellaneous elements. Gloriana gestured towards the sketch of the expert rifleman mech. The opposite is true for the Firestarter project. A mech like this will involve many different disciplines. Each of the mech designers involved in its design will need to make substantial contributions. The Firestarter project is not that different from the Minerva that we have recently developed. We can take advantage of the experience we have gained from designing Commander Casella's expert mech and make sure we can provide an even stronger machine to Venerable Isabel Coden. Vase already grew excited at the thought of working on the Firestarter project. It was an expert rifleman mech that was paired with an expert pilot that wanted to apply her attacks in a different manner. He could already foresee the many flames that Venerable Isabel would unleash upon her enemies in the future. His only regret was that there was far too little time for him to learn anything substantial from the MTA's files on first-class Luminaire crystal technology. Perhaps he might learn a trick or two, but he doubted he would be able to make any substantial breakthroughs in so little time. Vase consoled himself by telling to himself that he could always design a better rifle for the Firestarter project at a later date. Chapter 3976 Fifth Round of Mech Design Projects. The design of the Larkinson clan's expert mechs was a fantastic occasion for every participating mech designer to explore the upper limits of their design capabilities. Since they were usually designed by seniors and masters, it was not uncommon for expert mechs to serve as testbeds for their latest technological innovations. While the mech designers of the Larkinson clan were merely journeymen, each of them had already developed different solutions that they would love to apply to a mech with a high performance limit. Unfortunately, only a limited number of mech designers could make meaningful contributions to a mech design at a time. The generally accepted limit was 5 contributors. Any more than that and there would be too many cooks in the kitchen. The direction and vision of a mech design would become completely muddled, leading to a phenomenon where too much potential was being wasted. Aside from myself, Gloriana, Sarah, Tiffy will be working on the Seaman project. Vase announced. Sarah, Tiffy, the two of you will be the main contributors to this expert brawler mech design. Are you confident enough to take on this challenge? Sarah nodded. She already had prior experience with working on a Larkinson expert mech, so this was not a completely new experience for her. The only issue was that the Seaman project needed to rely much more heavily on its armor system than the Minerva. I can do it, but I will probably be stretched for time. She said, we will try our best to cover the other aspects of the mech design. Vase promised. Aside from Vase, Sarah Voikin was probably the most universally desirable journeyman in the design department. Her defensive specialization meant that she was able to increase the durability of every single mech design that passed through her hands. No matter whether a project centered around a light mech with a flimsy exterior or a heavy mech that was clad with thick armor plating, Sarah could apply many different solutions to increase their resilience. The difference she could make was massive. Fewer mechs would get downed as they were able to resist damage that would have otherwise been fatal. Their mech pilots had a much higher chance of surviving a battle as well as their cockpits were better protected against breaches. As far as Vase was concerned, Sarah Voikin's participation in expert mech design projects was mandatory. No mechs were more important than the expert mechs that empowered and protected the clan's precious expert pilots. The longer they remained on the battlefield, the more they could tilt a fight in their favor. Being able to outlast enemy expert mechs was already an incomparable advantage. It was a pity that there was only one defensive specialist in the design department. Vase briefly considered whether he should attempt to hire another defensive specialist. Sarah's specialty was mainly focused around empowering the physical armor of her mech designs. Her solutions mainly dealt with negating kinetic impacts, but she possessed a big gap when it came to defending against energy damage. If Vase wanted to round out the design department further, he should ideally be on the lookout for a defensive specialist that specialized in energy shielding systems or energy damage mitigation. As long as Sarah and this new defensive specialist combined forces, they could easily design defensive mechs that could endure all kinds of damage. However, this was not an option for this design round. Even if Vase found a suitable journeyman right away, it would take months for the newcomer to integrate into the clan. Before the new mech designer completed this essential requirement, there was no way that Vase would hand over the important responsibility of contributing to the design of one of the Larkinson clan's most important strategic assets. While Vase was thinking, Gloriana, Sarah and Tiffy already started to voice their thoughts on how to configure the Seaman project. I have spoken to Venerable Vincent several times, Gloriana said. He doesn't want to stick to the original configuration of his B-Man anymore. He wants to pilot a pure melee mech that puts all of its strength into punching, grappling and kicking. We will satisfy his requirements, but I am under no illusion that it will be easy. A mech that strikes with its entire body will have to endure a lot of physical stresses. Sarah observed. What is worse is that the forces that will be acting on the mech can come from many different angles. I will need to design a fortified external and internal structure that can keep the mech intact and prevent its more vulnerable components from rattling loose. I will assist you as best as possible, Gloriana said before turning to another journeyman. Tiffy, even though armor plays a major role to the Seaman project, it is first and foremost an offensive mech. We need to rely on you to impart a mechanical system that can allow our upcoming expert brawler mech to attack with great force. Can you do this at the expert mech level? Tiffy Kozlone frowned. This was the first time she would play a major role in the design of an expert mech, so she did not have complete confidence in her ability to do the Seaman project justice. I am not accustomed to contributing to a mech design with a higher budget and higher performance targets. I think I will have to spend more time on this in order to try out my more radical design solutions, but I should be able to manage. I will also have to work with Vincent to determine his personal fighting style and best reflect his physique on the Seaman project. Vase smiled. The three women had solid plans in mind despite working on a brawler mech type for the first time in their careers. What do you think about the boxing gloves that will be paired with the Seaman project? He asked. It's not unusual for brawler mech models to feature modular arm attachments. Gloriana replied. Brawler mechs are almost just as hard on themselves as their opponents. It makes sense to equip them with semi-disposable buffer equipment that can absorb much of the damage and stresses. The only problem is that our clan will need to replace it on a regular basis as the wear and tear will be great. Vase shrugged. It's fine as long as equipping the gloves will reduce the wear and tear of the rest of the frame. They talked a bit more about the Seaman project before Sarah finally addressed the elephant in the room. I understand that Venerable Vincent has made several unorthodox demands for his expert mech. The woman slowly said. Everyone immediately knew what she was referring to. Vase even palmed his face. Our expert mechs are not the personal property of their principal controllers. They are the guardians and symbols of our clan. While it is fine to fool around a bit with ordinary custom mechs, our high-ranking machines must rise above this infantile level. Sarah frowned. What do you want us to do concerning the Seaman's codpiece? From how passionately Vincent talks about it, he will never accept a mech that does not bear this cosmetic element. This was especially the case now that Vincent had advanced to the rank of expert pilot. His willpower had become so strong that codpieces had become a matter of principle to his current self. Vase let out a frustrated breath. Just do what we have done before. You can add a codpiece, but make sure that Vincent isn't directly involved in its design. Do as much as you can to satisfy his vanity, but also make sure you design it as tastefully as possible. In fact, don't let him speak. Just show him different designs of different shapes that only vaguely resemble codpieces and let him pick from one of them. I think this is the best way to resolve this particular issue. Whether it would work or not remained to be seen. It was worth an attempt at least. After every relevant mech designer gained a good idea on how to approach the Seaman project, Vase shifted the discussion to the Firestarter project. The expert mech we will be designing for Venerable Isabel Coden will be our second true rifleman mech. Sure, the Everchanger and the Minerva are also capable of fighting at range, but this is not their main focus. The Firestarter project will be a true ranged powerhouse that puts great emphasis on firepower. That makes the Amaranto's sibling. The Amaranto was probably the most powerful offensive mech of the Larkinson clan at this time. While the first sword was capable of bursting out with great damage up close, the Amaranto's range and peak firepower formed a potent combination that could cripple many powerful mechs if left unopposed. Vase was particularly proud of the Amaranto's design. He had played a large role in configuring and designing it. The expert rifleman mech faithfully channeled his vision of a machine that pursued extreme firepower. The opportunity to work on a second expert rifleman mech granted him the opportunity to surpass his earlier work. He did not want to turn the Firestarter project into an uninspiring ranged platform. If he wanted this work to surpass the Amaranto, then he needed to give full play to Venerable Isabel's unique strengths. As you all know, Venerable Isabel has developed a potent offensive ability after her apotheosis. Her extraordinary willpower centers around flames or burning, which allows her to burn any enemy by leveraging true resonance. I have already talked to her about her future expert mech, and I believe that the draft that I have made is a good starting point. He enlarged the projection of the draft design and quickly explained its basic properties. Soon enough, he addressed the Firestarter project's weapon systems. The rifle that I intend to develop for the Firestarter project will be a close relative of the Amaranto's main gun. The instrument of vengeance suits Venerable Stark best, as she is excellent at picking her targets and sniping any weak points from afar. This also makes the Amaranto best at penetrating through powerful defenses, but fairly worse when it comes to spreading out damage over larger surface areas. Vase tapped the projection, causing it to zoom in on the Firestarter project's rifle. The main weapon of this expert mech is not optimized for sniping. Instead, I intend to optimize it for rapid firing. This will turn the Firestarter project into a run-and-gunner style of ranged mech that can attack many targets in rapid succession or spread a lot of shots over the surface area of a larger target. The reason why I think this is best is because this should be the most efficient way to apply Venerable Isabel's burning attacks onto the enemy. You're banking a lot on Venerable Isabel's special powers. Janice Pellier commented. What if her natural resonance abilities aren't as effective as you think? What if the burns that she can apply through her ranged attacks are only strong enough to cause surface damage? Vase shrugged. Then we will take what we can get. I have confidence that this can be effective. I personally observed her power during the Battle of Purgatory. The Quint burned every fish whale with its resonance-empowered attacks. Even if this was an instance of forced resonance that Isabel is unlikely to reach for many years, we can afford to wait for her to build up her resonance strength. The burning property of her willpower was too powerful for him to dismiss. Even if the Firestarter project's offensive power would not be as impressive due to its fast-firing rifle and Isabel's underdeveloped force of will, he predicted that the female expert pilot would definitely gain more notoriety than Venerable Stark in the future. This was great for Vase, as Venerable Isabel was a full member of the Larkinson clan. Though Vase appreciated the strength and skill shown by Venerable Davia Stark, she had never shown any interest in joining his clan. Vase found that to be a pity, but as long as more ranged expert pilots such as Venerable Isabel emerged from the ranks, the departure of a powerful high-ranking mech pilot should not cause too much of a disruption. Chapter 3977. Against traditional swordsmanship as a ranged mech, the Firestarter project was an excellent opportunity for Vase to explore the potential of Luminaire crystal technology even further. Even if Vase could not immediately absorb all of the restricted knowledge that the MTA promised to open up to him, it was enough for him to gather a few useful insights. If he could develop a new Luminaire crystal attack phase crystal that happened to complement Venerable Isabel's extraordinary burning ability, then the Firestarter project would truly be able to live up to its codename. However, it had been quite a while since Vase last tinkered with Luminaire crystal technology. He did not have complete confidence that he could whip up a new Luminaire crystal rifle that was more powerful and more potent than his previous works. No one plays a more important role in the Firestarter project than you, Gloriana remarked towards her husband. If you do a good job, the end product will most assuredly become a celebrated work in our clan. If you fail to deliver, then much of the potential of this expert mech will be lost. She was right. Vase carried the greatest burden in this project. This was not great, as Vase needed to be involved in many different design projects. He would be just as busy as Sarah Voikin in this regard. The more active design projects per round, the more Vase needed to split his time. It was becoming increasingly harder for him to keep up with his design responsibilities. He couldn't wait for another mech designer who specialized in living mechs to show up and take over some of his burdens. If Michael Larkinson managed to achieve enough breakthroughs in his chosen research direction, then Vase predicted that he would have an excellent helper by his side. Even if Michael's design philosophy centered around a different interpretation of living mechs, his work should probably be sufficient to breathe life into mech designs. Only Gloriana and Kedis came close to doing so, but both of their solutions possessed serious flaws and limitations. Their specialties were completely different, so they were limited in how close they could imitate his work. What Vase needed the most were mech designers who believed in the concept of living mechs to such an extent that they developed their own life domains. This was an extremely rare quality in the mech industry. Vase was not yet certain whether he had done enough to push his student Michael in the right direction. Even if Michael did everything right, it would take at least a decade before Michael rose through the ranks and advanced to journeyman mech designer. He would be of no help to the design department at all for the foreseeable time. Maybe I should spend my MTA merits on upgrading or exchanging my cranial implant. Vase muttered to himself. The general rule was that cranial implants were permanent to those that implanted them in their heads. They integrated with the fragile and delicate brain tissue of a human to such an extensive degree that pulling them out would result in permanent and ruinous damage to the most essential organ of a person. This meant that it was extremely important for people to decide what they wanted to implant in their heads. Vase did not regret the decision to integrate his brain with the Archimedes Rubel implant that he had once salvaged from the Starlight Megalodon. It was the most powerful and expensive solution he had access to at the time. Ever since he partially digitized his mind and gained access to an internal processor that allowed him to perform a lot of mathematical calculations on the fly, his work efficiency had shot up. It was unimaginable for Vase to give up all of the benefits provided by his bio-implant. However, as his workload increased and as his mech design projects became more advanced, Vase started to get increasingly more frustrated by the shortcomings of the Archimedes Rubel model. Even with its upgrades, the Archimedes Rubel was never an implant that was specifically designed to complement mech designers. Its enormous storage space may have allowed Vase to store a lot of data and integrate system-infused knowledge faster, but Gloriana had access to a lot more helpful design functions. If Vase was able to exchange his current implant model with one that was specialized for mech designers, he was confident that he could speed up his work by at least 20%. Many people were unable to change their cranial implants for the remainder of their lives, but those who possessed enough wealth or merits were different. The big two were so advanced that they possessed the technology to safely exchange older and weaker cranial implants for newer and better ones. Vase seriously considered whether he should make use of this service now. The price of doing this was steep. Not only did he have to spend a lot of MTA merits to cover for the procedure, he also had to spend even more to obtain a new and superior cranial implant. Don't think about it, Gloriana softly told him. You're already good enough for now. Wait until you have advanced to senior or master. By then, you will truly feel that your current cranial implant is unable to keep up with your demands anymore. I have little doubt you have earned even more MTA merits with all of the achievements you have made up to that point. Newer and better implant models will also come out in the future, which will upgrade your new capabilities even further. You're right, I am being way too impatient. My time might be stretched, but the situation isn't unbearable for me yet. I can still hold out for the time being. He cast his thoughts about exchanging his cranial implant aside and turned his attention back to the Firestarter project. Venerable Isabel has expressed a desire to have access to a flamethrower weapon when piloting her expert mech. As you can see, I have tentatively decided to integrate it as a secondary armament attached to one of the Firestarter project's arms. This will allow the mech to unleash a powerful spurt of flames while still having the option to fire its regular rifle. The mech won't be able to carry enough propellant to last an entire battle. Kedis noted. Will this addition be useful enough to justify its inclusion? It depends on the quality of the propellant. There are expensive formulas out there that essentially mix a lot of potent and volatile exotic materials together. A mech only needs to ignite a small quantity of it in order to release a huge amount of energy. Gloriana frowned. That will help with allowing the Firestarter project to spread more flames, but you are essentially filling up its propellant tanks with lots of money. It will be several times more expensive to field this mech in battle compared to a more reasonable expert mech such as the Dark Zephyr. I believe this addition is worth the investment. Vase replied in a firm tone. Venerable Isabel's abilities are aligned with flames, so giving her the option to play with fire is the best way for her to learn and improve her affinity to it. Also, if the flamethrower module is as powerful as I envision, the Firestarter project can instantly torch a whole swath of swarming enemies at once. Do you remember the time the Vorabugs attempted to swarm our fleets? We didn't have enough weapons that could sweep them all at once. That will change with the introduction of this expert mech. We could also design a modern striker mech. Didn't you publish the Doom Guard years ago? I bet it would make for a fantastic anti-Vorabug mech if we adapt it to the Red Ocean. Let's talk about that later, Keddies. For now, I want to make sure we are on the same page with regards to our expert mech design projects. Do any of you have any further questions on the Firestarter project? A few of the journeymen made a few inquiries which Vase quickly answered. He had a relatively clear idea on the expert rifleman mech that he wanted to design, so he already thought about many of its design elements. Once the round of questioning had ended, Vase moved on to the third expert mech design project that the design department would be tackling for this design round. The projections that depicted his interpretation of the Seaman project and the Firestarter project disappeared in order to make way for another sketch. This one showed off a draft design for an expert swordsman mech that stood out by wielding two swords at once. Keddies, you are the principal mech designer for this upgrade project, so please give us your thoughts on this work. The swordmaster stood up. She looked a lot more mature and less frivolous as of late. Her recent marriage, her early pregnancy and the initial success of her Monster Slayer project had boosted her confidence by a substantial margin. Even though Sharpie was lying dormant inside her bloodsinger, Keddies still exuded an edge that easily allowed her to command attention. In order to understand this expert mech, we need to understand Venerable Imon Ingvar first. Commander Casella's younger brother is a difficult expert pilot to work with. Our initial talks did not go as well as I would like. Oh, Vase raised a curious eyebrow. Why so? Did he put on his overprotective brother act again? Keddies shook her head. I'm not a threat to Casella, so he did not act unreasonably in that manner. It's just, he's a swordsman mech pilot, but he doesn't embrace traditional swordsmanship. He has accepted instruction from Venerable Dice and the Heavenswarders in the past, but he has never accepted their approach towards swordsmanship. Traditional swordsmanship is rather obscure throughout human space to begin with. Vase explained. If it was truly a successful combat method, then it shouldn't have remained so obscure. I can say that you are not completely wrong. The swordsmanship tradition passed on by the Heavensward Association can produce exquisite techniques and powerful outbursts, but it requires both discipline, diligence and total belief in a sword style. While the exact requirements vary from sword style to sword style, even the loosest of them demand a fair amount of control. Even then, it is not enough. He is only able to touch the surface of traditional swordsmanship. Vase leaned forward. That sounds interesting. Do you think this is a flaw? What is his actual fighting style? Keddies grimaced a bit. After Venerable Dice and I sparred against him multiple times, we discovered that he is not a true swordsman at all. He's a warrior that only regards swords as tools. He would be just as happy if he is wielding a pair of axes or a pair of hammers. The only consistent rule we have discovered is that he likes to hold two weapons at once. Why is that the case? Because Venerable Imon is a momentum-based fighter. What I mean by that is that he is a fighter who is more driven by his emotions than other expert pilots. If he is angry, sad, desperate or confident, he can reach a higher peak than normal. If he is not as stimulated, then his combat performance is quite average. I never figured that out. It makes sense now that you explain it this way. Vase felt it was quite fitting for an expert pilot who had made it his conviction to protect his sister. If any enemy dared to threaten Commander Casella, then Venerable Imon would easily be able to display at least 120% of his power. In other words, Venerable Imon was the perfect attack dog. So how does that translate to the expert mech you wish to design for Venerable Imon? We don't need to make any major changes to the configuration of the original Blade Chaser as we upgrade it into an expert mech. Keddies answered. We just have to adjust it so that it can fully take advantage of Venerable Imon's ability to grow more formidable. I have come up with several ideas on how to make that happen. Chapter 3978 Selling Out. Venerable Dice is an expert pilot that practices true swordsmanship. The first sword is designed to accommodate that by giving her much more control over the motions and strength exertion of her machine. She is able to control her expert mech just as well if not better than her own body. Keddies gestured towards the projected draft design of the Blade Chaser. If you compare the design of the first sword to this sketch, you should be able to observe many differences. The design choices that I have made for Venerable Imon's future expert mech are different because its pilot has developed a different fighting and piloting style. Can you explain it for us, please? Vase politely asked. What Imon needs are two things, namely speed and power. If you look at my draft design, you can see that it is equipped with a larger flight system than normal and that it also features a more robust mechanical structure. I will need Juliet and Janissa to flesh out these areas further, but you can see where I am going for this expert mech. Vase and several other journeymen nodded. The Blade Chaser Mark II project was all about leveraging its speed and power to produce a lot of figurative and literal momentum in battle. Even though it was armed with two smaller swords instead of a single bigger one, it could strike pretty hard in the right circumstances. In fact, it shouldn't matter too much if the Blade Chaser Mark II hadn't built up any speed. Kedis had envisioned the upcoming expert mech as a close-range terror by designing it so that it could strike repeatedly with its two weapons. It didn't matter if Venerable Imon's control and technique were not impressive. It didn't matter if the Blade Chaser Mark II did not allow for more precise control over its movements. It didn't matter if Kedis had to design a different swordsman mech than what she originally envisioned. As an ambitious mech designer who wanted to design the ultimate mechs of this archetype, Kedis understood that not all of her customers fit her ideals. She loved to design mechs for the Sword Maidens because she shared the same approach towards swordsmanship as her fellow sisters. It was not challenging at all for her to envision new mech designs that could give the Sword Maidens another way for them to channel their sword skills. The story was different for users outside of the group she was familiar with. It was still manageable for her to design swordsman mechs for the Heavenswarders due to how seriously they adopted swordsmanship as the center of their lives. Outside of that, Kedis still had much to learn. She had struggled on this issue when designing her recent Monster Slayer mech. Compared to her previous works, she consciously had to dumb down her Monster Slayer and make it more universally compatible in order to widen its appeal. If she had to design the Monster Slayer for the Sword Maidens, then it would have become a much tighter and exacting mech design. While the skill and control requirements for the mech would be higher, its upper limit on performance would be raised as well, allowing the Sword Maidens to defeat opposing mechs that were much more powerful on paper. As Kedis thought about her plan for the Blade Chaser Mark II project, she figured that she needed to explore a different approach towards power. The Blade Chaser Mark II is meant to be an expert mech that can swing its swords faster and harder as Venerable Imon gets more excited. She continued to explain, I intend to design his expert mech in a way that can channel and derive strength from his special qualities as an expert pilot. He's a hothead, and that is manifested in his bright and powerful will. His expert mech will complement this trait. Vase crossed his arms as he developed a few doubts. It all sounds rather vague to me. Are you sure your approach to this design project will fit Venerable Imon? You're not a fighter. You don't understand anything. Just leave it to me. I know exactly what Venerable Imon needs. Don't worry, Vase. I won't spend as much time on the Blade Chaser Mark II project, but I will be supervising it to make sure it is a good fit for its pilot. Gloriana assured. That was enough for Vase. They settled a few more details before they were done with discussing this expert mech design project. One of the interesting details about the Blade Chaser Mark II was that Vase did not intend to take an active part in its design. When Gloriana designed the original custom mech, she managed to make it alive by borrowing a few tricks and techniques from her husband. She used to struggle with this in the past, but ever since she obtained her own companion spirit, all of this changed. She was finally able to observe and interact with spiritual phenomena on a more conscious level through Alexandria. Since Gloriana had already turned the current iteration of the Blade Chaser into a living mech of some sort, Vase was curious to see how she could develop it further with the upgrade project. Ever since Venerable Imon broke through while piloting his custom mech, the Blade Chaser had gained a lot of spiritual feedback and came close to becoming a third-order living mech. It would only be a matter of time before the Blade Chaser or its upgraded version surpassed the threshold and turned into an existence on the same level as the Everchanger and the Shield of Samar. However, Vase had a hunch that a Gloriana-style third-order living mech would look substantially different from the ones he developed. Just thinking about what he might encounter in the future made him feel excited. Ahem, now that we have gotten the expert mech design projects out of the way, let us discuss the regular projects that we will be tackling for this round. As you all know, the fifth design round is all about commercial mechs. I want each and every one of us to focus on designing mechs that serve at least a single common purpose, and that is generating as much revenue for the LMC and by extension our clan as possible. He had waited for this moment for a long time. Vase was finally going back to designing mechs for the commercial mech market. After saying a few more perfunctory words, he quickly introduced the projects that he had in mind. The projection changed to show another set of draft designs. One of them depicted a sketch of a training mech. Another showcased an extremely light striker mech. A third one displayed a commercial ECM mech. Let me give you a quick rundown of these designs. Vase said, the tutor project here is my attempt to revolutionize the market for training mechs. As you know, the Chiron model that our mech academies have been making use of has been particularly effective at helping our mech cadets develop their piloting skills. I think we can use it as a model for a more universal training mech that also contains numerous other enhancements that can make it even better. At its job, if I am able to succeed in creating these new solutions, the tutor project will definitely achieve comprehensively better results. Will you replace our Chiron with this new training mech model if the latter turns out to be better? Kedis asked with concern. Of course not. We treat our living mechs better than that. Vase quickly answered. We always keep the best for ourselves. For me, the tutor project partially serves as a proof of concept for me. If it works out the way I intended, I have no qualms about upgrading the Chiron model so that its newest iteration not only catches up to my commercial offering, but is able to go a step further. This way, the Larkinsons could upgrade all of the existing Chiron mechs and preserve their precious living qualities that they had developed over the years. After Vase briefly elaborated on what he had in store for the tutor project, he shifted over to the ECM mech that he also wanted to design. I'm sure that you are all confused why I want to design an ECM mech of all things. While it is true that I don't have any experience in designing shady mechs, I think I can make this auxiliary mech a lot more valuable by adding in an existing function that is already present in our cherub and signal bearer designs. Not everyone liked what they heard from Vase. You're selling out the feature that has given our hexers an advantage in the Komodo War. Gloriana angrily burst out. How dare you, Vase? How could you do this? If the Fredamen get their hands on this, they will be blaspheming the Superior Mother by using her as their alternative communications network. Gloriana, the Hexers have already lost the war. Don't deny it. While I don't like how it is going either, the Fredamen have made too much progress in the last few months. That doesn't mean you can start selling an enhanced version of the Cherub on the open market. Don't forget that more and more groups of Hexers have arrived in the Red Ocean. They are still relying on the Valkyrie Redeemer and the other mechs that we have designed for them. Don't you have principles, Vase? Do you know how much customers are willing to pay for long-range, instant and unjammable communications? Vase heatedly retorted, this is a guaranteed cash cow for us, Gloriana. Combined with the ECM functions that I plan to add to this design, I believe that my Buzzy Bee project will have a good chance of becoming the product that will turn the LMC into a household name in the region. Although Vase wanted to remain honorable and avoid spreading out a feature that only he and the Hexers enjoyed thus far, the market potential for the Buzzy Bee project was too high. Ever since Calabast gave him this idea, he had asked his subordinates to study the market and do more research on what customers wanted. Practically everyone responded positively towards the functions of the Buzzy Bee project. Gloriana could complain all she wanted, but Vase did not allow her to mess up this opportunity to capture a lot of market in the Red Ocean. Vase had little confidence in conquering the market for rifleman mechs or night mechs, but a machine that not only excelled at communicating under heavy jamming conditions but also possessed a few unusual ECM capabilities was practically a necessity in a complex and chaotic environment like the Red Ocean. In the end, Gloriana could only grumble while turning her head away. No matter what she wished, Vase was in charge around here. Besides, he was the one who came up with the design solution that enabled mechs to communicate with each other through the Superior Mother's spiritual network. It was fully within his rights to apply it to any other mech of his choosing. What is up with this tiny mech, Vase? Kedis asked in a clear attempt to divert the topic away from the current controversy. It looks too small and fragile to fight against mechs. Vase chuckled. That is because it isn't meant to fight against human mechs at all. In fact, this is a specialized solution against the Vorabugs. I became inspired by how well our suppressive glows managed to debilitate the swarms we fought a few months ago. Think of it as a Doom Guard that is scaled down and equipped with a shotgun instead of a flamethrower order to deal more effective damage against the bugs. I can bet you that as soon as the public learns what it is capable of, there will definitely be a lot of major organizations who will be interested in buying batches of my cheap but effective Vorabug Nemesis project. Vorabug Nemesis project. Really, Vase, it's just a codename. Chapter 3979 Jabber Project. The fifth design round was of great significance to Vase and the others. The previous one was all about enhancing the Larkinson clan's direct combat power. In this regard, the mechs that emerged during its run clearly succeeded. Even though the Larkinsons weren't able to produce too many copies of the new models, their power and capabilities invigorated the Larkinson army and gave the soldiers hope of wielding greater power in the future. This time, Vase wanted to address the clan's economic and diplomatic foundation. The Larkinson clan had only made tentative moves to integrate into the regional economy. The release of a couple of products such as the latest iteration of the Ferocious Piranha or the recently completed Monster Slayer had little effect on the Living Mech Corporation's brand awareness. If Vase wanted his mech company to shine in the Red Ocean, then it was essential to start with selling at least one killer product and multiple staple products. One design round was not enough to complete his goal, but the Larkinsons had to make a start. Vase already planned to lay low for 5 years. This was more than enough time to complete 4 additional design rounds. With the impending expansion of the design department and the comprehensive upgrades to every design facility, the LMC could easily release over a dozen different commercial mech models a year. Even accounting for the need to upgrade outdated models to modern standards, this was a horrible release date, especially when the addition of glows and the unique functionality of living mechs boosted their value and desirability to greater heights. Unless Vase and his fellow journeymen were all donkeys, they would surely be able to design at least one breakout success during this 5-year period. As Vase thought of how many MTA credits the LMC could earn at that time, Gloriana interrupted his musings by asking an important question. "Aren't you trying to do too much this time, Vase? You are already obliged to participate in the design of the Cross Clan's Mars project. You have also chosen to lead the Firestarter project and contribute to the Seaman project. Those are all expert mech design projects. Can you even manage the Tutor project, the Buzzy Bee project and the so-called Vorabug Nemesis project as well?" Vase frowned. His wife had a good point. He wanted to execute a lot of different ideas for the next design round, but he had far too little time to explore them all at once. On top of the projects that his wife had mentioned, he also wanted to work on the Fearless project as well as other side projects. It sounded increasingly more unrealistic for him to get everything done by this year. He quickly started to think on how he could manage so many projects at once. "It's not as bad as it sounds," he told his wife. "The Mars project is Professor Benedict's passion project. He will definitely be responsible for the bulk of the design work on this high-tier expert mech. We don't need to make too many contributions to apply our own specialties to the mech design. The Seaman project will mostly be your responsibility. In fact, I don't think I need to spend much time at all on this project. Only the Firestarter project will take up a lot of time. What about the other projects? The Tutor project is fairly important to me and will also require a lot of work in order to live up to its promises, so I will probably spend a lot of time on it. The Buzzy Bee project is not as radical, though I will probably need to collaborate with an ECM specialist to make it compelling enough. The Vorabug Nemesis project is much smaller and simpler than the others. I can easily hand over much of the design work to our design teams without losing too much quality." As long as Vase delegated as much work as possible, he believed he could manage the workload. Sacrifices were unavoidable, but he felt that it was worth it to compromise a bit in order to increase the quantity of mech design projects he could work on at the same time. His wife still looked skeptical, but she knew he couldn't be persuaded anymore. He needed to see for himself whether he had bitten off more than he could chew for this design round. Once Vase was done with introducing his projects, it was time for the others to propose their own initiatives. "I don't think I will be designing any custom mechs for this round," Gloriana said as she gently rubbed her belly. "I am already committed to leading or contributing to the Mars project, the Seaman project, the Firestarter project and the Blade Chaser Mark II project. I don't have time to manage any additional projects, especially when I have to discharge my duties as a mother as well." She not only had to raise Aurelia, but also had to carry her second child to term. Her chances of falling behind schedule was not small, especially when Vase also took on a lot of obligations. In fact, one of the main reasons why Gloriana was so concerned about his busy schedule was that he wouldn't have enough time to watch over Aurelia. It was extremely important to give Aurelia the attention she needed from her parents. Even if she was smarter than ordinary children and even if Clixie did much to watch over the baby, there was no substitute for parental affection and guidance. While Vase wanted to spend more time with Aurelia as well, the coming period of the Larkinson clan was just too important to everyone. The LMC needed to enter the regional mech market with as many strong offerings as possible. Everything he did during this year would have a profound impact on everyone's future. It's okay, he told his wife. While we have gained a bunch of expert candidates, they don't necessarily have to obtain their own custom mechs. Any of our living mechs will facilitate their growth. She nodded. Gloriana enjoyed the process of designing custom mechs, but expert mechs were a step up in every way. She especially looked forward to working on the Mars project. Even if Professor Benedict did not allow her to provide too much input, she was confident that even minor exposure to the design process of such a powerful, high-end expert mech would provide her with a wealth of insights. Any journeyman would feel blessed to be in her position. She was already living her dream by being able to work with expert mechs every year. Now that Gloriana declared her intentions, Vase turned to the next journeyman. What about you, Kedis? Your monster slayer has shown that your specialties have commercial appeal. What challenges will you tackle next? The only swordmaster in the compartment tapped her finger against the surface of the meeting table. You already know that I will be leading the Blade Chaser Mark II project. Considering my pregnancy, I think I will only have time to dedicate myself towards designing 1 or 2 additional mech design projects at most. I have decided to design 1 swordsman mech in collaboration with another journeyman and 1 additional product for the market. Vase sat up straighter in his chair. Kedis hadn't mentioned her plans to him at all in these last few weeks. He was curious what she had in mind for this design round. Please tell us what you have in mind. Kedis raised her finger, causing the center projection to display a different draft design. Vase quickly scrutinized the sketch and realized that Kedis was only partially responsible for making it. The draft design bore foreign elements that did not conform to Ketiz's style or design choices. At first glance, the swordsman mech depicted in the draft looked like a monster slayer on a starvation diet. It was a landbound mech that was even lighter and thinner than Ketiz's first commercial success. However, Vase could see how slimming it down and shaving a lot of armor off its frame could make it even lighter and more agile. He wouldn't be surprised if this light swordsman mech could perform a pirouette on stage. Aside from the swordsman mech's skinny frame, the other element that stood to Vase was its primary weapon. Instead of wielding one of the long and heavy great swords that Kedis and the Sword Maidens favored, the draft design carried a bladed weapon that was nearly the opposite. The long and thin fencing saber was so slim and delicate that Vase questioned whether it was sturdy enough to stay intact after performing a single slash. The appearance of a fencing mech reminded Vase of a young and lovely woman he once met during one of his past virtual forays. His eyes lit up as he realized who Kedis was collaborating with for this project. Did you hook up with Miss Angelique Harcourt? He directly asked. Kedis nodded. Yup, you gave me her contact information a while ago, remember? I talked to her a few times and befriended her. It's really nice to exchange with a fellow swordsman mech specialist, especially one that grew up in the Heavensward Association. I already planned to collaborate with Angelique once I finished my Monster Slayer design. Now is as good a time as any to see what we can accomplish together. The combination of 2 different swordsman mech designers should definitely yield a good result. Kedis possessed a lot of flair while Angelique accumulated a lot more experience and insights in fencer mechs. Both of them would be able to learn from each other. They could also cover for each other's weaknesses. Vase was happy to see Kedis or any other mech designer collaborate with a third-party mech designer because it was a great way to get exposed to other perspectives on the same mechs. This was a win-win collaboration that was only marred by the fact that Angelique Harcourt was still based in Majestic Teal. Vase frowned when he thought about the last part. Collaborations between mech designers who were located in vastly different regions were much less practical. If I recall, you left a PP behind, so your works should retain all of their strength in the Yena star cluster. I suspect that Miss Harcourt is much more limited where she can propagate her mechs. Does she have any influence in the Red Ocean? No. Kedis straightforwardly admitted. Angelique hasn't entered the Red Ocean nor bought any PPs. We only plan to release our finished product to the Heavensward Association. There is no point in marketing our Jabber project anywhere else because there isn't enough demand in other regions. In other words, the amount of revenue it could bring would undoubtedly be limited. It made little sense to design this fencer mech if Kedis wanted to maximize her earning potential. For this design round, however, that did not mean it was a waste of time for her to spend her time on the Jabber project. This was an excellent learning experience for Kedis and a necessary process for her to learn how to work with external mech designers. Don't worry, Vase, the Jabber project won't be a niche product, not when my name is attached to it. Kedis confidently said, my unique identity carries a lot of weight in the Heavensward Association. As long as I release the Jabber project in the mech market of my second home, I can guarantee you that my new mech will sell like hotcakes. If not for the fact that I have already traded away most of the rights of my Monster Slayer design to the Wild Fighter Association, it would have already turned into a bestseller back in our former star cluster. That was indeed a missed opportunity, but it couldn't be helped. The Larkinson clan needed to make sure they added in a provision that addressed this gap in her next cooperative venture with the Wild Fighters. Chapter 3980 Delivering Payloads. Kedis already agreed to form a simple equal partnership with Miss Angelique Harcourt when working on the Jabber project. Both of them would be equally responsible for the design of their fencer mech. Neither of them had more say than the other and they needed to come to a consensus on every design choice. The earnings from selling the finished products would also be split equally between the two. While Kutiz's involvement would probably boost the appeal of the Jabber project once it was released, Angelique became responsible for producing and selling the copies in the Heavensward Association. Vase had no objections to this simple and fair arrangement. Even if there were a few issues, it was only a single commercial project. It was fine to make a few mistakes. What was more important was that Kedis learned from this collaborative experience. Do you plan to do anything new or special with the Jabber project? He asked her. It would be too simple if your first fencer mech design doesn't do your reputation in the Heavensward Association justice. Despite the fact that she only stayed long enough in the state to participate in a couple of tournaments, the Heavenswarders definitely hadn't forgotten about her. Kedis was the first journeyman mech designer who managed to break the rule that high-ranking mech designers could never become swordmasters. Every swordmaster was a celebrated hero in a state whose population practiced swordsmanship to the point of obsession. For Kedis to be able to design swordsman mechs on top of what she could do as a swordmaster was definitely seen as a miracle in the modern home of traditional swordsmanship. His eyes lit up when he realized how many doors this collaboration could open. The collaboration with Angelique Harcourt was a springboard to greater and more lucrative projects. The Jabber project served as an excellent testbed to test whether a unique mech designer such as Kedis was truly able to enrich the Heavensward Association's mech market. Since the market for fencer mechs was relatively small and stable, it was easier to measure the changes that took place after releasing the Jabber project. If the collaborative work sold well enough, then Kedis could easily collaborate with many other mech designers based in the Heavensward Association. She could work together with numerous different specialists who each specialized in different styles of swordsman mechs. The sharing of insights and the exposure to different design philosophies on the same kinds of swordsman mechs could definitely do wonders in broadening Kutiz's horizons. Not only that, but once she truly got serious and collaborated on design projects with broader appeal, it was not impossible for her works to capture a lot of market share in different product categories. However, in order to make all of this happen, Kedis needed to do a good job with the Jabber project. I plan to add several features to the fencer mech design in order to beat all of the competition. She replied, just like the Monster Slayer, I plan to make its fencing saber as sharp and tough as possible, though this will not be easy. I also plan to develop a basic sword style around fencing and imbue it into my upcoming mech design. This will help any mech pilot become proficient with piloting fencer mechs. Vase grew disappointed. I don't hear anything that counts as an innovation from you. The features that you have mentioned sound nice, but they are nothing different from what you have done with the Monster Slayer. I know, I'm not happy with that either, but I don't have a good idea yet on how I can make it stronger or more special. I am hoping that sharing ideas with Angelique will inspire me to develop a new and useful design solution. That did not exactly sound reassuring, but in truth the problem was not that great. The Monster Slayer was already a successful commercial mech. There was nothing wrong with applying the same design solutions onto another mech design. Vase just wanted Kedis to avoid becoming complacent. As long as she kept trying to innovate and find different ways to solve her problems, she would continue to progress her design philosophy. It was essential that she remained inquisitive and willing to go out of her comfort zone in order to advance. You should have room for one more design project, right? What else do you have in store besides the Blade Chaser Mark II project and the Jabber project? I'm afraid I have to disappoint you this time, Vase. While I have a couple of ideas in mind, I am not confident enough in them to pull them off at this time. She replied, I plan to devote most of my time to the projects that I have already mentioned. I plan to spend much of the time I have left on studying, experimentation and preparing for my new baby. I also want to go out with Joshua in order to make up for all of the times that we have been busy in these past few years. Family time was important, and Kedis was much more willing to forego other projects in order to make sure she enjoyed enough personal time with her husband and her future child. Vase did not comment on her decision. Even though he wished that she would design at least one additional commercial mech for this round, there were plenty of opportunities for her to do so in the future. Alright, you can do what you want as long as you do a good job with the Blade Chaser Mark II and your new fencing mech. My expectations for them will be higher since you don't have as much on your plate this time. Don't treat this design round as a vacation. I won't, Vase. I know what's important. He turned to Juliet. What about you? Have you come up with a good commercial mech design that you think is suited for your talents? I am already assigned to work on the Firestarter project and a number of other existing projects. I also have to allocate several hours a day on studying miniaturized warp drive technology. That does not leave much room for me to design other mechs. The penitent sister answered, do you plan to lead at least one design project this time? I do, sir. I have been exploring what I could do with the glows that you have recently introduced. Please take a look at my proposed mech design. Juliet waved her hand, causing the center projection to switch to a different draft design. This one was neater and more detailed than the previous sketch. It looked as if Juliet had invested a lot more hours in fleshing it out. This showed that this was not a flimsy idea. At first glance, her proposed mech design was a light mech. It was almost just as thin and light as the Jabber project. The main reason why Juliet's work was bigger was because it had to be able to move in space. However, different from light skirmishers, the new mech looked like it was not as agile and flexible. This made it much less suitable for high-paced dogfighting. By sacrificing agility and reaction speed, Juliet was able to strengthen the light mech's forward acceleration, which meant it was able to traverse longer distances a lot faster than other comparable machines. Hardly any light mech could catch up to this new machine. There was a purpose to this configuration. Vase turned his attention to the curved but relatively boxy containers mounted on the back, hips and chest of the light mech. They were light but relatively roomy. The prominence of these containers made it clear that Juliet's proposal was all about its payload. Is this a grenadier mech? Gloriana guessed. Correct, Juliet replied. The transporter project is a light mech that is mainly designed to reach a strong enemy position and throw its grenades against its targets. This is a highly versatile machine as it can carry a variety of grenades, from simple explosives to ones that can blind enemy sensors by releasing signal-blocking smoke. Vase scratched his head. I'm not too familiar with grenadier mechs. Is it worthwhile for customers to buy and field this mech? Any machine can carry a bunch of grenades as long as you equip them with a bandolier. Bandoliers are dangerous. The containers added to the transporter project will be made out of tough and protective materials. Even if they are hit, they will also include functions that will minimize any explosive accidents. Trust me, it is much safer and more effective to depend on this mech to launch grenades than any other machine. I still don't understand the commercial appeal of this mech, Juliet. Missiles could achieve the same results as grenades. The difference is that the mech doesn't have to get too close. Missile launchers are strong and useful, but they have many flaws. Chief among them is how much volume a missile must devote to reaching its target. A typical grenade is much simpler in this regard. A mech can carry many more grenades at the cost of needing to get within throwing distance of its targets. This is why I came up with the idea of the transporter project. In our past few battles, we fought against large alien opponents. Ordinary light mechs cannot inflict meaningful harm on them because of the enormous disparity in scale. What I wanted to do was to develop an idea that can allow light mechs to inflict much more harm to phase whales and alien starships. Ah, your transporter project makes more sense now. Vase said, it is a demolitionist. Even so, that still makes me wonder whether your grenadier mech is useful enough to attract buyers. Why field a grenadier mech when a ranged machine can do comparable damage at safer distances? Ranged mechs cannot be everywhere or attack every enemy target, sir. There are tunnels, indoor regions, hostile planetary environments and more where ranged machines are constrained. Missiles also have limitations aside from the fault that I have mentioned earlier. They are easily intercepted and cannot always be guided to their targets. Sometimes, The only way for a mech force to deliver a powerful payload to its enemies is to rely on a mech to carry it over. The transporter project possessed numerous advantages in that sense. While it was not as agile as light skirmishers, it was still flighty enough to weave and dodge through enemy attacks. Once it was able to get within throwing range, the mech could throw a lot of potent grenades in quick succession. Even though it looked as if its modest containers could not hold a lot of explosives, the deadliness of the transporter project depended on the quality and model of its payload. If the machine was equipped with expensive grenades, then the damage they could inflict would definitely be amazing, especially against larger and less mobile opponents. Vase understood that Juliet still needed to explain one more detail. You mentioned combining it with a glow that can complement its role. What design spirit do you have in mind for this grenadier mech? I was thinking about borrowing from the same glow that makes the Stinggripper so difficult to hit. This not only increases the survival chances of the transporter project, but it can also synergize together with our existing ferocious piranha models to confuse enemy mech pilots. This, Kalo's design spirit exerted a subtle effect that caused mech pilots to misjudge distances and directions to a small extent. The biggest flaw was that it was not effective at longer ranges, so the transporter project would still be vulnerable during its approach. Even so, Vase could see the transporter project occupying a niche in the market. There were plenty of weird circumstances in the new frontier where grenadier mechs could be of greater use. The small but dangerous machine proposed by Juliet had the potential to become a fearsome deliverer of bursting damage on the battlefield. Chapter 3981 Unexpected LDEAS. Let me just say that I am cautiously optimistic about the prospects of this transporter project of yours. Vase eventually said after Juliet answered a few more questions. It doesn't sound like a mech that can take the market by storm, but I do recognize its potential to become a stable seller that will completely fade. What he meant by that was that he did not expect the transporter project to spike in sales once it was released onto the market. Instead, its sales would remain modest but relatively stable while it was in production. The reason for that was because Vase estimated that only a limited number of customers were interested in grenadier mechs. However, there were always situations where they could be useful. There should always be people who ordered a batch of Juliet's new light mech from time to time. As long as the transporter project was able to stand out from the competition by offering a useful glow and performing decently enough in other aspects, it had the potential to earn a nice amount of revenue by capturing a substantial market share in its niche. This could also be wishful thinking on his part. Vase truly couldn't tell whether the transporter project would ultimately be worth the time and effort that Juliet spent on its design. It was fine even if it failed. Juliet would learn valuable lessons from this experience and stand a better chance to succeed in her next attempt. I'm curious, Juliet, why did you opt to design a mech based on a more obscure mech type this time? Why did you forego the opportunity to design a more popular machine such as a light skirmisher? There are too many light skirmishers on the market. The penitent sister mech designer stoically replied. I do not feel confident enough that my work can capture enough market share as of yet. I still need to make more breakthroughs in my research and design philosophy. I am more comfortable with working on a grenadier mech because there is less pressure. I understand. He truly did. Her strategy was similar to the one he adopted at the start of his career. While Vase felt confident enough to compete in the bigger leagues, Juliet was still a relative newcomer when it came to designing commercial mechs. It was safer and less stressful for her to start small and slowly work her way up, at least when it came to her own projects. We already have the ferocious piranha anyway, Gloriana commented. If Juliet wants to introduce her own light skirmisher to the market, then her main competitor will be us. This will most certainly result in cannibalizing our existing product's market share. The only way this won't happen is if her own interpretation of this mech type is vastly different from ours. Vase shook his head. We don't need to worry about that for the time being. Even if it happens in the future, it is not a big deal. If one of our older mech models can't defend its market share against any alternative products, it doesn't deserve to sell as much anymore. I would rather want its replacement to come from the LMC instead of a rival mech company. This was a rather broad-minded perspective and one that he did not see issue with. It was normal for larger mech companies to release multiple different mech lines that had the potential to overlap with each other. Even though this was rather inefficient, a mech company enjoyed more redundancy as a result. If one mech model fell off, the other one could still cover the same market and keep turning a profit. However, the Living Mech Corporation had yet to reach the point where it could play this game. It still needed to build up a complete and coherent mech catalog. After clearing up this matter, Vase turned to the pair of Janissa Pellier and Tiffy Kozlone. I've heard that both of you want to collaborate on a pair of commercial mech designs, is that right? Janissa nodded. Yes, both of us possess similar specializations and we are already used to collaborating on many different mech designs over the years. We would like to continue that for our next commercial mech designs as we are most comfortable with working this way. I have no problem with that. Vase shrugged. While I would caution you not to become overly dependent on other mech designers, right now it is more important to make sure that we are able to design as many successful products as possible for this design round. In that sense, it doesn't matter whether the two of you work alone on your own products or if you choose to collaborate on both. Thank you for your understanding, sir. As for the mechs we have in mind, let me introduce my idea first. Just like the others, Janissa displayed her draft design on the central projection. This is a bestial mech. Vase did not expect one of the mech designers working for him to come up with a bestial mech. However, when he thought about Janissa Pellier's specialty, he understood that it made sense for her to dabble in non-humanoid mechs. While humanoid mechs were more versatile in combat due to the ease in which they could carry and wield different weapons, bestial mechs often enjoyed greater advantages in leveraging their strengths due to their more natural combat forms. Interestingly enough, Janissa opted to design an avian mech. What stood out from the bird-like mech was that it featured a decent degree of articulation. It possessed a pair of large and sturdy wings that were more designed to attack than to provide thrust. This was clearly evident due to its sharp edges. The wings weren't the only weapons. The avian mech also featured a pair of claws that looked like they could pierce or even drill through armored surfaces. On top of that, the avian mech also possessed a long and sharp beak that could be employed in modest charge attacks. Overall, Vase could easily see that this avian mech was clearly oriented towards offense. It was not as light as other avian mechs and it looked as if it could be formidable when deployed in attack formations. So what is the idea behind this avian mech? The Sharpwing Project is a bird mech that is good at charging and attacking. Janissa explained. It is a difficult machine to fight at close range because it excels at performing repeated attack runs. Since it can choose from a variety of different weapon systems, it can always find a way to deal effective damage. This looked like a risky mech to Vase. It did not appear to carry any ranged weapons, so it was entirely dependent on swooping in to strike an opponent with its sharp wings or tearing its claws through a vulnerable weak point. This could work great if the Sharpwing Project was able to swoop out without encountering any hindrances. If the way forward was blocked or if it encountered another mishap, then it was likely that the avian mech would fall. I can see how your Sharpwing Project can be useful, Janissa, but it doesn't seem to conform to your style. Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. A mech like this relies on momentum rather than pure mechanical might to inflict damage. Oh, the Sharpwing Project can still put up a fight even if it is stalled, sir. This alone makes it stand out from most comparable avian mechs on the market. Janissa confidently answered. At what cost, though? There are always trade-offs. This Sharpwing Project of yours doesn't appear to be particularly light or cheap. That is true. I needed to make it large and robust enough in order to fulfill its second main function. And what is that, Janissa? The female journeyman pointed at the large and frankly oversized flight system mounted on her Sharpwing Project. Avian mechs are known for their mobility, and this is no different from my Sharpwing Project. I deliberately chose to equip my work with a flight system that is more usually seen in heavy mechs. Doesn't that make this mech too unstable? It is not that bad as it looks. As long as the mech pilot doesn't abuse the flight system, the Sharpwing Project will be able to hold together. Vase scratched his head. There was something about this mech design that he was missing. The flight system was too large and powerful. He could not understand the full logic behind this choice. Not only would the flight system exert a lot more stress on the mech frame, it would also expend a lot more fuel and energy when used. It was also heavier than it needed to be and imposed higher demands on the rest of the mech in order to support its presence. While Vase had to admit that it could get from A to B a lot faster than many other mechs, was it necessary to make so many compromises? Janissa grinned and gestured towards Tiffy. The Sharpwing Project only makes sense when it is paired with my friend's Mahler Project. Tiffy Kozlone waved her hand. A new draft design appeared in the central projection, but different from the other times, the Sharpwing Project did not make way this time. The latest mech design was another bestial mech. This one was a tiger mech, which briefly reminded Vase of his devil tiger. However, It only took a short moment for Vase to realize that Tiffy Kozlone's approach towards a tiger mech was vastly different. This is not a normal tiger mech. It is a heavy tiger mech. The size and bulk of this new bestial mech was much more formidable than Vase expected out of a tiger mech. Its thick limbs exuded a lot of strength. They could probably threaten a defensive mech if they were allowed to come close and attack with impunity. Aside from its powerful limbs, the tiger mech could also devastate any opponents caught within its grasp by utilizing its powerful teeth and maw to tear and bite through its prey. The Mauler project is a tiger mech that I came up with after trying to find a solution against astral beasts and other large targets. Tiffy explained, I know that I am not the only one that is trying to solve this problem, but this is my specific answer. Every part about this tiger mech is designed to inflict massive damage onto any target in front of it, no matter if it is a kilometers-long starship or another mech. In order to make sure that it was able to stay in a fight long enough to deal all of this damage, the heavy tiger mech was clad in plenty of armor. It was an assault-oriented mech that would not go down easy, that was for certain. Gloriana frowned when she felt disturbed by its configuration. There is one problem with the Mauler project. It isn't fast enough. Compared to its strong limbs and its heavy armor system, its flight system is not powerful enough to catch up to other mechs. It will have to accelerate for an extended period of time in order to get close enough to a distant enemy position. The practicality of this Mauler project is severely diminished as a result. Wait a second, did you realize it? Vase grinned at his wife. There's a reason why xianxia and Tiffy's designs are displayed together. They are combination mechs. Combination mechs. This wasn't the first time that Vase had seen them. He had seen multiple combinations in his life. In fact, he even designed a pair by making it so that the Amaranto could seamlessly mount onto the back of the Shield of Samar. This was a different approach towards combination mechs. The Sharpwing project and the Mauler project were two different bestial mechs that did not look like they were related to each other on the surface. However, when xianxia activated a command that caused the image of the avian mech to mount onto the back of the tiger mech, the combination suddenly looked like an enormous tiger with wings. What the hell? Can this even work? Chapter 3982 The Might of Bestial Mechs. The Steelwing Project and the Mauler Project put Vase into a dilemma. He could see the logic behind this pair of bestial mechs. Alone, they were powerful when they were in their element. The avian mech of the pair excelled in battles where it had plenty of room to perform its attack runs. Just like Lancer mechs, it excelled at building up momentum in order to deliver a strong impact on a less mobile target. While the Steelwing project had to take care not to build up too much speed and crash itself against solid surfaces, it was an excellent mech for tearing apart lighter and weaker mechs, particularly those with ranged loadouts. The Tiger mech on the other hand was too slow to perform repeated charging attacks. Instead, it was much more suited to fight standing battles where it could take advantage of its superior mechanical bulk and strength. The Mauler project's powerful limbs were not only able to deliver powerful blunt impacts, but could also tear through layers of armor through its sharp and vicious claws. Vase could easily envision the Mauler project tearing through ranks of melee mechs. Compared to humanoid machines such as knight mechs or swordsman mechs, the Mauler project could probably overpower all of them in frontal combat. This was because the Tiger project possessed 4 weapons, while a typical humanoid mech could only leverage 2 at most. For example, in a duel between a Tiger mech and a swordsman mech, the former only needed to utilize 1 or 2 front paws to block the latter's sword. This allowed the Tiger mech to bring forth its rear limbs to tear apart the exposed lower half of the swordsman mech. A Tiger mech with sufficient armor could also disregard the attacks of its opponents and pounce on an enemy humanoid mech. Once a mech like the Mauler project was able to grapple with a humanoid mech, it could use its claws to dig in and squeeze its captive prey. If this wasn't enough to destroy its opponent, then it could use its powerful jaws to bite and tear through the defenseless torso of the trapped machine. Tiger mechs were notorious for chewing off many mechs like actual beasts. A lot of mech pilots died when the teeth of bestial mechs penetrated through the shell of their cockpits and tore apart their vulnerable bodies without mercy. When it came to Tiger mechs, the bigger and heavier they became, the more unreasonable it was to fight them in battle. As mechs based on the form of a predator animal, Tiger mechs possessed less flexibility than humanoid mechs but made up for it with greater force and power. The Mauler project was particularly large and heavy compared to ordinary Tiger mechs. Tiffy Kozlone showed a lot of ambition and confidence in her draft design as she did not hesitate to pursue this mech concept to its extreme. The result was a Tiger Mech with dimensions that were just below the limit where it could no longer occupy a standard mech slot aboard a carrier vessel. This caused the Tiger Mech to become just as bulky as the Transcendent Punisher. Of course, even if the two shared the same mass, their design directions were completely different. The Transcendent Punisher put a lot of emphasis on maximizing the firepower and the persistence of its heavy cannons. The Mauler project channeled much of its capacity to strengthening and reinforcing its powerful limbs. This turned the heavy Tiger Mech into one of the most formidable second-class melee mechs that Vase had seen. Not even other notable melee mechs such as the Rigid Spine or the Second Sword could defeat it in a head-on clash. The Mauler project was so mighty and resilient that it could power through any exquisite technique or precise attack and batter its target with unrelenting physical blows. Only a mech that was just as heavy and armored as the Mauler project could endure the onslaught. For example, the Iron Crusher model of the Dwarven Forgehammer mech regiment could withstand the initial blows and strike back hard by swinging its heavy maul. Yet even then, the Mauler project would probably gain the upper hand. The Iron Crusher may be able to deliver even more powerful blows due to the advantages of leverage, but it was too easy for a heavy Tiger Mech to disarm the hammer-wielding machine or just grapple with it to trap its arms. The more Vase imagined the Mauler project's performance in different scenarios, the more he became amazed by this mech concept. Although his Steelwing project was also powerful in the right situation, the Mauler project was definitely the bigger and better brother of the two bestial mech designs. Vase gained a new appreciation for Xianxia and Tiffy. Previously, the two journeymen did not make any prominent achievements. While their specialties were useful, they were less universal than Sarah Voikin's defensive specialty. Now, he realized that he had missed a crucial detail. The pair were naturally predisposed towards designing bestial mechs, especially melee-oriented ones. Tiger mechs, centaur mechs, spider mechs and many other forms of bestial mechs relied a lot on physical and mechanical strength to defeat their foes. With Xianxia and Tiffy's design solutions, they could magnify this crucial property, thereby producing bestial mechs that could overpower their opponents by an even greater margin. Of course, that didn't mean that other bestial mech designs were any worse. There were all kinds of mech designers in the industry, and those that chose to design bestial mechs all had their own reasons to be confident about the combat power of their products. Still, as far as the Larkinson clan was concerned, Xianxia and Tiffy were by far the best mech designers to tackle bestial mech design projects. How much experience do you have with designing tiger mechs and other bestial mechs? Vase asked the pair. The two women briefly exchanged glances with each other. A third of our mech designs are bestial mechs. Back when we were studying under Master Coronet, we had to explore diverging mech forms in order to study and comprehend how their mechanical structures are able to exert force. We learned a lot from designing those bestial mechs. Are you confident in your ability to design competitive bestial mechs? Of course, Xianxia replied with an unmistakable touch of pride in her tone. We may not understand bestial mechs as best as those who dedicated their careers to them, but we are no slouches on this front. They are the best carriers of our design solutions. That doesn't mean we are weak at designing humanoid mechs either. 2/3 of our mech designs are still humanoid. Tiffy quickly added, "Don't worry, I'm not forcing the two of you to design bestial mechs on an exclusive basis. There are many other melee mechs such as the upcoming Sea-Man that could use the strength boosts that only you can provide. I am just wondering whether we should make a more serious effort into expanding our mech roster with bestial mechs." Gloriana whipped around her head. "Are you sure about that, Vase? The Steelwing project and the Mauler project look decent at first glance, but they possess serious flaws that heavily limit their effectiveness in battle. I do not have confidence that they can take the mech market by storm." She was right. The Steelwing project was fast but not flexible. Its defensive parameters were not great and their large silhouettes made it easier for ranged mechs to tear them apart from a distance. The Mauler project might be the king in melee combat, but it could only become a practice target when attacked from a distance. Its slow mobility and sluggish frame meant that it was impossible for it to catch up with ranged mechs that were faster and more agile. While Vase understood that the Steelwing project was supposed to compensate for the Mauler project's flaws when they merged together, the resulting combination was still too wieldy and heavy to dogfight against agile rifleman mechs and harasser mechs. The fast and agile Stinggripper could slowly toy both of these formidable bestial mechs to death. "We are aware of their vulnerabilities," Xianxia said. "The Steelwing project and the Mauler project are not meant to excel in many different scenarios. They are quite simply designed to smash through powerful defenses and battle lines. The combination of the two essentially formed an effective if somewhat rudimentary sieging system. The Steelwing project's purpose was to deliver the Mauler project to a hard target in a timely manner. Once the combined mechs reached their destination, the avian mech would detach the tiger mech and guard the flanks against hostile threats. Meanwhile, the tiger mechs could go to town. No matter whether they were facing mechs or starships, their undaunted power allowed them to crush through any barrier that stood in their way. The combination that you have come up with is powerful, but the requirements are a bit high. Vase said. First, the thrust power of the Steelwing project must be great enough in order to carry around a heavy mech fast enough. Second, the Mauler project must be made out of lots of hardy materials in order to withstand a lot of attacks. Both mech models will definitely be expensive. Maybe too expensive. I'm afraid that their prices won't make them attractive enough to convince customers to adopt your 2-mech system. The art of designing a good commercial mech was not just about devising the most powerful mechs. Their work also had to be as cost-effective as possible. In this regard, Vase was afraid that xianxia and Tiffy's mech proposals did not score well in the second criteria. Vase continued to think about the possible market reaction while he decided what he should do with these suggestions. A part of him wanted to convince xianxia and Tiffy to set aside these mech concepts and come up with different ideas that had greater commercial potential. However, it was not in his nature to deny his fellow mech designers the opportunity to explore their design philosophies and pursue less standard ideas. Even though he didn't feel confident in the pair's ability to design profitable mechs, he was willing to give them a chance. Our clan doesn't have much experience with bestial mechs so far. Vase eventually said, I think it will be helpful to its development if we start to make forays into designing them. The Steelwing project and the Mauler project might not be suitable for the market, but I think they could make for a good core of a new bestial mech legion. Gloriana furrowed her brows. There are major differences between mechs designed for the Larkinson army and mechs designed for the market. You can't just decide to use these bestial mechs for a new mech legion if they fail to take off in the mech market. I know that. What I mean is that we can observe the performance of the two products once they are released. Once we figure out their strengths and weaknesses, we can design better versions for ourselves. That sounds costly. It doesn't have to be. If the Steelwing project and the Mauler project become popular enough, they will surely be able to generate at least a modest amount of profit. He did not expect too much from them, actually. They were bound to be luxury products due to their high price levels and limited usefulness. xianxia and Tiffy weren't stupid. They already took this into account. One of the reasons why they still went through with these proposals was because they were aware that the LMC's products always possessed additional advantages. Our mech designs need an extra edge in order to increase their popularity. They can become much more valuable if you pair them up with the right glows. That's right. Vase nodded in agreement. My specialty can't turn a bad mech into a great one in one go, but I can definitely turn a decent mech into a more attractive product. Chapter 3983 Roles Reversed. Vase eventually approved xianxia and Tiffy's proposals despite his many doubts on their commercial viability. The design department should not limit itself to developing humanoid mechs. xianxia and Tiffy were the closest thing to bestial mech designers that the Larkinson clan had at its disposal, so Vase was keen for them to develop this aspect further. Most mechs utilized by people came in the form of humanoid mechs, but that did not mean that bestial mechs had no value. They were just a bit harder for mech pilots to master and weren't as versatile in different battle situations. However, as long as they fought under ideal conditions, they could easily burst more power than humanoid mechs. Vase felt that his clan should have at least one mech legion that fielded bestial mechs. How could the clan of the Golden Cat live up to its symbolism if it didn't field a single feline mech model? He felt it was only right for his clan to deploy thousands of ferocious tiger mechs on the battlefield in the future. Wait a minute, why do I feel like I have to make this happen at all costs? His eyes narrowed in suspicion. Was he being influenced by Goldie? Had he become irrationally obsessed about developing tiger mechs just so that his clan could overwhelm its enemies by unleashing a sea of cat-like mechs? Well, it's fine. Vase shrugged. He felt that it wasn't so bad to raise a troop centered around tiger mechs in the future. After he obtained enough information about xianxia and Tiffy's plans, he turned to the final pair of journeymen in the meeting room. Sarah, Dulo, do you plan to work on this time? I already have a busy schedule. Sarah Voikin spoke up. My expertise is needed in many different mech design projects, most notably the expert mech design projects. On top of that, I think it is extremely important for me to be extensively involved in the aforementioned Mahler project. Since the heavy Tiger mech is meant to withstand a lot of damage, I should make sure its armor system can handle all of the physical stresses of combat. This doesn't leave me with time to pursue any other projects. Vase frowned a bit. He was a little disappointed. Sarah Voikin would definitely be able to design a decent space knight if she wanted to. However, she was in the same position as him. Her specialty was just too useful to set aside. Every project could benefit from her specialty. He increased his resolve to hire another defense-oriented journeyman in the next recruitment wave. The design department shouldn't have to be dependent on just a single key mech designer to service all of the defense requirements of its mech design projects. I understand, he said. The current wave of design projects are too important to us. Whether it is an expert mech such as the Seaman project or a commercial mech with amazing sales potential such as my Tutor project, it is extremely important to ensure that their defensive parameters do not fall behind. The more durable they become, the more we are able to persuade our customers to entrust the lives of their mech pilots to our dependable products. Those are my thoughts as well. Sarah Voikin nodded. I don't want your ability to develop your own mechs to grow rusty, though. I hope you will be able to come up with a good mech concept for the next design round. It will depend on how busy I become. Sarah Voikin stated. If there are too many expert mech design projects, I will end up in the same position as now. Don't get me wrong, sir. I enjoy working with expert mechs. They are much more powerful than the machines that I am accustomed to working with. It is a gift for me to be able to make so many contributions to high-end mech designs. That is understandable, but don't forget that standard mechs are the root of our profession. The majority of our customers and clients are still regular mech pilots. They need the protection that only mech designers can provide to them. In time, our design department will welcome more defensive specialists, so you won't be as short on time in the future. Sarah Voikin didn't have any comments regarding this. The Larkinson clan was too big for only a single defense-oriented mech designer. She possessed enough confidence in her abilities and did not fear additional competition. In fact, having a like-minded colleague in the Larkinson clan would probably be helpful for her progression as she could hold frequent exchanges with her fellow defensive specialists. What about you, Dulo? Your schedule is not as busy as none of the mech design projects that we have discussed so far involve spear weapons. That is correct, sir. I have been working on several potential ideas. It is not that difficult to come up with decent mechs that perform adequately in different scenarios, but that is not enough to develop a product that can generate sufficient revenue. After I attempted to devise a spearman mech that can be of much greater value by combining it with one of your glows, I think I have ended up with a good idea. The male Voikin sibling uploaded his draft design to the central projection. It turned out that Dulo Voikin visualized a landbound spearman mech. It was a relatively simple design and did not appear to feature too many bells and whistles. Its frame was solid but not too heavy. It was capable of wielding a variety of spears, but preferred to carry a longer one that allowed it to strike its target without getting too close. This looks like an ordinary spearman mech. Vase commented. It doesn't have a flight system so it can't fight in space. What use does it have and what are its selling points? To Vase, the spearman mech looked generic. There was nothing that immediately stood out to him. Its spear looked normal and its frame did not look as if it could deliver a powerful blow outside of performing a charge attack. Its armor layers weren't too thick so the mech wasn't able to endure too much damage either. Perhaps the only clear positive point of this mech was that its mobility should be higher than normal. Its legs looked as if they could support a faster running speed. The mech was also equipped with compact boosters that could give the spearman mech a short-term speed boost. Before Dulo could unveil its role, Keddy spoke up first. This is a hunting mech, she declared with certainty as her eyes shone with appreciation. Its configuration is similar to my Monster Slayer, except it is even better geared towards operating in hunting zones and untamed planets. This spearman mech is mobile enough to trek through rough terrain. It is also maneuverable enough to dance around large exo-beasts. By relying on the reach of its main weapon, this mech can poke holes into its target without needing to step too close to a dangerous beast. Dulo and everyone else looked surprised at Keddy's. Not even Vase had been able to figure out the draft design's purpose. Why are you looking at me like that? She frowned. Don't you know that hunting exo-beasts used to be a hobby for sword maidens such as myself? We preferred to hunt dangerous beasts by relying on our bodies and our swords alone, but some prey are just too big. We could only hunt them down by relying on our mechs. This was a dangerous pastime and one that the sword maidens no longer engaged in due to lack of access to hunting grounds. You're right, Kedis. This is indeed a mech designed to hunt beasts. Dulo admitted. The Huntmaster project is an idea that I created with the hunting industry in mind. You might not have heard about it, but hunting is a booming business in the Red Ocean. There are many more untamed planets in the new frontier that are filled with lots of alien flora and fauna. The most valuable planets with life often contain large and powerful exo-beasts that are formidable existences within their habitats. Vase scratched his head. I understand the enthusiasm around hunting, but how do you intend to persuade those engaged in this activity to opt for your Huntmaster project? Isn't it easier to bring a bunch of ranged mechs and just shoot them from a safe distance? It's not as thrilling to shoot these majestic beasts with rifles or cannons. Kedis replied with clear disapproval on her face. Ranged weapons also make a lot of noise and can completely disturb a hunting ground. However, the biggest disadvantage of using them is that they will ultimately inflict heavy and extensive damage to the body of the target. If you return from a hunting trip with a carcass that is beyond recognition, then good luck getting a decent trophy out of it. You can't brag about your hunt if you can't bring back a whole head. Dulo's choices made more sense in this context. Spearman mechs are ideal hunters, he claimed. There are two main reasons for people to hunt exo-beasts. The first one is to build up their reputation and prestige. Retrieving a body that is intact as possible is essential. Ideally, enough of it is undamaged to turn it into a whole display piece. The second reason is to harvest them for rare and valuable resources. It is the same reason why we harvested the organs from the phaser fish whales during the Purgatory campaign. There are many more amazing alien species that can offer new possibilities to humanity. A spearman mech can better control its damage output and can utilize its precision to make sure it does not damage any essential organs or tissue. All of this made sense. As Vase imagined the Huntmaster project in the field, he thought of a spearman mech that operated alongside a dozen other identical machines. Just like the primitive humans of the past, the Huntmaster project mechs could easily combine forces and hunt down their prey by relying on the convenience provided by their spears. All of this sounds good, Vase said. However, I don't think its value proposition is high enough to defeat the competition. I am sure that there are plenty of spearman mech models on the market that perform no differently from this balanced spearman mech. Dulo grinned. That's because I haven't explained its killer function yet. You see, one of the most persistent problems that hunting teams face is making their prey stay long enough to get killed. What do you mean by that? Vase asked. He means that many exo-beast species aren't stupid enough to fight a bunch of strange and odd mechs to the death. Kedis explained. Exobeasts may be powerful, but the planets they live on are usually occupied by other massive species. Each of them needs to be able to pick their battles to some extent in order to survive in a dangerous environment. When exo-beasts are confronted by metal machines that look completely different from the rivals they are accustomed to, they will get spooked much faster than usual. It is hard to prevent an exo-beast from escaping if it truly wants to leave. Dulo nodded again. This is why I want my spearman mech to carry an aggressive and provocative glow. As long as the Huntmaster project can anger an exo-beast, the chances of completing a successful hunt should be much higher. The hunting teams that bring at least one of my mechs will also be able to save more time as their prey is less likely to run repeatedly when confronted with mechs. Vase understood the premise behind this mech now. The Huntmaster project was supposed to provoke hostile exo-beasts by aggravating their bestial emotions with Zygra's glow. What a fitting combination. Zygra used to be a crown cat that perished after getting hunted. Now, the design spirit was about to side with the hunters by empowering their mechs. Chapter 3984 Booming Business. Vase clapped. This is quite a creative idea, Dulo. It not only makes sense to design a spearman mech to hunt exo-beasts while inflicting as little unnecessary damage as possible, but you also found a way to make your product more indispensable to your target by relying on a useful glow. If Zygra's glow can truly lower the occurrences where exo-beasts have chosen flight over fight, the Huntmaster project should be able to become an indispensable addition to any hunting team. This was great value. Dulo Voikin found a good use case for a mech with a glow. The best part about the Huntmaster project was that it did not need to be too powerful and expensive in order to fulfill its role. As long as the exo-beasts weren't too powerful or difficult to fight against, the Huntmaster project should be able to put up a decent fight against different hunting targets. Even though Vase participated in a hunt in the past, he was not too well versed in the issues that hunters had to deal with. He never knew that a lot of exo-beasts would run away when confronted by mechs. Given this phenomenon, a mech that could influence a beast to stand its ground was incredibly useful. The efficiency of hunting runs would skyrocket, which would not only save a lot of time, but also enable hunting teams to retrieve more prey and increase their revenue. However, in order for all of this to work, the Huntmaster project must truly be able to live up to Dulo's claims. Will Zygra's glow truly be able to override the survival instincts of different beasts? Vase skeptically asked. I think so. Kedis issued her judgment. As the resident hunting expert in the room, her input carried a lot of weight on this issue. There are many different planets and many different environments in space. The variety of exo-beasts is endless, and they all look and act in different ways. However, as long as a hunting team doesn't deploy on a life-bearing planet with too many abnormalities, the exo-beasts they will find tend to possess a lot of similarities. As huge life forms that occupied the top of the food chain, these apex creatures possessed a lot of combat power and the arrogance to match their dominance. When confronted by another top predator, their instinct was not to run away, but to fight the challenger. This was because the arrival of another powerful rival usually represented an attempt to take over the creature's territory. Therefore, it was a good idea to exploit the instinct to defend one's territory by making use of the glow of a former top predator. Even though Zygra had undergone many changes since he had become a design spirit, the crown cat still retained its aggressive personality and glow. I think Dulo's proposal has good potential, Kedis remarked. The hunting industry in the Red Ocean is bigger and more important than in the Milky Way. A lot of planets have already been explored by humanity back in the old galaxy. It is much different over here. There are so many planets that have never been visited by people that there are many habitats that offer new biodiversity and unique organic products. Harvesting them all is a profitable business since there are many biotech companies that are willing to pay a fortune for all of these goods. That was interesting. Perhaps the Larkinson clan might consider going into the hunting business as well. The Larkinson Biotech Institute's demand for exo-beasts and organic materials was quite high. Rather than buying organic goods on the market, it was better for the Larkinsons to go to the alien planets and retrieve the desired organic samples through their own efforts. This was probably the only way for the Larkinson clan to obtain the best of what a habitat could offer. After all, hunting teams were more likely to keep the good stuff for themselves. There are also many powerful and amazing exo-beast species that have never been hunted before. There are a lot of crazy hunting enthusiasts that have entered the Red Ocean for the sole reason to be the first hunter of a newly discovered species. Dulo explained. This was probably one of the dumbest reasons to enter the Red Ocean. There were better and safer ways to build up prestige than going on hunting trips in a chaotic frontier where hostile alien warships and phase whales could demolish their fleets with ease. That did not stop Vase from attempting to take advantage of their stupidity. If these hunters disregarded their safety and common sense to such a degree to go on risky hunting expeditions, then the LMC would be happy to sell its useful hunting mechs to these well-heeled customers. Vase ultimately made his judgment. Since hunting mechs are becoming increasingly more popular, then it is not a good idea for our mech company to miss this trend. If your assumptions are accurate, then this can become a popular and perhaps an indispensable mech in the hunting industry. Even if the market for hunting mechs wasn't as big as he hoped, the utility of the Huntmaster project was so great that it was bound to become another enduring seller in the LMC's mech catalog. After accepting Dulo's idea, Vase looked at him to see whether he had any good ideas. Do you have any other proposals that you wish to pursue? The man shook his head. No, the Huntmaster project is enough for the time being. I still need to spend a lot of time on studying the knowledge on offensive phase water technology that you have made available for me. I also intend to assist my sister Sarah as her workload is a bit too much for this design round. You can do that. We have worked together enough times to become familiar with each other's design philosophies. I can't solve the more difficult problems, but it is no problem for me to take over lighter responsibilities and save my sister a lot of time. That was actually a good arrangement. In fact, Vase and Gloriana could also do this to an extent. The married couple not only worked together for years but also carried each other's spiritual fragments in their minds. If Vase truly wanted to, he could emulate his wife to such a degree that he could probably design a convincing imitation of her work. The same applied to Gloriana. Of course, these pale imitations were far from matching the authentic versions. The fakes were only good enough to fool those that didn't know any better. As Vase thought about asking for Gloriana's help to lighten his workload, Dulo made an unexpected offer. Sir, we have one more idea that we think you should consider. Tell me more. It doesn't actually come from us, sir. What do you mean by that? Our former family got in touch with us. One of our seniors has heard about your glows and is interested in collaborating with you on a line of mechs that has the potential to capture a lot of market share. You will need to elaborate on that. Isn't the Voikin family led by a master mech designer? Why would one of their own turn to me instead of their impressive patriarch? As far as Vase learned, the Voikin family and its patriarch sided with the Preserving Order faction of the MTA. That meant that they were arch-conservatives who would rather bury their heads in the sand than to keep up with the times. However, Vase soon had to adjust his opinion of the Voikins after Dulo quickly explained the changes that had taken place. Master Barnard Sola's Voikin is a better leader than I thought, Vase remarked. He bowed down to the inevitable and allowed his Voikins to spread to the Red Ocean. However, what does that have to do with a potential collaboration between one of your seniors and myself? Let me introduce you to what one of my uncles wishes to design with you. It is one where a different glow can help with fulfilling its role. A surprisingly detailed draft design appeared on the central projection. It turned out that one of Dulo and Sarah's relatives had become a senior mech designer who earned a decent amount of renown by specializing in law enforcement mechs. Professor Tigan Harmon Voikin used to be a respected name in the uplifting Note Star sector. Dulo claimed, he has been involved in the design of many unique law enforcement mechs that are precisely configured and adapted to the circumstances of different planets and cities. Many of them have gone on to become the staple models of many different planetary guard units. It had been a long time since Vase last came in touch with a law enforcement mech. He remembered a time where he needed to be rescued by them early on in his career. His most favorite cousin in the old family used to serve as an officer in the planetary guard of Bentheim. All of this gave Vase a special connection to this non-lethal variety of mechs. Okay, I get it. Professor Tigan is not only good at designing law enforcement mechs, but also established a reputation around them. He said, why reach out to me? What does he want to add to his next line of law enforcement mechs that requires my input? Your glow, of course. To be more precise, Professor Tigan wishes for you to impart a glow on his next products that can play an effective role in cooling tempers and de-escalating any mounting conflicts. Ideally, a mech designed for peacekeeping isn't supposed to win a battle. It should prevent a fight from breaking out in the first place. We can think of nothing that can help the planetary guard units in calming down unstable actors than to subject them to the same glow as your sanctuary mechs. Vase widened his eyes, and so did several other people. This was a good idea. In fact, this might even be a great idea. Lufa's base glow had a powerful effect on people. It was capable of suppressing strong emotions, no matter whether they were negative or positive. Since most criminals and troublemakers on different planets tended to lose control after experiencing a wild mood swing, subjecting them to Lufa's glow was a great way to take the wind out of their sails. Without their anger, indignation or other strong emotions egging them on, any rogue mech pilot was much likely to regain their rationality and stop their self-destructive acts. Even if mech pilots had good reasons to go on a rampage, the tranquility imposed by Lufa could still play a useful role in lowering the intensity of a battle. All in all, there were few reasons why a law enforcement mech should forego Lufa's glow. In fact, in light of one of his recent discussions with Master Dervidian, it was even more essential to propagate mechs with this particular glow in every settlement. This was because Lufa probably offered the best form of spiritual protection that Vase could provide to the masses. Even if law enforcement agencies did not originally purchase these mechs with the intention of protecting them against spiritual threats, they would definitely be able to play a crucial role and protect a lot of humans if the worst had happened. I'm intrigued, Vase told the Voikins. I can see plenty of potential in this collaboration, but what is the problem, sir? Why should I cooperate with your uncle to begin with? Why don't we design our own law enforcement mech from scratch? Even if the technical performance of our product isn't as good, its glow will more than make up for its various shortcomings. At least we will be able to collect all of the earnings generated by my product instead of a portion of it. What do you think, Dulo? I think that law enforcement mechs are much more careful about their procurement decisions than other customers. The man carefully replied, working together with an established industry figure like Professor Tigan will lend a lot more credibility to your work. You should talk to him, sir. I am sure that the two of you can come to an agreement on this collaboration. We'll see. Give me his contact details, then. I'll talk to this professor myself. Chapter 3985. More demanding clients. The Voikin siblings presented an interesting offer to Vase. It was one that he did not see coming. He directed a deep look at Sarah and Dulo. The pair of journeymen he'd picked up recently had performed well enough since they joined the Larkinson clan. This was exactly as he expected as he initially met the pair in one of the design tournaments back in Chance Bay. No one took part in these spectacles if they weren't confident in their design abilities. Even though Sarah and Dulo possessed a lot of entanglement with the family they originally came from, Vase did not seriously worry about the possibility of them acting as spies or traitors. The Larkinson network's ability to influence spiritually powerful individuals such as journeymen may be limited, but it at least served as an adequate early warning network. If Goldie never saw a problem with them, then the Voikin siblings were probably alright. In fact, Vase felt he did not need to rely on a crutch like the Larkinson network these days. The inclusive, open and welcoming culture of the Larkinson clan did an excellent job at integrating different newcomers who came from every corner of human space. Ever since the Voikin siblings entered the Larkinson clan, they became completely immersed in its culture and its people. Vase entrusted them with a lot of responsibilities and they embraced the challenges they needed to overcome and the rewards that they had earned through their efforts. Hardly any other organization was willing to grant a newly joined journeyman the position of lead designer. It was almost unheard of for a design studio to allow journeymen, especially younger and less experienced ones, to contribute or even lead an expert mech design project. These conditions could only be found in a young organization like the Larkinson clan that happened to be led by a journeyman himself. The Voikin siblings had long thanked themselves for making the risky decision to join a young but fast-growing clan. Given how well the Larkinsons had treated Sarah and Dulo Voikin, Vase believed that they should know well enough to remember their current allegiances. However, humans were still humans. Vase did not assume that Sarah and Dulo had forgotten all of the love and affection they held towards their relatives. The Voikin family would always have a place in their heart, and that meant that their judgment was compromised on this matter. This was why Vase did not even bother to quiz Sarah or Dulo any further about their old family. Rather than develop a tainted impression of the Voikin family by listening to biased opinions, he preferred to make his own judgment. This was also why he immediately wanted to talk to the Voikin who wanted to collaborate with him all of a sudden. He briefly considered whether he should hold this conversation in private. One look at Gloriana told him that he wouldn't be able to get out. She wanted to listen in and make sure that he did not botch the negotiation. After a few more seconds of thinking, he shrugged and made the call. A few minutes passed as Vase first had to go through a secretary before he could reach the senior in question. People at this level had busy schedules and generally didn't want to be disturbed by random calls from random strangers. Vase and the other mech designers patiently waited in the meeting room until the central projection finally displayed a new figure. Professor Tigan Hermann Voikin was a dignified senior mech designer who looked more at home in a boardroom than a design lab at first glance. With his austere blue suit, his neatly groomed brown beard and a pair of eyes that looked deceptively gentle, the leader of the Voikin family in the Red Ocean truly did look like he had just come out of an important business meeting. The man peered at the 8 journeymen who were gathered around the table. He briefly nodded at Sarah and Dulo before settling his gaze at the leader of the Larkinson clan. Patriarch Vase Larkinson, I have read and heard much about you. I believe you know who I am, so I think we can skip the introductions and get straight to business. Voikin Industries is interested in cooperating with your Living Mech Corporation on a line of law enforcement mechs. Not a single mech design, but an entire line of them. How many variants are we talking about here? Vase curiously asked. I cannot give you an exact figure, Patriarch, but you can expect us to develop at least dozens of them. All but one are merely variations of a single base model. It is this original design that we truly need to work on. Once it is complete, I will design the remaining variants myself as I understand the market for law enforcement mechs the best. This was the strategy adopted by mech designers and mech companies who were highly optimistic about the potential of their mech models. The bigger companies who captured most of the market share always released a lot of variants in order to milk as much sales as possible. Though Vase had yet to adopt this strategy himself, he had reached the point where he was ready to compete against market leaders who adopted the same approach. Your ambitions aren't small, Vase commented. I think you have made the right decision to seek a partnership with me. Since you have studied me and my work, you should already know how much my glows can affect people in different ways. I can definitely see how a combination of my glows and your law enforcement mechs can become a hot market in the market. However, there is only one mech designer available who can impart a glow onto a mech design, but there are thousands of mech designers that are just as good at designing law enforcement in the Red Ocean. Please convince me why I must collaborate with you in particular. From the moment Dulo Voikin introduced this potential collaboration opportunity to him, Vase immediately recognized that he had the upper hand in this deal. Between the Larkinsons and the Voikins, only the former possessed an unique advantage. This meant that Vase was in control of a seller's market. Those who desired his design solutions had no choice but to appeal to him and no one else. This was the benefit of holding a monopoly on a good or service. It was just that Vase and his clan previously weren't large and accomplished enough to attract figures like Professor Tigan Voikin. However, after designing and releasing dozens of mechs, Vase had amply proven the value and utility of his design philosophy. Other mech designers with good vision should definitely be able to see the great potential of combining forces with Vase. There was little concern that collaborations wouldn't yield the desired results. Vase already had a history of collaborating with both Larkinson and third-party mech designers. Most notably, Vase and his fellow Larkinsons had successfully worked together to develop a bunch of powerful expert mechs with highly competent professionals such as Professor Benedict Cortez and Master Moira Willix. The designs of those fantastic expert mechs might not be publicly available, but the MTA always maintained records of many different mechs where they registered basic information on all of the different works. This was why Vase was not afraid that others would doubt his competence. There was no opportunity for someone like Professor Tigan to devalue the worth of living mechs and glows, not when there was so much proof that his products were so effective. This also put the Voikin Sr. in a difficult negotiating position. The man initially wanted to take advantage of his superior rank in the profession in order to raise his negotiating position, but Vase straightforwardly popped that bubble when he described his accurate analysis of their respective positions. However, it would take a lot more than that to phase a 140-year-old senior. Professor Tigan was not only an experienced mech designer, he also conducted a lot of business deals with all kinds of parties over his career. It is true that Voikin Industries is not the only seller of law enforcement mechs. However, there are multiple reasons why it is more favorable to partner with us rather than another competitor. We are new to this market and are able to start fresh. Our offerings are not yet fixed, which means that you can offer a generous amount of input on the design of our collaborative mech designs. If you partner with a more established partner, they will not be able to give you so much leeway. This was not the strongest argument that Vase had heard, but he could see how this could be favorable to him. It was far from enough to convince him, though. I assume you are not acquainted with other mech designers who are active in the market for law enforcement mechs. It will be much more difficult for you to approach them for business opportunities. We are different because we know from Sarah and Dulo that you are a competent and trustworthy collaboration partner. Their presence also gives us much greater reassurance that you will cooperate sincerely with us and vice versa. This is a great advantage, Patriarch Larkinson. In the distant past, the only method to build this bond of trust was to arrange a marriage. The senior from the Voikin family had a point. The presence of Sarah and Dulo in the Larkinson clan served as a natural bridge between the Larkinsons and the Voikins. Neither groups were total strangers to each other, so the chances that either of them would screw each other over were much lower. Furthermore, do not underestimate how well we can operate in this special market. There are many clients that have specific demands for their machines. Some must be able to endure greater gravity than normal. Others must be equipped with additional ranged weapons. There must also be swifter variants that must be fast enough to chase after light mechs. The requirements for law enforcement mechs are even more specific because they bear heavy responsibilities. It is customary for clients to make additional requests which require specific adjustments. I have heard about that, Vase replied. Then you must know that partnering up with us can save you a great amount of convenience. Professor Tigan steadily replied. We have been working in this market for many decades. We know how to build relationships with law enforcement agencies. We also have a mature structure in place where experienced design teams are ready to make the necessary modifications to our mech designs to satisfy our clients. This was a different layer of the mech market. The buyers of law enforcement mechs were always official institutions. They always bought mechs in large amounts, but their requirements were always a lot higher as well. Mech companies that wanted to cater to their needs not only had to offer a good variety of off-the-rack models, but also had design teams on hand to modify their existing mech designs on the spot in order to fulfill additional requests. While Vase was confident that the LMC could conduct business like this in the future, the design department was not ready to operate like this. The need to respond to specific client requests on a frequent basis would impose a lot of burdens on every lead designer and design team. Rather than letting his mech company take on a burden that it was not ready for, Vase might as well leave this troublesome chore to Voikin Industries. Still, Vase remained unconvinced. Your last reasoning sounds nice, but we could probably contact 100 other mech companies that could offer the same services. I'm sorry, Professor, but you haven't given me any compelling reasons to cooperate with you. My time is valuable and I don't lend out my unique design solutions to anyone. I believe that even if my fellow Larkinson and I design just a single law enforcement mech, it can instantly capture a lot of market share by virtue of its ability to pacify people with its glow. If you want to maintain my interest, then you better step up your game. Even though Professor Tigan maintained a polite smile throughout the conversation, inwardly his thoughts towards Vase must be a lot less pleasant. Chapter 3986 Mech Ecosystem. Vase and Professor Tigan talked over the comm for half an hour. Neither of the two raised their voices or said anything offensive to each other. Instead, they conducted a polite but increasingly less productive talk on the merits of collaborating with each other. Part of their discussion was informative. Vase revealed in greater detail how he could enhance the value of a law enforcement mech while Professor Tigan explained his side of the business from an insider's perspective. Unfortunately, neither of them came close to forming an agreement during this time. Both of them stood on opposite ends and neither were willing to give up too much ground. Vase maintained a tough stance throughout the negotiations because he was confident in his own value. Unless the Voikins could point out a competing mech designer who was able to impart the same kinds of glows to mech designs as the patriarch of the Larkinson clan, there was no way that Professor Tigan could undermine Vase's superior negotiating position. This meant that if the Voikins wanted to secure a potentially lucrative business deal, they needed to make a lot more concessions in order to persuade Vase to work together. However, Professor Tigan had an obligation to uphold the interests of his mech company. There was no way he wanted to sell his services cheaply to the Larkinsons. That would make the partnership too uneven for the Voikin family. Both sides understood that while Vase held the upper hand in the negotiations, the Voikin family would not accept a deal where they had to work like slaves only to earn a fraction of the earnings of their collaborative efforts. The talks had not yet reached this point, but the lack of progress was not a great sign. It was clear to both sides that they would not be able to come to an agreement so easily. Vase tiredly waved his hand. I suggest we let our negotiation teams hash out the terms of any possible agreement. We are mech designers, not snake oil salesmen. I would rather spend time on exploring how we can approach the base model of the line of law enforcement mechs that you wish to develop with me. Can you show me a draft or concept of your work? This was a rather delicate request. A draft design revealed much about the plans and intentions of its creator. If Vase learned what Professor Tigan wanted to develop in advance, the Larkinsons could design a similar mech with all of the typical traits of Larkinson products. The senior did not hesitate at all, though. He believed in the credibility of Vase and the Larkinsons. Their talks so far may not have advanced their negotiations as much as he wanted to, but it served as an excellent way for them to grow more familiar with each other. A new projection appeared that displayed a typical law enforcement mech. Just like every second-class mech built for peacekeeping duties, the machine possessed a flight system optimized for moving in the air under standard terrestrial conditions. Vase noted that the draft design looked a little lighter and smaller than the law enforcement mechs he usually encountered. It did not look as if the machine was sturdy and massive enough to withstand serious and repeated hits. However, a mech with this configuration undoubtedly possessed superior mobility compared to many other medium mechs. It was a good mech for chasing and reaching distant crisis zones in a timely manner. What I am showing to you is what we call a first responder mech in our sector. Professor Tigan explained. It is a subcategory of law enforcement mechs that is meant to arrive first onto a scene. Their purpose is to address any ongoing incidents as quickly as possible. Oftentimes, the arrival of a pair of planetary guard mechs is enough to deter any rogue mechs from continuing to fight and inflict damage to the environment. It was hard for criminals to go about their business when policing units arrived in front of them. The presence of any planetary guard mech was a powerful deterrent that could stop incidents from escalating and stop people from continuing to endanger nearby inhabitants. However, not every troublemaker could be subdued by the arrival of a couple of mechs. There are times when first responder mechs cannot suppress an unfolding conflict. Their light construction and loadouts enable them to arrive first onto the scene, but their deterrence is not as great as the more well-equipped law enforcement mech models. This is where I believe your glows can be of use. By pairing the pacifier concept with your design solution, it can influence those who are endangering themselves and others to regain control over themselves. Even if the glows are only partially effective, they can still lower the temperature of an ongoing fight and buy more time for reinforcements. Vase understood the logic of this mech concept. It was indeed a good combination. What mattered the most was to spread Lufa's glow at a dangerous location as quickly as possible. Whether the incident involved a firefight between mobs on foot or a dangerous duel between two reckless mechs, these were all situations where Lufa's influence could play a useful role. Why not pair my glow with a heavier law enforcement mech? Vase asked. It is not necessary. The pacifier project can already cover this need. If the situation has devolved to a point where the planetary guard must display a more forceful response, then the reinforcements must consist of mechs that are designed to end fights instead of preventing them from happening in the first place. This is a crucial difference. Regardless, the pacifier project can still be of use in any incident where forceful intervention is required. Only one is enough to make a difference. That makes sense. Vase responded even as he suspected there was more to the story than Professor Tigan was willing to reveal. Planetary Guard organizations usually bought into an interconnected mech ecosystem when they chose to purchase the products of a specific mech company. They did not just buy a batch of mechs based on a single model. Instead, they bought a bunch of different variants and also other mechs based on different but related models. Such mech ecosystems granted a lot of convenience for their owners because it was a lot cheaper and more convenient to service, maintain and replace the different mechs. This was where Voikin Industries could earn a lot of extra revenue. Vase figured it all out. The pacifier project was the only product that the Voikins needed in their catalog to lure law enforcement agencies to buy into their system. Once the different peacekeeping organizations had ordered large batches of this living mech, then they would plunge into a situation where they were incentivized to follow up on their initial orders by buying other Voikin offerings. This was where Voikin Industries earned the big bucks. Unlike the pacifier project, which only needed to be fairly light and fast in order to respond to unfolding incidents quickly, the bigger and heavier law enforcement mech models had to be powerful enough to subdue rampaging mech or protect a lot of vulnerable civilians. The latter kinds of mechs were bound to be more expensive, which also meant that their profit margins should be much higher. Vase became even less inclined to conclude a business deal right away. If he recklessly negotiated a deal, then he would essentially fall into a scam where the LMC would only earn a meager amount of profit from the sales of a cheap and low-margin product. Meanwhile, Voikin Industries, which offered a wide variety of different law enforcement solutions, could easily persuade its existing customers to make follow-up orders. In short, the biggest players on the mech market were no longer in the business of selling individual mech models. They focused on passing on their entire mech ecosystems onto their customers in order to ensure they remained locked on a long-term basis. It was much harder to switch from an entire ecosystem of interconnected products than to replace a single isolated mech model. As Professor Tigan continued to explain the outline of his pacifier concept, Vase eventually held up his hand. This collaboration proposal is a promising start, but I don't hear enough sincerity from you. He said, you have said nothing about expanding our partnership to the rest of your mech ecosystem that you offer to your clients. Do you think I am ignorant about all of the extra business the pacifier project can bring to Voikin Industries? The senior of the Voikin family finally frowned for the first time during this meeting. It is not impossible for us to collaborate again in the future, but we need to see whether our initial attempt is successful enough to prove that further cooperation is worthwhile enough. Despite your reassurances, we must always be careful before we make further commitments. It is impossible for us to agree to a collaboration involving multiple different mech designs. Vase grimaced. I don't want my clan to get taken advantage of. Either you agree to expand our business partnership to encompass an entire mech ecosystem, or I will turn to another, more willing mech company to develop an innovative new mech ecosystem for the law enforcement sector. This was a heavy demand. Vase did not expect Professor Tigan to concede right away. It was enough to show a sufficiently strong and demanding stance for today. The negotiators could do the rest. A cooperation to this degree exceeds the scope of my authority. Professor Tigan steadily replied, I will have to discuss this matter with Master Barnard Voikin. You do that, then. Vase smirked. Our clan can wait for his response. However, I cannot guarantee you that we may enter into a more favorable agreement with one of your competitors in the Red Ocean. He did not actually intend to reach out to other mech companies. Professor Tigan was right in that it was probably difficult to form a deep and extensive business partnership with a competitor with no prior relationships or connections. Still, Vase could instruct Minister Shedder-Pernus to go through the motions and reach out to a couple of companies. This would show that the Larkinsons might actually be looking for an alternative collaboration partner. If Professor Tigan Voikin wanted to achieve his goal of quickly establishing Voikin Industries in the Red Ocean's mech market, then it was up to him and his fellow Voikins to entice the Larkinsons with an attractive offer. The call ended quickly after that. Neither of them had anything more to talk about if they weren't willing to make any further concessions at this time. Vase let out a deep breath as the projections disappeared. He turned towards his wife. "What do you think? You represented our clan and mech company well this time," Gloriana said with genuine respect in her eyes. "You did not allow the Voikin family to take advantage of us. It was quite astute of you to recognize that the actual business lies in the mech ecosystems rather than individual mech models. Always remember that it is the Voikins who want our cooperation, not the other way around. I am sure that Professor Tigan will call you once again." "Those are my thoughts as well," he said before turning to Sarah and Dulo Voikin. "What do you think? Do you think it is right to demand more sincerity from your former family?" Both of them looked awkward. Neither Sarah nor Dulo looked eager to get involved in this negotiation. However, they had recently pledged their loyalty to the Larkinson clan, so they had an obligation to take Vessa's side. Dulo Voikin eventually voiced his opinion. "I believe that you are not wrong for asking for a fair share of all of the earnings of this business opportunity, but Master Barnard and Professor Tigan are not known to concede that easily. They are even less reluctant to accept huge business deals that involve many related mech lines. It is too risky to build up a dependence of an entire mech ecosystem to the contributions of a single external mech designer. Your leverage over Voikin Industries would become monstrous if you control the most valuable selling points of all of those law enforcement mech models." Chapter 3987 Estimated Sales Potential. The proposed collaboration between the LMC and Voikin Industries affected a lot of interests. Profits involving hundreds of thousands if not millions of MTA credits were at stake. The potential business deal also had the power to define Voikin Industries' entry into the mech market. It didn't matter whether Professor Tigan Herman Voikin achieved a lot of success in the uplifting Note Star sector where the Voikins were based. Hardly few if any of his reputation and brand awareness carried over to the Red Ocean. The vast majority of mech designers and mech companies had to start from scratch once they passed through the Greater Beander Gate. The level of competition in the new frontier was vastly greater due to the high density of people active in the small slice of the dwarf galaxy that human civilization succeeded in occupying. Unless the Big Two managed to push back the alien opposition and opened up a lot of new colonial zones, the level of competition in the existing occupied regions would only grow worse over time. Under these difficult situations, the first mech companies to capture the early mech markets enjoyed an incomparable advantage. They had already established their brands the earliest and built up enough ties in the industry to control much of the supply of raw materials. Voikin Industries only recently entered the Red Ocean, which meant it was in the same difficult position as the Living Mech Corporation. Both mech companies possessed plenty of differences that determined their chances to establish themselves in the new environment. Voikin Industries possessed a lot of experience and expertise in the law enforcement sector. Professor Tigan's ability to design different law enforcement mechs was actually pretty good, but it was a pity that there was no shortage of talented and capable competitors in the Red Ocean. The Living Mech Corporation happened to be in the opposite position. Vase and his lead designers had never designed a proper peacekeeping mech in their lives. They had no experience in this specific sub-market and were not familiar with the intricate rules of the complicated business sector. Yet despite all of these shortcomings, Vase was confident that he could single-handedly force his way into this lucrative market if he designed a single law enforcement mech that was paired with Lufa's glow. This was his source of confidence as well as his implicit threat towards the Voikin family. If the Voikins weren't willing to offer a more equitable and honest business offer, then Vase might just decide to upend the law enforcement sector on his own or in partnership with a competing mech company. Negotiations will drag on for months if we adopt such a tough and uncompromising stance. Gloriana noted, there is a large chance that our high demands will disgust the Voikins to the point where they deem it is more profitable for them to chart their own course than to pursue cooperation with us. If this happens, we will miss out on obtaining a Lucrative new source of revenue for our clan. It doesn't matter too much. We are not the ones who are under pressure to act quickly or enter this specific market. We can afford to take a gamble. We don't actually lose anything if our bet has failed, since we didn't have any plans to sell law enforcement mechs to begin with. If the Voikins don't want to get in bed with us, then we will just look for a different partner. With this matter done for the time being, Vase finally wrapped up this important meeting. Alright, I've heard a lot of interesting mech proposals for today. Overall, I'm happy with the diversity and quantity of mech design projects that we will be working on for this design round. My only regret is that we are still short on manpower and that our workloads are vastly different. If you have time, consider lending a hand to the busier mech designers. We will have to organize our time better in the future, but there is no need for too much formality for the time being. There were mech designers who were involved in over half a dozen different design projects like Vase and Sarah Voikin. There were also mech designers that only committed to working on 1 or 2 design projects like Dulo Voikin. All of this was terribly unbalanced, but Vase couldn't help it for the time being. He hoped that hiring another batch of journeyman would alleviate the worst of this issue. It was a pity that the desired changes would only fully come into effect in the next design round. How would you rank the different projects in terms of sales potential, Vase? Gloriana asked. That's an interesting question. I think that each of us will have different opinions on the profitability of each potential end product. In my opinion, the Buzzy Bee project probably ranks at the top. It is a unique market product that offers unbeatable communication features that cannot be found in other mechs. The Pacifier project should also be a highly promising offer if we are able to establish a deal with the Voikin family. Other than that, I am also optimistic about the Vorabug Nemesis project and the Huntmaster project. Gloriana expected Vase to voice a lot of confidence in his own projects, but she was sharp enough to notice that he conspicuously left one out of his response. What about your tutor project? That's a more complicated story. Vase replied. The market for training mechs is just as difficult and complicated as the market for law enforcement mechs. The main customers are big and established institutions who never make any radical spending decisions. It will be difficult for us to make the tutor project successful right away, especially if we do not collaborate with a mech company that is already involved in this sub-market. You don't sound eager to collaborate with a third party when it comes to the tutor project. Kedis observed. The circumstances sound similar, but they are not. I think it is easier for us to enter the market for training mechs as the barriers of entry are considerably lower. We also have prior experience in designing a successful training mech in the form of the Chiron. We have already gathered plenty of feedback on its strengths and weaknesses, which we can use to develop a more polished training mech this time. Furthermore, the amount of effort I intend to put into the tutor project goes beyond slapping a glow onto the mech design. I will attempt to introduce a lot of new innovations that will hopefully be able to reinvent the public's cognition of training machines. He did not elaborate any further about the tutor project after that. It was pointless for him to explain his ambition to develop a more active training mech that was able to pull its mech pilots into spiritual simulations that offered an unprecedented degree of realism and substitution. If Vase was able to get any of this to work, then he was 100% confident that the tutor project would be able to build up a commanding market share without additional support. What about our bestial mechs, sir? Janissa Pellier inquired. The Steelwing project and the Mauler project may not have as much immediate appeal as your projects, but I am hopeful they can generate enough profit when they are both paired with useful glows. I am not familiar with the market environment for beast mechs, so I can't make any predictions. If I have to make a guess, then I would say that it will probably be a bit slower for your pair of bestial mech models to build up a modest amount of momentum. Whether they can go any further is still questionable. That's fair. We will do our best to make them popular regardless of what you think. We both believe that the combination that we have come up with will find a good use in the Red Ocean. Vase was not pessimistic about the 2 bestial mech design projects. He merely thought that their value propositions were inferior compared to the other projects they had discussed today. No mech design was set in stone. There was still a lot of time for Janissa and Tiffy to expand on their original concepts and introduce new and innovative features that boosted the appeal of their products. Before Vase concluded this meeting, he decided to make one more remark. My recent talk with Professor Tigan Voikin has reminded me of an element that our mech company is still lacking in. We have yet to develop our own synergistic mech ecosystem for the market. All of the commercial mechs we have designed in the past along with the ones we will be working on in this design round are mostly one-off machines that have few inherent relations with each other. Aside from the obvious synergy between the Steelwing project and the Mahler project, there are no obvious intersections between our other projects. Gloriana, Kedis, Juliet and several other mech designers frowned when they heard that. This was indeed a major shortcoming. We are still young and our mech company hasn't been operating for many years either. Sarah Voikin said, there are much higher requirements for mech ecosystems than standalone mech designs. Many mech designers usually wait until they have advanced to senior before they embark on this massive design challenge. It usually isn't worth it for journeymen such as us to develop a brand new mech ecosystem from scratch as we are still experimenting and improving on our design solutions at a rapid pace. Vase could see why this was the case. A mech ecosystem had to consist of multiple mech lines that were internally consistent with each other. It was not always a good idea to introduce a new mech model in the ecosystem that introduced a lot of radical changes compared to the established lineup. I am not saying we need to change our current design concepts or introduce a mech ecosystem right away. I just want each of you to think about how to best set it up in the future. While we are known for our living mechs and our glows, this is not enough. We need to figure out how we can best leverage our advantages in a mech ecosystem that is good enough to truly propel the LMC into prominence. If his mech company was truly able to reach this point, then it had truly settled into the Red Ocean's mech market. The meeting finally ended after he gave them this reminder. Numerous journeymen eagerly left the office in order to get started on their respective projects right away. Juliet did not leave immediately, though. Vase, yes, Juliet, when we discussed our expert mech design projects, you did not say much about the miniaturized warp drives that we could equip on them. Are you still willing to go through with granting warp capabilities to our next batch of expert mechs? This is not an easy matter for us to handle. Vase frowned. I'm aware that you are about to begin your studies on them, but there is no way you can design mini drives for our expert mech design projects in time. We will have to approach an external company that specializes in the development and production of these expensive devices. That is something that we should explore later. The cost will not be light, but this is the only way for us to get our hands on mini drives without developing them ourselves. Juliet slowly nodded. I am glad to hear that you are still open to equipping our next expert mechs with them. What of our existing roster of expert mechs? Do you want to equip mechs such as the Dark Zephyr and Shield of Samar with mini drives as well? There is no need to hurry on that. We still have to make a lot of targeted changes to our existing expert mechs in order to support the inclusion of a back-mounted mini drive module. I want to wait for a few years and gain more familiarity with this tech before applying the upgrades. I see. It is probably a better idea to observe how mini drives interact with the Seaman project and the Blade Chaser Mark II before attempting to do the same for our older expert mechs. Chapter 3988 Arranged Friendship. Another day had arrived. After going through an ordinary morning routine, he made sure he dressed in a classy outfit before awaiting the arrival of an important delegation. Tell me about what you have learned about the Aduk family, Vase asked his assistant as he strode towards the hangar bay of the Spirit of Bentime. Meow. Lucky yawned while he perched on top of Ves's left shoulder. To be honest, the cat would rather roam around the factory ship by himself or keep Aurelia and Clixie company, but Vase requested his presence for this important introduction. The Aduks obviously weren't normal people. They had been the group that the transhumanist faction had pushed forward when Vase requested individuals who could lead and staff his new T Institute. The implication of this recommendation was that the Aduk family was involved in the more metaphysical side of human civilization. That had unfortunate if not dangerous implications. Aside from the mech community and obscure gatherings like the Heavensward Association, the vast majority of groups dabbling in psionics or other metaphysical phenomena ultimately had ties to the Five Scrolls Compact. It was hard for Vase to keep his imagination in check when he was confronted by a brand new group like the Aduk family. Their main source of income came from terraforming planets, which initially did not sound like it had anything to do with the T Institute. There was no obvious relation between turning lifeless planets into environments suitable for human habitations and creating ways to activate people's spirituality. Vase would have never given the Aduks his attention if not for the fact that they came with the blessing of the transhumanists. Professor Dervidian and his ilk might be deficient when it came to their professional ethics, but Vase never thought they were stupid when it came to pursuing their core research goals. Vase had made a good case for his spiritual applications. Whether it was his transcendence glow or his spiritual companions, he had no doubt that the transhumanist wanted what he could provide to humanity. Therefore, the Aduk family was undoubtedly a serious entity that likely possessed a lot more depth than was apparent on the surface. Appearances were deceiving, and what was known to the public likely only scratched the surface of this mysterious family. That did not mean it was useless for Vase to go in blind. He already read reports about the Aduk family that summarized their basic information. It was unfortunate that all of this bland reading material hardly yielded any interesting clues. This was why he ordered his analysts to dig for more. "We found a few interesting details about the Aduks," Gavin Newman replied as he accompanied his boss. "Their family is remarkably united. Usually, a family organization that has grown to around 15,000 members is never completely cohesive. There are always bad apples and rebels who chafe at the restricting rules of their family and want to leave at all costs. As far as our research has shown, that has never happened to the Aduk family." Vase raised his eyebrow. He wouldn't be surprised if Gavin was talking about the Larkinson family, the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan. All three partners of the Golden Skull Alliance possessed their own spiritual networks, which massively improved internal cohesion. However, he did not think that other groups were capable of creating anything comparable to one of his most useful spiritual innovations. The Aduk family's history went all the way back to the Age of Conquest. How could have remained so united for so long? Does the Aduk family have a history of repressing or killing off its dissidents? Our investigation hasn't shown any sign that such activities have taken place, but please keep in mind that we don't have enough trustworthy sources. The Aduk family has done a good job at keeping its internal affairs out of the public. For what it's worth, Calabast has told me that she doesn't think the Aduk family is a repressive organization. Vase raised his eyebrow. Has she explained why she feels this way? The Aduks share the same philosophy and ideology. You'll be able to observe this for yourself when you meet with them, but the members of this family are not highly driven by personal ambition. That was the opposite of the Larkinson family. Vase wanted to raise a group of ambitious people that would be willing to tackle many challenges in order to get ahead. He understood why many other groups chose to chart a more conservative approach. It was safer for organizations to maintain their existences over time. Still, those who prioritized survival over ambition could not escape threats that arrived at their doorsteps. Whether it was economic upheaval, technological progression, internal stagnation, competition from rivals, or aggression from foreign states, simply trying to survive without making any efforts to grow stronger was not necessarily that much safer. Still, the fact that the Aduk family managed to survive and gradually return to prosperity over the centuries showed that its leaders had decent vision at the very least. Have you found any reasons why the Aduks have relations to the MTA and more specifically the transhumanist faction? We haven't found any direct clues, Gavin replied. A moderate-sized second-class family normally isn't worth the association's attention. The family's exogeologists and other scientific talents are good at what they do, but it doesn't look as if their solutions are associated with anything that is obviously weird. Perhaps the association took a fancy of their ability to terraform some of the most hostile and unfavorable planets, or their ability to set up complete and flourishing ecosystems. That didn't reveal anything new to Vase. He eventually shook his head. If that is all you have, Benny, then there's no point in saying anything further. I'm quite disappointed by the amount of intelligence that you have managed to gather. I told you to investigate the Aduk family several weeks ago. Is there truly so little information on a platform as open as the Galactic Net? The Galactic Net is not as open and unrestricted as it is known for, boss. The COM Consortium controls the vast majority of interstellar communication channels. It is still possible for the controllers of these networks to scrub data and information they don't like from the servers. He had a point. The Galactic Net often gave everyone the illusion that it was a Wild West, but they never put much thought on whether the people and organizations that maintained all of the communication systems would take advantage of their power to advance their own interests. Vase narrowed his eyes. If the Aduks are valued associates of the transhumanist faction, then the Mechers may intervene to clean up their history. This was not a spurious guess. The records of the Aduk family were a bit too plain in his eyes. Additionally, the factions aligned to Vase had already taken efforts to suppress news about his more radical innovations and accomplishments. Not a word had leaked about the Transcendence Glow as far as he was concerned. No powerful Mechers or fleeters had arrived to coerce him into giving up his trade secrets. The protection extended by a faction was not trivial. When Vase arrived in the hangar bay of his flagship, he learned that the shuttle bearing the delegation from the Audiobook family was already on its way. He passed the time by playing with Lucky. The gem cat batted aside his hand and floated from his reach. Meow. Hey, why are you acting so pissed? Have I not been good to you lately? I gave you access to many of the minerals that we have excavated from the Garamal system. Meow meow. Of course I prohibited you from eating any of the resonating exotics. Even though they are not as valuable as phase water, they are still rare materials that have strategic value to our clan. They're better put to use by adding them to our future expert mechs than throwing them into your bottomless pit of a stomach. At least I can get an actual benefit from it. What have you been doing with all of the stuff you have been eating as of late? Why haven't you visited the toilet all this time? Meow. Lucky's response was the same as always. Vase grew increasingly more frustrated at his cat. It was fine if hise pet ate valuable minerals as long as the glutton paid the corresponding price, but the problem was that nothing of the sort had happened for over a year. Would Vase have to wait until Aurelia grew into an adult before his freeloading cat finally visited the bathroom? As Vase wondered whether he should give Lucky another dose of indigestion medicine, Gavin abruptly perked up and stood up straighter. The shuttle is on final approach. The Audioboks are coming. Vase shoved his thoughts about his gem cat aside and quickly went over his plan for this crucial meeting. On one hand, it was important for Vase and the Audioboks to develop a close and intimate relationship. The transhumanists wanted for them to get along with each other, and it was also crucial for the two parties to extend a lot of trust towards each other. There was no way that they could operate the Tea Institute if neither of them were willing to share their more meaningful trade secrets. On the other hand, Vase did not want the Audioboks to gain the upper hand in their relationship with him. The Tea Institute primarily served to advance his own research interests. Its ability to contribute to the transhumanist cause and humanity as a whole was secondary to his own goals. Vase therefore needed to make sure he presented a strong but amiable image. It was easy for anyone to channel one of these traits, but it was a lot harder to embody both of them at once. He wondered whether he should employ any spiritual tricks before deciding that it was reckless to do so in front of unknowns. The shuttle that passed through the energy shield that maintained air pressure inside the hangar bay looked different from the vehicles used by the Larkinson clan. It was of a different make and model that was built to the standards of the galactic heartland. Its muted green and beige coating gave off a peaceful and natural impression. The emblem of the Audiobook family also looked interesting. It depicted the upper body of a woman enveloping a globe in her hands. The planet she was holding was obviously a life-bearing one, as a large plant prominently rose from its top. All in all, it was clear that the Audioboks were big into planets. A minute passed by as the shuttle slowly followed instructions and landed on a platform that had been cleared of other vehicles and loose equipment. Vase and his guards waited until the shuttle fully powered down before they made their approach. Meanwhile, the main hatch of the passenger shuttle slowly slid open. Several different figures floated out of the vehicle and lowered themselves until their sandals touched the deck. Each of the figures were garbed in formal green and beige robes that would not look out of place in a culture that prized tradition. As Vase slowly stopped a stone's throw away from the foreign delegation, he carefully studied the leading figure with his eyes and his other senses. The woman at the lead was only 1 or 2 generations older than Vase, but clearly exuded the stature of a leader. Her plain face and her knotted brown hair gave her a look that was only slightly more distinctive than normal. This was a woman who could blend or stand out whenever she wished. That showed a degree of flexibility and caution that Vase could appreciate. However, the most interesting part about the leading figure wasn't her appearance. It was her active spirituality. Vase became a bit sharper and more guarded as his spiritual senses cautiously probed the delegation. He confirmed his observations. Much to his surprise, the woman who led the delegation had managed to develop her spirituality in a different manner from the professions he was familiar with. Her mind did not resemble that of a mech designer, mech pilot or swordmaster. Instead, she was something different. Not only that, but her domain and spiritual attributes were extremely noteworthy to Vase. If he was reading the Audiobook leader correctly, then she had actually developed a domain that encompassed both life and earth attributes. Chapter 3989 Matriarch Alexei Audiobook. As much as Vase wanted to keep deciphering the new and fascinating spiritual traits of the Audiobook leader and her fellow delegates, it was not polite for him to neglect his duties. He eventually took a step forward while extending a welcoming hand. Welcome aboard the Spirit of Bentime. I am Patriarch Vase Larkinson, and I will be your host for today. The older woman only briefly gazed at Vase before studying the surrounding environment. It is a pleasure to meet with you. I have heard much about you over the weeks. I am Matriarch xianxia Duck, head of the Duck family and CEO of Gaia World Crafting Services. I did not expect that we would receive a call that has led us to abandon our original plans for the Red Ocean and prompt us to relocate to Davut on short notice. Vase looked a little awkward. Did we inconvenience your family in any way? Matriarch xianxia Duck gently shook her head. It is not important. On the contrary, it is of great benefit for us to move to the center of the Krakatoa Middle Zone and settle closer to your Larkinson clan. I believe that we may have much more in common with each other than we initially realized. He knew what she was referring to. If Vase was capable of reading her active spirituality, Matriarch xianxia was probably able to make her own observations. Vase deliberately chose to receive the Duck delegation within the hangar bay of the Spirit of Bentime. The ship was filled with many extraordinary products, many of which stood out in a spiritual capacity. He immediately gathered a lot of clues from the way that Matriarch xianxia and her fellow Ducks gave into their curiosity and studied the mechs that he had deliberately parked in the back and sides of this large compartment. I must say that your famous mechs are much more fascinating than we initially thought. We assumed that the most optimistic praise of your mechs were gross exaggerations. Now, it appears we must revise our prior conclusions. Can you give us a tour of these noteworthy machines? Vase responded with a brilliant smile. I would be glad to do so, madam. Let me start by taking you to a mech that best embodies our clan. So far, the meeting started on a good note. Both of them showed respect towards each other. While it was too early to tell whether they could become friends, Vase had a good feeling about this meeting. Matriarch xianxia Duck showed plenty of goodwill so far, and her attitude suggested that she saw value in building up a genuine relationship with the Larkinsons. Whether the Ducks did so on their own initiative or because they were directed to by the transhumanists, there was at least a basis of cooperation. The delegation stopped before a gold-coated mech. This is a bright warrior. It is our foundational mech and one that stands out for its versatility and semi-modular configuration. The technical performance of this mech may not be impressive for Hotlanders such as you, but it is a mech that has served us well in the battles that our clan has fought until now. While we have developed many mechs since the release of its latest iteration, the Bright Warrior is still an irreplaceable model to our clan. Vase studied the Ducks to see whether any of them were knowledgeable about mechs. He already knew that the Duck matriarch was an exogeologist by profession. She had to be in order to understand her terraforming company's most important operations. There were numerous other men and women accompanying her. Many of them looked like they belonged to the same generation as him. Perhaps they were the matriarch's children. It was a pity that none of them showed any awareness of the technical intricacies of the Bright Warrior. Vase had already confirmed that none of the Ducks who visited his ship were mech designers or mech pilots of significance. That was a shame. If the Ducks did not bother to bring any mech pilots or mech designers to a meeting with a clan that centered its business around mechs, then they probably did not care much about them in the first place. Vase carefully tried to spot if Matriarch xianxia or her fellow Ducks were able to observe or interact with the more spiritual elements of the Bright Warrior mech. Unfortunately, he did not pick up any obvious signs. Their active spiritualities did not fluctuate or react in any special way. This was despite the fact that they had strayed close enough to be affected by the Bright Warrior's glow. This was just the beginning. Vase led the delegation to another iconic mech model. This is a copy of the Valkyrie Redeemer. We originally developed it after receiving a large commission from a second-rate state. Due to that state's unique policies and religious philosophy, we designed a mech that carries a powerful and unique glow. The Ducks showed a bit more reaction this time. As soon as they came well within the range of the Valkyrie Redeemer's glow, they regarded it with greater vigilance and respect. What are glows? How can they make us feel so differently? One of the Ducks following their matriarch asked. You are Pesca a Duck, daughter of Matriarch xianxia. I also work in the exobiology department of our company. Terraforming was a highly complicated activity that involved multiple disciplines. It was not enough to transform a planet. Those tasked with transforming it also had to make it livable for human populations. This was why a terraforming company like Gaia World Crafting Services also invested a lot of resources into its biotech capabilities. I don't think I can adequately explain glows to an uninitiated audience. Vase tentatively replied, It may sound strange to you, but I only possess a minor understanding of them myself, even though my work heavily relies upon them to perform more effectively in battle. What Patriarch Vase Larkinson refers to as a glow is actually the aura of a life form that is vastly greater and more powerful than us. We are weaker than her. It is only natural for us to bow in front of a greater power. Matriarch Alexei succinctly explained to her children even as she showed increasingly more respect towards the Valkyrie Redeemer. What a fascinating combination. I have never come across a life form as rare and great as this one. It is especially remarkable that she chooses to anchor herself to something as mundane as mechs. Vase was surprised by the Aduk matriarch's observations. She not only recognized the truth of glows, but also appeared to be able to observe the Valkyrie Redeemer's design spirit. Since you understand this much, then I don't need to withhold as much details as I thought. The Superior Mother is one of our many design spirits. Each of them have formed a cooperative relationship with me and my work. Each of them brings various benefits to the mech designs they are associated with in exchange for intangible rewards. I am sure that you will be able to find this out yourselves if you get a hand on one of my products. Don't mess around with them if you can interact with them in any way. I am not responsible for any accidents that might occur. He had no idea what the Aduks were capable of, but he really did not want them to poke his design spirits. He pretty much regarded them as his property and did not want others to play with his assets. The problem was that he had no idea whether the Aduks would maintain a respectful distance. The only consolation was that every Aduk in the delegation aside from Matriarch Alexei weren't that impressive to Vase. Their spiritualities were all active, which was quite a surprise, but they were merely at the level of an apprentice mech designer. In contrast, Matriarch Alexei quietly possessed strength comparable to an older and more experienced journeyman. This caused Vase to harbor a lot of vigilance towards the female leader. Someone who developed so much spiritual strength was likely able to harness it in a specific fashion. Hopefully, he would be able to figure this out before the end of this initial meeting. There had to be a compelling reason why the transhumanist thought it was a good idea to bring the Larkinsons and the Aduks together. After Vase thought that his guests spent enough time in front of the Valkyrie Redeemer, he brought them to one of the most precious and appreciated individual mechs in the clan. Kievanar Aduk, the firstborn son and heir of the family, frowned as he studied the familiar-looking mech. You already brought us to a bright warrior, Mr. Matriarch Alexei made a quick gesture. Quiet, this is not an ordinary mech. She slowed her pace and conveyed a lot more respect towards the powerful machine as they neared its unmoving form. The further they approached, the more they became affected by the dense and powerful spiritual presence of the mech in question. The expressions of Matriarch Alexei's children changed. They all showed evident strain as they became exposed to a powerful pressure that they were not accustomed to enduring. If they were expert candidates, then they should have been able to withstand the pressure a lot better, but each of them appeared to be thinkers rather than warriors, so they lacked the tempering to withstand hundreds of vases of spiritual accumulation. This is the Quint. It is the first and greatest version of the bright warrior in existence. It is not only a masterwork mech, but also a machine that has helped 3 separate mech pilots achieve their breakthroughs. Even though the Aduks weren't mech designers, they were all educated professionals. They possessed at least a basic ability to recognize and appreciate masterworks. It was a pity that everyone in the delegation was too stressed to admire the Quint's exquisite construction. The only exception was Matriarch Alexei. She was the only one among the guests who managed to retain her full composure. She didn't even look like she was under any sort of strain. The Aduks did not stick around the Quint for long. The living mech did not bother to reach out to the foreign guests, though Alexei looked quite thoughtful while she resisted the powerful mech's presence. Vase brought the delegation to one more noteworthy mech. From the moment he guided them to the green-coated mech, the Aduks began to show more enthusiasm. Each of them had kept their eye on this machine from the start. As a prime mech as well as an expert mech, the Everchanger also possessed a powerful presence. However, the expert mech possessed a lot more control over its power manifestations. Its spiritual aura was also a lot gentler. In fact, none of the Aduks showed any signs that they were under strain this time. Instead, they looked as if they enjoyed getting close to the Everchanger. Vase did not expect them to react this way. Was it because of their life domains? Each of them showed faint signs of stimulation as they stopped at a respectful distance before the powerful expert mech. The Everchanger is one of my proudest works. Vase explained. It is not only an expert mech, but a machine that best embodies my design philosophy. It is an adaptable machine that is able to fight in multiple ways. What do you think, Matriarch? The head of the Aduk family controlled her expressions a lot better than her children, but Vase could clearly sense from her spiritual activity that she was a bit more emotional than she showed on the surface. The only problem was that Vase was unable to interpret her hidden mood swings. "This is a wonder of creation," she eventually said. "Your mastery in mechs is a sight to behold. We have met many mech designers over the years who are able to develop other powerful machines, but none of them have transcended their existences quite like yours. The vitality of this expert mech defies everything I have learned. How old is this Everchanger of yours?" "I completed it just before our clan entered the Red Ocean," Vase replied. "So young." Chapter 3990. The value of Earth. In the end, the short tour had served its purpose. It not only granted the adults a close and personal look at several iconic Larkinson mechs, but also allowed Vase to observe their distinctive reactions towards different spiritual phenomena. Vase already learned a lot about the adults. He discovered that Matriarch Xianxia Aduk was not only aware and knowledgeable about spiritual phenomena, but also possessed a formidable amount of spiritual strength. In fact, if he compared her to himself, her growth was quite admirable in this aspect. If Vase hadn't boosted his own spirituality by creating Blinky, he would probably be a lot further behind in this aspect. Perhaps Matriarch Xianxia Aduk was caught off guard by the strength and capabilities that Vase had displayed. He had shown in multiple different ways that he was far from an ordinary journeyman. Vase did not bother to show the adults around the remainder of his flagship this time. The Spirit of Bentime was a sizable capital ship that featured a lot of noteworthy sights. However, the adults already had enough of a taste of the Larkinson clan for the time being. Vase wanted to move on to more substantive discussions. He became more eager than ever to learn more about his new partners and what they were capable of. He had a feeling that they possessed their own bag of tricks, especially since they developed a rare combination of domains that Vase had never encountered before this point. He steadily led them to the upper decks, where he eventually brought them into the fanciest and most formal conference rooms. The clansmen had spiced up the place over the years. The additional decorations, totems and panoramas subtly showed off the prosperity and strength of the Larkinson clan. Vase sat down at the head of the table while the group of adults took their seats around their matriarch. The more he observed the newcomers, the more he became intrigued by how they managed to develop their spiritualities. All of Matriarch Xianxia's children developed their spiritualities. This was an extremely unlikely occurrence, as most humans never activated their spiritualities in the first place. It was normal for humans to be born weak and deficient in this aspect. Only a fraction of the population developed spiritual potential, but even that did not mean anything if they never activated this property in their lives. So far, Vase only came across 3 systematic methods to activate a person's spirituality. Each of them was based on practicing a profession beyond a normal level, which was not easy to do at all. The proportion of people who succeeded in breaking through the extraordinary threshold was simply too low. This was why Vase found it suspicious that all 3 of Matriarch Xianxia's children had passed every test. There were way too many coincidences. First, all 3 of them developed significant spiritual potential. Second, the 3 adult scions happened to activate them without fail. Third, they developed their activated spiritual potential in a targeted direction that caused them to acquire domains that encompassed both life and earth. If this sequence of events happened to just 1 or 2 of the members of the delegation, then Vase wouldn't find it too suspicious. Yet there was no way that all of Xianxia Adusi's offspring were born with amazing talent. The fact that they developed the exact same domain with remarkably few differences between each other was the most suspicious point by far. People who pursued different passions and professions never developed identical domains. All of these oddities and patterns indicated that the adults definitely possessed their own secrets when it came to spiritual phenomena. Before Vase was ready to speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel up. He spent a bit more time on examining the spiritualities of his guests in greater detail. He did not detect the presence of a spiritual network comparable to his own. As far as he was aware, all members of the adult family were completely separate from each other. Their nearly identical domains did not produce any spontaneous connections or strange forms of resonance, though they might simply be hiding this capability. Their spiritual attributes attracted most of his attention. He simply couldn't figure out how they were able to develop these rare attributes. The life component of their domains was different from his own. Vase focused on the creation of life, which completely complemented his mech designer profession. As for the adults, he did not get the impression that they oriented towards creation. Their interpretation of life was also different from that of his mother, who focused on the predation of life. They weren't similar to Joshua either, who excelled at understanding and developing closer relationships with different forms of life. Instead, Vase had the impression that they saw themselves as regulators and arbiters of life. The best way for Vase to describe his read on their orientation was that they pursued the balance and stability of life. This certainly fit their occupations. Terraforming was all about generating brand new cycles of life on planets that previously lacked this quality. It was easy enough to transform a planet, but it was a lot harder to make the changes stick. A stable ecosystem and cycle of life were needed to turn a globe into a self-sustainable habitat. While Vase held considerable interest towards their new and interesting interpretation of life, their Earth's spiritual attribute also played an important role in their spiritual development. It was quite clear from the start that their interpretation of Earth was not comparable to the high-end Earth spiritual attribute that Vase had once been exposed to when he last confronted Cassandra Breyer. Just referring to them both with the same word was a flaw in his own terminology. Rather than calling it an Earth spiritual attribute, it felt more like a more specific orientation towards the transformation of Earth. The more Vase explored their Earth domains, the more he gained the feeling that they were obsessed over vast projects that involved the large-scale transformation of large terrestrial planets. This was their true passion. The adducts were so dedicated to their jobs that they derived a huge amount of satisfaction with each completed terraforming project. Vase figured that this was how the adducts were able to develop their own spiritualities. It was almost identical to how mech designers gained spiritual sustenance for completing meaningful mech design projects. Have you seen enough? Matriarch Alexei Adduct abruptly broke the silence. Oops. Busted. Vase responded with his version of an awkward and genial smile. My apologies. It is not every day that I come into contact with remarkable individuals such as yourselves. I have just shown you what I can do, but you have yet to reveal anything about your own capabilities. Can you blame me for being curious? I think we are all lacking in understanding towards each other. This is why we must communicate with each other. Exchanges lead to greater mutual understanding. Well said, madam. Since I just showed off my mechs, let me start by asking a question. Do you have any special inheritance or method that has allowed you to develop your psionic power in a systematic fashion? His question immediately provoked a subtle reaction from the matriarch's children. Even though they had received enough training and had been specifically reminded by their mother to maintain their composure, their spiritual fluctuations couldn't be hidden. Matriarch Alexei was smart enough to realize that Vase likely picked up on this activity. She did not bother to issue a denial. I will share this much with you since the MTA holds you in high regard. Your guess is correct. We are one of the few human groups in the galaxy that hold an ancient inheritance. We will not divulge any further details on it as we have an obligation to guard this secret. It is the reason why we have survived for so long. I would not have admitted this if you were not as observant. I hope you understand. I do. I have my own secrets which are inconvenient for me to share. This kind of makes it a lot harder for us to hold a meaningful exchange. The meeting had taken an awkward turn. Neither Vase nor the adducts wanted to share too many details about themselves. Exposing their core strengths made it possible for others to exploit their vulnerabilities. Neither of them wanted to expose any possible weak points. The two leaders passed the time by chatting about minor details. Vase inquired about the adduct family's rise in the galactic heartland while Matriarch Alexei asked about the Larkinson clan's rapid rise. I admire your work, Patriarch. You have taken a brutish, destructive machine of war and turned it into an evolving work of art. There is much about your mechs that deserve greater recognition. I believe it will not take long for the wider public to develop a greater appreciation of your products. Thank you, madam. I am afraid that I am not as familiar with your work. I do not possess a thorough understanding of the terraforming business. That is not a surprise. Few people in human space know anything about the intricacies and challenges of converting hostile rocks into livable planets. We would love to show you our best and most successful terraforming results, but we would have to accompany you back to the Milky Way galaxy in order to accomplish this. Showing you the planets that we have brought to life through our efforts in the form of projections and descriptions simply cannot do them justice. That was helpful. Not. Can you describe your philosophy towards terraforming? As professionals, find it useful to understand the underlying thoughts behind someone's approach towards their work and passion. Planets are life, Matriarch Alexei stated. The globes where many different forms of life have emerged are natural incubators of life and existence. Without planets, there would be no stable, protected habitats where large and complex forms of eukaryotes have evolved throughout the history of every galaxy. Humanity has emerged from old Earth, which I once had the pleasure of touring on the most defining pilgrimage of my life. Stepping foot on the ancestral planet of our species is an unforgettable experience. I pity you for entering the Red Ocean so soon. The introduction of Beyonder Gate technology has made traveling to our ancestral Sol system faster and more convenient than ever, but the cost of traveling there from our current location is too prohibitive. Vase casually shrugged. I don't particularly feel I am missing out. The vast majority of humans today never have the opportunity to visit old Earth, and they are not any worse for it. To them, humanity's origin is too far away from their lives. They are much more attached to their own home planets. That is one of our purposes, actually. Matriarch Alexei smiled. From the moment I visited old Earth and felt at home in a manner that I have never experienced anywhere else, I vowed to give others the opportunity to enjoy similar experiences. Humanity may have expanded to our stars, but cold metal coffins like your starships offer no true warmth to our species. Only the warm and motherly embrace of a planet filled with life can give our race the invisible sustenance that we need. Though we are not a religious family, we aspire to spread life to any planet, much as the mythological god known as Gaia has brought life to old Earth. That is an interesting philosophy. I cannot say I agree with everything that you say, but I can respect your passion and your motivations. I am sure that a lot of people in the Red Ocean will be happy to live on the planets that you will terraform in the future. The adults all looked proud at this remark. It was their greatest pleasure to allow planets and human populations to flourish in places that were previously hostile towards life. Chapter 3991 Trust Gap. The first meeting with the Aduk family ended on a decent note. Both sides maintained their caution while tentatively sharing a few details about themselves. Of course, neither of them took the initiative to divulge their deepest and darkest secrets. That would be too exaggerated. Even though both sides showed plenty of goodwill to each other, it was still too premature to decide whether they could trust each other with secrets that could provoke a lot of trouble if they were leaked to the public. We're at an impasse, Vase said as he entered his office and sat down in his usual chair. We were only put together because the transhumanist directed us to do so. We have yet to form a good foundation of trust. Under normal conditions, it would take months or years for the Larkinson clan to become familiar enough with the Aduk family to develop a close friendship. It would be even better if they bonded together in order to overcome their shared challenges. This was how the Larkinsons became close comrades in arms with the Glory Seekers and the Crossers. The clan's alliance partners had proven with their deeds that they were fully worthy of trust. Do I need to go through the same song and dance with the Aduk family? That would take far too long. Time was valuable. Vase already formed many ambitious plans around the Tea Institute. He needed the Aduks to come and staff it as quickly as possible in order to expand the scope of his spiritual studies. He needed to accelerate the pace of spiritual innovations in order to quickly power up his clan and power base and make it easier to survive the many dangers of the new frontier. Without enough strength, pioneering organizations were just begging to get crushed. I need to change the game, but how? Vase furrowed his brows. Meow. While he was trying to figure out a solution, his lazy cat hovered on top of his head and perched on the hairy surface. A metal tail idly whacked the side of Vess's head. Vase withdrew a chunk of medium-grade exotic from his desk drawer and threw it into his gluttonous cat's maw. Crunching sounds soon spread throughout the office. Lucky always savored the times he got to eat a decent snack. I told you to keep an eye on the Aduks when they visited us. Did you spot anything I should know about? Meow, 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 you didn't spot anything. What the hell am I paying you for? What about their equipment? Meow meow, that's interesting, but only mildly so. The Aduks probably associated themselves with the transhumanists for a long time. It shouldn't be a surprise that their gear is luxurious. Though their robes covered up everything, the Aduk matriarch and her offspring carried better equipment than Vase during the meeting. The only way for Vase to equalize this situation was if he wore his unending regalia. Outside of that, any of the Aduks could have kicked his butt. Their gear ranged from first-class protective vac-suits to shield generators that were at least an order of magnitude more powerful than his own. The Aduk matriarch even carried a personal teleporter if Lucky's judgment was correct. Vase encountered these expensive and highly desirable devices only a few times in his life. He was still amazed by how they could bring a person to safety at any time while being small and light enough to carry around without attracting attention. In hindsight, the main reason why these life-saving modules were so small was because they probably incorporated a bit of phase water. Personal teleporters were extremely expensive at the moment. Not even Vase thought it was worth it to exchange so many of his MTA merits and resources to obtain one at this time. The adducts may be wearing better gear, but Vase did not think he and his clan were inferior in other aspects. The adduct family possessed around 50,000 members, which was decent for a low-key family organization that never made any preparations to emigrate to the Red Ocean before its unveiling. Their relative lack of preparation also meant that their military forces fell behind. The adducts never stood out for their mech forces. Even if the adducts expanded their security as of late, they weren't militaristic enough to protect their own fleet and assets. They're probably relying on mercenaries to protect their stuff while they are operating in the Red Ocean. Vase surmised. He continued to go over his observations of the adducts for a few more minutes until a chime interrupted his musings. The hatch slid open to allow for the passage of Calabast. The spymaster sauntered into the office as if she owned it. Her relaxed expression signified that she wasn't overly worried about the topic that she intended to address. Calabast. Vase curtly greeted his strategic partner. Tell me your thoughts about the adduct family. I'm told that your impression of them isn't too bad. She nodded as she leaned against the side of the desk. The adducts are smaller and weaker than our clan. Even if they possess a good relationship with the MTA, there are limits to this relationship. It says a lot that the Mechers have refrained from absorbing the family into their own ranks. It could be that the adducts themselves don't want to get too close to the MTA. I would do the same if I were in their place. That is true. That said, our relationship with the MTA isn't too shabby either. The value you provide to the Mechers has directly promoted your status by a few tiers at once. You might not be fully aware of this yet, but your improved status makes it much more likely for organizations such as the adduct family to treat you with respect. I bet that Matriarch Erexi Adduct wouldn't have been so cordial to you if you hadn't been elevated to a Tier 6 galactic citizen. That actually make a difference. Why do you sound so surprised, Vase? You are more important than many master mech designers according to this system. Of course, there are many other reasons why the adducts are speaking to you as an equal rather than a superior. The living mechs that you have showcased made a powerful impression on them. Our alliance's superior military strength as well as our illustrious combat record completely overshadows what little military accomplishments the adduct family has accrued over its long existence. Greater strength was a good basis of confidence. The adduct would be fools to mess around with the Larkinsons when they were weaker. What else can you tell me about their attitude? Vase asked. As you can no doubt surmise from their lack of priority in their military development, the adduct family does not have a history of pursuing extravagant ambitions. They are completely focused on running their terraforming company. Aside from branching out into biotechnology, the adducts have not significantly diversified their businesses any further. This shows that they are content with their place in society. Vase nodded in understanding. All of these factors indicated that the adduct family did not pose much of a threat to his clan. Their interests didn't even compete against each other as their main businesses weren't even related to each other. The Larkinson clan primarily focused on developing and selling mechs while the adduct family indicated that it would continue to operate its terraforming company in the Red Ocean. Normally, the two would never have any reason to come together. They might not be competitors, but there was no reason for them to cooperate with each other either. Their industries were just too far apart. The T Institute changed that. Now that it became apparent that the Larkinsons and the adducts developed their own unique applications of spirituality, there was a wonderful opportunity ahead. If both groups could pool their expertise together, they could produce brilliant new innovations. The only problem was getting there. Vase still felt deeply reluctant to be the first one to share his greater capabilities. What do you suggest I do, Calabast? I want to get moving, but it is difficult to do so without sufficient trust. I don't want to take the slow route. The sooner we can get started with the T Institute, the better prepared we will be when we are ready to go on our next great expedition. The spymaster crossed her arms and remained silent for a few seconds. The only way to achieve results when you are in a rush is if you take risks. This shouldn't be too difficult for you seeing as you do this all the time. Can you be more specific? It's simple, Vase. If there isn't enough trust, then you need to force a change by extending your trust towards the adducts first. Go schedule another meeting with them, but this time you should take the initiative to visit their flagship instead. This is a sign that you are willing to trust their hospitality. Vase was ordinarily disinclined to visit a complete stranger's ship. There were too many ways for events to go wrong. If a threat truly emerged, then he would be stuck with hardly any ways to get away. However, Given that the Aduk family was not aggressive and built up a decent reputation over the years, he did not believe that anything would go wrong during a visit. Then what? You hand over a valuable gift. Calabast simply stated. Minister Sheddarin could probably explain this to you better, but one of the simplest and most effective ways to build trust and gain another party's appreciation is if you provide them with a gift. In this case, the best way to break the impasse you are in right now is if you shock the Aduks by transferring a gift of great value to them. Even if you have failed to build up a sufficient amount of trust, the other party is still obliged to reciprocate it in order to maintain a good reputation. Unless the Aduks are more shameless than I thought, you won't suffer a loss in this transaction. I see, she made a great suggestion. Vase should have thought about this sooner. In fact, he should probably consult Minister Sheddarin after he was done with talking to Calabast so that he could develop a complete strategy to woo the Aduks. What kind of gift do you think I should provide to them? I have a lot of different options, but it is difficult to determine what the Aduks truly appreciate. Don't give them anything mundane like mechs or starships. The Aduks can already take care of those themselves. Calabast said, since the Aduks have a metaphysical background, then I highly recommend your gift be attuned to that. I am not entirely aware of what you and the Aduks are good at, so you need to form your own judgment regarding the nature of your gift. I suggest that you take this upcoming visit to their flagship as an opportunity to learn more about them. Once you know what they are lacking, you can delight your hosts by offering them a gift that solves an important need of theirs. If you handle yourself well enough, then you will definitely succeed in forging a bond with the Aduk family. Vase and Calabast continued to swap a few more ideas. The spymaster also shared additional insights about the Aduks that may or may not be important. There's one more thing, Vase. I have tried to dig into the history of the Aduk family in order to determine whether it still maintains ties with the Greater Terran United Confederation. That aroused his interest. Did you find anything solid? No. Calabast shook her head. Apparently, the Aduks have completely cut ties with the Terrans. Isn't that good? Not necessarily. I don't have any proof, but I have a hunch that the Aduks might not have completely cut off all of their ties. For example, did you ever thought about how difficult it is to step foot on old Earth these days? This is by far the most historically significant planet in human civilization. Trillions of people wish to go on a pilgrimage to our mother planet, but the Terran Confederation only approves a fraction of the applications, and most of them only concern first-raters. How is a second-rate descendant of a family of exiled Terrans able to go through this process without getting rejected? Have you ever wondered about that, Vase? Now that he thought about it, this did sound a bit suspicious. Chapter 3992 Terraforming Jobs. If the Aduk family still maintains secret ties with the Terrans, then why don't you deem them a potential threat to our clan? Vase asked Calabast. He was puzzled by her previous remark. Shouldn't this be of greater concern? The leader of the Black Cats did not express any noticeable signs of concerns, though. She kept staring around his office while continuing to lean against his desk. Maintaining ties with the first-rate superstates is not necessarily a cause for concern, Vase. Aren't you thinking about cooperating with a Rubarthan institution yourself? Even though the Terran Alliance and Rubarthan Pact are rivals to the Red Ocean Union, the boundaries aren't so strict. So long as total war doesn't break out, it doesn't matter if anyone makes friends across the aisle. That may be so, but what if the relationship between the Aduk family and a Terran group exceeds that of a normal business relationship? The Aduks used to be a part of the Terran Confederation. This makes it probable that they still maintained their ancestral ties with at least some of their allies at the time. Calabast shook her head. I don't think it is that severe. All relationships are at least partially based on interests. Centuries ago, the Aduk family may have been worth befriending by powerful Terran groups. Nowadays, it has devolved into a second-class organization, and not a particularly big or powerful one. Whatever ties have survived up to this day should not be too significant. If not, the Aduks would have been able to rise back up to a first-class organization with the help of its Terran buddies. You have a good point, though it may be that the Aduks do not want to rise again because they will invite repression from their former enemies. There is another reason why I believe the Aduks are not strongly aligned with the Terrans. They are associates of the MTA, more specifically the transhumanist faction. From what I have gathered, most Mechers do not look kindly to the first-rate superstates. It is impossible for the Aduk family to maintain close ties with both the Mechers and the Terrans. It has to pick a single side, and all evidence suggests that it has chosen the shelter of the MTA over whatever friendships it could still call upon from the Terran Confederation. The logic was sound. The Big Two and the first-rate superstates had always been rivals. On top of that, the animosity between the transhumanists and the Terrans was probably even worse. Vase had seen firsthand how Master Dervidian did not hesitate to experiment with the lives of hundreds of first-raters, among which were many elite and high-ranking Terran citizens. Therefore, there was no way that the Aduk family could become an ally or an agent of the Terrans. If this is the case, then I don't need to worry too much about this, correct? It depends. Calabast said. The Aduk family's decision to side with the transhumanists means that it cannot maintain any strong and overt relationships with the Terrans. At best, the Aduks can still call upon favors every now and then. If you are able to befriend the family one day, then you can borrow this channel in order to get in touch with the Terrans. This might be useful one day. The Terrans were incredibly arrogant, but they weren't powerful for nothing. Their heritage was unsurpassed even if they were in decline. They still possessed a lot of unique advantages that Vase might want to get his hands on in the future. It was practically impossible to approach the Terrans without an existing connection. The elitist first-raters disdained anyone that was lesser to them. They even saw the Mechers and Fleeters as upstarts who just got lucky enough to get the upper hand in this age. Vase grew more interested in the Aduk family's connection to the Greater Terran United Confederation. He felt it was important to understand the nature of this bond. Let's prepare for a visit to the Aduk fleet. I want to move quickly. Vase proceeded to prepare and plan for the meeting. He notified Gavin to schedule a meeting. He then held multiple meetings with Calabast and Minister Sheddarin to determine his diplomatic approach and learn what he needed to pay attention to when he stepped aboard the Aduk family's flagship. Fortunately, he did not have to visit the Aduks alone. Vase planned to bring along a small entourage to advise him and handle various responsibilities on his behalf. A day later, a shuttle escorted by a troop of mechs departed from the Larkinson fleet and approached another fleet orbiting Davut 7. The Aduk family's fleet was not that impressive to Vase, but it stood out by its inclusion of many notable terraforming vessels. These ships formed the foundation of Gaia World crafting services. There were starships that were specialized in adding mass to planets by hauling asteroids to them. There were also other starships that specialized in the removal of large landmasses through various methods. The fastest and most dramatic way of reducing the size and mass of planets required a huge amount of force, so some of the terraforming ships actually possessed a huge amount of sieging power. Terraforming companies had to receive special permission from the Big Two to own and operate these dangerous vessels. They also had to impose a lot of safety controls in order to prevent any accidents. Vase would be lying if he said that he wasn't impressed. The shuttle he was riding on slowly approached the hangar bay of the largest ship in the Aduk fleet. The Green Dream was a 4.3-kilometer-long capital ship that possessed an extensive amount of terraforming functions. The Aduks relied on her a lot whenever they wanted to make localized or regional changes to a planet's ecology. All of the power of the terraforming ship came at the cost of her survival capabilities. Even though the Green Dream was a Heartland-level capital ship, she was not developed with frontier conditions in mind. Her long and broad hull structure made her so slow and sluggish that she would definitely be a liability in any battle. What was worse was that her hull armor was too thin to withstand too much further. If the Aduks did not overhaul this massive weak point, then it was far too risky to send out the capital terraforming ship on a mission. We're approaching the hangar bay. Please stand by, sir. Vase patiently waited for his shuttle to slip inside and land in a prepared area. No surprises occurred. Soon enough, a handful of guards stepped outside and formed a ceremonial display. Vase and his chosen entourage slowly stepped out after receiving the right signal. The main hangar bay of the Green Dream did not stand out to Vase. Only a handful of mechs were visible. Much of the hangar space was dedicated to holding and prepping various different kinds of terraforming vessels. There were transport shuttles dedicated to transplanting organic life forms. There were seeding vehicles that specialized in planting seeds and small plants over lots of terrain. There were even digging vehicles that were mostly used to create new lakes. All in all, the Green Dream was truly a vessel dedicated to the transformation of planets that were initially hostile to human life. Matriarch Alexei Aduk did not choose to receive the guests this time. Instead, her heir and firstborn son assumed this responsibility by himself. Patriarch Vase, welcome aboard the Green Dream. She may not possess any mechs of interest to you, but we can still offer you a tour of our terraforming vehicles if you wish. Please do. These are fascinating vehicles. I have heard about them but never come close to any of them. They're not exactly common. That is true, Kivanar Aduk said. With our ships and vehicles, we hold the power to expand humanity's habitat across the stars. It is a great honor and responsibility to play a role in our race's expansion. The Aduk heir held a brief tour through the hangar bay. Just like Vase, the man attempted to impress his guests upon the power and grandeur of the Aduk family. While Vase was genuinely impressed by how extensively these assets were capable of transforming the conditions of a planet, none of them were relevant in battle. Kivanar did not show off any of the Aduk family's mechs throughout the tour. The truth was that the Aduks did not possess any mechs that were good enough to impress an accomplished mech designer like Vase. It is really impressive how your family can make an entire planet livable in a matter of years. Venerable Joshua commented. The expert pilot was one of the clansmen that Vase had chosen to bring along. Joshua possessed a rare life domain, which might be useful for this visit. We generally prefer to take our time with terraforming projects. Kivanar explained. We believe that every planet has great potential. It takes extensive terraforming to draw out their hidden advantages. Many of our projects generally take 2 or 3 decades to complete. The time to completion may be long, but the results are undoubtedly superior to the outcomes of rapid terraforming projects. It appeared the Aduk family looked down on rapid terraforming. Gaia World Crafting Services emphasized quality over speed. Minister Sheddarin, who was also part of the delegation, made an insightful observation. By my knowledge, most clients in the Red Ocean demand rapid terraforming. The competition for territory is so great that pioneers cannot afford to wait decades before they can build their colonies. They paid much in order to enter this dwarf galaxy early and must continue to rely on speed to capitalize their advantages. This is why the power blocks responsible for colonizing the Davut system did not hesitate to rush in transforming Davut 7. Davut 7 is not a good planet at all. Kivanar shook his head in disappointment. Laymen such as yourselves may not be able to notice the differences, but exogeologists can clearly distinguish the many faults and imperfections that have emerged due to moving so quickly. The ecosystem of this planet is not balanced at all. Even now, the controllers of this planet must constantly employ a fleet of vehicles that are dedicated to maintaining the planet's delicate balance. If no intervention happens, then it is highly likely that a drastic ecological change will occur. Temperatures may rise. A toxic gas might spread throughout the atmosphere. City-destroying earthquakes may occur. Vase was surprised to hear all of these possibilities. He never realized that a planet that had undergone rapid terraforming could become so sick. This can be fixed, right? Only in part, Kivanar answered. Many large-scale changes can only be performed when the planet is not yet inhabited. That is because they can trigger large-scale disasters. The colonists of Davut 7 have chosen to build their settlements as soon as possible, which means that they cannot employ the most effective methods to correct any imbalances. The only way to mitigate the remaining issues is to perform minor changes over many decades. Even then, not every problem can be resolved through gradual change. Davut 7 will always remain flawed and incomplete to us. This is why taking your time in terraforming planets is key. Vase did not entirely agree with the Aduk science stance. The downsides mentioned by Kivanar did not sound pleasant, but it was not too difficult to handle the sequela of rapid terraforming. Many pioneers would gladly pay this price if they were able to colonize a planet in a matter of years rather than decades. If you don't accept any rapid terraforming missions, how will your company be able to generate revenue in the Red Ocean? There is still demand for deep terraforming. These commissions usually come from pioneers who have already settled on planets transformed through rapid terraforming. Now that they have quickly established a foothold in this dwarf galaxy, they can afford to wait to obtain a better planet. I see. You will have plenty of business, then. Chapter 3993 The Green Sanctum. Deep terraforming was a massive and intricate process that required a huge amount of planning and patience. The Aduks were quite suitable to perform these commissions. They were steady and stable. They also valued thorough and complete transformations. Their desire to create planets that were as friendly to human life as possible meant that they were willing to wait in order to finish the job. Though Vase already learned a portion of the information shared by his tour guide, he also gained a deeper understanding of the Aduk family and its approach towards its business activities. Terraforming was not just a means of living to the Aduks. It was also a passion for them. Gaia World Crafting Services never remained stagnant. It employed many researchers who were all dedicated to inventing new methods and solutions to deliver even better planets to their clients. A few hours passed by as Kievanar continued to show Vase and his fellow Larkinsons around. While the Aduk heir did not bring his guests to any places that contained anything related to spirituality, Vase still appreciated the opportunity to get a glimpse of the many functions of the Green Dream. If the Aduks truly needed to, they could complete an entire terraforming mission by relying on their flagship alone. Of course, doing so would also double or triple the time it took to complete the transformation process. This was highly inefficient and most clients simply weren't willing to wait that long to obtain a good planet. After Kievanar showed his guests around a biolab where a lot of Earth species underwent targeted modifications in order to fit a specific habitat, the man led the Larkinsons to the center of the capital ship. Vase soon realized that they were about to step inside the most important compartment of the Aduk family's flagship. The amount of reinforcement surrounding this central compartment was much higher. The surrounding decks and bulkheads consisted of higher quality alloys that were not only capable of withstanding more damage, but also disrupted any signals that passed through the materials. This was a major deviation from the remainder of the capital ship. All of the other sections of the Green Dream conformed to the standards of a non-combat vessel. Only this location was different. Due to safety precautions, we must ask you to leave your guards outside this entrance. You may choose to decline, but if you do, we cannot allow you to pass any further. Vase frowned a bit. Though he wasn't too worried about his safety, he would feel a lot more vulnerable if he had to proceed without his honor guard. He realized that this was a matter of trust. Vase had to take a leap of faith and believe the Aduk family did not harbor any ill intent towards him and his clan. He tried his best to extend his senses past the gate, but the space behind it was so huge that he wasn't able to pick up anything special within his sensing range. Meow. Lucky, who pretended to be a mere mechanical pet, did not sense anything suspicious either. If not for the fact that the Aduk family might find out and take offense, Vase would have sent out Lucky or Blinky to slip past the obstacles and take a peek of what the Aduks were hiding behind the gate. Vase eventually shrugged. Very well, our guards will stay behind. The Aduks would be fools to screw him over. Besides, the main reason why he paid a personal visit to the Aduk family was to build up trust. Displaying an unreasonable degree of suspicion was not conducive towards this goal. Kievanar and the Larkinsons soon passed through the opened gate. The space behind it turned out to be a massive hall converted into a biome. Vase noticed that the air circulating through this massive compartment was substantially different from the rest of the vessel. It wasn't as sterile and filtered as the air that typically cycled through a large starship. Vase lowered his head and dug his feet into the grassy surface. The green carpet was anything but uniform. Differences in shading, water sources and interactions with fauna caused the grass to be shorter in some places and longer in other places. Up ahead was a small natural-looking forest. The Aduks did not appear to have employed any form of planning at all as the forest environment looked a bit messy. As Kievanar slowly led his guests down a dirt path, Vase wondered at the purpose of this biome. What is this place, Kievanar? Why put so much effort into guarding this compartment? You will see. We will have to bring you to the center before we can give you an explanation. They traversed through the forest for a couple minutes before they approached a large clearing. As soon as the group strode outside the thick bushes and overhead leaves, they all gained a clear view of a large and ancient oak tree that was planted atop a low hill. The tree looked extremely remarkable. It had many large and thick branches that extended from its trunk in such a way that they curled down due to their substantial weight. The branches also bore many leaves, each of which were so vibrantly green that Vase felt tempted to take a bite of them. He was already wondering whether he should make a request. The group slowly climbed up the hill until they encountered a few familiar faces. Matriarch Arexi Aduk along with Tirna and Pesca Aduk had already gathered in front of the trunk of the ancient oak tree. They were all wearing their elegant green and beige robes, which looked particularly fitting in this nature-filled environment. Vase and Joshua did not pay attention to the presence of the Aduk leaders. Instead, the central tree had completely captured their attention. Vase, Joshua wondrously uttered. I know, I can sense it as well. The vitality of this tree is, the tree was alive in a way that caused all of the other trees to pale in comparison. It possessed a passive form of spirituality that reminded Vase of a hibernating bear. If the majority of the trees in this biome represented an asteroid belt, then the central tree was akin to a star. Even though the ancient oak tree was not too massive, its age and its primordial quality instantly demanded respect. Even the most ignorant person would be able to recognize that it was special. While Vase and Joshua continued to be captivated by the ancient tree, Matriarch Alexei slowly stepped forward with her bare feet pressing upon the grassy soil. "Welcome to our green sanctum," she spoke with gravity in her tone. "You are one of the few guests who has received the honor of approaching our greatest heirloom. When our family was at its height, our ancestors received a great privilege. They were allowed to take a young sapling as well as a patch of soil from old earth. Throughout the years, we have allowed the tree you see behind me to grow under the most natural conditions possible." Vase widened his eyes. "Are you saying that this is a genuine tree from old earth?" "Yes, it is. The oak tree is a completely natural earth tree. Her genetics have remained untouched and we did not make use of any artificial supplements to accelerate or fortify her growth. For centuries, this oak tree has flourished under our possession. We did not grow her aboard a ship, but planted her in several different territories depending on the planets where we chose to settle. It is only recently that we have relocated her to the Green Dream." Vase found it weird that they referred to the tree as if it was female. "An heirloom like this should have a name. What is it called?" "We call her the Old Lady." Matriarch Alexei smiled. "We are aware that oak trees are hermaphroditic in nature. Nevertheless, our ancestors honored and revered her as a woman, so we have carried on this tradition. Each member of the Aduk family has an obligation to visit the Old Lady in order to honor her and the earth she came from." Kivanar Aduk explained. "We should pay her a visit at least once a year, though we usually pay homage once a month or once a week if it is convenient." "Amazing," Vase softly said. "Is this part of a religious ritual?" "Not particularly, though we have formed many special beliefs about the Old Lady. She is arguably one of the most remarkable trees that humanity has brought into the Red Ocean." Vase believed in this claim. The old oak tree might not have started out as anything special, but the Aduk family's extreme reverence of old Earth's natural wealth caused its members to worship the Old Lady as if she was a religious totem or idol. Centuries of accumulated worship has slowly imparted more and more spiritual feedback to the oak tree. The ideology of the Aduks remained consistently consistent over the years. The vast majority of its members were surprisingly homogeneous regarding their views on nature. This meant that whatever spirituality they rubbed off on the Old Lady was highly uniform. This led to the current situation. By now, the Old Lady had developed a strong and vigorous spirituality. The only flaw was that she was not really alive in the way that Vase was accustomed to. The oak tree was essentially a vegetable. "Can you feel her, Patriarch Vase?" "I can feel she is alive," he replied. "She has accumulated a fair amount of power. Your Old Lady has truly become a priceless relic." Matriarch Alexei let out a brief sigh. "I was asking whether you can feel what is wrong with the Old Lady." "Pardon, I'm not an expert on trees, but it doesn't look like there is anything wrong with this tree. She is not doing well as of late. Her growth has stalled and she has even regressed in several areas. Our best biologists have tried their best to restore her health without ruining her integrity, but we have failed to develop an effective solution. After studying her conditions for many years, we have formed the conclusion that her ailments cannot be cured through biological means. She can only be healed through other means." "You mean, the reason why we have invited you here is to consult with you on this problem that has been plaguing us for over a century. While the Old Lady is still stable, we fear that her condition will deteriorate further if this problem is left unattended. Patriarch Vase, we formally wish to borrow your expertise. If you can diagnose and solve the problem, we would be immensely grateful to you and your clan." Though the Aduk matriarch did not explicitly mention what they would do in return, Vase did not think the Aduks would be stingy in repaying their debts. The Old Lady was their most important relic and heirloom. The sheer quantity of spirituality stored inside the tree was a clear sign of her immense importance to the Aduk family. "Can I step closer?" "You may, but please note that the Old Lady is under heavy protection." As Vase stepped forward, he was able to gain a much more detailed impression of the Old Lady's spirituality. He did not sense anything wrong or problematic at first. The spiritual character of the old tree was gentle and passive. Its spiritual attributes were remarkably consistent and mostly consisted of wood, earth and life. As Vase struggled to find out what was wrong, Venerable Joshua quietly strode to his side. "I know what is wrong," the expert pilot said. Vase turned to his friend in surprise. "You do?" "Yes. Don't look at how strong and healthy she feels. Instead, focus on whether she feels at home. I am afraid that the Old Lady is anything but comfortable. She is quietly suffering." This was a shocking remark. Vase quickly changed the way he observed the old lady and tried to sense what Joshua had described. He widened his eyes a moment later. "You're right, Joshua. The old lady's spirituality is rejecting her physical body. It's as if her soul is stuck in the wrong body. How could this be possible?" Vase was cycling through ideas as he examined the old lady's spiritual character with great attention. He eventually formed a shocking theory. "I think I know what is going on," he said. "The old lady is an earth tree that is not on Earth. She's homesick. As long as she isn't planted on humanity's home planet, she will never feel comfortable." This was a serious ailment. Vase had no clue how he could remedy such a problem. Chapter 3994 Incompatible Identity. The revelations from Vase and Joshua completely flabbergasted the Auducks. Matriarch Audiok and her 3 children looked so shocked and confused that they looked as if their cranial implants had crashed. The old lady was the greatest treasure and heirloom of the Auduck family. From the beginning, the Auducks took extremely good care of her. As proficient terraformers, they also excelled in botany and other related fields. They consistently made sure that the oak tree was able to grow under the most healthy conditions possible without resorting to artificial means that could taint her growth. There was never a time when the Auducks had deliberately neglected or mistreated the old lady in any way. They had installed many safety measures such as energy shields and air filtration systems around the tree to make sure that no possible accident or attack could disturb her growth and existence. For centuries, the Auducks had been rewarded for their efforts. The tree they cared for and revered with all of their hearts grew into a majestic organism. Her bark grew thick and strong while her canopy became more green and lush. Every Auduck celebrated the gradual but unstoppable growth of the old lady. She was a genuine extension of old Earth, the home planet of the human race and the start of their great civilization. It was only after a few centuries that the old lady started showing signs of decline. For inexplicable reasons, the tree stopped growing as steadily as before. She even began to deteriorate as her branches began to droop while some of her leaves lost their green. These changes completely distressed the Auducks. Their best botanists and biotechs studied her from top to bottom to determine the source of her affliction. When that didn't work, they acquired the services of other experts. They even paid millions of MTA merits in order to borrow the expertise of one of the association top scientists, to no avail. The Auducks had gone from alarm to escalating concern. The good news was that the old lady's nature as a tree granted her a lot of time before her condition deteriorated too much. The bad news was that none of them were able to find a solution to this problem. Were the Auducks destined to witness the slow and unstoppable death of this unique and magnificent gift from old Earth? Even though it was not impossible to procure a new sapling from old Earth by paying a high price, it simply wouldn't be the same. Matriarch Audiok and all of the predecessors and descendants of the Auduck family had revered the old lady from the beginning of their lives. It had been a tradition for them to worship the revered oak tree from the moment they gained enough awareness to do so. Visiting the old lady was like attending church to them. The Auducks became so attached to her that they equated her resilience as a representation of their family's luck. Ever since the old lady's health had stalled and deteriorated, the Auducks became a lot more distressed about their future. Had they committed a grave sin? Were they not sincere enough in caring for their precious tree? Was the decline of their family already set in stone? Many Auducks feared that their family would no longer have the capital to survive if the worst scenario took place. The Auduck family without the old lady would no longer have a heart. There was no tree or other growth that could replace the role of this priceless heirloom. This was also why the Auducks found it extremely difficult to accept the explanation given by their guests. Matriarch Audiok's expression grew incredibly grave. Though she wanted to deny the claims made by the Larkinson expert pilot, she possessed enough rationality to consider the matter seriously. At the very least, this was the first time they heard an explanation that could adequately explain why the old lady had grown sick. Many other experts who were much smarter and more knowledgeable than anyone else had tried and failed to form a satisfactory diagnosis. Now that the Auducks finally obtained one, they should not reflexively deny it out of hand just because they didn't like what they heard. As a matriarch, Audiok still knew what to prioritize. The pride and reputation of their family was not as important as reversing the old lady's decline. "Please, explain it to us." She spoke with a heavy voice. "How could she not feel at home? Our family has taken exquisite care of her since we obtained her. Though our family has relocated to several planets after our exile from the Terran Confederation, we have always located and settled on the most ideal Earth-like planets that we can reach. Even this artificial biome we are in right now simulates a temperate climate of old Earth to an accuracy of 98.763%. There are hardly any other technologies available that can increase this rate any further. The two spiritually sensitive Larkinsons both exchanged glances with each other. Neither of them looked particularly optimistic about the old lady's spiritual condition. Vase was actually surprised that Joshua sensed the old lady's ailment before himself, but after a bit more thought, he supposed it made sense. Vase was a creator by nature and tended to look at spiritual existences as potential sources of ingredients. In contrast, Venerable Joshua genuinely respected the life and personalities of different life forms. He saw every human, creature or spiritual entity as a potential friend. As long as he tried hard enough and as long as his counterpart wasn't hostile, he was confident. He could befriend anything that was alive. While the old lady was definitely alive, she wasn't as sophisticated as the mechs and design spirits that Joshua interacted with on a daily basis. Nonetheless, the old lady still developed a measure of spiritual life, akin to a second-order living mech. Instead of answering Matriarch Arexi's question, Venerable Joshua made a presumptuous request. "Can I get close enough to touch her trunk, ma'am? At this distance, I can only sense what the old lady is feeling on the surface. I need to get into contact with her in order to get a better feel. I might even be able to talk to her, though I'm not sure trees can even do that. I won't hurt the tree. I promise. I'd like to get close as well." Vase quickly said, "My abilities are a bit different, but I should be able to confirm Joshua's diagnosis and offer a different perspective. You may approach. Please be mindful of your behavior. An energy shield will immediately appear if you make any improper movements." Mother. Tirna Aduk looked shocked. "We have never allowed a foreigner to touch the old lady. Even the mechers that we have invited to diagnose her condition utilized remote scanning equipment to study her physical state. Those rules exist to protect the old lady. Now that she is ill, we must not let our dogma hinder us from finding a cure for her problem. If the very same rules no longer safeguards the old lady but instead contributes to her continued decline, then we should not hold on to them any longer. Otherwise, our family would never have been able to survive up to this point." That was a good approach. Vase respected the matriarch a bit more for that. A family led by a good leader was a much better ally and partner than one led by an impulsive idiot. With the matriarch's blessing, Vase and Joshua slowly approached the base of the old lady's trunk, though Lucky and Minister Sheddarin had to stay behind. Fortunately, Lucky found it more interesting to explore the surrounding forest while Minister Sheddarin passed the time by chatting with the Aduk Scions. "This is truly a special tree," Venerable Joshua remarked as he became more affected by the spiritually strong tree strength and accumulation. "I can feel the age and life force of the old lady. It's truly a pity that she is in pain." The pain that Joshua referred to wasn't the pain that came from stabbing a knife into a person's thigh. The old lady suffered from a different kind of pain, one that behaved like a chronic affliction that slowly and steadily wore away at her spirituality. It was an erosion that came from within. As both Vase and Joshua pressed their palms onto the oak tree's bark, they used their own senses and abilities to learn whatever they could and figure out if they could correct whatever was ailing the old lady. Several minutes went by. Neither of the two dared to move too quickly and disturb the equilibrium of the old lady's spirituality. Vase became more impressed and fascinated by the existence of her spirituality. The old lady was a natural totem that had been formed under rare conditions. While there were many different human groups that had worshipped different relics and icons, it was nearly impossible for their persistent efforts to create a totem. This was because most of the spiritual feedback from the worshippers were too mixed and heterogeneous. Vase had learned that a high standard of purity had to be met in order for spiritual accumulation to achieve any significant results. The Ilvanans and the Hexers had reluctantly succeeded in doing so, but even then the totems weren't powerful enough to do anything until Vase had come along. The old lady was different from Ilvain's nutrient pack wrapper or a piece of the original statue of the superior mother. This tree was not only alive in an organic sense, but consistently gathered much higher qualities of spiritual feedback than normal. Vase turned his head towards the four adducts standing further back. Each of their spiritualities were strong and activated. Their attributes were also the same, which was highly unusual. What was even more remarkable was that they were hardly the only adducts aboard the Green Dream that possessed life and earth domains. Over a quarter of the crew members that Vase had encountered during the hours-long tour through the capital terraforming ship possessed the same characteristics. Their age was the main factor to their strength. The older and more higher-ranking adducts possessed spiritualities that could rival that of matriarch wuxia adduct. Vase initially thought that the adducts developed these highly uniform traits due to their diligent worship of the old lady, but he rejected this hypothesis after a bit of thought. He failed to detect any component within the old lady's spirituality that could actively pass on a part of its strength to others. Furthermore, the old lady's spiritual attributes were slanted towards wood, earth and life. Vase hadn't met any adducts that developed a domain related to wood. He concluded that whatever secret method the adducts utilized to develop their spiritualities, it wasn't related to the old lady. Nonetheless, the adduct family's unique strength gave it the ability to influence the old lady's spiritual development. If the adducts had been more cognizant of how their worshipful thoughts shaped the old lady's personality, they would have been more careful about what they passed on. It was unfortunate that they did not restrain their obsession towards old earth whenever they honored the oak tree. In fact, these detrimental thoughts had peaked because of the old lady's direct connection to humanity's home planet. It's bad, Vase slowly said as he completed his examination. The old lady is like a woman who has been raised to believe she is a man. Perhaps she never saw any problem with this when she was younger and more ignorant. It was only when she developed a slightly greater ability to think and understand that she realized that her current state is wrong. She recognizes that she is a woman, but her own body and everyone else around her keeps insisting that she is a man. This naturally puts her into a state of inner conflict. You could have resolved this earlier if you did not insist on reinforcing the wrong ideas, but now it is too late. She cannot be persuaded anymore. The adducts looked aghast. They wanted so badly for the Larkinsons to be wrong, but Vase spoke with so much certainty that his diagnosis sounded credible. Chapter 3995 Vase the Tree Doctor, I don't mean to doubt you, but can you provide any proof to your claims? Pesca Adduct asked in a defensive tone. I would like to believe you, but we cannot afford to believe in a guess that might turn out to be wrong. We need hard proof if you want us to accept your words. Vase did not reply directly to the adducts. Instead, he turned to his fellow Larkinson. Joshua, I think I can do it. Let me give this a try. The expert pilot whispered. He closed his eyes and reached out to the old lady. A dozen seconds passed by before the old lady's leaves and branches shook. Much to the adduct family's astonishment, a subtle green glow emanated from Venerable Joshua and the old lady. What is happening? Pesca asked as she tried to make sense of this phenomenon. Vase softly chuckled. Venerable Joshua is resonating with the old lady. Shouldn't that be limited to expert mechs? Joshua is not a normal expert pilot. He's my expert pilot. There's a difference. Even though the soft light show looked impressive, in reality hardly anything happened. Pesca wasn't entirely wrong in doubting the current display. It was not as if the old lady would spontaneously uproot herself and transform into a wooden mech-like monstrosity. Such ridiculous events only took place in fantasy dramas. Resonance was a phenomenon that happened whenever two different living entities grew close enough to form a bond of mutual understanding and strengthening. It came in many different strengths and forms, and it wasn't exclusive to expert pilots. However, out of all of the possible professions that Vase was aware of, high-ranking mech pilots were by far the best at achieving resonance. The main shortcoming of this was that this ability was generally confined to their mechs and more specifically their high-ranking mechs. Venerable Joshua happened to be an exception to the rule. His life domain as well as the nature of his power expression lowered the threshold that determined whether resonance could be achieved with different life forms. There was little practical use of this ability in most cases. There was no way that resonating with an old oak tree could provide any practical help in actual battle. Nonetheless, Venerable Joshua's unique advantage happened to play a useful role in this situation. Not only was he able to convince the old lady to open up to him, he also provided strong support for his claims. After all, even if the adducts weren't particularly interested in mechs, they still knew the basics. It was absolutely remarkable that an expert pilot was able to resonate with the old lady. The light show quickly ended as Venerable Joshua no longer forced a connection with the living tree. Achieving resonance was a strenuous exercise. The old lady was not an expert mech and was never meant to achieve this state with anyone. Everyone carefully paid attention to the Larkinson expert pilot when he turned around. What my patriarch has said is right. The old lady is a living tree that you have extensively brainwashed with the belief that she is not only a part of old Earth, but that she belongs there. When I bonded with her, I tried to convince her that it is okay for her to live outside old Earth, but she is absolutely adamant that there is no other place for her but what she believes to be her true home. Vase nodded in support of Joshua's argument. My analysis conforms to Joshua's description. When I studied the old lady closely, I noticed that the strong beliefs and assumptions that you have passed on to her has thoroughly penetrated her heart. This has taken place for such a long time that it is impossible to convince her otherwise. Perhaps your family might still have a chance if she was younger, but she has grown too old and set in her ways to begin with persuading her to change all of the assumptions that she clung to for her entire life. Matriarch Alexei frowned. What if we start right away? Now that you have identified the problem, we can adjust our thoughts and slowly try to correct the old lady's mistaken assumptions over time. We can be patient. We do not care if it takes a century or two to correct our mistakes as long as our tree is restored to health. You're not listening to me, Matriarch. The ailment afflicting the old lady is rooted in her very existence. You might not know this, but I'm an expert when it comes to matters like this. I may be relatively young, but I have met and interacted with many powerful and remarkable life forms over the years. There is no mistaking what is wrong with your relic. She is dying because she has been taught her very nature is wrong. Vase felt as if he was a doctor who just announced to a family that the patient under his care had contracted an incurable disease. Can the MTA help? Kivanar Aduk asked. We have friends within the association. Now that you have identified the problem, there has to be a Mecher who can correct what is wrong. The MTA failed to understand what is killing the old lady. Do you think it has the tech or means to resolve the problem? While I can't be completely certain about this, I don't think the Mechers can save your tree. The logic was sound. The MTA may possess a degree of understanding in psionic power, but it was far from extensive. If the MTA cannot help us, what about you, Patriarch? Can you and your clan offer us a solution that can make the old lady whole again? There are two ways out for your family in my opinion. Vase straightforwardly said, the fundamental problem is that the old lady is 100% convinced that she is an earth tree that should only exist on old earth. As long as you send her back through the Greater Beander Gate and ship her all the way to old earth, you or an agent on your behalf can attempt to plant her on old earth's soil. I can guarantee you that this will definitely make the old lady feel a lot better. Quote. This was not a practical solution. The cost to ship any item from the Red Ocean to the Milky Way, particularly a large and heavy oak tree, was astronomical. As for transporting her all the way to old Earth, this was nearly impossible to accomplish. Humanity's ancestral planet was a highly protected and regulated heritage location. There was no way that the touchy and sensitive Terrans would permit the transplantation of a random tree. It didn't matter if the sapling originated from old Earth. As soon as the tree that eventually became known as the Old Lady left the atmosphere, she had become exposed to foreign and alien contaminants. Recklessly introducing traces of them into old Earth's ecosystem might mess it up. The risks were too great and the Terrace had no reason to abide by the Aduk family's request. However, the biggest problem of this potential solution was that the Aduks simply did not wish to part with their precious tree. We can't ship the old lady back to her original home. Matriarch Alexei shook her head. It is already impossible for us to gain the necessary permissions. Even if we can overcome this issue, we still do not wish to separate from her. Our tree is our center. She is our mother and has always grown alongside our family. I can offer you an alternative solution if the more straightforward option is not acceptable to you. Vase stated, it is much more practical but also radical. It is not for the faint of heart. You will have to make a hard decision if you want to consider my second option. Tell us what you have in mind, Patriarch. Vase let out a sigh as he glanced towards the old and sturdy trunk of this tree. Your tree's personality and character are already fixed. There is no easy way to remedy her faults so that she can grow in an environment outside old Earth. The option that I am suggesting to you is to kill her and use her remains to create a better and corrected version of the old lady. Preposterous. What are you talking about? Killing the old lady is out of the question. The younger Aduks couldn't accept what Vase was suggesting. They would rather tackle the impossible challenge of trying to ship their living heirloom back to old Earth than to approve this insane plan. At the very least, the first option at least granted the old lady a glimmer of survival, even if her chances were extremely minute. If they went for the second option, then the old lady's death was assured. How could they possibly embrace this plan when they would essentially lose what mattered the most to their family? Even Matriarch Alexei felt she shouldn't entertain this alternative option any further. She had lived a lot longer than her children and developed an even Greater degree of affection towards the old lady. Her reaction towards any mention of killing the tree made it difficult for her to maintain her composure. However, her high position and her obligation to do right by her family forced her to consider the matter seriously. So far, the Larkinsons had been quite credible in their claims. She did not think that Patriarch Vase was joking with this suggestion. Please explain your thoughts further. Why would we possibly want to kill the old lady? It's not really killing her. Vase lied. It's rebirthing her. The old lady will still be fine as a tree. Her physical body will remain untouched. My suggested treatment will only affect her spirit, the intangible quality that makes her so remarkable. Her spirit is incurably sick, so what I propose is to break it and put the pieces back together so that she can be reborn. As long as I do this right, I can change her spirit so that she will feel completely at home regardless of her habitat. It is similar to erasing the original operation system of a mech before replacing it with an updated version. The analogy was simple to explain, but the implications were anything but casual. The adults weren't willing to gamble with the life of the old lady. They would rather continue their search for help from other people than to approve this insane plan. Vase saw that his hosts needed a bit more persuasion, so he decided to give them another show. The rebirth process that I am talking about is not a mere treatment. It is a metamorphosis that can enable your old lady to evolve into a higher life form. This is an immensely valuable opportunity for her. Not only that, the opportunity to transform your heirloom into a true living life form is an exclusive privilege that you cannot obtain anywhere else. Let me give you an example of the life forms that I have created through my own methods. Vase pulled his hammer of brilliance from his belt and raised it above his head. Soon enough, Vulcan's presence descended on the hill. A large silhouette of a dwarf briefly flashed behind the Larkinson patriarch's back. This is Vulcan, a spirit that embodies craftsmanship. He put his hammer back to its original place and channeled a different spiritual entity. A giant translucent hand appeared above the old lady and actually stroked the oak tree's canopy. What was amazing was that the spiritual hand actually managed to make physical contact with the old lady's branches. This is the superior mother, the spirit of the Hexer people. Nya, the golden cat briefly materialized into view. She cutely circled around Vess's body as power exuded from her form. This is the golden cat, our clan's version of your old lady. If you agree to my suggested treatment, then your oak tree can also become an ascended spiritual life form. Matriarch Erexi may have been able to sense the designed spirits during her previous visit to the spirit of Bentime, but this was the first time she encountered them in this form. Even though she had witnessed many remarkable sights throughout her life, nothing could compare to this unique demonstration. Patriarch Vase, we are unable to form an immediate decision. We will discuss what you have shared with our other leaders and advisors. Once we have settled on a course of action, we will contact you once again. Take your time. The old lady still has a lot of life left in her, so there is no hurry to go for my solution. Just keep in mind that I am not offering my services for free. I hope that you will be ready to make concessions if you decide to accept my help. The meeting ended shortly after. The adults were no longer in the mood to entertain the Larkinsons. Vase and the rest of his delegation returned to their shuttle and returned to the Larkinson fleet. Chapter 3996 3 demands. Vase estimated that it might take weeks if not months for the adults to come to a consensus on what they should do with the old lady. There was no way that a single meeting was enough to decide the life and death of their most important relic. The significance of the old lady was so great that the adults needed to weigh every possible option carefully. What was worse was that the vast majority of the members of the adult family had developed a strong emotional bond to the old lady. Their regard towards their earth tree went far beyond mere respect. They worshipped her as if she was the adult family's ancestor and patron saint. All of these symbolic and emotional entanglements meant that it was impossible for the adults to settle for the most rational chance with the greatest chance of producing a favorable outcome. This made little sense to Vase. Attempting to ship the stupid tree back to old Earth was futile and self-destructive behavior. The adults couldn't possibly be selfless enough to part with their precious heirloom and hollow out their spiritual foundation. Vase was confident that his alternative solution was the best option the adults could settle for. Perhaps they might be desperate enough to look for help from other corners, but no one knew whether they could actually find a helper who could provide a better solution. I don't expect we will have to wait too long before we get a response from the adult family. Minister Shedderin said shortly after the delegation returned to the Larkinson fleet. You should make preparations to conduct your procedure soon. Once the adults have made a decision, you should move quickly before they have second thoughts. It turned out that Shederin's prediction was accurate. Only a day after visiting the Green Dream, Vase received a notification from the Aduk family that its matriarch requested another meeting. She was already boarding her shuttle in order to talk to Vase in person on his flagship. You can smell the urgency from the Aduks. Shederin smugly told Vase. Your read of the Aduks is not wrong, but you have underestimated one crucial detail. The Aduk family is a fairly centralized and unified family organization. While its members may struggle to make the right decision, Matriarch Arexi Aduk will not hesitate as much. A good leader can make all the difference. It didn't take long for Matriarch Arexi to arrive at his office. Due to the sensitivity of the current matter, Vase decided to meet her in private. When the woman passed through the hatch, Vase was just finished with teasing Lucky. He tossed a half-eaten mineral across his shoulder. Lucky instantly dashed past his shoulder in order to catch his snack. Meow. Vase gestured to the nearby chair. Please take a seat. The head of the Aduk family did so even as she looked around the office. She could learn much about the person she was talking to by studying how he decorated his workplace. The various projected visuals and furnishings did not look too remarkable in her eyes. The leader of the Larkinson clan clearly left the interior design to others. The only truly personal touch he added to his office was his display case. There were several odd and strange trinkets on it. She only spared a brief glance towards the masterwork Mech figurine but gave the prosperity tree a deep look. The miniature tree was far from comparable to the old lady. Nonetheless, the small plant was still a notable specimen in her eyes. Her demeanor lightened a bit as she finally reached the front of the desk before taking her seat. Thank you for allowing me to meet with you on short notice, Patriarch. It would have been more convenient to talk over the galactic net, but the nature of our discussion does not allow for that. I also do not wish to waste too much time by communicating through our intermediaries. Vase directed an odd glance towards the Aduk matriarch. Her words as well as her actions showed that she had put herself in a lower position than the Larkinsons. This essentially exposed the Aduk family's urgency and desire for a quick resolution. This did not do their bargaining position any favors. My door is always open to friends and allies, Vase said in a calm tone. He needed to avoid getting caught in the matriarch's rhythm. What can I do for you, matriarch? You should know why I am here. Our family held an important discussion about the future of the old lady. After weighing our choices and considering every conceivable alternative, we have decided to accept your offer of assistance. That's remarkably efficient. Just because we value stability does not mean we are unable to accept change. The woman spoke with a determined tone in her voice. Our family has lived through many difficult periods, including the transition from the age of conquest to the age of mechs. There are times for deliberation, but there is also time for decisive action. Are you sure you want to proceed so quickly? Vase skeptically asked. Your tree is still in decent shape. I already told you that your oak tree's spirit will not die off anytime soon. We are aware of that, but the old lady has already suffered far too long. Her pain is our pain. It is unconscionable for us to go about our day as if nothing is wrong when there is hope for a better future. There is no use in procrastinating. That makes sense. I applaud your family's decisiveness. Can you help us, then? We would be immensely grateful if you can evolve the old lady to a state where she has overcome her suffering. Vase subtly shook his head. Your gratitude is appreciated, but I can't fill my stomach with it. I don't mind helping out your family, but you should be aware of the value of the service that I am offering to you. Evolving your old lady will grant you and your fellow Aduks a vast amount of benefits. As the leader of a large and growing clan, it would be irresponsible for me to aid you without fair remuneration. What he was able to do for the old lady went far beyond the level of a favor, and both of them knew it. No matter the risks, the potential benefits were too great to be sold at a bargain. We will not demand your aid for free. Our family is not particularly large, but we have built up an interesting collection of resources over the years. One of the benefits of terraforming planets is that we can gain extensive access to rare planet-based goods. Matriarch Arexi did well to hide her anxiousness, but Vase clearly knew he held a commanding position in this negotiation. There was no way that Vase would squander this golden opportunity. Vase leaned forward while folding his hands on his desk. I'm not interested in ordinary minerals or alien tissue samples. We can obtain much of that on the open market. Money is even less interesting to us. Our financial position is stronger than ever and our mech company is bound to rise in the Red Ocean. Matriarch Alexei frowned. Then what do you require from us instead? We are willing to pay a price, but not if it cuts into our foundation. I have 3 demands, Vase straightforwardly declared before raising a finger. First, I want your family to cooperate sincerely with our Larkinson clan. The transhumanist faction brought us together because I asked for people with special abilities to engage in extremely sensitive research. The results we can achieve may be drastic enough to change the course of human history. Given how much of this research is based on my work, I think my clan deserves 80% ownership of the T Institute. If the help of your Audiobooks is effective enough to accelerate the progress of its research projects, then I am willing to give your family the remaining 20%. 20% is not sufficient. The T Institute will only be an empty shell without the researchers from my family. Give us 40%, 25%, but no higher. Having a lot of researchers doesn't mean anything if they don't have any viable research directions. Matriarch Alexei curled her lips. Let me hear your other demands first. Vase raised another finger. My second demand is that your Audiobooks family forms a permanent partnership with our Larkinson clan. You can choose which form you prefer. If possible, I would like to bring your family into our Golden Skull Alliance. However, you will have to implement many changes to the way you operate, while our existing alliance partners will also have to make a lot of accommodations. If this is not viable, then your family could choose to become a fixed member of our open consortium or simply partner with our Larkinson clan on a bilateral basis. This was a more foreseeable demand. Matriarch Alexei didn't have much of an objection regarding this, as the transhumanist faction already wanted to bring the Larkinsons and the Audiobooks together. The only problem was determining the exact nature of the partnership. Joining the Golden Skull Alliance was anything but simple. Just thinking about all of the enemies it had made and all of the battles it had fought over its short existence already prompted her to reject this option in her heart. Vase raised another finger. Third and most importantly, I want to obtain whatever secret method your family employs to develop your spiritualities. During my visit to your Green Dream, I have observed that many of your Audiobooks have built up strong affinities for life and earth. I have never witnessed such a high concentration of spiritually activated humans in my life. What is even more improbable is that their alignment to life and earth is so uniform. There is no way that this is natural. I want your family to pass on the method responsible for producing these results. Impossible. Your last demand goes too far. Why? Matriarch Alexei let out a tired breath. I don't know how you are able to learn so much about us, but your deduction is close to the truth. We indeed possess a special means that has helped us become more effective at terraforming planets. This special method is the greatest secret of our family. Our ancestors have sworn an oath to maintain its secrecy, and every Audiobooks since has made the same pledge. It is unthinkable for us to break our promises. If the very same rules no longer safeguards the old lady but instead contributes to her continued decline, then we should not hold on to them any longer. Is this not what you have taught to your children a day ago? Why are you unwilling to follow your own advice? This is different, Patriarch Vase. Breaching our oath may save the old lady, but it will doom our family. Why? To whom did your ancestors pledge this oath of secrecy? Are the counterparts still around? If they are, do they have the guts to show up and punish your family for violating a centuries-old promise? The matter is complicated. Please change your request. Our family will not agree to your last demand. You are asking too much. I don't see it that way. Vase retorted. Think about what your family will be getting in return. I am offering more than salvation. I am offering ascension. Your old lady will become far more than a mascot to your family. Just like the golden cat, it will become your literal guardian spirit, binding you to her existence so that she can always stay connected with you and your family members. There are so many benefits to the transformation that I have in mind that I cannot even explain it all. Compared to all of these changes, why bother with maintaining an obscure secret for no apparent reward? You won't lose anything by sharing your secret method to us. Our clan will promise to you that we will not pass it on any further. You are persuading us to breach our oath by guaranteeing that you will not break your promise to us. Do you not recognize how you are contradicting yourself? Matriarch Alexei remarked. Promises only matter if they are based on contemporary interests as opposed to ancient covenants. Vase glibly replied, Tell me the truth. Who are you benefiting by upholding your old and outdated oath? I cannot say. Chapter 3997. The final resistance. Centuries of stability and gradual growth had made humanity complacent. Much of human society had grown stagnant to the point where wars had become extinct in many star sectors. People's lives had become too orderly and upwards mobility was no longer possible due to the abundance of older and more established powers that monopolized most of the territory and resources available in a given region. Several societal changes had completely changed the status quo. The biggest of them was the opening of the Red Ocean. With the opening of a brand new field of stars, the most ambitious people and groups who previously found it difficult to develop in their home regions suddenly found a lot of room for expansion. The absence of entrenched human states and organizations meant that no one possessed an overwhelming advantage. Those that wished to found their own states or capture entire new markets finally received the opportunity of their lifetimes. From young Rubarthan princes to 400-year-old master mech designers, a small but impressively high concentration of human talents had gotten loose in the Red Ocean. The repressed ambitions and grand plans that they held in their hearts could finally be realized now that they no longer faced walls in every direction. While the Red Ocean dwarf galaxy had definitely become the current focus of human civilization, that did not mean the Milky Way had become irrelevant. Even if humankind only conquered roughly half of it, the galaxy which housed old Earth was a behemoth that contained a vast amount of star systems. The amount of resources, living space and other necessities available to existing human powers was massive. Old conflicts still raged on even as new ones occurred due to other changing circumstances. Across human society, bonds of trust eroded while the order in many star sectors deteriorated. For more than a year, the Crown Uprising had managed to upend every human state in the Milky Way. Not even the most secure planets of the Terran Confederation or the Rubarth Empire had managed to escape the constant waves of suicide attacks. The sheer amount of crazed fanatics emerging from the population while yelling about returning some sort of stolen crown was mind-boggling. A lot of people's cognition of human civilization and the reach of large, transgalactic organizations had irreversibly changed. Previously, most people only thought their biggest threats were their neighboring and rival states. It was rare for them to think at all about whether they should fear threats originating from another star sector or star cluster. Their views on society simply didn't extend that far. The galaxy was simply too big for them to comprehend, and it was extremely unlikely for them to be able to move too far to get into contact with distant human groups. The Crown Uprising along with the establishment of the Galactic Gate Network changed all of that in a single year. The former caused many people to realize that they were directly affected by great events taking place in distant parts of human space. It was no longer enough for people to limit their awareness to their star sectors or even their own state anymore. Many people began to speculate around the mysterious but terrifyingly huge force behind all of the activated sleeper agents. Though few knew the truth about the Five Scrolls Compact, some of their guesses became increasingly more accurate. Already, many people became convinced that a secret faction operated in the shadows of human civilization. Its goals weren't quite clear, but what little they exposed showed that they definitely had the power and numbers to threaten the Big Two. Are the first-rate superstates about to overthrow the MTA and CFA? This is awful. Why can't we all get along and open up new territories like the Red Ocean in peace? There is plenty of space to go around. Doomsday is coming. No matter who wins or loses, our race will definitely grow weaker again. We have learned nothing from the age of conquest. The hubris of humanity knows no bounds. The twilight of our race is at hand. What was worse was that the huge diaspora of humanity finally became a lot more connected due to gaining access to the Beyonder Gates. The lesser Beyonder Gates that were able to bridge tens of thousands light years revolutionized long-distance travel for everyone that could afford the high price of passage. Journeys that previously took decades to complete now took days or weeks. The various powers and groups that had long saturated their development in the Galactic Center suddenly found it a lot easier to expand their reach to the Galactic Heartland and the Galactic Rim. The flow of funding, goods and people between every single star cluster had exploded. This not only channeled a huge amount of development in regions that were previously considered remote, the changes also sparked a lot of new friction that frequently blew up into brand new wars. With the incitement of the Crown Uprising, even the most peaceful states and societies expanded their defense budgets. Every layer of human society became affected in one way or another. More and more mech pilots were being called to arms while the production of mechs and war materiel reached record heights. Security forces and mech armies quickly expanded their ranks and began to patrol their assigned territories more overtly. Even when it appeared that the Crown Uprising was finally petering out due to the depletion of sleeper agents, the tensions that had been building up between different states and powers did not drop in the slightest. Instead, they became even more intense than before. With less people worrying about guarding their homes against undetectable terrorists, they became less restrained about starting other fights. The Yina star cluster was no exception to this rule. Even though the buildup of aggression wasn't as high due to the remoteness of this region, already states such as the massive Garland Empire were showing signs that they were no longer content with holding their existing territories. The Friday Coalition became aware of the looming threats as well. The import of vital resources that were necessary to sustain a major war began to dwindle as they no longer became as readily available. This, along with many other signs, caused the Fredaimon to have a bad feeling. Their urgency prompted their Mech armies to accelerate their invasion plans and seek to topple the Hexadric hegemony as fast as possible. As long as the Friday Coalition was able to swallow up the territories of the crumbling Hexar state, its victorious people would be in a much better position to defend the Komodo Star sector. The Komodo War must end. This war has already led to far too much destruction. Tristan Wesseling, who was serving alongside the tired and battered elements of the Fortune Legion, became concerned about the future. The Carnegie Group had suffered badly during the first half of the Komodo War. The initial invasion of the Hex army had devastated many star systems. Even though the Carnegies had already made a lot of progress in rebuilding places such as Lemar, it was undeniable that the balance of power within the Friday Coalition had changed. If not for the fact that external powers were casting their gazes at the Komodo Star sector, perhaps the stronger coalition partners such as the Gage dynasty would have already made their moves towards their former allies. Even if the coalition partners reluctantly agreed to continue their cooperation in order to maintain a united front, Tristan was afraid that the cracks had already emerged. No one will be able to remain calm when there is so much conquered territory available. The fall of the Hexadric hegemony was already set in stone. The Fredaimon just had to overcome the remaining opposition. However, even as the Hex army continually suffered losses across hundreds of battlefields, its surviving soldiers became increasingly more stubborn and deadly. While the disparity in numbers may have grown too great to give the Hexers a chance of making a comeback, this did not weaken their willingness to fight at all. In fact, they became even more adamant about killing the Fredaimon. Kill the invaders. The Hexer dream shall never die. Death is not our end. All of us shall return to the Superior Mother's embrace in the end. The Fredaimon forces that were pushing deeper into Hexer territory started to notice that their opposition became increasingly more irrational on the battlefield. Even as their highest leaders and most elite soldiers quietly pulled out in order to accompany the evacuation fleets as they fled to the Red Ocean, the remaining grunts and soldiers did not become demoralized. Instead, they became more feverish in their opposition. Entire Hexer Mech armies and Mech divisions launched head-on attacks at the invading Fredaimon forces. The ferocity of the Hexers rose even as their access to supplies, mechs and mech pilots had dwindled. No matter the state of their mech units, the Hexer soldiers did not entertain any notion of retreat or surrender. The Fredaimon fighting against these rabid women and their simpering boys could not understand why the opposition did not lose heart after the departure of so many leaders. By now, the 6 matriarchal dynasties had already abandoned the hegemony entirely. Even the smaller groups such as the Woden dynasty had left behind much of their territories and fixed assets in order to escape with whatever they could carry away on short notice. Why aren't you laying down your arms already? Your state is already gone. Your leaders have already run away. There is nothing left for you to fight anymore. We must defend our people. You are not doing your fellow Hexers any favors by fighting. The more we have to fight, the more your civilians will suffer. They will gladly sacrifice their lives to preserve the righteousness of female superiority. You stupid witches, you are all dying for a lost cause. The hegemony is already over. Your boys will finally learn how to live like men. There is a brand new future for Hexers such as yourself. As long as you go through our re-education programs, you will learn that there are much better causes for you to fight for. Don't you have enough of this war? The Superior Mother demands our devotion. Blood must be spilled to satisfy our supreme. If not yours, then mine shall be our sacrificial offering. You're crazy. All of you deranged witches have gone utterly crazy. The remaining Hexer leaders who were left to fight the Fredaimon exhibited similar behavior. The Fredaimon simply couldn't understand why their opponents had lost their sense of self-preservation. Over time, the Fredaimon didn't even bother to think about it anymore. All they knew was that every armed Hexer needed to be killed without exception. No matter whether they were women or boys, every citizen of this collapsing state was more than willing to sacrifice their lives in order to take down at least one Fredaemon. What was even more ridiculous was that many surviving Hexer mech factories had stopped with fabricating other mech models. They exclusively focused on producing as many Valkyrie mechs as possible. A lot of surviving Hexer mech armies ditched their previous combined arms doctrine. They threw away their balanced mix of mech models in favor of fielding overwhelming numbers of Valkyrie Redeemers and variants. A lot of invading Fredaemon mech units started to encounter death on a frequent basis as they pushed into the interior of hegemon space. Thousands if not tens of thousands of Valkyrie mechs frequently emerged on the battlefield. Many of them barely bothered to organize themselves before launching all-out suicide charges at the Fredaemon positions. Death comes to everyone, let us reap their souls. The superior mother shall reign in the end. Many Hexer star systems turned into killing fields due to the radical behavior of the remnants of the Hex army. The Fredaemon suffered badly, but the Hexers lost even more lives. The number of battle-ready Hexer soldiers dwindled at an unprecedented rate. The cloud of death hanging over the Komodo star sector grew even heavier as the potential of many strong and healthy humans were cut short by the final resistance of the Hexer people. Is it worth it to die for an imaginary god? Tristan once questioned a captive Hexer officer. The spiteful woman in restraints responded with a smirk. The superior mother is no figment of our imagination. She is very real. Soon I shall join her side in death and fight for her for eternity. That's nonsense. The superior mother does not care for your opinion. All she wants from us is blood and death. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 3998 Rallying Call. You are no emperor. You are a second-class rat. You have come to the wrong state. A large number of heavily armored dwarven troops had barged into a ceremonial throne room. The palace that incorporated the throne room was a new addition to Copperblock X, a planet that was located within the territory of a prosperous first-rate state. What caused the planet to stand out among other highly developed settlements was that it was larger and more massive than ordinary globes. It was a heavy-gravity planet where ordinary people would get crushed by their own weight if they wandered around without protection. Even though every first-class citizen had the means to obtain this protection, most humans preferred to stay away from these troublesome planets. This meant that the vast majority of people living in this particular space consisted of heavy-gravity variant humans, otherwise known as dwarves. For centuries, the dwarves that had settled in this prosperous star system had avoided the fate of many of their lessers and built up many massive companies and alliances. From mining companies to mech companies, the industrious dwarves of the Copperblock system expanded their business across the state known as the United Kingdoms of Parnia. The internal situation of Parnia was messy to say the least. Formed out of a partial fusion of different kingdoms, it was arguably the weakest first-rate state in human space. Nonetheless, the power and wealth available to even the poorest first-raters far surpassed that of the second-raters. It was due to the relative weaknesses and the many internal fault lines of the United Kingdoms of Parnia that a foreign dwarven ruler came from afar in order to build up more support for his cause. The dwarven powers that had long divided Copperblock X among themselves did not take kindly to the arrival of this dwarven loser. Initially, they dismissed the presence of the Vulcanites. A bit of research revealed that they were nothing more than fleeing survivors of a fallen dwarven state. Only sympathy towards their fellow dwarves caused these powers to leave the Vulcanites alone. In any case, the refugees who had fled from afar were not poor. They had likely raided much of their former state's treasury before they ran away to the galactic center. If not for the timely establishment of the Milky Way Galactic Gate Network, there was no way this group of refugees would have been able to reach the galactic center so quickly. Even so, the Vulcanite immigrants drained their wealth remarkably quickly. The cost of everything was at least 1,000 times higher than back in their home state. Some goods and services even cost 1,000,000 times more than normal. After paying for everything, the Vulcanites under the leadership of Emperor Ryan Aiden started to get dangerously low on funds. This was extremely dangerous in first-rate states as the native population had little tolerance for broke people who only took up precious space without making any significant contributions. While Ryan was able to rely on foreign support to pay the bills, this did not change the fact that his organization continued to bleed a lot of money. This was especially the case when he still dared to pursue ambitious expansion plans. This was why the Iron Emperor began to expand his influence among the dwarven natives of Copperblock X. For months, this eccentric dwarf ran around courting different dwarven people and organizations left and right. A lot of powerful dwarves scoffed at this pathetic attempt. The balance of power on the heavy gravity planet had long been set in stone. Many companies were already aligned to the different power blocks that controlled Copperblock X for many centuries. How could a bunch of second-class beggars possibly succeed in winning the support of these local elements, especially when the Vulcanites were lacking in so much money, strength and resources? Much to the surprise of the complacent dwarven rulers, the Iron Emperor actually managed to achieve results. Over 30% of the organizations courted by the Vulcanites eventually chose to break up their long-standing alliances. Instead, these dwarven magnates and other important figures decisively threw their support behind the so-called Iron Emperor and his band of survivors. The Vulcanites turned from a joke into a rising faction practically overnight. When hundreds of successful companies and organizations united behind the Iron Emperor, the rulers of Copperblock X finally realized that they could no longer afford to do nothing. Already, the abrupt departure of so many long-term partners and allies had seriously affected the health of their own power blocks. Restoring the status quo became an acute priority. This led to the current dramatic sight. Several different mech forces under the control of the established local powers had descended onto the headquarters of the Vulcanites. The powerful first-class multi-purpose mechs overloaded the energy shields, demolished the defensive turrets, and overwhelmed the defending mechs by relying on their overwhelming superiority in numbers. Not even Saint Yil America, who recently obtained a first-class ace mech courtesy of an allied dwarven mech company, was able to repel the invasion. The Olympus Mons Mark II did not dare to move as it hovered over the main palace. 8 opposing dwarven ace mechs surrounded the Mountain Hammer's new ace mech from every direction. None of the powerful machines made any aggressive moves. Fights between ace mechs could easily escalate to the point of destroying entire cities. Even if Saint Yilla was outnumbered 8-1, if she truly wanted to, she could easily destroy a huge amount of infrastructure and kill thousands of dwarven citizens. In fact, the local powers also hoped to win over the ace pilot. The value of a half-god was extremely precious, even for first-class powers. While the chances of winning over opposing ace pilots was low, there was still a realistic chance of converting them as long as their owners voluntarily relinquished their control over their champions. This was why the elite assault troops that invaded the throne room did not immediately shoot their powerful plasma rifles and other formidable weapons at the massive, armored figure occupying the highest seat. Instead, they made sure to disarm and secure the Iron Emperor's guards before waiting for further instructions from above. Several projections soon came to life. Each of them displayed the leaders of the various major powers of Copperblock X. The center figure threw a disgusted expression at the leader of the guests from afar. Mr. Aiden. The correct phrase to address a monarch whose rank is higher than a prince is, Your Majesty. Chairman Merlius Davon snorted. Mr. Aiden. In the last 4 months, Copperblock X has generously given shelter to you and your ragged group of refugees. Based on our shared kinship, we have made several exceptions to our rules and allowed you to settle down on our planet and purchase land and property from our companies. We did not receive any charity from your organizations. We paid every fee and purchased every good and service at full or even inflated prices. We would have stopped you from entering our star system in the first place. Settling in a first-rate state is much more difficult than you can imagine. We gave you a chance to live on Copperblock X, but instead you chose to bite the hand that fed you by taking over our business partners. Your business partners are not your vassals. They are free to decide who they want to cooperate with. Neither of us have broken any laws. The companies have all paid the penalty fees for prematurely ending their contracts whenever applicable. The reason why they were glad to jump ship was because of your long-standing exploitation of those you regard as your lackeys. The chairman of the largest consortium on Copperblock X grew angry. If not for his impeccable training and his sophisticated implants, he would have exploded at the pretentious foreign dwarf by now. As it was, he felt there was little point in continuing this discussion. Mr. Aiden, we have not come in order to hear your excuses. We have come in order to expel you and your disruptive group of Vulcanites from this planet and star system. You are to cease your business operations and other active ventures in our star system within a week. We have given instructions to all of the relevant institutions to expedite the withdrawal of your organization. We are even willing to forego all of the punishment clauses and pay full price for all of the assets that you must liquidate on short notice. It appears you are eager to see us depart. Copperblock welcomes you no longer. The sooner you and your followers return to your ships and go, the sooner our star system can return to calm. We only ask for one single concession to guarantee your smooth departure. And that is, the allegiance of Saint Yil America. A declining private individual such as yourself is unworthy to command a heroic dwarven ace pilot. Free her from her oath of loyalty so that we may offer her a brighter future as a proud citizen of the United Kingdoms of Parnia. Impossible. The Iron Emperor boomed as his giant armored figure rose from the massive throne. One of its bulky arms held an ancient banner while the other gripped an oversized hand cannon. Saint America does not serve an individual. Her loyalty lies with the dwarven people as a whole. She will never obey any instructions that are detrimental to our species. Unfortunately for you, your actions inhibit the rise of dwarvenkind. What are you talking about? We are all dwarves, here. The thick helmet of the Iron Emperor retracted to reveal a hard and grizzled dwarven head. Did you know that there are two kinds of dwarves in human space? There are dwarves who betray their own by collaborating with humans, and there are dwarves who earnestly fight for their dignity and survival. I know which group I belong to. What of you, Chairman? As Ryan Aiden boldly spoke, the gems set onto his crown began to glow and shine with power. At this point, the Iron Emperor appeared much more valiant and authoritative than the various kings that nominally rule over the United Kingdoms of Parnia. Chairman Merlius Davon and many of his fellow dwarves couldn't help but stare at the crown that was resting on top of the supposed monarch's head. Even though the powerful dwarven leaders had seen more opulent and luxurious crowns throughout their lives, the angular and blocky object somehow evoked many associations within their hearts and minds. It was a pity that the effect was a bit muted due to distance. Chairman Davon was unable to appreciate the full splendor of the imperial crown because he was actually situated in an underground bunker located on the opposite side of Copperhead Ix. We will not engage in your twisted arguments any further, Mr. Aiden. We have already given you our ultimatum. Either release Saint America from your service, or we will crush you and each and every Vulcanite with the full might of our strike force. Your time has come to an end, dwarf. You are wrong. My time is just beginning. Ryan confidently smiled. It is you that should be worrying about running out of time. Thank you for sending your ace pilots to US. You have given US a golden opportunity to persuade your champions to fight for true dwarven justice. Chairman Merlius Davon and his fellow dwarven rulers wanted to dismiss the upstart's words as outright delusions, but they started to get a bad feeling about this situation. The Iron Emperor did not care about their doubts. The massive armored figure lifted the arm that held the ancient banner and seemed to peer straight through the roof of the throne room. Both of Ryan's relics released a bronze glow that made every nearby soldier feel connected to a presence that was greater and more magnificent than any other dwarf they had met in their lives. Saint Verkan Espran, Saint Gwendolyn Davon, Saint Morvogan Quaz, Saint Demeter Aclusieu, Saint Rhabarba Donald, Saint Tony Koonze, Saint Rhea Ametre, Saint Gulen Pollinter. As the Iron Emperor called out each ace pilot in the service of different Copperhead power blocks, the foreign leader spoke as if he had transformed into a divine emissary. In the name of Vulcan, renounce your former loyalties. Submit to my leadership and help me lead Dwarvenkind to a better future. Much to the surprise of Chairman Davon and the other Copperheads, the dutiful champions that had put much effort into strengthening their loyalties all commanded their ace mechs to lower the arms pointed towards the Olympus Mons Mark II. The 8 ace mechs that previously fought on behalf of the Copperheads simultaneously turned outwards while their pilots simultaneously issued their response to the Iron Emperor's rallying call. We fight for Dwarvenkind. Chapter 3999. The Nixian War. Since the outbreak of the Crown Uprising, every part of human space became affected in one way or another. Some star sectors suffered outbreaks of wars. Other star sectors only became a little more turbulent. Then there were places that had descended into so much chaos that madness reigned in every corner. The Nixian Gap had always been a weird and special place in the Yena star cluster. Situated mostly within the borders of the Komodo star sector, the anomalous region had been so difficult to navigate and control that it existed as a stateless territory. The only permanent residents of the Nixian Gap were pirates, refugees and captives, because only the most desperate and helpless people were willing to take shelter in this seemingly endless field of asteroids. For a long time, the nearby star sectors frequently withstood the raids launched by pirate groups emerging from the Gap. All of that had changed. The pirates and other scum in the Nixian Gap no longer held sway in this anomalous region. Instead, the existing pirate alliances and other messy groups had either gone extinct or chosen to pledge their loyalties to the newly emerged superpowers of the region. The Oblivion Empire had grown extremely quickly in a matter of years. It originated from a dark mercenary corps called the Oblivion Hand, which had not made a lot of waves for most of its existence. The Oblivion Hand had slowly stood out and attracted more attention due to two major reasons. First, it managed to achieve a string of improbable victories against larger and more powerful Nixian groups. Second, it was remarkably effective in converting captive pirates into its loyal soldiers. Even then, the powerful pirate alliances that traditionally held sway in the Nixian Gap never paid too much attention to this emerging power. It wasn't until the Crown Uprising had started that the Oblivion Hand quickly expanded its reach across the inner periphery and the core regions of the Gap. A rapid process of conquest and conversion took place in many directions as the Oblivion Hand's troops expanded in numbers after every victory. No one knew exactly how the Oblivion Hand was able to turn every sullen captive into loyal and eager soldiers. However, a rumor had slowly spread throughout the Nixian Gap and beyond. As the Oblivion Hand continued to show its strength, it began to unveil more expert pilots than before. Prominent pirate mech pilots who used to be known as mortals suddenly showed the strength of expert candidates and expert pilots in their next battles. The rumor stated that the mysterious leader of the Oblivion Hand mastered a dark form of sorcery that was capable of granting forbidden power to mech pilots. Those that had never proven themselves worthy of greater strength received the opportunity to ascend to godhood after being rewarded by the woman that took an increasingly more direct role in leading the rapidly growing organization. By the time the Oblivion Hand toppled one of the last resisting pirate alliances, the mysterious woman boldly stepped forward and announced the founding of the Oblivion Empire. Although many outsiders found the entire notion to be extremely silly, the fact of the matter was that the Oblivion Empire had become a force to be reckoned with in the Nixian Gap. It not only conquered many territories in the massive field of asteroids, but also grasped many rare and precious resource sites, which it could trade with many nearby states in exchange for precious mechs and starships. If that wasn't impressive enough, the rumored ability of the Oblivion Empress, also known as Lady Nyx, attracted many mech pilots near and far. These former soldiers were all mortals who were unhappy with their inability to break through to the next rank. Instead of surrendering to reality, the desperate mech pilots decisively abandoned the comfort of their current lives and traveled to the infamous Nixian Gap in the faint hope of seeing whether the rumors were true. Even if everyone around them thought they were fools to believe in this fairy tale, there were still plenty of mech pilots who were willing to do anything to become an expert pilot. They were already desperate enough to dive into a literal black hole in order to get their chance. Entering a figurative black hole like the Nixian Gap was not a big deal in comparison. Fueled by the influx of foreign mech pilots and everything else they brought into the Nixian Gap, the Oblivion Empire was rapidly able to develop its territories while strengthening its forces with mixed mech units. While the anomalies that plagued the Nixian Gap should have inhibited the rise of an actual state, Lady Nyx appeared to have gained the ability to tame the dangerous anomalies that could shred or disappear entire MTA or CFA warfleets from existence. With the protection offered by the so-called Lady of the Night, her Oblivion Empire seemed poised to turn the entire Nixian Gap into her sole dominion. This would be an incredibly remarkable result. If the Oblivion Empire completed its conquest, the Nixian Gap would turn into the only sovereign territory of humanity that did not answer to the MTA and CFA. Yet before the Oblivion Empire could complete its conquest, a powerful and even more mysterious opponent had emerged from the depths of the Nixian Gap. Waves and waves of powerful mechs and actual warships erupted from the most central region of the massive field of asteroids and began to assail the Oblivion Empire from within. Who are these guys? I don't know, but their mechs and warships are too strong. It did not take long before the opponents of the Oblivion Empire made itself known. We are the successors of the hallowed Abyss Temple. We are the heralds of the dark gods. The Abyss Empire shall spread true darkness through the Nixian Gap. Although the number of advanced mechs and warships bursting from the center of the Nixian Gap was limited, the Abyss Empire showed that its background was even larger than the Oblivion Empire. Hundreds of random organizations originating from all over the Yena star cluster randomly decided to pack their bags and travel to the Nixian Gap. Different from the fleets led by mech pilots eager to receive the blessing of the Oblivion Empress, the other groups decisively sided with the Abyss Empire. No one knew why the Abyssal Servants, as they became known all through their lot with a random super cult from one of the most forbidden locations of human space, but it did not change the fact that the Oblivion Empire was being attacked from within and without. While the Oblivion Servants had shown great strength against the original pirate forces that previously held sway over large parts of the Nixian Gap, the successor of the hallowed Abyss Temple, was a completely different beast. The core forces of the inexorable Abyss army were almost undefeatable by regular troops. Part of it was because their black ships and black mechs were actually built to first-class standards. Where the hell are the Abyss servants getting the materials and tech to build all of these first-class war machines? Don't tell me that they are the secret sons of the Terrans or Rubarthans. Who cares if they are first raiders who have come to take over our turf? Let us remind these arrogant pricks that not even the Big Two dare to send their warfleets in our gap. The core forces of the Abyss army soon met a huge amount of opposition as the Oblivion army finally repositioned its own troops to answer the threat from the central region. While the Oblivion army did not possess any first-class war assets, they compensated for this shortcoming with other advantages. Chief among them was the dark sorcery of the Lady of the Night. Through a mixture of unknown technology and other mysterious methods, the space around the invading abyssal troops turned into nightmares. The black fleets disintegrated at a remarkable pace when the shadow of the Oblivion Empress herself descended upon the battlefield. With one massive wave of her hand, the Lady of the Night called out the souls of the damned from an unknown dimension. The chained and shackled ghosts cycled through the hulls of every starship and warship only to harvest the souls of their crew. With another wave of her hand, the Oblivion Empress summoned massive spatial anomalies in the midst of several mech formations. The powerful first-class mechs that were strong enough to crush the Oblivion army's shabby mech forces easily crumpled inwards or tore apart when the fabric of space itself turned into a weapon. However, the Abyss Empire did not allow the Lady of the Night to perform her dark sorcery with impunity for long. One of our dark gods has come. We are saved. The abyssal servants fighting against one of the fleets of the Oblivion army all perked up when reinforced finally arrived. Within the expanding conflict that became known as the Nixian War, everyone learned that the only way to defeat a god was to bring another god. As an empire that was originally based on one of the most powerful and secretive cults of the Nixian Gap, how could the Abyss Empire not have the protection of its own deities? Even though the former cult had lost contact with the Unending One, the Blinding One and the Inexorable One, a new generation of dark gods had risen from the abyss in order to fight for dominion over the Nixian Gap. Each of them appeared as massive humanoid energy apparitions that were able to phase through solid matter but also unleash devastating attacks whenever they wished. Soon enough, abyssal servants began to whisper the names of the dark gods that watched over them and assisted them in battle. The Cold One, the dark god known by this moniker, seemed to suck the warmth out of everything that came too close. Both allies and enemies had fallen victim to her frost as the calamitous entity resisted and counterattacked the Lady of the Night. The Massive One. This was one of the largest dark gods, and it was not without a reason. The Massive One was able to manipulate gravity, and used it to terrifying effect by generating devastating gravity wells in the middle of enemy fleets. His high density also made it difficult for his opponents to inflict harm on his massive bulk. The Patient One. This was perhaps the most terrifying enemy of the Oblivion Empire. The Patient One appeared as a giant human sage. His long beard along with his traditional robe made it seem as if this powerful entity belonged in heaven, but he wasn't called a dark god for nothing. Lady Nyx herself struggled to resist his attacks the most. This was because the power mastered by the Patient One was time. Every gesture made by the Patient One was able to achieve amazing effects. From creating pockets of space that were frozen in time to accelerating the approach of entire warships, the Patient One had displayed an astounding mastery of the power of time. If not for the fact that the Oblivion Empress had gained at least partial control of the Nixian Gap itself, she would never have been able to fend off all of the dark gods that had crawled out of the woodwork. The attrition suffered by the two sides was horrendous. Not a day went by when mechs and warships worth an astounding amount of money went asunder. In numerous battles, the outcome of a fight wasn't even based on the efforts of human soldiers. Instead, the duels between the gods determined who got to live or die. What are these things? Are they really gods? I think so. This is not a power that humans like us can harness anymore. If my guess is right, then Lady Nyx and the dark gods should be god pilots. What? God pilots? Are you kidding? I'm not kidding. Their powers are just as powerful as that of other god pilots and god mechs. It turns out that we have been fighting in the presence of the most powerful mech pilots all along. Damn, I need to fight even harder, then. If the Lady of the Nyx is truly a god pilot, then she can help all of us advance to her exalted rank. The spread of this new rumor practically invigorated those that were thinking about joining the Nixian War. Many mech pilots who previously started to get second thoughts after learning about the bloodbaths that took place in the Xianxia Gap all firmed up their resolve. Only gods and heroes will survive this war. Chapter 4000 The Battle of Gods and Heroes. As the Xian War continued to unfold, many groups of people flocked to the Xian Gap as if they were moths to a flame. The fantastical rumors that spread through certain channels continually enthralled mech pilots that yearned to break past their mortal limitations and ascend to a higher state. To many of them, the journey to the Xian Gap was their first step on the path of godhood. It didn't matter if the battles were exceptionally cruel and deadly. It didn't matter if entire fleets got destroyed at once due to the machinations of hostile god-like entities. It didn't even matter that the majority of mech pilots who joined one of the two shadow empires did not appear to get any stronger. Even a 0.1% chance to overcome their lifelong stagnation and weakness was enough for them to fight for the chance to rise to the same height as the likes of the Lady of the Night and the Dark Gods. Most mech pilots who were free to choose their sides often flocked to the Oblivion Empire. Its members enjoyed more freedom and they received more support in their attempts to surpass their former selves. They also adhered to the belief that the Oblivion Empress was the strongest god pilot in the Xian Gap. Otherwise, how could she fend off so many other supposed god pilots throughout the war? Worshipping the strong was a natural behavior of mech pilots. That said, the Abyss Empire did not fall too far behind. Not only did it have a connection to an unknown first-class organization, it also attracted an unlikely collection of second-class and third-class groups throughout the surrounding regions. A constant stream of mechs, starships, resources and manpower flowed into a hazardous region that was already known to be deadly in normal times. Now, the collision between two different shadow empires had turned it into a meat grinder of unfathomable proportion. Though the scale of the Xian War was unable to match the scale of the Komodo War, it devoured a huge amount of lives, assets and potential every day. Normal states would quickly descend into ruination if their armed forces suffered so much attrition. However, neither the Oblivion Empire nor the Abyss Empire lost any momentum. Instead, both of them grew more powerful and expansive as they absorbed more newcomers over time. It wasn't just the Yina star cluster that replenished their losses anymore. People and groups from other star clusters also heard about all of the wondrous and terrible events that took place in the Xian Gap and chose to take part in the greatest war of their lifetimes. This is our only chance to fight in the presence of gods. The only way for us to advance to God Pilot is to fight against the gods themselves. The Xian Gap is the paradise of true warriors. With all of these beliefs and more, the soldiers of the Oblivion Empire valiantly took up arms and valiantly fought against the troops of the Abyss Empire. Some of these mech pilots even dared to fight against the dark gods themselves. The increasing amount of troops traveling to the Xian Gap started to affect an increasing amount of states. Many of them found that they were losing an increasing number of mech pilots. No matter whether they were working in the private sector or public sector, mech pilots represented an important source of strength for any state. What was worse was that these ambitious mech pilots rarely departed by themselves. They not only brought their mechs along, but also their buddies as they still needed people to crew their ships and service their machines. If this pattern continued, how would states be able to retain their ability to fight? If their pool of reserves and war material was already half depleted, then it was impossible to gain any advantages in a war. The losses would far outweigh the gains in most scenarios. A lot of leaders and officials began to beg the Mech Trade Association to intervene. The Mechers needed to stop the bleeding. Yet no matter how many high-ranking dignitaries knocked on the doors of the association, its representatives remained silent on this issue. The Mechers didn't come out and deny the requests. Each of them seemed to have been ordered to remain silent even as the ripple effects of the Xian War grew far beyond the boundaries of the Xian Gap. Few people understood why the MTA chose to pretend that nothing unusual was taking place. Perhaps the Mechers were too traumatized by all of the losses they suffered whenever they sent their warfleets into the Xian Gap. Perhaps the Mechers did not care about the horrendous loss of life and did not have as much power left to intervene after redirecting a lot of war assets to the Red Ocean. There were even people who believed the Mechers actually looked forward to witnessing the two shadow empires fight and unveil all kinds of abnormal abilities. Whatever the case, a lot of people once again realized how useless and unreliable the Mech Trade Association had become as of late. The branches in the Yina star cluster appeared to be especially incompetent. Have the Mechers all replaced themselves with androids gone into hibernation or something? I told you that these high and mighty first raters don't care about us space peasants at all. They are already willing to see trillions of us fall against the aliens. Letting our entire star cluster suffer hardly keeps them awake at night. If this isn't a conspiracy, then I'm a star designer. As the Xian War continually escalated in intensity and scope, the Oblivion Empire recently started to receive a large amount of reinforcements from a close neighbor. Large amounts of depleted and war-worn mech units of the Hex army poured into the Xian Gap without any hesitation. Each of these soldiers chose to fight on behalf of the Oblivion Empire after they answered a mysterious call. There was nothing else left for them to fight anymore. The hegemony's battle lines had collapsed. Their once might state was losing star systems every day. Many of the leaders and elites that had taken charge of the Hexers for so long had chosen to run away to the Red Ocean like cowards instead of fighting to the end. The fall of many Hexer planets was already assured. Trillions of honest Hexer citizens would soon fall under the sway of the terrible and tyrannical Fredaemon. The victorious conquerors would surely take revenge on the Hexers by putting all of those innocent Hexer women and boys into re-education camps where the prisoners would be forced to acknowledge that men were equal to women. Faced with the horrific extinction of the Hexer way of life, the increasingly more ragged remnants of the Hex army made several different choices. The good ones were usually conscripted by the Hexer elites to accompany their evacuation fleets to the Red Ocean. There, they would have a second chance at starting a new and improved Hexer state. The most fanatical and devoted followers of the Superior Mother became affected by a sector-wide mania that drove them to pilot as many Valkyrie mechs as they could get their hands on. Their only goal was to sow as much death as possible before they inevitably fell. There was also a third group of Hexer soldiers that chose a different path. They did not desert from the hegemony nor threw their lives away as if they were worthless. The most hardened and experienced Hexer troops all gathered whatever mechs and ships they had left before leaving the crumbling battlefields. Each of their fleets left the hegemony behind them and traveled straight to the Xian Gap. At least tens of thousands of veteran Hexer mech pilots sought out the Oblivion Empire and joined the Oblivion army on the spot. The former Hexers turned Oblivion servants quickly made themselves popular. Although many people found their Hexer beliefs to be annoying, their effective combat strength along with their military efficiency impressed a lot of other soldiers. One of the more recent additions to the Oblivion army was the Wrathful Doves. At its height, the once renowned Mech army group fielded over 300,000 mechs. However, as the Wrathful Doves continually threw themselves against their Fredaemon counterparts, their numbers kept depleting. The trickle of reinforcements could never catch up with the rate of attrition. This had caused the Wrathful Doves to lose so many mech divisions and mech regiments that they only retained around 36,000 functional mechs when they joined the Oblivion army. Fortunately, the Wrathful Doves still maintained a strong core, even if many of their mechs and carrier vessels were falling behind in repairs and maintenance. Of particular note to the Oblivion army was the high-ranking mech pilots of the defecting Hexers. Expert candidates, expert pilots and even ace pilots had chosen to continue their vocation in the Xian Gap rather than fight for the Hexer dynasties that had abandoned the hegemony before the frontlines had even collapsed. Each of these powerful elites received a lot of attention from the Oblivion servants. One day, a special expert mech descended upon one of the asteroid bases of the Oblivion Empire. The mech resembled a Valkyrie Redeemer, but the difference was that it was built to the standards of an expert mech. The Valkyrie Reaper was one of the first expert mechs the Hexers had developed. While the Hexer mech designers were unable to design living expert mechs from scratch, they had discovered that there were still ways for them to build what they desired. They simply had to take the frame of an existing living mech and upgrade it into an expert mech. After a lot of trial and error, all of the seniors and masters learned that as long as their improved designs remained faithful to the spirit of the original Valkyrie Redeemer, the Superior Mother would still extend her blessing. This enabled the rise of powerful expert mechs that perfectly complemented the new generation of expert pilots that had broken through while piloting one of the many Valkyrie mechs in service. Venerable Dorsa of Inks, reporting for duty. A weary expert pilot saluted an officer of the Oblivion army. The man responded with a sloppy salute of his own. "Welcome to Shardine Fortress, Venerable of Inks. We have heard much about your exploits from your fellow Hexer comrades. You are one of the emissaries of a goddess. A supreme is greater than a goddess." Venerable of Inks corrected the man. "Whatever. We won't stop you Hexers from worshipping the Superior Mother as long as you don't bother anyone else. I am sure you have already read our rules. Just keep in mind that most of us respect the Lady of the Night over any other god or supreme, do you understand? It makes no difference to me. Lady Nyx is merely another aspect of the Superior Mother. You best keep that belief to yourself. The non-hexers among us don't take kindly to the notion that the Oblivion Empress actually thinks men should be treated as little boys. Though Venerable Avinx really wanted to knock some sense into the officer, she knew that this was no time to crusade for her beliefs. You told me that I came at a good time. Why is that? She asked instead. The man's face quickly soured. A large mech army from the Abyssal Empire is on its way. Shardine Fortress is one of our most important strongholds. It is not only a junction between different zones, but is also one of the few sites where we have built a lot of infrastructure. If we lose this base, we lose the ability to repair and build a lot of mechs and ships. Venerable Avinx did not care too much about the prospect of heading into battle again. She had fought so many battles that death had become a part of her being. I will be ready to fight. My expert mech is in decent shape as well. Can I ask? The Lady of the Night will definitely fight with us. The Oblivion army will certainly bring its own dark gods, so we cannot fall behind. This is going to be a major battle. We need heroes like you to help wherever you can. Will you help us defend Shardine Fortress? The Hexer expert pilot decisively nodded. Even though the Oblivion Empire was nothing like the Hexadric hegemony, Venerable Avinx fully accepted the need to defend her new state. The battle that both sides were preparing for started only days later. The wrathful doves and other new arrivals barely had time to integrate into the Oblivion army's structure and chain of command when distant patrols detected the approach of a massive abyssal fleet. Hours went by as both sides readied hundreds of thousands of mechs for deployment. These mechs came from all kinds of sources. Second-class mechs deployed alongside third-class mechs as neither side were too picky about the quality and strength levels of those that joined their ranks. Not only that, the Oblivion servants and the Abyssal servants also prepared their respective warships. Just like the Nixian pirates that previously dominated the region, neither groups paid much attention to the Big Two's taboos. Most of them were crude and lumbering vessels that had been designed and built by different pirate groups. What they lacked in sophistication, they made up for it with power. The Abyssal army is coming. Get ready, men. The invaders did not employ any clever stratagems. The Abyssal servants straightforwardly threw their mechs and warships at the defenses of Shardine Fortress in the hopes of conquering it through brute force. Soon enough, thousands of mechs were being felled with each passing minute. Chaos reigned as the space around the two sides became flooded with energy beams and physical projectiles. Many asteroids that happened to stand between the way of the opposing mech armies had all been blasted to pieces as the main and secondary guns of warships and base turrets directed a lot of firepower at each other. Fight, sisters. We are already damned, so why hesitate any further? Let us fight against their gods and be rendered into dust. Even though the wrathful doves hardly got their bearings together, the veteran Hexer soldiers had fought in many pitches before. Even though they faced completely different enemies, none of them flinched against their current opponents. Entire mech regiments of Valkyrie mechs soared into space and circled around to flank and harass the mixed and chaotic elements of the Abyssal army. The attackers this time did not emerge from the central region but instead came from outside. This meant that the attackers this time did not include any of the dreaded first-class warfleets that were often capable of demolishing entire strongholds if left untouched. The waves of Valkyrie mechs led by war-hardened Hexer mech officers quickly adapted to the rhythm of the Nixian war. They maintained their distance from the Abyssal warships and mostly engaged the flanking and scouting mech troops of the Abyssal army. Most of the time, the Valkyrie mechs hovered in the distance while firing their pulse submachine guns at their opponents. Once they saw an opening, the Hexer mech pilots quickly initiated a charge while also directing the glows of their living mechs towards their opponents. Much to their surprise, the glows of their Valkyrie mechs were much stronger than they were accustomed to. The Abyssal mech pilots became so paralyzed by the threat of death that they hardly even readied their machines to meet the incoming charge. This outcome took place in several other parts of the battlefield. Even the Hexer expert pilots noticed the difference. The Superior Mother is with us. Venerable Avinx shouted as she regained her enthusiasm for battle. Her Valkyrie Reaper became surrounded by a strong gray corona as it charged straight towards an enemy expert mech. The enemy machine had been cutting down Oblivion mechs with its large and oversized axe. Upon noticing the intimidating approach of the Valkyrie Reaper, the expert Axeman mech did not turn back but instead prepared to meet the charge. However, just before the Valkyrie Reaper was about to reach the opposing expert mech, its resonating power spiked and shot out a wave of energy. This deathly energy impacted the expert Axeman mech's resonance shield, causing it to weaken and fade. The abyssal expert pilot became completely surprised by what had happened. What? How? Face the power of death. The Valkyrie Reaper mercilessly drove forth its spear, shattering the weakened resonance shield with ease. Before the enemy expert pilot could even adjust, a speared IP had already pierced through the Axeman Mech's powerful chest armor and penetrated through the cockpit. The Valkyrie Reaper had claimed the life of another enemy expert pilot. Venerable Avinx felt a surge of energy as she reveled in the reaping of another soul. She felt as if she had dedicated yet another powerful life to the superior mother. More. I need more. Yet before the Valkyrie Reaper could hunt down another enemy expert pilot, the battlefield suddenly shook as a mutation had occurred. A dark god has come. Who is it this time? It's the Massive One. Thousands of Oblivion mechs that were fighting in the front lines suddenly lost control and got pulled in a massive intangible orb of black. The Massive One's powerful gravitic forces quickly tore the defenseless machines apart. Before the intimidating Dark God could crush other defending mech units with his immense gravity, the Oblivion Empire quickly dispatched its response. The Lady of the Night has come. Lady Nyx. Lady Nyx. Lady Nyx. The morale of every soldier of the Oblivion army rose to meteoric heights as they all felt her powerful presence with the depths of their hearts. The silhouette of a huge female figure hovered over the defensive lines. This dark-robed figure radiated an imposing amount of power that invigorated every Oblivion servant while transmitting doom to the abyssal servants. As soon as the Oblivion Empress materialized into place, the Massive One became more agitated. Return our stolen crown, he conveyed through a means inaudible to anyone else. You can take your filthy crown from my dead body. You will regret your defiance. The Oblivion Empress and the Massive One instantly came to blows. Both of them fought with godly powers. Whereas Lady Nyx primarily leveraged her control over the space of the Nyxian Gap, the Massive One utilized his formidable resilience to withstand every wave of attacks. The space above the battlefield became turbulent and even deadly to those that strayed too close. Even so, neither mech armies took a break. The presence of their god spurred the soldiers to fight even harder. Every mech pilot hoped to prove their worth and be rewarded for their valor. Yet just as Venerable Avinx was ready to charge into an enemy mech formation, a friendly mech company suddenly froze and lost all power. What? It's the Cold One. The Cold One has appeared. A second dark god had showed up this time. The hearts of many Oblivion soldiers shook as the female dark god made an appearance. It was rare for the Abyssal Empire to dispatch multiple dark gods. For two of them to arrive showed that the Abyssals urgently wanted to topple Shardine Fortress. Damn, this is bad. The Massive One is fully focused on entangling the Oblivion Empress. She won't be able to stop the Cold One. Deploy the Saints. 3 ace mechs shot out from Shardine Fortress and quickly approached the position of the Cold One. Two of them were strangers to Venerable Avinx, but her eyes lit up when she spotted the third ace mech. It's the Megara Hex. The Megara Hex was an ace swordsman mech that was piloted by Saint Katara Avern. The Saint originally fought alongside a different troop of the Hex army, but decided to accompany the Wrathful Doves to the Nyxian Gap. Now, one of the most powerful champions from the hegemony had answered the call and deployed against the Cold One. Can 3 of our ace mechs possibly stand against a god mech? Many Oblivion soldiers grew concerned as the two sides began to clash. Venerable Avinx watched carefully as the Megara Hex began to resonate with power. Saint Katara Avern's Saint Kingdom came into force as her ace mech attempted to slash the massive, intangible energy body of the Cold One. Yet before the magnified slash of the Megara Hex could find its mark, the attack along with the Saint Kingdom froze after becoming affected by the powers of the Cold One. No, the other 2 ace mechs also failed to make their mark. The Cold One is too strong. A dark god was not to be trifled with. The gigantic female god not only resisted the ace mechs, but also pressured them by wielding her frost powers in many different ways. If this went on, the 3 ace mechs fighting for the Oblivion Empire would definitely fall. The dark god will prevail if we don't do something. Just as Venerable Avinx contemplated the suicidal option of joining this deathly struggle with her Valkyrie Reaper, a massive tiger suddenly appeared out of nowhere and bit off the Cold One's arm. The dark god's eyes widened even as a sphere of frost exploded around her form. Hovering alongside the 3 friendly ace mechs was a machine that exuded much more power. The Saint Kingdom around the winged tiger mech was so strong and infused with power that the Cold One no longer paid attention to her other opponents. It's the Dark Saint. We're saved. As one of the most iconic mechs of the Oblivion Empire, the Devil Tiger had undergone many upgrades and improvements. It received the attention of several masters that had joined the Oblivion Empire for one reason or another. Not only that, the Devil Tiger was able to gorge upon the remains of numerous first-class mechs and warships that the Oblivion army defeated in the past. All of these changes and more had completely elevated the performance of the Devil Tiger to new heights. Yet what was even more remarkable was the evolution of its mech pilot. Once known as the leader of the Oblivion Hand, now he had become the most iconic and admired champion of the Oblivion Empire. The Devil Tiger only beheld the Cold One for a moment before it and its ace pilot moved to attack. Is the Dark Saint strong enough to fight against a dark god? Venerable Avinx asked with a touch of concern. He, you don't know anything, just wait and see. Much to the astonishment of the recent recruits, the Devil Tiger's Saint Kingdom began to shake with more power than they have ever felt from any other ace mech. The enemies of my family shall be my prey. Slowly but surely, the manifestation of a massive cat came into form. It completely enveloped the frame of the Devil Tiger and started to fight against the Cold One without falling behind. What is that? Isn't that the legendary unity of man and machine? How can the Dark Saint attain this state so easily? The Lady of the Night has blessed the Dark Saint. There is no other explanation. Just as Venerable Avinx felt assured that the Dark Gods wouldn't be able to overrun the defenders, another unexpected incident took place as the Oblivion Empress became hit by a surprise attack. It's the Patient One. No, a third Dark God had arrived. The giant shape of an old, long-bearded man in robes had appeared alongside the massive one. The appearance of all three Dark Gods of the Abyssal Empire exerted a huge amount of oppression towards the soldiers of the Oblivion army. How can we resist so many god mechs? We fight. Don't lose faith. The stronger our belief in the Lady of the Night, the stronger she becomes. For the Oblivion Empire. For the Oblivion Empire. Chapter 4001. The Dark Saint. As the Battle of Shardine Fortress reached a new and more intensive phase, the soldiers of both sides were no longer the protagonists. Instead, the gods and heroes dispatched by the Oblivion Empire and the Abyssal Empire attracted all of the attention. Everyone knew that the only way the Oblivion army could prevail on the battlefield if the Oblivion Empress and her saintly retainers were both able to repel their godly opposition. Yet how easy was it for them to repel three dark gods at once? None of them were that much weaker than the Lady of the Night. Past confrontations had shown that Lady Nyx was able to defeat a single dark god only after exerting a lot of effort. There were even rare instances where she encountered two of them at once, during which the Oblivion Empress was only able to hold off her powerful enemies long enough to buy time for the Oblivion troops to retreat from the battlefield. This time, the price of running away was much heavier for the Oblivion army. If the defenders retreated from Shardine Fortress, the Oblivion Empire would lose an important and vital stronghold and logistical hub. This would profoundly affect the battle readiness of the Oblivion army in the coming years. Even though the non-core elements of the Abyss army was not that well organized, their numbers and constant reinforcements from outside made it hard to repel their constant offenses. Vital bases such as Shardine Fortress played an essential role in increasing the depth of the Oblivion army. Without enough defensive and logistical support, it became a lot harder for the Oblivion Empire to maintain their place in the Nyxian Gap. At worst, the Abyssal Empire might actually win the Nyxian War. Not only would this be devastating for the soldiers who pledged their loyalty to the Oblivion Empire, this would also rob Lady Nyx and the Dark Saint of their only form of shelter against their great enemy. Wrinkle Larkinson knew more than anyone aside from his wife how important it was to maintain their foothold of the Nyxian Gap. The complex terrain and anomalous conditions were the only reasons why the two Larkinsons had been able to fend off the Compact's hunters for so long. After the ignominious fall of an arrogant holy daughter, the Compact clearly wisened up and displayed more caution in fighting against its opponents this time. By using the Abyss Empire as a vessel, the Compact leaders gathered a large number of splinter organizations and other hidden elements under a united banner. For over a year, the Abyssal army grinded the Oblivion army and checked its growth. At the same time, the new generation of Dark Gods frequently showed up in order to clash against the Oblivion Empress. Many ordinary people held the mistaken belief that the Oblivion Empress and the Dark Gods were all god pilots who were fighting a private battle in the corner of human space for some reason. Despite the fact that no one had ever seen them display anything that remotely resembled a mech, the belief of all of the mech pilots and soldiers who flocked to the Nyxian Gap could not be shaken. This was because god mechs completely surpassed the common definition of mechs. What was amazing right now was that the Devil Tiger was currently able to put up a decent fight against an opponent of this caliber. The giant manifestation of a blue frozen woman made repeated attempts to freeze or cut the gigantic predator cat, yet none of the frozen attacks proved fatal. Just as how the Cold One was able to regenerate her bitten arm by channeling her vast reserves of energy, the Dark Saint's own energy manifestation was able to heal up as well. Even so, the man known to the outside as the Dark Saint struggled to keep up with the Cold One's offensive. "We can do it," Wrinkle Larkinson gritted his teeth. "Alone, we are weak. Together we are strong. Isn't that right?" A loud roar echoed through his fiery will. Ever since his wife partially merged him with Zygra, he had grown closer to this design spirit than anyone else. Over the years, Wrinkle had gained a huge amount of power from Zygra, though it had been hard for him to absorb the influx as it threatened to subsume his mind. Fortunately for him, he managed to endure all of the mental torture and rapidly polished his will and spirit as a result. With the occasional help from his wife, his force of will developed at a rapid pace, and he found out that the bottleneck that stopped a huge number of expert pilots from advancing further was no hindrance to him at all. He easily advanced to ace pilot with the help of his son's evolved work. As a masterwork mech, the Devil Tiger not only provided a huge amount of support to Wrinkle, but also benefited enormously from its pilot's rapidly rising spiritual feedback. Over time, the new ace pilot found himself surpassing the strength of his other peers who had recently joined the Oblivion Empire as well. Even though Wrinkle felt that he was only as strong as a junior ace pilot, the synergies he was able to achieve with both Zygra and the Devil Tiger allowed him to channel the battle strength of a strong and developed senior ace pilot. It sounded as if there was hardly any difference between these two ranks, but their impact in battle was far apart. A junior ace pilot was more aptly described as an expert pilot that had grown mature. A senior ace pilot was seen as a mech pilot that had come closest to reaching the strength and majesty of a god pilot. Wrinkle had learned from more knowledgeable and educated peers that those at the senior ace rank already merged with their ace mechs at least in part. This was an essential requirement for them to be able to complete their last steps to godhood. While Wrinkle's resonance strength had not developed that rapidly after his recent breakthrough, his close cooperation with his two feline battle partners allowed him to fight leapfrog battles. This was why he dared to confront the Cold One. Of course, he was one of the few who knew the truth about the dark gods. If the Cold One was an actual manifestation of a god pilot and a god mech, the Dark Saint was absolutely certain that he would stand no chance. However, the Cold One was just a powerful compact sorceress. No matter how strong she had grown, she was only by herself, whereas Wrinkle always fought alongside his two battle partners. Pure aggression suffused his mind and will as he continued to maintain the strenuous effort of maintaining total resonance with both Zygra and the Devil Tiger. The lines between them had already blurred to a large extent. While they hadn't been together for centuries, they grew so close and fought so many battles together that each of them had shared pieces of themselves with each other. There was a bit of Wrinkle and the Devil Tiger within Zygra. There was a bit of Wrinkle and Zygra within the Devil Tiger. There was a bit of Zygra and the Devil Tiger within Wrinkle. With the sharing and blending of each other's aspects, they not only understood and trusted each other to an unprecedented degree, but also found it easier to merge themselves together and evoke the legendary state of unity of man and machine on demand. This was currently his capital to resist the Cold One. With the help of the Megara Hex and several other, normal, ace mechs, Wrinkle found that he was only able to contain the Cold One. "You cannot defeat me, infidel." A soft, frozen voice rang through Wrinkle's will. "You and your barely helpful lackeys may be able to stop my advance for now, but your so-called empress will not be able to withstand the might of my fellow gods much longer. Then I will just have to go through you first." Wrinkle burst as the gigantic manifestation of Zygra grew more ferocious. The power of frost continually infused its massive limbs, causing it to slow down and freeze at times. Each time this happened, the Crown Cat manifestation surged with power that forcefully dispelled the gripping chill that sought to freeze it to death. Claw after claw battered the Cold One's form, but each time the compact sorceress was able to block the attacks by conjuring a frozen shield. A massive illusionary ice blade manifested above the giant tiger. It struck with rapid speed, causing the fusion of Zygra, Wrinkle and the Devil Tiger to scream in unison as they felt as if an executioner's blade had cut through half of their necks. Roar! A massive burst of power escaped from the maw of the giant tiger, causing the Cold One's shielded form to shake and become unstable for a moment. Assist the Dark Saint. The Megara Hex and other ace mechs quickly attacked and pressured the Cold One, which delayed her from recovering from the roar attack. This bought enough time for Wrinkle to recover from the latest strike and reinforce his double resonance. It took an immense amount of focus and concentration to maintain total resonance with two entities. If not for the fact that both Zygra and the Devil Tiger were willing to cooperate, there was no way that an ace pilot could maintain this state. Even so, Wrinkle already felt he was rapidly nearing his limits. Time was not on his side, as this was not his own strength. Each second that passed by drained his energy and that of his battle partners further. Each attack they suffered drained their energy as well, while also imposing greater strain on their minds. As the giant tiger resumed its attack on the Cold One, it tried to coordinate with the friendly ace mechs in an attempt to overpower the Dark God as quickly as possible. Yet no matter what they tried, the Cold One still maintained decisive advantage in power, technique and endurance. As one of the most senior members of the Five Scrolls Compact, the woman who took on the guise of the Cold One displayed an impressive amount of control over her own power. Whereas the fusion of Wrinkle and his two battle buddies were largely relying on wielding true resonance as their club, the Cold One efficiently transformed raw power into refined techniques that always frustrated her opponents. In one instance, the Cold One suddenly lifted her giant blue arm and released a cone of frost in the direction of the Megara Hex. The Hexer ace swordsman Mech hastily relied on its powerful domain field to block the ice spray, but the Cold One's power was not so easily to break. With Wrinkle already occupied with launching another attack, Saint Katara Avern screamed as the freezing cone bit through her Saint Kingdom and froze half of her precious ace mech. The Megara Hex almost shut down entirely due to losing half of her systems. However, Saint Katara summoned all of her willpower in an attempt to regain control of her ace mech. I will not disappoint the Superior Mother. She knew that the Superior Mother was fighting above her head at this very moment. Even though she was a powerful half-god herself, as a descendant of the Avern matriarchal dynasty, she had embraced hexism from the moment of her birth. Saint Katara did not hesitate to believe in the Superior Mother once the Valkyrie mechs showed their power in the Komodo War. While she did not have the opportunity to pilot an ace mech that was blessed by the Supreme, she had fought alongside more than enough Valkyrie mechs to recognize that the source of their glows was closer to her than ever before. Witness me. By your name, I shall slay this enemy god. The Megara Hex miraculously seemed to shake off all of the damage it previously incurred while releasing even greater power than before. The strengthened beliefs and conviction of Saint Katara literally fueled her strength as she brought her indomitable will to bear against the frighteningly powerful spirit of a dark god. As long as Wrinkle and his fellow ace pilots were able to sustain their explosive state, they were actually capable of pushing the Cold One back, at least for the moment. However, the powerful compact sorceress did not take her opposition seriously at all. She smirked as she deftly defended against the incoming attacks. The amount of energy in the possession of those that had yet to reach the level of a god was limited. The Cold One knew that as soon as the ace pilots lost their steam, she would be able to wipe them out with ease. In fact, she might not even need to exert any additional effort to achieve victory in this battle. The entire battlefield momentarily shook as a soundless scream tore through the surrounding space. Invisible blood dripped from the giant glowing face of the Oblivion Empress. She had suffered terribly after getting ganged up on by two of the Abyssal Empire's dark gods. The patient one maintained a serene expression on his face even as the exaggeratingly long and sharp nails of his gnarled hand was dripping with the intangible blood of the Lady of the Night. What was frightening to the soldiers of the Oblivion army was the fact that this was not the first obvious injury suffered by their god monarch. The Oblivion Empress had previously suffered a stab wound on her stomach while a gravity wave had crushed one of her feet. Normally, she should have been able to regenerate these wounds by expending her power, but the power of time exerted by the patient one significantly slowed down her regeneration speed. A secret dialogue took place as the two dark gods readied themselves for their next offensive. "You have run away long enough, apostate," the patient one conveyed. "Running to the ends of this galaxy will not save you from our pursuit. You may have been able to evade our search long enough, but as long as you still cling to life, we will always be able to grasp it and take back what is ours." Cynthia Larkinson refused to show any weakness towards her hated enemies. Her giant form responded to the patient one by pulling out the shadow of a giant crown from nowhere. "You mean this little thing? Return our crown," Cynthia snorted. "Over my dead body." A new round of divine attacks ensued as the Oblivion Empress continued to resist the patient one and the massive one. The space above the main battlefield turned into a vision of heaven under siege as attacks that were far beyond the power of technology continued to ravage the godly beings. In some cases, the wide area attacks even struck the mechs and ships fighting in the distance, causing them to get crushed without any chance of resistance.